In Theskio above. Wrong, little one, you almost went to wrong place, cummy voice filled world with clamorous and loud. Immediately afterward, a soft voice eached. I feel so dizzy. As the world spooner, she finally managed to turn in the right direction. Upon landing, a little girl with Skynus whiteous of Judean Danatoro glory resembling a celestial killed spun around its silly on the ground and then fell with a thud. However, it wasn't painful, it was actually quite soft. Squeak. Jean Wanen's ears twitched as if she heard something wailing pitifully with a bobby-like sound. And whatever she was pressing down on was so soft. As the dizziness subsided slightly, she appeared Haraya and found herself staring at a large Dajer with piercing Jayasando to stripe on its forehead. Jean Wanen blinked. Something in her hair was moving, Sashiro says slightly, causing Twilight tigers, which were trying to crawl away with their butts sticking up, to fall and sit on the ground with a thud. They looked extremely confused, staring blankly at Jean Wanen, who had interrupted their feeding. Such a big own. Jean Wanen scratched at her head and said, sorry, I didn't mean to. The big Dajer didn't blame her instead, it nizzled her baby fat chicks and exposed its soft belly, using jitsi to inquire if the little Leon wanted to drink milk. Jean Wanen gazed back, and the litik of Sima dia Jerdotri, it looked delicious. Apparit fluttered at its wings and said, little one, you can drink that, you have a milk fruit with ya. Jean Wanen with her were gaze, visibly disappointed, and said, Inito find me dad, bite tiger mum. Beffer is standing up to leave, can Wanen gavethatwo, roaring little Gaisagu drub. So soft, so soft. Then she shuffled away with her short legs, taking small, quick steps. Theta Jerkub Swera left its Zion confused, and Betheta materialized it, she was already gone. The racing the Tiger didn't attack Jean Wanen was the Chwazachilin. A killing cub from the heavenly realm in her third year after hatching. She had descended to earth to search for her father. After Jean Wanen was born, she was congenitally wicked almost didn't thatch her father stole, robbed and deceived various celestial treasures for her, causing complaints from various celestial beings in heaven and finally, after her condition stabilized, she was punished at both heavenly emperor and exiled to earth to endure tribulations. However, her fate, which was originally smooth, was suddenly disrupted by an external force. If it continued, Jean Wanen's father would ultimately meet a tragic end. Upon hearing this news, Jean Wanen worried missed her father deeply, decided to descend to earth without telling her mother or heavenly emperor. She wanted to offend their father and prevent this tragic fate. Jean Wanen found a large deer and rode it out of the forest at night, heading towards the destination where she hoped to bump into her father. Little one, your father is a great Ganera Landis about to go defend the border. I feel squadarian this road, you'll definitely see him. A palm's eyes drudge color red peony petted landed on the shoulder of the 3-year-old Dumanchild, speaking very fluently, almost like a woman. Mum. The little milk bowl hid in the bushes responded vaguely. After escaping from the forest, she had transformed from a pretty little milk ball into a dirty little kitten with her hair all messed up. And she was very sleepy. She hadn't slept all night. Coco, when will that come? The little Leon leaned against a tree, sitting on a hastily assembled nest of grass. In her little fathand, she held after with the thad being bitten all over, and now yawning, she could hardly keep her eyes open. Her parrot on the shoulder felt extremely for her. Little one, hold an abbot longer, yorded Willer of Essen. Coco, you want to sleep. With Coco's encouragement, Jean Wanen tree tossed awake, but her big eyes and limb managed to open this light before closing completely. Sleep. She wiped until the afternoon, but Jean Wanen ended sleep well. Even though Coco had treated its best to lay down soft dry grass for her, how cold the little Leon ho had been pampered since her birth and dear such ship? Even in her sleep, she furrowed her eyebrows and pouted, humming pitifully. Midway through, she hugged the fruit and munched in it groggled her hunger. Finally, the sound of horse hoofs approached, against the afterglow of key sitting soon, the fluttering black military banner, accompanied by the movement of the horses and soldiers, carried a sense of killing. Little one, you're the dishir. Coco screamed, fluttering its wings and trying to wake her hair up by pecking gather hair. Finally, Hesher, what if her baby catches a cold if he doesn't come, his son? Jean Wanen was awakened by Coco's piercing scream, but she was still groggy and don't care. Quick, Gutan bump into him, you bump into him today and make sure head takes you away. Jean Wanen's little brain was confused, not understanding anything but instinctively following Coco's instructions. Hugging Coco and Thun finished fruit, she stumbled towards the middle leaf road. And she didn't need Coco direction Sadal should direct lipper formed a flat fall. Face down. Little one, are you okay? Coco screamed and flew up to bite her clothes, but tight strength was too small to lift her. Jean Wanen didn't say anything, she was in pain, her nose hurt so much that her eyes filled with tears, and der big eyes swelled like fried eggs. Plop. Something stopped in front of her. Jean Wanen covered her little nose and struggled to sit up. In front of her were extremely long legs, belonging to a big black horse. Looking up, she saw a horse's face close up, but she couldn't see the person sitting on the horse clearly because it was doodle and it was no dark. The tall, majestic black steed, which was usual fierce, gently nudged the little Leon. At this moment, Coco landed on Jean Wanen's shoulder, pretending to be a mute bird. Otherwise, what if it get caught and had Tali bites little Leon forcibly? General, what's going on? The human generals behind stopped, and the deputy general approached to investigate. Siakon didn't say anything, only Isaiah starred at heat any person in front of him. Where did this child come from? Siakon tightened his grip on Therians. If he hadn't been controlling it, his horse would have been jumping around the children joy. Go and find out. Siakon svoisuaskaman demotionless a shooter red those it words. Yes. Chinwanan realized what was happening. She hugged the horse shed and stood up, staring at the person at the horse with her dark eyes and spoke surprisingly. Dad. Chapter 2 In Search of Dad. Those eclairs sparkled like stars in the night sky. Siakon looked at her expressionlessly. These old eyes behind Siakon couldn't help but witch their lips. Nowadays, can children casually call me own dad? Chinwanan stretched out their fleshy little arms boot couldn't reach him. Sasha grabbed man's leg. Dad, hold me. Siachunglin said another, his face expressionless, and said, You've got the wrong person, I'm not your dad. At this point, a deputy general dismounted from a shore and said, Where did this little child come from random like calling people dad, come uncle will hold you. Chinwanan quickly shuffled her little leg stovevoid the hand has stretched out. Dad, I want dad to hold him. Hey, this little guy is squitepiki. Chinwanan hado reedy rune in front of the horse, tiptoeing and waving her little hands. Come down abbot, the little Leonis voice was of tan tender, very pleasant over here. Siakon could clearly feel the shores, which was usually under his control, was now uncontrollably kneeling down. Siachon. Others. The expressions of Siakon's subordinates were somewhat difficult to describe, General, I said notia? Siachon's face darkened and had Igdontharians, coldly commanding, get up. Festid that gallopodon brittle field twisty dites neck but stubbornly refused to. It matters not to him, what on earth is the master dawdling about? The veins on Xia Chang's forehead throbbed visibly, clearly indicating his struggle to restrain himself. General, perhaps you should just carry her up, he suggested. With an impassive expression, Siachong ultimately hoisted the little bundle onto the horse's back. The horse let out a cheerful neigh before rising to its feet. Siachong gazed at his steed, contemplating whether he ought to seek a different companion for battle. He had never realized that his proud warhorse could exhibit such servility. Daddy. Initially, Siachong had placed the little one at a slight distance on the horse's neck, yet, the child wriggled her way over, unabashedly nestling into his embrace. Siachong furrowed his brow, regarding her with an expression akin to interrogating a suspect. Who are you, how did you end up here? With her small face buried against his cold armor, she found it a tad rigid, yet she was overwhelmingly sleepy. Yawning and drooping her eyelids, her tiny hands clutched his clothing as she mumbled sleepily, I am Chinwan, here to find Daddy. Having mumbled her response, she promptly fell asleep against the towering figure beside her. Siachong felt quite out of sorts. He considered unceremoniously handing the audacious little creature over to the deputy. However, her tiny fingers were latched onto his garment with an unyielding grip. He hesitated, contemplating whether to sever the fabric with a knife, but it was new attire he had just acquired, and he couldn't bear to ruin it. General, there is no one around. Siachong glanced at the sky. Let us press on and find a suitable spot to set camp. Yes, sir. They scouted a location by the water and commenced preparing a meal. Siachong dismounted, his expression remaining stoic as he cradled the child with one arm. Many onlookers regarded him with curiosity. Looks like our general has picked up a child, not a bad catch, though he seems rather displeased. Can you even discern his mood from that expressionless face? Yet that little one seems quite discerning. Chinwan remained in slumber, impervious to the sense of food wafting through the camp. The rations during the march mostly comprised dry, tasteless biscuits soaked in water, hardly appetizing. Ultimately, Siachong could not bring himself to mar his clothing and managed to gently pry the child's fingers away from his fabric. Her fingers were soft and pliable, like they had no bones. At that fleeting moment of contact, Siachong feared he might inadvertently break one of her delicate little fingers. Though the weather was not cold, the nights could be chilly without proper covering, especially for such a frail child. He instructed someone to fetch a garment, laid down some grass on the ground, and placed both the clothing and the child upon it, leaving a more attentive subordinate to keep watch. After all, she was not his offspring. Muttering a few curses inwardly, he fluffed the garment over Chinwan before nestling beside her and surrendering to sleep, utterly exhausted from the day's toils. Due to having turned in early the previous night, Chinwan awoke quite early the following day. The marching troops began to stir, gathering their belongings in preparation for the next leg of their journey. Rubbing her eyes, she stared vacantly at the crowd for a few moments before it dawned on her that she had indeed found her father. Where was he? The 3-year-old child stretched her neck, scanning for her father. Kikek, perched on her shoulder, whispered, to the left, look towards the left. Your father is that tallest, most conspicuous figure. Kikek huffed a couple of times. He is truly unfit for the role, wanting to abandon you. I tell you, child, be a bit more tenacious and cling to him. Clenching her tiny fists, Chinwan resolved, I understand. And then began to waddle towards her father. Excuse me, pardon me. The diminutive figure dashed into the crowd, barely reaching the height of their legs, making it easy for her to be overlooked amidst their busy movements. Upon hearing the commotion, she glanced down to see the little one laboriously squeezing through their legs, her dirty little face flushed from exertion. Oh, the little one is awake. Laughter erupted as they parted to make way, watching the child sway her way toward the general with unrestrained delight. Chinwan reached Siachong, tugging at his leg, and clung on, exclaiming, Daddy. Her sweet, soft voice was filled with affection. Daddy, hold me, Siachong reiterated. I am not your father, Chinwan insisted. You are Daddy. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate. Siachong refused to lift her, yet the little girl did not cry. Instead, she shuffled alongside him, her short legs trying to keep pace. The odd pairing of the towering general and the tiny child was particularly striking. Amidst a throng of rugged men, the tender sounds of a little girl calling for her father melted hearts all around. Yet, the Iron-Will general remained unmoved. When did our general acquire a child? Some of the men, still unmarried and without children, gazed enviously at the plump, diminutive figure of the little girl. Many felt an itch to hold her, but the child had a singular focus. She followed just one person. Any attempts from others to embrace her would result in tears. Seeing her trailing behind Xiechong, Kikek then darted off to forage for food, also seeking out some fruits for his little companion. During breakfast, Qin Wanwan sat beside Xiechong, her gaze fixated curiously on the coarse, dry grain biscuit in his hand. Daddy, let Wanwan have a taste. She looked up at him with longing eyes. Xiechong cast a glance at her tiny teeth. You cannot handle it, just a taste. Wanwan wants to try a little bit. Chapter 3 Daddy, defeat the villain. Xiechong directly broke off a piece and handed it to her. The little one, with her tiny hands, eagerly took a bite. The biscuit resisted her small teeth, nearly causing her to lose them. Qin Wanwan covered her mouth, her large eyes glistening with tears that fell like raindrops. Xiechong took the hard biscuit from her hand and stated, I told you, you cannot eat this. Qin Wanwan whimpered pitifully, my teeth hurt. Xiechong found children to be quite troublesome and rather dim-witted. His rough hands pinched her soft cheeks, and the tender flesh yielded under his fingers, creating two adorable dimples. He almost withdrew his hand, feeling as though he could easily crush her delicate face. Open your mouth. Qin Wanwan obediently complied, revealing her plump, pink lips, with perfectly aligned and pristine teeth. It's not loose. It will be fine soon. She responded with a sullen "Oh. General, the porridge is ready." They were all consuming hard, dry rations, but with the presence of a child, such fare was no longer suitable, necessitating the preparation of porridge. Thank you. Once the pain in her teeth subsided a bit, the little girl courteously expressed her gratitude. However, the bowl was too hot, and she glanced at her father. Xiechong wished to feign ignorance of her pleading gaze. Daddy, the bowl is hot. It was of no concern. Wanwan had thick skin and was not shy. She raised her small hands, insistently presenting them to Xiechong, demonstrating her fear of the heat. Her clear, pearlescent eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to speak. Daddy, hold it. The pretty little thing nuzzled against Xiechong, her voice soft and coaxing. Someone else can hold it. I have no time. Daddy, you hold it. In the end, with a rather displeased expression, Xiechong took the bowl, while the little one stood before him, using her tiny hands to scoop up the porridge bit by bit. The porridge had a hint of sweetness. After taking a couple of spoonfuls herself, Qin Wanwan tiptoed, wanting to feed her father. Daddy, eat. She gazed at Xiechong with those pitiful eyes. What could be in what her father consumed that would make him nearly lose his teeth? Xiechong's face darkened. I will not eat. He could not understand why even the adults feared his stern expression. He was not only tall but also had a fierce appearance. A scar, a remnant of war, marred his face, adding to his intimidating visage. Yet, despite this, his rugged features, marked by bold eyebrows and striking eyes, conveyed a wild beauty. When he wore a cold expression, even children would cry out in terror. How could this child be so different? Not only did she not fear him, but she also called him Daddy and ordered him about. Truly, she was audacious. Daddy, eat. This time, the little girl was remarkably stubborn, holding the spoon aloft. Daddy, Wanwan's arm is sore and hurts. You brought this upon yourself, put it down. Qin Wanwan insisted, if Daddy takes a bite, I will put it down. Reluctantly, Xiechong acquiesced. This little sprite was undeniably a trial die. In no time, the bowl of porridge was emptied, with Qin Wanwan having consumed a few spoonfuls and fed her father a bite as well. Kaka returned, bringing a cluster of fruits for Qin Wanwan. Xiechong cast a glance at the bird, surprised it could forage for food. Qin Wanwan took a small fruit for herself, offered one to Kaka, and then another to her father. When others tried to coax her into giving them fruit, she refused to part with a single one, despite her limited supply. Once the team was prepared, they set off. Xiechong had no desire to carry Qin Wanwan, leaving that task to others. Immediately, she began to cry, wailing as though abandoned by her parents, evoking pity from his subordinates. Perhaps, General, you should carry her, she seems quite well behaved beside you. Not only did Xiechong's subordinates think this, but even the horse seemed to chastise him, turning to nibble at his clothes. Xiechong pondered whether his past misdeeds had finally caught up with him. Ultimately, he extended his hand. His silence was the last vestige of his stubbornness. Qin Wanwan lunged to wrap her arms around his neck, snuggling against him, but she had ceased crying. Xiechong nearly dropped this feisty little creature. She was so soft and small that he found himself utterly unaccustomed to it. The group finally set off, with Qin Wanwan perched upon the horse's back, leaning against her father's chest, her posture far from dignified. As time passed, she grew restless, her large eyes fixating on the horse's mane. She shifted forward slightly. Xiechong paid her no mind. As long as she did not fall, Qin Wanwan's tiny fingers began to tug at the horse's mane, attempting to braid it. However, lacking any string to tie the braids, Kaka quickly discerned her intent. With a flutter of wings, it flew down from the horse's head, returning with some slender, resilient blades of grass. Delighted, Qin Wanwan used the grass to tie the ends of her makeshift braids. Before long, Xiechong's magnificent steed was adorned with a multitude of tiny braids, each touched with a hint of green. Xiechong, if even the horse could overlook his grievances, why could he not? Earlier, it had even bitten him. Serves it right. The horse seemed quite pleased. As the sun rose higher, Qin Wanwan's dirty little face turned a rosy hue under its rays. This rugged band of men clearly had no idea how to care for a child. They had yet to wash her face, and her hair was a wild mess, sticking out in all directions. Daddy, it's so hot. Daddy, I'm thirsty. The general, unaccustomed to caring for children, could only bring forth his leather water pouch to offer her. Drink. The water inside was warm and carried a strange taste. She slumped dejectedly, resembling a dispirited rice dumpling. At this moment, she no longer leaned against her father, instead perching on the horse with her little rear end sticking up. Daddy, you're so hot. I don't want to be close to you. Xiachong, that why hadn't she complained before? He wore armor, which he had not removed even in such weather. The sun had heated it up considerably, but he was accustomed to it. Glancing at the blazing sun and at the small figure sprawled across the horse's back, resembling a milk cake melted by the heat, he commanded, find a shaded spot to rest ahead. Yes, sir. Immediately, someone rode ahead to scout, soon returning. General, there's a grove up ahead, though there are signs of bandits in the vicinity. Xiachong replied, proceed. Did those bandits dare to rob the Tianqi army? At that moment, Kaka whispered in her ear, child, there's a notorious black tiger stronghold nearby, known for robbing passing merchants in nearby villages. Find a way to persuade your father to eliminate the bandits, and you will earn some merit points, which will allow you to access the merchant shop for purchases. Observing what the Kirin child had consumed since descending to the mortal realm, it was no wonder she was so affected by the heat. Fortunately, he had negotiated with the heavenly Dao to exchange merit points for some supplies. Qin Wanwan mustered a modicum of resolve. She sat up, grasping her father's hand. Daddy, defeat the villains. If defeating those bandits would earn merit, then they were indeed villains. Xiachong, perplexed, set the child down in the shade of a tree. Who are the villains? Kaka replied, the bandits. The little one mimicked, the bandits. Xiachang's ears perked up, his hawk-like gaze fixating on Kaka. The bird raised a wing to shield its face, realizing it had just revealed too much. Xiachong scrutinized Kaka, you're quite the peculiar bird. Qin Wanwan lifted Kaka for him to see. Yes, Kaka is Wanwan's good friend. Chapter 4. Daddy, meet Xiachong was well aware that crows were capable of mimicking sounds. This bird was likely similar, albeit appearing more adorable and charming, akin to the canaries kept by the aristocracy. However, Xiachong harbored no interest in bandit suppression. Stop fooling around, I have no time for this, he remarked before turning to depart, preoccupied with his own matters and lacking the leisure to attend to a child. As soon as Xiachong's attention wavered, Kuku quietly offered advice to Qin Wanwan once more. You should tell him that the mountain bandits recently robbed a merchant caravan, and there is an abundance of wealth in their lair. Your father is a miserly old skinflint who loves money. Despite his title as a general, he wears trousers that resemble a fishing net, patched and mended until they resemble a flamboyant pair of bloomers he refuses to discard. Qin Wanwan blinked, her little mind struggling to comprehend Kuku's words. So, she scampered after her father, wrapping her tiny arms around his long legs and innocently inquiring in her tender voice, Daddy, what does it mean when trousers look like a fishing net and are patched into big floral bloomers? At that instant, Xiachong halted, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Had his secret been discovered? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Kuku lowered its head to feign busyness, rearranging its wings on Qin Wanwan's shoulder, as if to imply that those words were not its own. Yet Xiachong maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, his face set in a fierce expression. I don't know, don't ask me. Confronted by the child's innocent gaze, Xiachong felt a twinge of unease. He had concealed his secret so well, it was unthinkable that anyone could know, let alone this little rascal. Qin Wanwan responded with an inquisitive, oh, the mountain bandits have a tremendous amount of money. Upon hearing the mention of money, although Xiachong's expression remained unchanged, his eyes sparkled with interest. What did you say? Qin Wanwan earnestly attempted to relay Kuku's statement, the merchant caravan was robbed. They are incredibly wealthy. How do you know this? He scrutinized the little one. I haven't even asked about your family. The child pointed at Xiachong, exclaiming, Daddy. Xiachong thought to himself, it seems he was quite stuck with this child. Was she truly dim-witted? Observing her somewhat clueless demeanor, he decided to set aside his thoughts for the moment and sought someone to verify whether a caravan had indeed been robbed. Money was of the utmost importance. He summoned one of his subordinates and handed Qin Wanwan over to a fair-skinned, refined-looking man. Take care of her. With that, he mounted his horse and rode away, leaving Qin Wanwan and the man exchanging wide-eyed glances. This time, Qin Wanwan did not cry. What is your name, little one? I'm Shinshu. In her sweet, delicate voice, Qin Wanwan replied, I'm Qin Wanwan. Shinshu, possessing a slight case of obsessive cleanliness, felt a strong urge to tidy up Qin Wanwan's messy hair and soiled face. He produced a comb and began to groom her hair. Qin Wanwan was quite obedient, causing no fuss and making her easy to care for. Once the dirt and grime were wiped away, a fair, exquisite little face emerged, her large, bright eyes shining with innocence and charm. Shinshu felt as if his heart had been struck by an overwhelming force. This was precisely the child he envisioned for the future. How could she be so breathtakingly lovely? When Xiachong returned with his men, he was greeted by the sight of a little girl adorned with a grass-green floral crown, her hair styled into two adorable pigtails, her face clean and her lips rosy. She resembled a little forest sprite, enchanting and beautiful. Xiachong remarked, how is it that with just a little grooming, she looks so stunning? Goodness, whose little darling is this? She looks just like a fortune-bringing child. Others exclaimed, their hearts melting at the sight. If only their daughters could be so enchanting, they would shower her with treasures. Alas, they currently possessed little in the way of treats to offer the child. A group of rugged men surrounded the soft, white bundle of joy, marveling at her for a while before settling down to discuss their plans for bandit suppression. Through their investigations, they confirmed that the mountain bandits had indeed attacked a passing merchant caravan, discarding the bodies haphazardly in a ravine. When they arrived, the stench of decay was overwhelming, and in addition to the merchants, there were also the bodies of some common folk dressed in coarse fabric. Clearly, the bandits had taken numerous lives. The general had already dispatched scouts to survey the terrain and had sent others to nearby villages to gather information regarding the bandits. While they conversed, Qin Wanwan wandered nearby, and as mealtime approached, the fire brigade began preparing food, having resolved to suppress the bandits. Qin Wanwan rummaged through the grass and emerged with a pair of dusty rabbit ears. Ku exclaimed with fervor, "My little darling is simply the best." Puffed up with pride under Kuku's enthusiastic praise, the child strutted about. The rabbit, seemingly unperturbed by her presence, allowed her chubby little hands to grasp its ears as she dragged it towards Xiechong. "Daddy, meat," she exclaimed breathlessly, clutching the plump rabbit. All eyes turned to her, astonished. Where had this little one found a rabbit? Hadn't she been playing nearby? "Daddy, meat." Qin Wanwan tossed the rabbit to Xiechong and gazed at him expectantly. He weighed the rabbit in his hands, estimating it to be at least 3 pounds. Remarkably, she had managed to catch it. The rabbit had been surprisingly compliant along the way. Qin Wanwan pointed toward a nearby thicket. "Over there." At her words, excitement rippled through the group. Who would want to settle for meager rations when there was fresh meat to be had? In their marching formation, as long as they did not stray too far during breaks, whoever found food in the vicinity could claim it. This was a rule established by the general. Having endured a prolonged diet of dry rations, their throats felt parched, and while they occasionally managed to catch a bit of meat, it was scarce, nearly mingling with wild vegetables for a hint of flavor. Following Qin Wanwan's direction, the burly men crouched low and were pleasantly surprised to discover a rabbit burrow. They had been so close, yet they had failed to notice it. How many opportunities would they have missed had it not been for the little one? "Quick, see if there are any more rabbit holes." Today, we feast on meat." Truth be told, the sight of these brawny men crouching with their backsides in the air, digging for rabbits, was rather comical. Qin Wanwan eagerly followed suit, joining in the excitement. After a while of digging, a rabbit darted out, prompting everyone to scramble in a frenzy to catch it. "Quick, quick, it's running that way. Chase it. Are we just going to watch it escape?" Qin Wanwan stood beneath a tree, stretching her little neck to observe the commotion, giggling as she witnessed the chaos of 2 men colliding, their heads spinning as they cursed, unable to contain their laughter. Her laughter, sweet and clear, added a lively note to the scene. Suddenly, a rabbit, in a panic, dashed toward Qin Wanwan, clumsily colliding with the tree beside her. Delighted, Qin Wanwan crouched down, her chubby little hand grasping the rabbit's ear, and cheerfully shared with her father, "Daddy, meat." Wanwan caught another one. The others, still in the midst of their rabbit chase, pointed fingers at one another in jest. "Look at that, none of you can catch a rabbit as well as this little girl." Chapter 5. Black Tiger Stronghold. Why don't we first take a look at your own character? The crowd remarked to Qin Wanwan. Wanwan is truly a fortunate little girl, even the rabbits willingly leapt into her hands. "Is this rabbit acceptable for uncle?" Someone teased her. The little one, her expression conflicted for a few moments, finally conceded, "Alright, I'll give you all one, but I shall share one with daddy." Despite the large number of them, Wanwan generously decided to share one. Instantly, the heartwarming gesture of the little girl endeared her to the group of rugged men, who were, surprisingly, quite fond of such soft and obedient little ones. After all, tall men often preferred delicate and beautiful women, yet, this petite creature truly tugged at their hearts. This time, they managed to catch 5 rabbits in total, including the first one captured by Qin Wanwan. Others also stumbled upon rabbit holes in the vicinity. Those familiar with one another gathered to indulge in a meaty feast, while those who were less fortunate could only lament their misfortune. The rabbits were taken to the cook of the fire brigade, who prepared them. Roasted meat often turned out rather dry, which might pose a challenge for Wanwan's tiny teeth. The cook, who had been a chef before joining the military, was adept in the culinary arts, and thanks to this skill, he enjoyed a comfortable life in the barracks. The rabbit meat he stewed was tender and flavorful. Little Qin Wanwan clutched a large bowl, which contained not only rabbit meat but also chunks of radish. She buried her small face into it as she ate. Others were equally satisfied with their meal. At her tender age, Wanwan's stomach was small. After consuming half of the substantial bowl of meat, she passed the remaining half to Xiechong. The little one burped contentedly. "Wanwan can't eat anymore. Daddy, you have it." Xiechong did not refuse. He had no qualms about eating what others had already consumed, especially since it was meat. He finished the meat quickly and even soaked the last of the broth with his hardtack. Not long after they finished their meal, as Shinshu was wiping Wanwan's small face, a soldier arrived, leading a gaunt old man clad in a coarse cloth shirt. "General, he claims to know the whereabouts of Black Tiger Stronghold." The old man approached and knelt directly before them. "General, the people of Qingshui County have suffered greatly at the hands of the bandits from Black Tiger Stronghold. Should you eliminate them today, this old man shall express the gratitude of all the townsfolk of Qingshui for your great virtue." Xiechong refrained from any unnecessary chatter. He simply inquired about the general situation of the Black Tiger Stronghold and then instructed Shinshu to stay behind to look after Qin Wanwan and the troops, while he took a select group of elite soldiers to confront the bandits. Wanwan did not clamor to join him. Despite her youth, she understood the situation. However, her heart was heavy with worry for her father, and she frequently craned her neck to gaze in the direction from which Xiechong had departed. "Child, rest assured, your father is a god of war. Engaging those fierce bandits, who resemble bears, will pose no challenge for him, let alone these petty mountain thieves." "Is my father really that formidable?" "Indeed, the general is exceptionally formidable." The one answering her was Shinshu, who approached with a bowl of water and happened to overhear the conversation. Shinshu handed the water to Wanwan, his eyes reflecting respect and admiration for Xiechong. The general enlisted at the age of 16, and by 18, he led a small squad into battle. He single-handedly dispatched 108 foes during the Beacon Tower battle, even infiltrating the enemy's encirclement to behead their general. From that moment, he began to shine, and as his rank rose, so did the number of enemies he vanquished, driving them back to the steppes, allowing our Tianqi dynasty to reclaim the 5 cities of Pingzhou. He treats his soldiers well, enforcing strict military discipline. Whenever the court grants rewards, he allocates them according to merit, never pocketing our silver. Moreover, when provisions run low, he often uses his own funds to purchase supplies for us, and he has also arranged for the welfare of disabled veterans from the war. As Xinshu spoke of Xiechong, he seemed to overflow with admiration. Little Qin Wanwan, propped up on her tiny arms, listened intently, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Unable to resist, Xinshu gently patted her little head. So, dear Wanwan, do not worry. These small mountain bandits are no match for our general deep within the mountains, a dozen li from the encampment of the Tianqi army. The night was dark and windy, and the clamor of slaughter echoed within Black Tiger stronghold. The stronghold housed over 300 ruthless individuals, devoid of any semblance of discipline. Xiechong would not engage in battles without assurance. Even when facing a band of mountain bandits, he did not underestimate them. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he led a handful of men lightly equipped to capture several scattered bandit lackeys outside, interrogating them to ascertain the internal situation of the bandits before quickly familiarizing themselves with the surrounding terrain. Later that night, when the bandits were at their most relaxed, Xiechong launched his attack. The soldiers he brought were elite. They swiftly dealt with the patrol guards, and when they were discovered within Black Tiger stronghold, they no longer concealed their intentions and launched a full-scale assault. One group infiltrated the bandits' armory and set it ablaze. Deprived of their weaponry, the battle turned overwhelmingly in favor of Xiechong. Xiechong directly confronted the bandit chief, who was large and muscular, wielding a pair of imposing double axes with surprising strength. In contrast, Xiechong brandished a black spear adorned with red tassels, his movements fluid and precise, the spear dancing in his hands like a dragon in flight. In less than 10 exchanges, the bandit chief found himself at a disadvantage, one of his axes sent flying. Realizing he was no match for Xiechong, the bandit chief hastily seized a man to shield himself from an oncoming thrust, then hurled his axe at Xiechong before turning to flee. Xiechong swiftly twisted his wrist. With a resounding thud, the axe aimed at his face was deflected, embedding itself in a tree and severing it cleanly in half. Seizing the opportunity, the bandit chief utilized the terrain to escape further afield. In a few agile leaps, Xiechong ascended to a lookout tower, snatching an arrow from the ground. He knocked it and aimed in the direction of the fleeing bandit chief, releasing a flurry of arrows in swift succession. With a crack, the inferior bow he wielded shattered under the strain of his strength. 1, 2, 3, thud. In mere moments, the arrow struck true, piercing the bandit chief's forehead. Logically, in the darkness, one's eyes should struggle to discern anything 300 meters away, yet Xiechong's vision remained sharp, capable of seeing clearly even in the night. It was precisely due to this exceptional sight that he had successfully executed several night raids, pinpointing and decapitating enemy leaders, leading his soldiers to glorious victories. The leaders of Black Tiger stronghold, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, were all slain, and the remaining bandits fell before Xiechong's might. Subsequently, he and his men commenced a thorough sweep. They rescued hostages, sparing not a single one, and looted the bodies, collecting anything of value. Even decent clothing was stripped off, washed, and made ready for use. They truly left nothing behind, taking everything they could claim by right of conquest. Finally, and most crucially, they located the bandits' treasure trove. Only when they had extracted every last item did Xiechong lead his men down the mountain, taking with them the captured bandits, as well as the spoils of war and the animals from the stronghold. The surviving bandits were not spared. They were tied up and dispatched to the local magistrate. Those who had been taken up the mountain had the option to leave, while those who wished to stay were taken along, with their fate to be determined the following day. However, a minor incident occurred along the way. A girl who had been captured and mistreated by the bandits attempted to take her own life. After being rescued, she remained adamant about ending her life. Xiechong, weary of engaging in further dialogue with her, ordered her to be knocked unconscious and taken away. Such actions resembled those of the very bandits they had fought against. Chapter 6 On Merit and Rewards. The campfire blazed brightly at the garrison, and it was now the hour of the high, the time for Qin Wanwan to retire for the night. Yet the young girl stubbornly remained by the fire, curled up with her small knees drawn to her chest, her head nodding drowsily. Had it not been for Xinshu's watchful gaze, she might have tumbled headfirst into the flames. Why not retire for the night, Wanwan? I shall call for you when the general returns, Xinshu suggested gently. Qin Wanwan yawned, making an effort to widen her sleepy eyes as she mumbled, I can wait a little longer. Xinshu, unable to bear the sight any longer, was about to offer to let her sleep in his arms when the sounds of hoofbeats and footsteps drew nearer. The scouts had returned with news. The general had come back. This revelation ignited a wave of excitement throughout the encampment. Qin Wanwan, too, shook off her drowsiness, rising to seek out her father. Xiechong, still stained with blood and exuding an aura of grim determination, was overseeing the arrangement of the confiscated gold and silver treasures, instructing others to guard and tally the spoils. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his leg and looked down to find a small child clinging to him. Qin Wanwan leaned against her father's leg, one small arm wrapped tightly around it, while the other rubbed at her eyes in a futile attempt to stave off sleep. Daddy, I'm tired, she murmured. Xinshu, his voice tinged with exasperation, remarked, General, Wanwan insisted on waiting for your return before sleeping. She has been worried about you all day. Xiechong glanced down at the drowsy little creature. At that moment, Qin Wanwan extended her small arms, mumbling for a hug. Noticing the blood on his own clothes, Xiechong lifted her up and handed her over to Xinshu. The gesture roused her slightly, and she pouted, Daddy is mean. Then she turned away, resting her head on Xinshu's shoulder as she began to cry softly before drifting back to sleep. Such a delicate child, Xie Chong remarked, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Kikek, a spirit creature, felt a surge of indignation. After all, her little one was a Qilin, a precious being in the celestial realm, having descended to this mortal plane to find him, yet he found her delicate nature bothersome. Were it not for the fact that she could not defeat him, Kikek would have surely soared over and given Xie Chong a piece of her mind. After nearly half an hour, he returned, now clad in clean garments, still carrying the scent of water, clearly having just bathed. He tossed his armor to a subordinate for drying and immediately inquired after the spoils from their recent campaign. General, we have seized 600,000 taels of silver and 20,000 taels of gold from the Black Tiger stronghold, along with various jewels and provisions, the report came. Xie Chang's eyes sparkled with interest, though his demeanor remained largely unchanged. He had not anticipated that this sudden decision to quell the bandits would yield such bountiful rewards. Gather everyone, we shall discuss merits and rewards, he commanded, ever the man of action. Yes, sir. The campfire blazed brightly as the troops who had accompanied the mission gathered at the forefront, while others stood at a respectful distance, all eyes fixed upon Xie Chong. He refrained from unnecessary words and, after instructing for the silver to be brought forth, spoke earnestly. In this campaign against the bandits, we suffered 21 fatalities and 37 injuries. The families of the fallen shall receive 150 taels of silver as compensation. He produced the silver meant for the bereaved. The injured soldiers are to visit the army physician for treatment. Furthermore, every participant in this mission is entitled to 100 taels of silver, while the remaining funds will be accounted for by the strategist. As his words concluded, cheers erupted from the crowd. Amidst the envious glances of those who did not partake, the participants of the campaign approached one by one to receive their silver. For those who did not participate in this campaign, the livestock brought from the Black Tiger stronghold shall be slaughtered tomorrow in celebration. At this announcement, the cheers grew even louder. Qin Wanwan, stirred by the commotion, crawled out of the tent, bewildered as she searched for her father, her drowsiness making her feel fragile and on the verge of tears. Kikek hastened to comfort her. Don't cry, little one. Your father is over there discussing rewards. Let us go find him. Qin Wanwan responded with a soft "oh," as Kikek led the way. With her eyes still red and puffy, the little girl made her way through the crowd, feeling as if she might be crushed in the throng. Kikek, flying above, grew anxious. She could no longer disguise her urgency and called out in a loud voice, make way, who are you talking to, you blind ones?" With a flurry of wings, Kikek swooped down beside a soldier, her feathers ruffling with indignation. "Are you blind? Can't you see there is someone down here?" Her irate voice rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd, who gaped in astonishment at the striking bird. "The bird is speaking." On this lively night, many felt an uncharacteristic chill run through them. Xie Chong, noticing the ruckus, strode over purposefully, and the crowd parted to make way for him. At last, the diminutive figure, barely visible among the throngs, was discovered. Qin Wanwan's hair was in disarray, and as the legs beside her suddenly shifted, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. A pair of small, tan hands reached out to lift the fallen child. As her view elevated, she spotted a familiar face. "Daddy," Qin Wanwan whimpered. Xie Chong scooped her up. "Why are you out here instead of sleeping?" Qin Wanwan wrapped her small arms around his neck and remained silent. Once Xie Chong had concluded his duties, he issued a command to the assembled soldiers, "Rest in place, we depart at dawn." With that, he cradled the child and began to walk away. "Wait for me," Kikek called, flapping her wings as she hurried after them. Feeling secure in her father's embrace, Qin Wanwan, already drowsy, soon succumbed to sleep once more. The rhythmic sound of her breathing was soothing, yet Xie Chong found it disconcerting, the warmth of her breath brushing against his neck. Nonetheless, the little one clung tightly, making it impossible for him to set her down. The makeshift tent was small and warm, with everyone finding a spot to rest for the night, Xie Chong included. He glanced at the child in his arms, muttering a word of inconvenience, before leaning against a tree to close his eyes and rest. Kikek perched atop the tree's crown, stretching her neck to see the little one nestled in her father's arms, sleeping soundly, and felt a sense of satisfaction. After a brief respite, as dawn broke, Xie Chong transferred the soft, slumbering child to Shin Shua's embrace before attending to the rescued individuals from the bandit stronghold. Those who were meant to leave had already departed, only a few remained, those with no homes to return to, and one who dared not leave. Ignoring the young women for the moment, Xie Chong's expression darkened as he regarded the young master. "Why aren't you leaving?" The young master, disheveled yet clad in fine fabric, bore the marks of distress, but his appearance suggested he had once lived comfortably. "General, my home is in Anshui Prefecture, and your troops are heading that way. Could you please escort me? My guards have perished, and I truly dare not venture forth alone," he lamented, his face a mask of despair. "Moreover, the bandits took all my money." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Xie Chong, aware that the very items he lamented losing had been seized by this formidable man. Chapter 7. The little one and the bun. Xie Chong coldly regarded him. Could he possibly be expected to return the spoils he had seized from the mountain bandits, acquired through his own prowess? Absolutely not. Ahem, of course, I shall not let the general send me off without recompense. As soon as I arrive at Anshui Mansion, I will have my father send 1,000 taels of silver as a token of gratitude. Xie Chong replied, "It's a deal." He accepted without hesitation and even summoned the military strategist to draft an IOU. The young master obediently signed his name. With the IOU in hand, Xie Chong departed. Satisfied, the young master finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this group, he felt an overwhelming sense of safety. At the very least, he would no longer be preyed upon by mountain bandits. When Qin Wanwan awoke, the army was prepared to set forth, and she found herself once again upon her father's steed. Yawning, she leaned against her father's embrace, lost in thought. The little one, just waking, appeared rather daft, staring blankly. By the time she fully regained her senses, they had already traversed a considerable distance. "Father, I want to wash my face and brush my teeth." She still had an affinity for cleanliness. Xie Chong lifted her. "I will have someone take you." Qin Wanwan clung to his arm, refusing to let go. No, father should wash Wanwan's face. Xia Chong retorted, how many times must I say it? I am not your father. He had never even held a woman's hand, let alone had such a large child. Qin Wanwan's ability to cling to him was unparalleled. She pouted, her large, tearful eyes fixed on him, her delicate face contorted in a manner that could melt hearts. Qin Wanwan was quite the little actress. The moment Xia Chong acquiesced, her expression shifted from sorrowful to radiant in the blink of an eye. The military procession coincidentally passed by a river, where Xia Chong led the child away from the group. Finding a spot with shallow waters, he handed her a willow branch to brush her teeth. Conditions being as they were, Qin Wanwan bit down on the branch, her lovely face scrunched up in displeasure. Kiki, the creature accompanying them, sighed, what a hardship it is for the little one to follow you. Last night's ordeal had been exposed, and Kiki no longer concealed its sentiments. Xia Chong shot at a glance, if it is such a hardship, take her away. Kiki fell silent. I won't leave. Qin Wanwan's tender voice was soft and slow. Wherever father goes, Wanwan will go. Xia Chong said nothing, simply wrung out a damp cloth, then began to wash her face. Qin Wanwan protested, it's painful, father, it hurts. Xia Chong paused, then eased his grip. It hurts. Xia Chong. This was how he always washed his face. No issues there. As he removed the cloth, Qin Wanwan's fair, delicate skin had turned slightly red from the scrubbing, and her hair was in disarray. She squatted down, rubbing her nose, tears welling up, for this time it truly hurt. Kiki chimed in, do you even know how to wash a face? She is just a child, you know. With such strength, you might as well be shearing a pig. Xia Chong expressionlessly tossed the verbose parrot aside. Qin Wanwan patted her own face with her little hands, her large eyes glistening with a hint of reproach as she looked at him. Xia Chong felt a twinge of guilt. Ahem, this is how I wash my face. No issues at all. Qin Wanwan puffed out her cheeks, resembling a plump little goldfish. Father, be gentler, wash me again. The little one was teaching her father the ropes of childcare. Xia Chong, being a man of considerable strength, was accustomed to his rough ways. He would casually rake his hands across his face during his morning routine, and when brushing his teeth, he would gnaw on an entire willow branch, spitting it out after a few bites. He had no experience in washing a child's face. Under Qin Wanwan's guidance, Xia Chong finally managed to wash the little one's face with a gentler touch, though her hair remained a tangled mess. Qin Wanwan sported a neat fringe that once lay softly across her forehead, giving her an innocent appearance, yet now, her bangs were tousled. Xia Chong had not brought a comb, so he could not tidy her hair. Cradling the little one in his arm, he returned to the troop. Once back, he entrusted the task of fixing her hair to Shinshu, who had done a fine job the previous day. Most men of this era were capable of grooming their hair, but only those affluent young masters had servants to assist them. The less fortunate had to manage on their own, and thus only knew the basic styles. As the sun blazed overhead, fatigue began to set in. They sought a shaded spot to rest and enjoy lunch, just as they had the previous day. Qin Wanwan, clutching Kiki, no longer followed her father but instead ran over to the fire brigade, where the soldiers were fond of the soft, cuddly little girl. Who could resist a charming little one calling them uncle in the cutest voice? Here, the buns are ready, Wanwan, you can eat first, but be careful, they are hot. By now, nearly the entire military contingent was aware of Qin Wanwan's presence. Their general was indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon such a delightful daughter. Thank you, uncle. With her small, clean hands cradling a bun nearly the size of her face, Qin Wanwan sought out her father. She couldn't possibly finish such a large bun on her own. Finding her father was easy, and with Kik's assistance, she quickly determined her direction and scampered over. At that moment, Xia Chong was attending to the women he had rescued from the mountain bandits. Several women, upon regaining consciousness, were still intent on taking their own lives. As they were saved, they wept, covering their faces. When Qin Wanwan arrived, the women were crying profusely. Why do you stop me? I have no home left, my innocence is gone, and I cannot return. What is the point of my existence? They had homes, but the fate of those captured by the mountain bandits was all too clear. They had homes, yet could not return. The girl's eyes reflected only numbness and despair, devoid of any joy at being saved. Qin Wanwan quietly approached her father, clutching the bitten bun, her large eyes gazing at the weeping women with confusion. What was the matter? Why were they crying so fiercely? After a moment of hesitation, she split the bun and raised her small hand to offer it to the nearest woman. Don't cry, don't cry. If you eat until you're full, you won't cry anymore. The little girl's innocent voice was pure and comforting. The woman looked up at her. Here, eat this, it's delicious. Qin Wanwan held it up to her mouth. The woman, stunned, did not move. Big sister, please eat, you will feel better. Although she did not understand why they were upset, despite the grim situation, the woman managed a sorrowful smile and ultimately consumed the bun held to her lips. Qin Wanwan, with the remaining portion, began to feed the others, diligently traversing among them, her soft, soothing voice occasionally breaking through, genuinely easing their sorrow. Chapter 8 The Opening of the Marketplace. General, what shall we do with these women? Xia Chong found such matters exceedingly vexing, yet he could not simply abandon them. Reflecting upon the numerous single young men in the barracks, he instructed, seek out the strategist and ascertain how many among our ranks would not disdain these ladies and would be willing to marry them. That could be quite a number. Although, in this era, many men placed great importance on a woman's purity, it was typically those of wealth and influence who were the most concerned about such matters. The common folk, on the other hand, often had men who remained bachelors their entire lives, unable to afford a wife. This was particularly true in the military, an environment predominantly occupied by men. Among the 100,000 soldiers under Xie Chang's command, there were several tens of thousands of lower-ranked soldiers without families, lacking even a place to seek a spouse. In the border regions, women were scarce, and even widows were a rarity, as their desirability was quite high. Though these women had lost their purity, they were still women, and regardless of their temperaments, each possessed her own beauty. Whether they could find their ideal partners remained uncertain, but it was assured that there would be those willing to cherish a life with them. The deputy quickly sought out the strategist. Xie Chong addressed the women. You will accompany the army to the borders. Whether you choose to remain is entirely up to you. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to approach them, his stern visage more intimidating than that of a bandit. A cluster of women huddled together, too afraid to meet his gaze. Qin Wanwan shuffled closer to her father. Daddy, there are no more buns. She had intended to save some for him, but now she had consumed them all. Xie Chong took her to retrieve more buns. The little one asked her father to break one in half, claiming the smaller portion for herself at the sight of them, one large and one small. Sitting together and munching on buns was rather heartwarming. While she nibbled delicately, her chubby cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, her father consumed his with a bit more haste, a touch of roughness to his manner. Many eyes turned towards them, whispers floating through the air. Who would have thought our general could exhibit tenderness? Yet, his expression remains void of emotion. How does one discern his gentleness? You simply do not understand. It is the aura. I observe closely. It appears less intimidating now. Upon finishing her bun, Qin Wanwan raised her small, greasy hands, seemingly searching for something to wipe them on, yet finding nothing. Her gaze landed on Xie Chong. Noticing her wandering eyes, he swiftly pulled over a piece of clothing beside her. No. Qin Wanwan retorted, I wasn't going to wipe my hands on your clothes. Xie Chong scoffed, I haven't even said anything yet. Her guilt was evident. He then tossed her a handkerchief. Use this, and remember to wash it afterward. Qin Wanwan pouted, mumbling, I don't know how to wash. In that moment, a familiar little creature, Kaka, returned from wherever it had flown off to, clutching a fist-sized fresh peach in its beak, fluttering clumsily to land on Qin Wanwan's shoulder. Unable to articulate with its mouth full, Kaka dropped the peach into her hands. I'm exhausted. Having descended to the mortal realm, its magical abilities were rendered useless, leaving its little body rather inadequate. Child, eat your fruit after the meal. Cradling the peach, Qin Wanwan leaned in, pressing her chubby little face against Kaka's. Kaka, you're the best. I love you the most. Kaka was instantly filled with satisfaction, its earlier fatigue forgotten. It seemed her child was easily pleased. After all, it was merely a peach from the mortal realm. Qin Wanwan offered the peach to her father. Daddy, peel it, I don't want the fuzz. The peach bore a layer of fine hair. Xie Chong replied, such delicacy. Yet, he nonetheless used his dagger to peel it for her. Though the wild peach was not particularly large, it possessed a rich flavor. Father, cut it into 3 pieces, one for you, one for Kaka, and one for Wanwan. The little girl nearly leaned her entire body against his leg, looking up with her tender, beautiful face as she spoke softly. After some insistence, the small peach was divided into 3 portions, with the largest 2/3 going to Wanwan, while the remaining third was shared between Xie Chong and Kaka. Kaka, clutching its piece of peach, was immensely touched. You're too good to me, my little one. I am so moved. Qin Wanwan patted Kaka's head. Kaka, you're so silly, this peach was brought by you. Then I'm moved too. Xie Chong, sitting nearby, remained silent, devouring a tiny slice of peach in one bite, savoring the lingering sweetness on his palate. The peach skin that was discarded was not wasted. Qin Wanwan fed it to Xie Chong's horse. Even the pit was carefully tucked away into her small pouch. After Xie Chong left for an errand, Kaka immediately whisked Qin Wanwan away to a secluded spot. Quickly, child, check your merit points. Open the marketplace. Qin Wanwan responded with an O. In the blink of an eye, a transparent screen, visible only to her and Kaka, materialized before her, displaying her merit points, 100, sufficient to unlock the marketplace. Kaka perched on her shoulder, urging, quickly open the marketplace, let us see what the heavenly Tao has prepared for you. Following Kaka's guidance, Qin Wanwan clicked to open the marketplace, and in the next instant, the panel's display transformed, revealing a plethora of items. There were provisions, beverages, and various useful goods. Only a handful were familiar to her, while the rest were entirely new. How stingy, the heavenly Tao is too miserly, all that is available are mundane supplies, and we can only purchase fodder. Among the displayed items, only one was illuminated, and it happened to be fodder. As Kaka's words fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Ka! This unexpected event left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Xie Chang's expression shifted drastically, he dropped what he was holding and sprinted towards Qin Wanwan. There, he found her standing dazed and unharmed, alongside Kaka, who lay on the ground, twitching its little legs, transformed into a black crow. Keenly concerned, Qin Wanwan crouched down to cradle Kaka. Kaka, are you alright? She was not particularly worried about Kaka's demise. The heavenly Tao maintained a sense of measure. I'm paralyzed, Kaka managed to stammer. Qin Wanwan pouted her little lips, murmuring, the heavenly Tao doesn't appreciate badmouthing. Kaka wanted to curse but hesitated. The experience of being struck by lightning was something only those who endured it could truly understand. What transpired? Xie Chong approached, scrutinizing Qin Wanwan with a steady gaze. Seeing that she was unharmed, he felt a weight lift from his chest. However, he soon found himself perplexed, his brow furrowing tightly. Why had he been so anxious? I'm fine, Daddy. Kaka is the one in trouble. Xie Chong glanced at Kaka, and with a slight "oh," asked, is it dead? Kaka, ready to retort, met Xie Chang's dark, brooding eyes and fell silent. To mention death in such a context was simply unthinkable. Chapter 9 Anshui Prefecture. The journey was set to continue, and as before, Qin Wanwan shared a horse with her father. The ride proved arduous. The strain of horseback riding was compounded by the relentless sun, yet, the little one did not utter a word of complaint, merely leaning against Xie Chong like a melted snowball, weary and subdued. Up ahead lies Anshui Prefecture. You should remain here, Xie Chong declared. The previously listless girl immediately straightened at his words, her small fingers clinging tightly to his garment. Does father not want me anymore? Qin Wanwan looked up, her beautiful, clear eyes beginning to glisten with tears, her delicate face drooping in distress. The border is no place for the likes of you. The conditions are harsh and conflict arises frequently. Ordinary citizens dare not venture there, only the exiled and homeless find refuge in such a desolate land, Xie Chong explained. Qin Wanwan, anxious, countered, but I have no home. Your home is my home, father. Xie Chong gazed into the girl's defiant eyes, clenching the hand that rested by his side. I am not your father, he replied, his voice thick with emotion. I will find you a proper home here. He felt an unexpected reluctance to part with her, a sentiment he recognized as dangerous. His life was one lived on the edge, where death could strike at any moment. Calmly, he contemplated the implications of truly adopting the little one. If he were to perish, what fate awaited her in such a perilous place? In the event of war, death would be the least of their worries. I will find someone suitable to take care of you, he reassured her. I do not want that. Qin Wanwan cried, clutching Xie Chong tightly. I do not want a new home, I want to stay with you. The soldiers nearby felt their eyes well up with tears. Over time, they had come to care for Qin Wanwan as if she were their own child, and the thought of her leaving was unbearable. Yet, they understood the general's concerns. Life at the border was too harsh. As they witnessed her cry, gasping for breath, even the talking bird could not console her, and the tension among the men grew palpable. General, perhaps it would be best to let Wanwan stay with us, suggested Shinshu, who had been the one to braid her hair during their travels. Wanwan was remarkably well behaved, never once complaining during their arduous journey, and often sharing her treats with them, always ensuring the general received the largest portion. She had become the group's source of joy, and this time, their spirits felt considerably lighter. General, she is very dependent on you. Allowing her to continue crying is not a solution, Shinshu pressed on it. Qin Wanwan's face was red from weeping, her sobs so intense one could worry she might faint at any moment. I could contribute part of my military pay to care for her. Shinshu declared through gritted teeth. Another burly man, resembling a bear, stepped forward in desperation. General, I have no family, my pay can be used to support Wanwan. General, I too. As Xie Chong observed his trusted men rallying to adopt the little girl, his emotions became tangled. General, we are numerous. We can take care of Wanwan, they all chimed in, their eyes pleading. Xie Chong released a breath he did not realize he had been holding. Then let her stay. At his words, a wave of laughter erupted from the group. Wanwan, do not cry. Your father has promised you can stay. Why are you crying so pitifully? Uncle will buy you some sweets, they coaxed. Qin Wanwan sniffled, surrounded by a circle of sturdy men, and although she stopped crying, her grip on her father's clothing remained firm. With tear-filled, doe-like eyes, she gazed up at him. Father, truly, you will not send Wanwan away? Xie Chong nodded. If you cannot adapt to the conditions there, I can adapt, I will adapt, she interjected eagerly. Realizing her father genuinely intended to keep her, Qin Wanwan playfully bit his hand, turning her demeanor abruptly. Bad father, stinky father. Xie Chong, but after her outburst, Qin Wanwan furtively gauged his reaction, sensing he was not angry. It took mere seconds for her initial guilt to transform into a bold assertion. Bad father, from now on, you must never say you do not want Wanwan, or else. I will be very angry, and it will be the kind of anger you cannot soothe. As she spoke, her small nose tinged with sadness, and fresh tears began to flow. It was so hard for Wanwan to find you. You must not abandon me. Xie Chang's heart twisted painfully at her words. He scooped up the small girl, who was now gazing downcast with profound dismay. Very well, father, you frightened Wanwan to death, she sobbed into his neck, her beautiful face streaked with tears. Xie Chong appeared visibly flustered, yet he lacked the ability to comfort her. The men nearby offered a cacophony of suggestions, none of which proved useful. Ultimately, it was only when Qin Wanwan grew tired, still clutching Xie Chang's neck, that she finally dozed off on his shoulder. Yet even in slumber, her little face resting against him would occasionally quiver, a testament to her lingering distress. As time passed, they arrived at Anshui Prefecture. Xie Chong carried Qin Wanwan, accompanied by 2 trusted aides and several soldiers, as they escorted a young master towards the city. This young master had been rescued from bandits and had promised Xie Chong a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Upon their arrival, the doorman, upon seeing Xie Chong and his entourage, initially feared a calamity had befallen the master as family and almost collapsed in fright. Thankfully, the young master quickly stepped in to clarify the situation, urgently inquiring, "Where are my father and mother?" "Young master, the young master has returned." The doorman, overjoyed, dashed off to announce the news. Upon hearing the commotion, the young master's parents emerged, and the three embraced in a tearful reunion. Just as Xie Chong was beginning to feel impatient, the young master remembered something crucial and hastily informed his parents of the debt he owed. Without hesitation, they produced the money to settle it. General Xia, I cannot express my gratitude enough. My family has only this one son. The small token of appreciation is but a fraction of my thanks for bringing my wayward son back, mister. Lu exclaimed. Xie Chong noted that they had given him an additional 10,000 taels, though his expression remained impassive. He was taken aback internally. Such wealth, nevertheless, he took only what was rightfully his, for even a rough man understands the virtue of integrity in financial matters. He promptly returned the excess silver notes, though his heart ached at the sight of them. It is too much. What is owed should remain as such, he stated with a righteous tone. Mr. Lu attempted to decline, but one look from Xie Chong silenced him. Then, before everyone, he meticulously verified the loan agreement before tearing it in half. Chapter 10, The Wanted Notice. Just as they were about to depart, the young gentleman called out to them. General Xia, if you don't mind, please take our carriage. After all, she's just a child and shouldn't be exposed to the sun for too long. Xie Chong gazed down at the sleeping little one, her delicate face pale and serene. He realized that he had indeed fallen short in his responsibilities. Having decided to care for her, he must take it to heart. Thank you very much. The young gentleman and his family were taken aback, replying, No need for thanks, we should be grateful to you for safely returning our son. Although they had lost 10,000 taels of silver, the wealthy merchant felt no sorrow. After all, their family had only this one precious son, and the connection with General Xia was worth far more than the money. After placing the silver onto the carriage, Xie Chong felt quite satisfied with this trip, easily profiting 10,000 taels along the way. It was simply too effortless, yet, the thought of returning the 10,000 taels weighed heavily on his heart. Such a substantial sum, yet not his own. Old Lu, oblivious to the situation, lamented, General Xia truly regards money as mere dirt. His son, bewildered, thought. It seemed that he did not quite view money in such a light manner. At this moment, Xie Chong, with 5 taels of silver in his pocket, instructed someone to exchange the 10,000 taels of banknotes for silver, as such notes were not easily convertible at the frontier. Silver was far more reassuring. He then sent others to procure supplies while he took Qin Wanwan to the fabric shop. With his fierce appearance, people avoided him as he walked alone through the crowd. Yet, cradling a small child, much of his intimidating aura seemed to dissipate. The shopkeeper, had he not seen Xie Chong holding a child, might have mistaken him for a robber. Xie Chong surveyed the store and inquired, Do you have clothing for children? Yes, certainly, the shopkeeper eagerly replied, quickly presenting several outfits suitable for Qin Wanwan. How much for these 2 sets? Xie Chong pointed to a pair of dresses in lotus pink and goose yellow, both evidently fitting for Wanwan. You have a discerning eye, sir. Your daughter will look splendid in these. After all, she is quite the beauty and would look charming in anything. Xie Chong appreciated the compliment, for Wanwan was indeed lovely. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged. The total for both sets is not expensive, merely 1 tael of silver. Xie Chang's demeanor soured slightly. He was not fooled by flattery into parting with his silver so easily. His brow furrowed, causing the shopkeeper's heart to race. Of course, the price is negotiable, he stammered, but the fabrics used for these garments are of the finest quality, gentle on a child's skin. So, Xie Chang's gaze shifted to a shelf displaying embroidered shoes for children. Include 2 pairs of those shoes, and throw in some handkerchiefs as well. In the end, Xie Chong purchased 2 bolts of fabric, 2 outfits, 2 pairs of shoes, a handkerchief adorned with a kitten, and a small pouch from the shop. Though it was a bit pricey, he refused to buy Wanwan inferior clothing. The cheaper fabrics he inspected appeared far too coarse for the delicate skin of the little one, more fragile than a boiled egg without its shell. Spotting a vendor selling candied hawthorn, he paused. The elderly seller trembled. Sir, are you here to rob my candied hawthorn? They are not worth much. Xie Chong thought, does he truly resemble a thief? Just as he was about to respond, Wanwan stirred, her tiny nose twitching as she awoke. Delicious things, Daddy, she mumbled, eyes still closed but already aware of treats nearby. Once her eyes opened, she was entirely captivated by the sugar-coated red hawthorn. Oh, was Wanwan dreaming? With their food. Xie Chong extracted a candied hawthorn, asking the old man how much it cost. Just 1 coin, sir. Xie Chong tossed a coin from his pouch to him, cradling the child in one arm while departing with the candied hawthorn in the other. The old man faintly heard the soft, melodious voice of the little girl. Wow, Wanwan isn't dreaming, is Daddy buying this for me? Yes. Wanwan opened her mouth, making a small bite into the top. Wanwan's little face scrunched up, her brows knitting together. Xie Chong found it amusing. As Wanwan nibbled on the sugary exterior, she hesitated to consume the sour hawthorn flesh inside. Just as she pondered whether to nibble on it, feed it to the horse, or discard it, Xie Chong took a bite himself. He was not deterred by the uneven bites left by Wanwan. It is indeed a bit sour, he remarked, yet it was not unpalatable. This treat was quite appetizing, and after tasting it, he anticipated feeling even hungrier. Wanwan beamed with delight. Xie Chong then took her to buy some pastries and dried fruits. The prices made him frown, but he still made the purchases, filling the clean little pouch gifted by the fabric shop with treats. Wanwan, her eyes sparkling, handed a piece of dried fruit to her father. Daddy, eat. Xie Chong turned his face away. I want to eat that. Too expensive, he couldn't afford it. Look, Daddy, there's a wanted notice. Humming, perched on Wanwan's shoulder, Kiki began to preen his singed feathers, suddenly pointing with his wing at a nearby wall. Though Wan Wan did not yet comprehend the meaning of a wanted notice, Xie Chong's gaze was already drawn to it. Once he saw it, he could not look away. Mountain Bandit. The wanted notice depicted a mountain bandit, with a bounty of 50 taels of silver. He casually grabbed a passerby. Are there mountain bandits around here? In the past, Xie Chong would not have bothered, as it was outside his responsibilities. He needed to hurry back to the frontier garrison. However, after his recent experience dealing with the bandits who had committed murder and arson, he felt a stirring in his hands. It was all money. Yes, just over there at Wangshan Ridge, also known as Dead Man's Ridge. No one dares to go there, even the soldiers sent by the government have perished. Thus, the wanted notice issued by the authorities was utterly useless because no one dared to pursue it. Xie Chong pondered deeply. Upon reuniting with those who had been procuring supplies, he relayed the situation regarding the mountain bandits. This revelation ignited excitement among the group. General, please allow us to go this time. We want to go too. The general should change his team this time. The previous bounty from the bandit hunt had left many envious, and this time, many were eager to participate. As before, they first sought information about the bandits from local villagers, ensuring not to alert the authorities, as the relationship between soldiers and officials had never been particularly cordial. Engaging with the officials could easily be misconstrued as a provocation. Therefore, they continued to inquire among the residents of the surrounding villages. Chapter 11. Not easily deceived. Soon, the informant returned. General, the locals are quite vigilant. It was no easy feat to find someone bold enough to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the mountain bandits who was willing to come. The informant was a slender youth. Initially, he harbored doubts towards the one who brought him, but upon seeing the troops of the Tianqi dynasty, his eyes turned red, and he knelt before Xie Chong. My lord, I implore you to save my father and elder brother. Xie Chong replied, rise and tell me what transpired. Through the boy's tearful recounting, it was revealed that the mountain bandits roamed these lands unchecked, consistently robbing any merchant caravan that ventured into the area, with the sole exception of those caravans formed by the 3 local clans. Consequently, the land's resources and commercial opportunities were predominantly controlled by these clans. Moreover, for the past 2 years, the bandits had begun indiscriminately abducting individuals, leaving the labor force of the surrounding villages decimated, with many never to return. My father and elder brother have been taken. My mother is long deceased, and my grandparents perished from grief over my father and brother's capture, and now, only my sister and I remain at home, and with no land to cultivate, we must scavenge for wild fruits in the mountains. The boy appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, yet he was gaunt and emaciated, his tattered clothing barely covering his frail form, his bones visible beneath the skin. Even the soldiers present felt a pang of sympathy. Has the local government taken no action? A fierce glint flashed in the boy's eyes, reminiscent of a wolf cub. They are in collusion. He wiped away his tears with a fierce determination. Xie Chang's disdain for the collusion between officials and bandits was palpable. Coming from humble beginnings himself, he understood the suffering of the common folk. Do you know where the bandits are located? The boy shook his head. I do not know, but I am aware that there are those who do. The person the boy referred to was a hunter who had lost an arm, brought along by the boy. The hunter's gaze was somewhat vacant, his face adorned with a thick beard, tall yet equally emaciated. While Xie Chong conversed with the hunter, Qin Wanwan discreetly approached the boy and his sister. Indeed, the boy had brought his sister along, fearing for her safety if left alone at home with the little girl, nearly 5 years old, was nearly the same height as 3-year-old Qin Wanwan, yet she was severely malnourished. Moreover, she was timid, having remained silent, hiding behind her brother since their arrival. Qin Wanwan tugged at her hand, startled. The little girl shrank back. The boy turned and, seeing a child, relaxed somewhat. However, he gazed enviously at the plump and fair Qin Wanwan, wishing his sister could also grow to be so healthy. Qin Wanwan produced a steamed bun and offered it to them. Eat. The moment the two set eyes on the bun, their eyes sparkled with longing, yet they restrained their desire, knowing it was not proper to accept from a child of nobility. However, their stomachs audibly protested. Qin Wanwan pressed the bun into their hands. Eat it, and your stomach won't grumble anymore. The boy cast a glance at Xie Chong and the others, who were engrossed in discussions about strategies to combat the bandits, oblivious to the exchange. He shook his head at Qin Wanwan. We cannot accept. Qin Wanwan puffed her cheeks, urging the boy to crouch down slightly. Obediently, he bowed his head, and in the next moment, the bun was stuffed into his mouth. Eat. She then offered the same to the little girl. With their mouths full, they found it impossible to refuse. The aroma of the bun wafted into their nostrils, and having not tasted proper food in ages, the two children could no longer contain their hunger and began to devour it voraciously, tears streaming down their faces. Qin Wanwan hurried back to her father, retrieving the water pouch from his waist, her little brows furrowed as she awkwardly carried it with her chubby hands towards the two children, her exquisitely delicate face set in serious determination. Utterly adorable, Xie Chong glanced at her but chose not to intervene. Drink. She poured water into 2 ceramic bowls. There's more. She ran back to fetch 2 pieces of pastries her father had bought for her, along with another large bun, and trotted back to them. Eat, and your stomach will be full. The boy hastily protested, that's enough, enough. We are full. Qin Wanwan, unconvinced, pouted at the little girl's belly. It's all flat, you're a liar. Under Qin Wanwan's persistent efforts, both siblings were finally satiated. Meanwhile, Xie Chong had finalized the battle plan and was preparing to depart. The boy eagerly wanted to join. I wish to go save my father and brother. Stay here and do not cause trouble. Jin Wanwan also wished to accompany them, clinging to her father's leg with wide eyes. But Xiachong resolutely pulled her away. You are not permitted to go. With a hint of childish annoyance, Jin Wanwan pouted, bad father. This time, a larger group was heading to subdue the bandits, as there were multiple bandit dens in the mountains, and their numbers had grown even more formidable. Xiachong led the prepared soldiers away, leaving others to guard the area. Jin Wanwan had ample company to care for her, as everyone endeavored to amuse her, even coaxing her to call them father. Little Wanwan, call me father, and I'll give you this grasshopper toy. Many tried to entice her, for the little girl was exquisitely beautiful, soft, and exceedingly well-behaved, endearing herself to even those with a bias towards sons. However, Jin Wanwan was far from foolish, she was not easily deceived. No, Wanwan's father is the great general. TSK, the general is truly fortunate, having such a delightful child gifted to him. Jin Wanwan beamed with pride. The uncles were right, her father was indeed blessed. Finding the atmosphere rather dull, Jin Wanwan decided to venture into the woods in search of food, provided she did not stray too far. Xiachong's trusted aide accompanied her along with a few skilled individuals. Jin Wanwan also brought along the two siblings. The Li siblings, being older than her, were affectionately referred to as brother and sister by Jin Wanwan. Although there were villages surrounding the woods, the proximity to the bandit dens deterred ordinary folk from approaching. As they walked, Jin Wanwan grew tired and could no longer proceed. Her delicate face flushed as she turned and opened her arms to be carried. Wanwan is tired, my legs hurt, carry me. Her request was articulated with a sense of entitlement. The group rushed forward. I'll do it, I'm strong. Step aside, how much strength does it take to carry a child? Ultimately, the highest-ranking officer, the lieutenant, a close confidant of Xiachong, overpowered the others and lifted the plump little one effortlessly. She was a soft, fragrant bundle, and the lieutenant couldn't help but envy the general, having only recently married and without children yet. He mused that if he were to have a daughter, he would wish her to be as lovely, soft, and tender as Wanwan, calling him father. Wanwan, look over there, apples. Apples. A little bird chirped excitedly as it fluttered by. The Li siblings widened their eyes at the remarkably articulate creature. Brother, the little bird is talking. Chapter 12 The little Qilin fairy. The soldiers had grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing the parrot mention apples, they wasted no time in taking Jin Wanwan along. They came across two apple trees, the fruits of which were not particularly large, and with nimble agility, they climbed up to pluck a few. Jin Wanwan was a cleanliness enthusiast. Before indulging, she wiped the apples with a small handkerchief and took a bite, instantly contorting her features from the sourness. Sour. Wild apples, but not bad, with a hint of sweetness, remarked one of the others, who did not seem to mind. Particularly, the Li siblings were unfazed, having experienced far worse. Observing her companions, Jin Wanwan noted that since her father was absent, it would be rude to offer the already bitten apples to anyone else. Yet, she was reluctant to waste food. Perhaps she could bring them back for the horses. As several soldiers prepared to pick more apples, Lieutenant Lin's expression suddenly shifted. Everyone, hide. The others reacted swiftly, taking the Li siblings with them to find a suitable hiding spot. The forest fell into an eerie silence. Jin Wanwan was held by Lieutenant Lin, lying low in the grass, with his hand covering her mouth. Be good, Wanwan, don't make a sound. Jin Wanwan nodded, pressing her lips together, and without needing anyone's assistance, she covered her mouth with her little hand, her large, expressive eyes fixated ahead. It was not long before a group approached, approximately 6 or 7 armed individuals, herding a gaggle of defenseless villagers. Upon witnessing this, the young Li brother tightened his grip on the grass before him. Hurry up! Why is everyone dawdling? A bandit wielding a whip struck one of the laggards, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries. The group did not linger and ventured deeper into the woods. Lieutenant Lin observed their departing figures thoughtfully. Send 2 people back with the 3 of them. The rest follow me. Before Jin Wanwan could utter a word, the young Li brother began to struggle. I want to go with you, my father and brother might be over there, I must go. Ridiculous. We don't know how many people are over there, you two are too young to tag along, you'll only hinder us if discovered, Lieutenant Lin admonished sternly, yet truthfully. Jin Wanwan's eyes widened, still clutching the half-eaten apple, momentarily oblivious to the situation. Wanwan, let someone take you back, alright? Jin Wanwan blinked, shaking her head. No, I'm going with uncle. Wanwan will be good. She attempted to charm him. Wanwan is really good, Uncle Lin. Lieutenant Lin could not indulge her whims. Seeing her determination falter, Jin Wanwan pouted, crossing her arms and turning her back to him, her actions clearly indicating her displeasure. Lieutenant Lin found her reaction both amusing and exasperating, lowering his voice to soothe her. Wanwan, you don't want to get hurt, do you? If you go back, your father might return. Jin Wanwan pondered for a moment, her eyes darting. All right then. Lieutenant Lin dispatched 2 soldiers to escort the 3 children back before he led the remaining men in pursuit of the bandits. Jin Wanwan, cradled by a stranger, wore an unhappy expression, her little brows furrowed. Once Lieutenant Lin's group was completely out of sight, she began to mutter to herself at the soldier carrying her bent down, trying to catch her words, when a vividly colored snake descended from a tree. Startled, the soldier recoiled, causing Jin Wanwan to seize the opportunity to wriggle free. As more snakes began to appear, the scene became unnerving for everyone except Jin Wanwan, who seemed unfazed. Kikek, lead the way. Uncles, don't be afraid, they 1T bite. With that, she scampered off, her short legs propelling her forward. The serpents parted, creating a path for her as she passed. After she had run a distance, the snakes also dispersed. The two soldiers attempted to follow but, amidst the chaos, had lost sight of which direction Qin Wanwan had taken, and the phrase "a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers" aptly described Qin Wanwan, who, without fear, navigated her way through the wilderness. She confidently declared to the still remaining Li siblings, "Let us go, Wanwan will take you to find father." Kikek, do you know where they went? Kikek, perched on her shoulder, adjusted its feathers. Yes, Wanwan, follow me. At this moment, the Li siblings finally comprehended the situation. The young sister gazed at Qin Wanwan with wide eyes. Are you a fairy? Qin Wanwan shook her head, her adorable twin buns bobbing. Yes, indeed, I am the little Qilin fairy. While adults might be skeptical, innocent children were quick to believe. The young sister's eyes sparkled with admiration. The young brother, however, was more doubtful. Which fairy can command snakes? Following Kikek, they meandered through the mountains, unexpectedly taking a shortcut that led them directly to the rear of the bandits' stronghold. Their faces were smeared with dirt, hair tousled, as they crouched on the hillside, observing the bustling crowd below. The bandits were armed with weapons and whips, while more individuals bent over, expressionless, hauling stones. Anyone who dared to pause for a moment would be met with violence. The young brother's eyes reddened with fury. My father and brother must be here. He yearned to rush down and find his family, but having endured so much and matured under pressure, he understood the recklessness of such an action. To do so would endanger his sister and benefactor. Qin Wanwan furrowed her little brow. Where is father? Didn't he go to fight the bad guys? Why isn't he here? Kikek explained, the bandits' lair is on another, more concealed mountain. And this place? There are bad guys here too. They are mining for silver. Silver, the first thought that crossed Qin Wanwan's mind was that it was something her father cherished. The young brother's eyes widened. They are mining for silver. Kikek, you're lying. Wanwan has seen shiny silver, this is just a rock. Though small, she possessed keen eyesight. Kikek nudged her gently. I wouldn't deceive you, little one, silver is extracted from those stones, they are called silver ore. Wanwan seemed to grasp this concept, exclaiming in understanding. Isn't father coming here? He might take some time to find us. We should leave this place before we are discovered. Though Kikek was merely a bird, its apparent wisdom convinced the Li siblings that it was no ordinary creature, but rather a benevolent spirit. The three children quietly slipped away, yet they did not venture far. Qin Wanwan wished to remain there, waiting for her father. The Li siblings were equally anxious, desperately yearning to reunite with their loved ones. Tears streamed down the young brother's face as he wiped his eyes. I feel so useless, unable to do anything. God, if only I were stronger. Visions of Xiechong clad in armor, leading his troops against the bandits, filled his mind, igniting a yearning within him. If he were as formidable, the bandits would never have captured his family. Chapter 13. Wanwan, how did you get here? Qin Wanwan handed him a piece of candy, saying, don't cry, daddy will come to defeat the bad guys. My daddy is really powerful. Suddenly, she heard a buzzing sound and looked up at an oval, earthy brown object on a nearby tree. Kikek, can I let the bees sting the bad guys? She pointed her chubby little finger at the beehive. Kikek followed her gaze and also spotted a nest of hornets, his eyes lighting up. As the king of all beasts, the Qilin's language could communicate with all living beings. We can give it a try. With that, Qin Wanwan turned around, her smile radiantly bright as she looked at the young man from the Li family. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go defeat the bad guys. The Qilin cub was fiercer than a tiger cub, showing no fear whatsoever. The task of climbing the tree to retrieve the beehive was left to the young man from the Li family, as the remaining two children, especially the young girl, would surely be unable to do so. Li Xiaoge crouched on a tree trunk less than 3 meters from the hornet's nest, his thin face pale as a ghost. He kept swallowing nervously. They really won't sting me? Trembling in fear, he was well aware that hornets could be lethal. Qin Wanwan, brimming with confidence, nodded her little head. They won't sting, Wanwan guarantees. Li Xiaomei looked up at him. Brother, you're so brave. Li Xiaoge wanted to cry, but, for the sake of saving their father and elder brother, he resolved to face death. With tears streaming down his face, he climbed closer. Sister, if I die, make sure to tell big brother and father. Don't forget me, and remember to burn paper money for me. I don't want to be a poor ghost after I die. Their family was exceedingly impoverished, barely able to afford food. Kikek flew up and tapped him on the back of the head with a wing. Stop dallying. Just go and get it, my cub has already said those hornets definitely won't sting you. Li Xiaoge thought to himself that it was easy for her to say. He was terrified. However, as he approached the beehive, he waited nervously. The moment a hornet flew towards him, he braced himself for the pain. To his surprise, the hornet circled around him and then flew back. Li Xiaoge's eyes widened in astonishment. As he neared the beehive, more and more hornets appeared, yet none stung him. Instead, they all darted towards the people below. Li Xiaoge suddenly panicked. Sister, benefactor, you all better get out of the way. Li Xiaomei, her thin face as pale as a sheet, was frightened, but seeing that Qin Wanwan wasn't moving, she stood her ground. The benefactor was a beautiful little fairy. If she said it was fine, then it surely was. Qin Wanwan did not flinch. Instead, she reached out her chubby hand and caught one of the hornets. It was about the size of her fingertip, small yet strikingly handsome in the bee world. Its golden yellow body, adorned with black stripes, resembled a suit of armor. The hornet that Qin Wanwan held did not sting her. Instead, it settled comfortably on her finger. Even though the Qilin cub had lost its powers upon descending to earth, the aura of divinity still lingered. This aura was beneficial to any spiritual being that approached her, which made all creatures drawn to her. Countless hornets swirled around her but posed no harm. This spectacle left the Li siblings utterly astonished. Kikek spoke with a tone of pride. What are you worrying about? How could my cub be stung by mere hornets? Focus on your task. Don't you want to save your elder brother and father? The dazed Li Xiaoge was jolted back to reality by Kikek's wing, and excitement coursed through him. A true celestial being, the benefactor was indeed a genuine fairy. With divine assistance, he was certain he could rescue his brother and father today. He steeled himself, ready to retrieve the beehive. Wait. He looked down at Qin Wanwan and the surrounding hornets. Since the hornets have all flown out, why do we still need to take the beehive? Kikek made a surprised sound. Indeed, why? At the two exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. Kikek then took off, exclaiming, this has nothing to do with me. It was certainly not because it had become foolish. Qin Wanwan, standing beneath the tree, didn't he hear their conversation and asked, did you get the beehive? Kikek replied, no need to take it anymore. The hornets have all come out, so what's the point? Qin Wanwan blinked her eyes, cluelessly saying, that seems to be the case. Kikek slapped its head, realizing that in following the cub down to earth, it had overlooked this question. Thus, the young man from the Li family, who had finally climbed the tree, descended once more. Qin Wanwan marched ahead, full of confidence. She was prepared to take charge, fierce as a lion. Let's go defeat the bad guys. Along the way, the Li siblings witnessed the hornet's remarkable attentiveness. One hornet even plucked a lovely wildflower to present to Qin Wanwan, while a swarm raided a beehive, bringing back a piece of honey the size of a palm to offer her. They also brought insects, but Qin Wanwan declined. She accepted the honey and flowers, adorning her head with a crown of colorful blossoms, creating a delightful, albeit chaotic, appearance. Upon returning to the hilltop, Qin Wanwan waved her little hand. Go sting those bad guys, the ones that are fat and bad. The hornets surrounding her buzzed their wings in a harmonious symphony, charging down like helicopters. Hundreds of hornets converged, resembling a dark cloud in the sky below. The bandits were mercilessly beating an elderly man who lay helpless on the ground, reduced to little more than bones. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst forth from the laborers, pushing aside the bandits, and knelt beside the old man, crying out, stop, please stop, my father is dying, I beg you, don't hurt him. Infuriated, one of the bandits retorted, to hell with it. You can die together. He then lashed out, striking the man with his whip. When his fury was still not satiated, he grabbed a knife from a nearby bandit, raising it to strike, only to be stung without hesitation by a hornet that had landed on his hand. Ah! What is this? The pain forced him to drop the knife, and another hornet stung him on the neck. Hornets are coming! The stung individuals began to flail in panic, cries of agony echoing through the air as the hornets descended in swarms. In an instant, chaos erupted, with both the bandits and the captured laborers scrambling to find refuge. What the hell? Where did all these hornets come from? Fire, quick, grab torches. Some quick-witted laborers seized the opportunity to escape amid the turmoil. The bandits, seeing this, shouted, everyone, come back, anyone who runs will be killed. But as they were besieged by hornets, those with weaker wills tossed down their weapons and rolled on the ground in agony. Some immediately snatched up the discarded blades. I'll kill you. Their eyes reddened with fury, having witnessed their loved ones beaten to death. How could they not harbor hatred? Quickly, light the fire. Why aren't those hornets attacking them? A bandit, trembling in fear, realized that the hornets were targeting them while sparing the laborers. This realization sent chills down their spines. Could they truly be facing retribution? Meanwhile, the chaos invigorated Lin Due and his group, who had been lurking nearby. As they watched a bandit ignite a torch, Lin Due took aim with his bow from a tree. The arrows flew, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, and the torchbearer fell to the ground. Enemy attack. With internal strife and external threats, the bandits were thrown into complete disarray. The hornets swarmed chaotically, and Lin Due's group could not recklessly charge in. Their only option was ranged attacks, coupled with the laborers' resistance. The hornet stings rendered the bandits incapable of rational thought, leading to their demise from either pain or the laborers' retaliation. A few, realizing the dire situation, with faces resembling pig heads, endured the pain and hurriedly fled. Chase them! Lin Due immediately led his men into the fray. On the other side, Li Xiaoge spotted a familiar figure amid the chaotic crowd and rushed down without a second thought. Brother, big brother. The cliff was steep. Had he not been accustomed to climbing in the mountains, he would surely have fallen to his demise. Even so, he descended with injuries that left him grimacing in pain, but he could not afford to dwell on that. Qin Wanwan asked, how do we get down? Kikek flapped its wings, leading the way. Follow me. Such a trivial matter could not possibly deter it. Qin Wanwan and Li Xiaomei, guided by Kikek, navigated a tricky path down the mountain, their clothes torn, but at least they had made it down. Li Xiaomei's eyes were filled with tears as she helplessly called for her brother. Qin Wanwan, too, felt watery-eyed. Her beautiful dress was tattered, her body dirty, and her skin pierced and bleeding from thorns. Kikek, I'm hurting. The pampered little Qilin had never endured such hardships, her soft, tender voice filled with grievance. Kikek's heart ached for her. Be good, cub, I'll blow it for you. With no medicine and no adult to help, Qin Wanwan cried for a little while, but quickly adjusted her mood. Kikek, I'm not bleeding anymore. I don't hurt as much. The Li siblings returned to find her. They had brought back a youth who was as thin as a skeleton, presumably their brother. However, all three now had reddened eyes. Benefactor, do you have anything to eat? My brother hasn't had a proper meal in days. Not only had he not eaten enough, but he also had to labor intensively each day. When Li Xiaomei arrived, she had an apple in hand, which she had given to her brother, but one apple was insufficient. Qin Wanwan pulled out a few pieces of cake and handed them over. Thank you, they kept expressing their gratitude, unable to articulate anything else. Qin Wanwan also had a half-eaten apple in her little bag, which she had intended to take back for the big horse. Would you like an apple? Yes. The youth took the cake and stuffed it into his mouth, devouring it ravenously, continuously expressing gratitude, nearly choking in the process. Qin Wanwan widened her eyes. There's no water, eat slowly. Seeing the youth eating the apple, she focused on gathering herbs, her small white hands stained with green sap. She felt a bit disgusted but didn't discard the herbs. The Li siblings came to help, and upon learning that these herbs could stop bleeding, they collected even more. Li Xiaoga cried as he picked herbs, tears streaming down his face. Qin Wanwan glanced at him several times, offering her handkerchief, but he declined. Whoa, my father is dead, we have no father now. Li Xiaomei silently wept alongside him. The youth sank to the ground, breaking down in despair, mourning his father in his own plight. Qin Wanwan, a small, helpless bundle, felt utterly inadequate to comfort them. All she could do was offer cake or candy to stifle their sobs. Fortunately, they quickly regained their composure. After all, the living had to continue living. Despite their tears, Li Xiaoga didn't delay in his work. Many had been beaten at the mine. By the time they attempted to escape, they were too weak to run. Fortunately, the bandits had fled, making the mine area relatively safe. The Li siblings and Qin Wanwan returned, using stones to crush the herbs and applying them to the wounds of the injured. Qin Wanwan resolutely refused to use the herbs herself. She had only been pricked and had long since stopped bleeding. For those who were too weak from lack of food, she stuffed them with candy. Soon, the sweets and cakes her father had bought her ran low. Her heart ached, her spirits dampened, but she knew saving lives was virtuous, and virtue could be exchanged for other good things. When would she be able to trade for delicious fruits and candies? In the midst of their efforts, an unexpected twist occurred to one of the bandits, who had fainted from a hornet sting, suddenly regained consciousness. As they tended to the injured, he staggered to his feet, cursing at them and even attempting to find something to strike with. The Li brothers promptly subdued him, delivering a beating while shouting, "You beasts, bring back my father, you owe us our father." The miners harbored genuine hatred for the bandits, and those who had regained their strength joined in, wielding whips to strike back. Ultimately, the bandit who had just awakened was beaten to death. Kikek flew in front of Qin Wanwan, covering her eyes. Wanwan, don't look, it's too violent. Qin Wanwan blinked. I've already seen dead people. I am not afraid. At just 3 years old, the child was not particularly terrified of death. In fact, she had little concept of it. Moreover, the dead were the bad guys. Lin Duwei soon returned with some captured bandits, and the other ordinary people at the mine were terrified, gripping their weapons tightly. Qin Wanwan, however, brightened up. Uncle Lin Duwei, seeing the ghostly expression on Qin Wanwan's face, raised his voice in astonishment. Wanwan, how did you get here? Chapter 14 The Silver Mine. Qin Wanwan blinked her innocent large eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself being lifted by Captain Lin. I walked here, the little girl stated with a sense of righteousness. Captain Lin, what about the 2 people who escorted you out? A hint of guilt flickered in Qin Wanwan's heart. Well, I encountered a snake. Captain Lin was still trying to comprehend her words when a swarm of hornets descended upon them. The very hornets that had earlier chased the mountain bandits. Instantly, everyone braced themselves for action. The disheveled faces and swollen bodies of the bandits revealed their dire plight. Their eyes were so swollen they could barely open them. Most importantly, they were in pain, each captured bandit howling in agony. The hornets, with their multitude of small heads, were difficult to combat. The only viable option was to employ fire to smoke them out. Captain Lin commanded, quickly fetch some torches. All the soldiers instinctively surrounded the little Qin Wanwan in the center, glancing at the hornets and then at Captain Lin and the others. Qin Wanwan bit her little finger, sensing that the hornets seemed rather unwelcome. Thus, before the hornets could approach, she conveyed a message in the Qilin tongue, do not come any closer. All the hornets halted at a distance that was not too far away. Qin Wanwan urged, please go back. The hornets hesitated momentarily, although they yearned to snuggle with the little Qilin, they immediately departed. As the hornets retreated, everyone sighed in relief. Fortunately, they didn't come over. I certainly don't wish to end up looking as ugly as those bandits. It's strange, though, how come these villagers, who were captured and kept with the bandits, were not stung by the hornets at all? Could it be that they've committed too many wicked deeds and are now facing retribution? With a proud tilt of his head, it was undoubtedly the merit of their Qilin offspring. The Li siblings were aware of this but dared not speak to the armed and robust soldiers. Qin Wanwan chimed in softly, the hornets are very well behaved, they only sting bad people. Captain Lin and the others chuckled, teasing her. But how do the hornets know who the bad people are? Qin Wanwan replied brightly, I told them. Laughter erupted, as they clearly thought she was joking. After the jest, Captain Lin led his men to inspect the mine, and to their astonishment, they discovered it was a silver mine. Instantly, their eyes widened in disbelief. Captain Lin, this is a silver mine. No wonder so many villagers were captured. Good heavens, these bandits are truly audacious, hoarding a silver mine. Given the luster of this silver, it must contain a significant amount. Within the cavern, there were numerous silver ores already excavated, and under Captain Lin's direction, they began to transport them out in baskets. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness. When will the general arrive? Their general was indeed in desperate need of silver, yet they were uncertain if they could take this silver with them. Captain Lin swallowed hard, contemplating how much silver could be refined from all this. Nevertheless, he had no intention of claiming the silver mine for himself. No one present had the audacity to do so. Moreover, the general would not shortchange them. Someone go inform the general. Yes. The remaining soldiers guarded the silver mine while also ensuring the captured miners were settled. Meanwhile, Xie Chong's troops had completely overtaken the bandits' den. From the bandit leader's secret chamber, he discovered numerous ledgers and letters. The ledgers detailed transactions between the bandits and the three prominent families in Anshui City, as well as with the local magistrate. The letters were merely communications with these families. Upon reading the contents of the letters, he sneered. Someone, ride swiftly and deliver these letters and ledgers to the capital, and bring the remaining bandits to me. The letters between the bandits and the magistrate mentioned the silver mine, so he understood the purpose behind the bandits capturing the villagers. The local magistrate was indeed audacious. Upon discovering the silver mine, he failed to notify the court and instead conspired with the bandits to mine it. After a round of interrogation, the remaining bandit leaders and their confidants revealed the mine's location. However, the bandit leader had been killed, and the confidants were unwilling to speak. "Pa, even if I die, you shall never uncover the location of the silver mine." Since death was inevitable, he would not grant them their wish. Xie Chong frowned and kicked the man, causing him to spit blood. "If you won't speak, there are plenty who will." Without waiting for the remaining ones to be interrogated, a soldier from his ranks arrived bearing news. The messenger was indeed the soldier Captain Lin had sent to convey the message. "General, we have discovered a silver mine. Captain Lin instructed me to relay the news." Xie Chang's eyes immediately gleamed with excitement. Meanwhile, the bandit leader's confidant, furious, shouted, "Impossible, you must be lying. It cannot be true." Xie Chong smirked, "Execute these men on the spot, and send their heads along with that of the bandit leader to the magistrate." Who were they trying to fool with their fake wanted posters? However, since the wanted posters had been issued, they had to be honored. He aimed to intimidate the magistrate while ensuring that the old fool paid for the bandits' capture. Now that he knew the location of the silver mine, he was in no hurry. He began to scour the bandits' lair, determined not to overlook anything of value. Food, livestock, and all were not spared. Ultimately, he led away the silver, supplies, and the surviving bandits and livestock down the mountain. The bandits' clothing and other belongings were stripped away. There were also those who had been captured. Once freed, they departed, while those who remained were primarily women who had nowhere to go. Like the previous women, they were taken back to the army. Xie Chong personally led his men to Anshui City, surrounding the magistrate's residence. He also made sure to widely publicize the collusion between the magistrate, the three families, and the bandits. The entire Anshui City was thrown into an uproar. However, under Xie Chang's suppression, no chaos ensued. "Xie Chong, you audacious fool, I am the magistrate appointed by His Majesty. How dare you arrest me?" Xie Chong stood impassively before the magistrate's gate. "Have I arrested you?" "I merely feared you might flee, so I surrounded you first. Your crimes will be adjudicated by His Majesty." The magistrate, infuriated, retorted, "What you say is nothing but nonsense. You are the one harboring malicious intent and plotting rebellion. His Majesty will not spare you." Xie Chong replied coolly, "I have already dispatched the letters detailing your communications with the bandits to the capital at full speed. Regardless of whether it is true or false, we shall await His Majesty's decree." The magistrate, incensed, spat blood, his heart racing with anxiety. "Damn it, hadn't he ordered those people to burn the letters after reading them? Why were they still intact? It was over." The magistrate, pale-faced, collapsed onto the ground. "By the way, have you counted the bandit heads I sent to your residence? According to the bounty listed on your wanted posters, I expect 100 taels of silver for each of the 3 bandit leaders. For the ordinary bandits, 50 taels each, and the same for those alive. We calculated it all beforehand. There are a total of 605 ordinary bandits, plus the 3 bandit leaders." Chapter 15. The city lockdown. Xie Chong calculated silently in his mind for a moment before turning his head, his expression void of emotion. "You tally how much silver there is." He had never received an education and lacked the skill for mental arithmetic. The strategist, he pondered when the general would become adept at mental calculations. The strategist quickly computed the figures in his mind and blurted out the correct amount. "General, the total is 30,550 taels." Xie Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Put." At this point, the governor was genuinely infuriated to the point of spitting blood. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. Witnessing this, Xie Chong furrowed his brow, his voice laced with sharpness. "Why did he not faint earlier or later, but precisely when I mentioned the silver? Is he attempting to evade payment? General, it appears he has truly lost consciousness." The governor was overwhelmed by your wrath. Xie Chong frowned. With such a frail constitution, how can he hold an official position? Let us seek his family for the funds. Having accepted so many bribes, surely he can produce that sum. "I will give you a discount and request 40,000 taels of silver." The crowd, "That you certainly know how to negotiate discounts." Xie Chong felt as though he had sustained a fracture himself. Having acquired such a wealth of silver, demanding 40,000 taels was hardly excessive. These corrupt officials grew fat yet feigned poverty daily. He was the one truly impoverished. As a general, he meticulously calculated every coin, wishing he could stretch a single copper coin into 2. He would not depart without the silver. Ultimately, the governor's steward, trembling with trepidation, retrieved the funds from the treasury, allowing Xiachong to leave contentedly with the silver. Regrettably, the governor's ill-gotten gains could not be taken, as they were all documented in the ledger. However, the gold and silver seized from the bandits could indeed be transported away. The governor's residence remained besieged, with the city gates sealed, permitting entry but forbidding exit. The primary aim was to prevent members of the three prominent families from escaping to engage in mischief. When individuals from these families attempted to feign ignorance and force their way out, they were summarily beaten and returned half-dead. This spectacle delighted the citizens of Anshui City, and upon learning of the complete annihilation of the bandits, their grievances regarding the city lockdown diminished considerably. The three major families found themselves in a state of utter chaos, akin to ants on a hot pan, while the common folk reveled in their newfound satisfaction. General Xie truly possesses a thunderous hand. Who would have imagined he would lead the charge against the bandits? This remark was made by the father of a young gentleman who had just returned home. The young man exclaimed with excitement, "Well done. Those bandits deserved their fate." General Xie had become his utmost idol, eclipsing even his own father. Meanwhile, upon returning to the main army, Xiachong instructed the strategist to ensure that all recoverable items from the bandit lair were cleared out. The items recorded in the ledger needed to be retained, otherwise, it would be difficult to account for them when officials were dispatched to the capital. After issuing his orders, he promptly sought out the little rascal, only to find that she was not present. "What do you mean you cannot find her? You're a group of grown men, and you cannot keep track of a child." Xiachong's body radiated a chill, the joy of plundering a vast quantity of silver and supplies evaporating entirely. "General, I forgot to mention, Miss Wan is also over by the silver mine." The informant recalled his oversight only after Xiachong pressed for details. How did she end up there? Such a perilous location. How could Lieutenant Lin have taken her there? No one knew. Xiachong hastily led his men toward the silver mine. Upon arrival, they discovered Qin Wan and her companions were feasting on roasted wild chicken. The wild chicken had been procured by Lieutenant Lin and his men, as everyone was quite famished. Qin Wan had foraged various edible wild mushrooms, greens, and fruits. Except for the captured bandits, everyone else enjoyed the bounty. She even had a chicken leg, perched on a stone stool of suitable height, gnawing away at it. Her already somewhat dirty little face was now made even more so by her greasy little mouth. The lack of paper to wipe her hands and mouth only added to the mess. Upon hearing the commotion of their arrival, Lieutenant Lin immediately went on high alert, fearing it might be bandits. Fortunately, it was merely their own people. General, Xiachong had arrived. Qin Wan was equally elated and scampered over, her small steps quickening. "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Seeing the unscathed Qin Wan, Xiachong felt a wave of relief wash over him. She ran into his arms, stuffing the unfinished chicken leg into his mouth. "Daddy, eat quickly, Wan saved it for you." She truly was a dutiful child. Observing the gnawed chicken leg, Xiachong that he didn't mind the state of it, but he frowned as he grasped her greasy little hand. "Don't rub it on my clothes." Qin Wan responded with an "oh," lifting her chubby little hand to look at him. "Daddy, wipe your hands, and your mouth and face need to be clean too. They must be spotless. You're telling me to be clean while you're running over here all dirty." Xiachong set her down and noticed a piece of clothing held by one of his subordinates. It was indeed stripped from the bandit leader. Though it belonged to a corpse, they, as soldiers, were accustomed to the dead, displaying no fear. Moreover, the fabric of the bandits' clothing was superior to their own. "Bring me the clothing." Xiachong promptly used a clean section to wipe Qin Wan's greasy little hands, rendering them soft and white, though the grease stains would require washing later. He then used a handkerchief to clean her little face. "All right, go play." Qin Wan replied obediently but did not run off. Instead, she followed closely behind him like a little tail. "Daddy, I have no more candy, cakes, or dried fruits." She opened her pouch containing her snacks for him to see. Xiachong winced at the thought. How could it be gone so quickly? "I just bought them for you." He had spent 5 taels of silver on those. The pastries and dried fruits were exorbitantly priced. "I gave them to the others. They were starving." Following the direction of Qin Wan's finger, Xiachong spotted the emaciated laborers, appearing as mere skin and bones. Well, at least she had done a good deed. "Wait, I'll buy you more once we're outside." The little one's eyes immediately sparkled with joy. Xiachong approached the entrance of the mine, looking at the silver ore unearthed, beaming with satisfaction. "Take all this silver ore and the people back. Leave 2 small teams here to guard the mine. When the court sends someone to take over, you will continue north." Lieutenant Lin queried. "General, are we leaving just like that? Who will come to collect the silver ore?" He hoped it wouldn't be another greedy official. They did not wish to enrich someone else's coffers. That would be infuriating. "I will have someone present the evidence directly to the emperor. As for who the emperor will dispatch to take charge, that is beyond our concern. Regarding this batch of silver ore, you will inform the knowledgeable miners to keep quiet. If anyone suspects us, we shall deny everything." What nonsense! He hadn't even sent anyone to mine, which could be considered lawful. Surely he could benefit from what had already been unearthed. It seemed there were still a few crates not yet filled. Xiachong's gaze fixated on those unfinished crates, his mind racing with calculations. Chapter 16, The Duality of Fate. Upon the arrival of General Xie, Captain Lin hastily summoned a group of disfigured bandits. Their sudden appearance startled Xiachong and his entourage. "What on earth is this? Oh my goodness, did they disturb a hornet's nest? One can hardly recognize their faces." The bandits were in excruciating pain. Captain Lin cleared his throat. "These are the bandits guarding the silver mine. I have no idea how a swarm of hornets suddenly emerged, specifically targeting the bandits, while the miners accompanying them remained unscathed." Xiachong scrutinized the bandits from head to toe. "Bring a few men to take these bandits, just like the previous ones, to the governor's office to exchange for silver." It must be said, the bandits from the silver mine were in a pitiful state, with swelling all over their bodies. Their faces were so puffy that even their mothers would fail to recognize them. However, since they were bandits, their suffering was of no concern to him. They deserved every bit of their pain. After dealing with the bandits, Xiachong added, distribute 20 taels of silver to each miner. Though unfortunate, those captured could only expect a small compensation in silver from Xiachong. And the grain pillaged from the bandits, let each person receive 50 jin. Yes, sir. Despite his fearsome demeanor, the general was truly compassionate towards his subordinates and concerned for the common folk. The miners were elated at the news, bursting into tears of joy. They had not anticipated receiving silver and grain, and they immediately knelt on the ground, expressing their profound gratitude. At this moment, Kiki was beside himself with excitement. Child, the merit points are continuously increasing. You've struck gold this time, your father has done remarkably well, and of course, you are the best. Qin Wanwan's merit points surged by over 300, even surpassing the initial bandit eradication. This time, many lives were saved, indirectly rescuing countless families. If the court sends capable and honest officials to eliminate the corrupt ones here and redistribute the land to the people, your merit points will surely increase again. Qin Wanwan blinked, feeling as though she had done nothing yet received such a bounty of merit points. Although the little one did not comprehend the magnitude of 300, Keek's jubilant demeanor suggested it was a significant amount. The little girl gleefully sought her father, for all the merit points were earned through his efforts. Daddy, hold me. On their way out, Xiachong carried Qin Wanwan in his arms. The 3-year-old child was light and soft, making it effortless to hold her, clinging to her father's neck. Her bright eyes sparkled with admiration and joy. Daddy is so amazing, he has defeated so many bad guys. The sincerity in her voice and the sweetness of her tone brought comfort to those around. Xiachong, with his typically stoic expression, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. And what about us, Wanwan? We also helped the general defeat the bad guys. Hearing Qin Wanwan's praise for the general ignited a sense of pride among the soldiers. Perched on her father's broad shoulder, Qin Wanwan beamed like a little son. Uncles are also amazing. Their spirits lifted, and who could resist the charm of her soft, tender voice? Of course, they would not mind if she called them dad. They would gladly take on the role of nurturing such a delightful girl. Xiachong cast a glance at them, smirking at their childish enthusiasm. Go call some men and fill these baskets. With such a vast silver mine, surely it was not excessive to extract a little? Yes, sir. At the mention of this, the soldiers' voices filled with excitement. Even Xiachong rolled up his sleeves, grabbing a shovel and heading into the mine. Qin Wanwan was left outside to play. The mine was dark, and she had no desire to enter, so she sought out the hornets instead. Upon seeing the swarm of hornets approaching, the soldiers accompanying her screamed in terror, clutching Qin Wanwan and fleeing for their lives. Holding a hornet in her small hand, Qin Wanwan looked utterly bewildered. What's happening? The commotion was too loud, prompting Xiachong to rush out of the mine. He quickly spotted the swarm of hornets trailing behind Qin Wanwan, and chaos ensued. Daddy, don't be afraid, they are quite gentle, just look. Turning to her father, Qin Wanwan offered him the hornet in her chubby hand, her eyes sparkling. Xiachong gasped, quick, throw it away. This silly little child dared to catch anything. The hornet circled above, hesitating to descend. The soldiers braced themselves. Captain Lin swallowed hard. Could these be the same hornets that... Qin Wanwan's soft voice chimed, Daddy, don't you like them? Xiachong replied, what do you think? Who would like such creatures? Qin Wanwan drooped her little head. Then shall I tell them to go back? If the hornets were so wonderful and powerful, why did her father not like them? After a moment's contemplation, she waved her hand at the swarm. Go back, go back. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded as the hornets indeed flew away. Everyone was left speechless. What just happened? They stared in disbelief between the hornets and Qin Wanwan, struggling to comprehend the situation. You, Xiachong quickly regained his composure, blaring at his subordinates. What are you all standing there for? Get back to work, stop making a fuss. They shrank back, feeling as if they should be astonished, but upon seeing their general's calm demeanor, they found themselves speechless. With shock and confusion lingering, they returned to the mine one by one, leaving Xiachong and Qin Wanwan exchanging bewildered glances. Daddy? The little one looked at him with innocence. Xiachong steadied himself. He was equally astonished. Thankfully, his expression rarely betrayed his feelings. Let us not speak of this for now, I need to mine for silver. He needed to calm down first. Qin Wanwan obediently responded with an "oh." This time, she refrained from running about. When boredom struck, she took tiny steps into the mine, her chubby hands busy gathering silver ore into the baskets. The mine was dimly lit, with kerosene lamps flickering. What are you doing here? Go outside, don't get stepped on. Pouting, Qin Wanwan retorted, but I'm just as big. She swung her little arm, illustrating a grand circle. I won't get stepped on. Yet, compared to the adults, she was undeniably small. Watching the little one busily follow the general around, the soldiers temporarily forgot the earlier shock caused by the hornets and couldn't help but chuckle. After a bustling afternoon, the remaining baskets were finally filled, and everyone joyously headed toward the camp with their bamboo baskets brimming with silver ore. The weary, their spirits soared. Qin Wanwan, however, had fallen asleep on her father's shoulder. Before dozing off, she managed to mumble, Daddy, I want to wash my face, to be clean. Xiachong clicked his tongue. You love cleanliness but still insist on running into the mine. While he said this, he ensured that upon their return, the servants brought water to clean the little one's hands and face until she was spotless before placing her in the carriage to sleep. He himself could not rest, as numerous tasks awaited him. After another round of rewards and commendations, they set aside what could be taken for the following morning and concealed the rest, awaiting the arrival of officials from the capital for the handover. The bandits' clothing was repurposed for the impoverished miners and villagers. They did not mind, though stained with blood. It was the blood of their enemies. Some garments had holes, but with a patch, they could be worn again. The next morning, as they prepared to leave at dawn, the Lee siblings rushed to the military camp, bringing along some wild fruits, reluctant to part with Qin Wanwan. Oh no, the little fairy is leaving. Can I join the army? I also want to be a strong man who can protect my family in the future. The Lee boy asked Captain Lin, as he had spent the most time with him and was not intimidated. Captain Lin chuckled at the young lad. First, grow strong. Being a soldier is no joke. A moment's carelessness on the battlefield can lead to death. I'm not afraid. Captain Lin laughed heartily. Good boy, when you grow up and still wish to enlist, seek out the Xia family army at the frontier. As they reached the farewell, Qin Wanwan gifted the Lee siblings some pastries and candies that her father had recently bought for her. Her father had filled her little bag once again. The military flag fluttered in the wind, and after a hearty feast the previous night, the soldiers enjoyed another bowl of meat soup that morning, with some fortunate ones receiving slices of meat. Each soldier was filled with vigor as they set off for the frontier. Qin Wanwan sat atop a large horse, nestled in her father's embrace, her round, beautiful eyes fixed on the display screen before her. Another purchasable item lit up. Kiki informed her that it was called wheat. The fragrant bread, buns, and steamed buns were made from it. She poked the virtual wheat icon with her little hand, and a voice echoed in her mind. Wheat, gene deficiency, a staple crop, a product of human research and modern technology. Advantages include high yield, approximately 1,500 pounds per acre. Disadvantages include poor taste, and it cannot be saved for planting. Improvement plan. 1. Soak in spiritual spring before planting in spiritual soil. 2. Nurture with the essence of auspicious beasts for 10 days. Kiki was utterly exasperated. What kind of rubbish did the heavens provide? A seed with a gene deficiency was presented. As she grumbled internally, dark clouds began to gather overhead. Kiki, can I not even grumble in my heart? Fearing to criticize the heavens further, Kiki urged Qin Wanwan to quickly purchase some seeds to keep close at hand while Xiechong was absent. Child, buy some wheat seeds and carry them with you. After 10 days, the gene deficiency can be remedied for planting. Qin Wanwan obediently poked at the 2 illuminated seed items, and before long, her merit points dwindled significantly. Grass seed cost 30 merit points, while wheat seed cost 50 merit points per unit, enough to sow 1 acre with a 100% germination rate, each packet containing 15 pounds of seeds. Hiding behind a rock, the little girl secretly purchased the seeds, but once she had them all, her face flushed as she struggled to carry them. Kiki, drat, I was careless. Now, without space or mana, both the child and I lack strength, and how would they explain the sudden influx of seeds to Xiechong? What are you doing hiding here? Xiechong found his little cub. Qin Wanwan looked at him with big, pitiful eyes. Daddy, I can't lift it. Kiki had already played dead, refusing to answer any questions. Xiechong crouched down and opened the little bag in front of Qin Wanwan. This is wheat? The wheat appeared plump, a quality seed indeed. The other bag contained small, dark particles, which he recognized as seeds of some plant but could not identify. Where did you get these? Qin Wanwan opened her mouth. The heavens provided them. What did you say? Xiechong clearly saw the little one speaking but heard nothing. When she repeated herself, he still could not grasp her words. Furrowing his brows, he sensed something was amiss. Since the little cub's appearance, odd occurrences had been afoot, particularly with the talking bird beside her and the previous hornet incident. He had encountered mimicking crows before, but he had never seen a bird converse so fluently, even engaging in arguments with humans. Furthermore, regarding the silver mine incident, he had inquired about 2 soldiers who intended to protect Qin Wanwan during their departure, who reported a sudden appearance of a multitude of snakes on their return journey. Yet, not only was Qin Wanwan unafraid of snakes, but they too vanished swiftly after her departure, as if summoned by her. It sounded unbelievable, but Xiechong suspected it was indeed connected to the little cub, especially considering he had witnessed those hornets firsthand. Qin Wanwan had no intention of hiding anything, but there were things she preferred. He remained unaware of realizing this. Xiechong ceased his inquiries. He crouched down, meeting her innocent, glistening eyes. You aren't some mountain spirit or little monster, are you? He had once been a skeptic, but now he found himself leaning towards belief, even conjuring a scenario in his mind where an inept little creature was bullied by larger spirits, prompting her to flee the mountains and fortuitously encounter him, thus recognizing him as her father. Pouting, Qin Wanwan retorted, Wanwan is not a mountain spirit or monster, Wanwan is an auspicious beast. Excellent, he missed 2 words, suggesting they were not meant to be spoken. Xiecheng's capacity for acceptance was formidable. He believed this little one was indeed an auspicious being. Wasn't it the auspicious presence that brought him so much silver this time around? Regardless of his thoughts, Xiechong's attitude towards Qin Wanwan remained unchanged. Whether she was an auspicious beast or a little spirit, she was still quite fragile and naive. Without the protection of an adult, she might be deceived and end up compensating others with silver. Xiechong lifted Qin Wanwan with one arm while holding the 2 bags of seeds in the other. You must not speak of this to anyone, nor display your abilities in front of others, understand? He admonished. Qin Wanwan nodded nonchalantly. Aha. What abilities did she possess? While riding, the seeds dangled at the horse's side. Upon seeing Qin Wanwan return, Xiecheng's horse appeared exceptionally pleased. Whether it was an illusion, it seemed the horse grew more energetic and lively as they traveled. Xiechong chose not to inform anyone about Qin Wanwan's peculiarities, and he needed to find a moment to address those soldiers from the previous day. This little cub was rather foolish. No wonder she had been bullied and fled, seeking him, a poor general, as her father. Since she had recognized him as her father, he would raise her like an ordinary child. Chapter 17 Shurha City Siechong had confirmed that this little rascal's skin seemed impervious to tanning, and she bore no injuries. Could it be due to her being a little sprite? General, we have arrived. With a raucous and invigorating shout, the 3,000 soldiers following Siechong erupted in cheers upon sighting the dilapidated city that lay just ahead. In their lifetimes, aside from their homes, this place had become their second sanctuary. Despite the ever-looming peril of losing their lives here, the harsh conditions along the borders deterred merchant caravans from venturing this way, especially after the recent war that had unfolded just 2 years prior, only now having reached a semblance of resolution. Thus, poverty reigned, with the crumbling walls appearing tattered and forlorn, yet, this was the territory they had fought to defend and protect after enlisting. Aside from their places of birth, this city was the second home where they could dine and find respite. As they accompanied Siechong back to the capital to report, they had anticipated embracing the life there. However, as time wore on, their envy of the capital's splendor was overshadowed by a sense of suffocation. In truth, they found themselves longing for this ravaged city. After all, accustomed to a rugged existence, they could hardly tolerate the delicate life of the capital, where a mere falling tile could crush a noble, leading to scorn or even imprisonment. Here, a brawl could be followed by a round of drinks, fostering camaraderie that felt genuine. To in the capital, they, lacking connections, wealth, or status, risked their lives with every misstep. Qin Wanwan, influenced by the prevailing emotions, felt invigorated as well. Although the city walls appeared dreary and the gates seemed impoverished, perhaps the interior would hold more promise. After all, it was still a city. Father, are there any delicious foods in the city? Are there buns? Is there meat? Are there fragrant pancakes? Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Siechong replied, sometimes. Qin Wanwan did not yet comprehend the weight of his words until the gates swung open and they entered the city. As she gazed upon the desolate scene, silence enveloped her. The ground was coated in yellow clay, and the buildings were low, mud-brick structures. The streets boasted few shops. There were scarcely any people traversing the roads. Their arrival caused quite a stir, given the sheer number of them. Yet, the citizens of Shurha City, like startled birds, hastily shuttered their doors and windows. It was only when they peeked through the gaps that they recognized their guardian, the protector of Shurha City. It's the border troops. General Xie and the border forces have returned. In an instant, the previously closed doors and windows flew open. The emaciated citizens, clad in coarse garments, with some children lacking proper clothing, emerged with expressions of palpable excitement. General Xie has returned. This news spread like wildfire throughout the corners of Shurha City. Regardless of age or ailment, the populace regarded Siechong and his army with reverent admiration. Although Qin Wanwan did not fully grasp the significance of the moment, it did not diminish her pride in her father. Father, it seems they all hold you in great esteem. Of course, Siechong replied, though he did not speak further, allowing a loquacious subordinate to take the floor. 2 years ago, when the Tartars invaded with hundreds of thousands surrounding the city, our general led all the soldiers out. Within a year, we sent those Tartars fleeing, even capturing several noblemen from their ranks, including some princes. Our primary purpose for returning to the capital is to escort these captives back. Having secured such a victory, the emperor naturally sought to reward their accomplishments. Xia Chang's military power had grown considerably, yet the officials at court, who looked down upon him for his humble origins, also feared the might he wielded. They nearly left him behind in the capital. Fortunately, the emperor, perhaps fearing for his own safety, recognized that they had only diminished a fraction of the Tartar threat, and with numerous tribes still eyeing the central plains, he had no one more capable in military prowess than General Xia, ultimately allowing him and his soldiers to return. The air of Shurha City felt refreshingly familiar. With General Xia's return, the previously desolate streets came alive, and the townspeople emerged from their homes, reopening their shops. Yet, even so, the population remained pitifully sparse, and the shops for purchasing goods were scarce. Essentially, there were few commercial establishments, as the locals only congregated at markets to sell their wares. Qin Wanwan searched in vain for food stalls. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, the soldiers headed to their barracks, while Qin Wanwan was escorted to the general's residence. The general's abode was merely a slightly more substantial brick structure compared to the other mud brick homes. There were no pavilions or ornate structures, as quality timber was scarce, and constructing such intricate homes was not economically viable. With the ever-looming threat of invasion from the Tartars or other nomadic tribes, a wooden house would be reduced to ashes without a sound. The exterior of the general's residence looked relatively decent, yet the interior was starkly impoverished. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, almost matching Qin Wanwan's height. The house appeared dilapidated from prolonged disuse. Most absurdly, Siechong lacked even a key to enter. With her innocent eyes wide open, Qin Wanwan gazed at her father. Father, is this going to be our home from now on? Are you certain? Kikek, the little sprite, fluttered around, returning with a flurry of wings, her tiny beak poking at Xia Chang's heartstrings. Oh dear, if you hadn't brought us here, I would have thought this place was merely an abandoned ruin, only slightly better than a graveyard. This wretched place exudes poverty from every corner. General, you can't even bear to replace your tattered undergarments. At least maintain this house. Xia Chong's face darkened. The accompanying deputy exclaimed, What, the general can't even afford new undergarments? How does this little creature know such things? The soldiers behind Siechong perked up their ears. Silence. Kikek quickly fluttered away. I'm sorry, I let that slip. She feared that in the next moment, Siechong would seize her and pluck her beautiful feathers. Siechong cast a glance backward, and the others immediately feigned interest in the sky and ground, pretending they had not overheard. Find a few people to clear the weeds in the courtyard, and tidy up the house as well. He made an effort to maintain his dignity as he explained to Qin Wanwan, I can reside anywhere. I've been living in the barracks, and this house has simply been left unused. So it was not due to sheer poverty. In truth, Siechong had considered renting this house out, but as the general's residence, even in its dilapidated state, no one dared to occupy it unlawfully. Thus, it remained idle. Chapter 18. A renovation. The once popular house now appeared to be in a state of utter disrepair. As for the notion of spending money to hire a servant to oversee the renovations, it was a task far too extravagant for a general as impoverished as he, one who could scarcely afford to part with even a tattered pair of undergarments. Siechong promptly dispatched a team to restore the residence, primarily as a charitable endeavor. A group of robust men worked swiftly, removing the dilapidated furniture, repairing what could be salvaged, and using the irreparable pieces for firewood. They ascended to the roof to inspect the tiles and eaves. The general's residence soon buzzed with activity. Siechong ventured into the interior of the house. The general's abode was modest, comprising 3 rooms and a large hall. The courtyard occupied the most considerable area, featuring a spacious front yard and a substantial backyard. With the damaged furniture cleared away, the house felt remarkably spacious, revealing the need for complete replacements in certain items, such as bedding. Therefore, he planned to take Qin Wanwan along to purchase new linens and similar necessities. As Siechong climbed to the roof to mend the gaps in the tiles, Qin Wanwan squatted in the courtyard, her chubby little hands poking at the ground with a twig. In a corner, she had discovered an anthill and was currently prodding small caterpillars she had gathered from the grass to feed the ants. Kiki perched atop her head, remarking, "Some mushrooms grow in association with ant nests. Perhaps we could discover a variety that glows one day, as they are quite delectable." Qin Wanwan vigilantly guarded the anthill, determined to prevent any of the uncles from stepping on it, eager to taste the delicious mushrooms Kiki had mentioned. Once the roof repairs were completed, Siechong brushed off the dust from his clothes, washed his hands and face, and set off with the little one to procure supplies. The fabrics available in the market were rather coarse, as few with any financial means would venture to this border region. While the rough textiles posed no issue for adults or other children, they were unsuitable for Qin Wanwan. Although Siechong was a man of simple means, he possessed a keen sensitivity. He instinctively felt that such fabrics would be too harsh for her delicate skin. Fortunately, besides the textiles, this region offered a unique selection of animal hides. Abundant wildlife and a robust local culture had led to a proliferation of hunters, resulting in a plentiful supply of furs. Their tanning techniques were also of commendable quality. Given the significant temperature fluctuations in Shay City, purchasing some hides would be advantageous. Additionally, there was a special product made from sheep's wool felt, but its strong odor was impossible to eradicate, and its coarse production limited its market appeal to the north, rendering it unsellable elsewhere. Siechong acquired some fabric and hides but refrained from purchasing the felt, as Qin Wanwan truly despised its scent. He then procured pots, bowls, and other daily necessities, having brought a cart specifically for transporting these items. His shopping was swift. Given his status, merchants readily offered him the lowest prices, and he did not engage in haggling. Nevertheless, the total expenditure still amounted to over 20 taels of silver. Even though hides were common in this region, they were not excessively cheap, especially the softer, more precious varieties. As Qin Wanwan trailed closely beside her father, it was akin to her making her debut in the city. The merchants, upon hearing the little one affectionately call out to General Xia as daddy, were taken aback. Their general had indeed fathered such a young child. Once he departed, the merchants gathered together to whisper and speculate. General Xia has become a father. That child looks to be at least 3 years old. What a beautiful child. She seems far too lovely to have been raised in this place. Her skin is fair and tender, her eyes large, and her voice soft and sweet. She is truly enchanting, more so than any child I've ever seen. Isn't that obvious? She is the general's offspring. Does that mean he is married? Surely, his wife must be a noblewoman from the capital. Why didn't she accompany him? How could a noblewoman endure the hardships of our lives? She must have remained in the capital, leaving our young general to endure separation from his wife. Their discussions were lively and imaginative, with none considering the possibility that Qin Wanwan might not be Siechong's biological daughter. Had it not been for Siechong and his companion's firm belief that Qin Wanwan was a child he had fortuitously taken in, they might have been convinced that the general had a beloved daughter. It took 3 days to thoroughly renovate the general's residence. During this time, Qin Wanwan slept in a tent alongside her father at his military camp each night. The little girl seemed blissfully unaware of her surroundings, sleeping soundly wherever she was. Although she appeared delicate and high maintenance, she was, in fact, quite easy to care for. Even when Siechong was preoccupied, she would venture to the camp's mess hall at mealtime in search of food. The soldiers in the kitchen were particularly fond of her and often secretly prepared treats for the little one, as steamed buns filled to the brim with meat or sweet fillings, and ample servings of meat during mealtimes. Today, her father was exceptionally busy. After awakening and yawning, Qin Wanwan dawdled for a moment before, urged on by Kiki, she dressed herself in a little skirt. She then stepped out of the tent to find a patrolling uncle to fetch water for washing her face and brushing her teeth. With a small comb in hand, she scampered off to seek out the older sisters for hairstyling. These older sisters were women rescued from bandits, and they resided in a house arranged by Siechong not far from the military camp. However, their arrangement was not without obligations. They were expected to mend and launder the soldiers' clothing, earning a modest wage in return. And now that they had reached this point, these young women no longer contemplated self-harm but rather seemed to navigate life with a sense of numbness. Yet today, the atmosphere in the older sisters' quarters was particularly lively. Upon Qin Wanwan's arrival, several of the young women had dressed themselves neatly and attractively, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, their eyes reflecting a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Here comes Wanwan. Upon spotting her, the young women immediately surrounded her. Today, Sister Qin will do your hair, all right? Qin Wanwan nodded her little head, eagerly taking a seat on a small stool. Thank you, Sister Qin. The older sisters exuded delightful fragrances and spoke with remarkable gentleness. Qin Wanwan adored them, and they, in turn, held a fondness for her. The young women gathered together, their surroundings modest, yet they voiced no complaints nor exhibited disdain. After all, they had endured much, and General Xia, along with the soldiers, had never shown them any contempt. In fact, many soldiers had even offered assistance during laborious tasks. From their initial fear and shyness to their gradual emergence from the shadows of their past, the young women had begun to reclaim their lives. I wish I could have a child as beautiful as Wanwan one day, remarked one sister while styling Qin Wanwan's hair. Indeed, if I could have a daughter as lovely as Wanwan, I would cherish her whether she were a son or a daughter. In this era, society tended to favor sons over daughters, yet some individuals did not genuinely disdain girls. Rather, they recognized the hardships girls faced in this world, much like their own girls, after all, lacked a true home to call their own. Chapter 19. A blind date. In their homes, they rely on their parents, and upon marriage, they depend on their husbands and sons. Women are fundamentally incapable of independently sustaining a household. When a man of the family passes away and there are no sons, even if the house is seized by the husband's relatives, there exists no avenue for appeal. Additionally, they must remain vigilant against those with nefarious intentions who might intrude under the cover of night, stealing or even committing unspeakable acts against them. For a woman to live independently is fraught with peril. The daughters born into this life are destined to follow in their mother's footsteps. Only boys escape such tribulations, and a mother who truly loves her children would never wish for them to suffer. Hence, they yearn to bear sons. Boys are the ones who can command the household, despite their own myriad troubles. At least they do not have to endure the miseries imposed by others. Yet, they genuinely adore the sweet little girl, Wanwan. Each glance deepens their affection. Today is the day of the blind date. I wonder what the outcome will be, one of them mused, prompting a discussion about the impending event. Will they truly accept us without any reservations? The girls expressed their concerns. Thanks to General Xia's rescue, they held a favorable view of the border troops. Moreover, they could not remain unmarried for life. The opportunity to choose for themselves was indeed a significant blessing. Qin Wanwan, cradling a small snack, perked up her ears to listen to the older girls. What is a blind date? She inquired with curiosity. It's an opportunity to meet the soldiers under your father's command. If there is mutual attraction, we will be wed and form a family. The girls here had all reached the age for such encounters. Traditionally, these arrangements were facilitated by family elders, but due to the upheaval, they now had to rely on themselves. Auntie had visited them 2 days prior, offering guidance and informing them that many fine young men in the military were eager to marry them and bore no disdain. I am actually quite frightened. What if I am rejected in the future? They had wallowed in self-pity, unable to comprehend why such misfortunes had befallen them, yet, now that they had survived, they must strive to live well. Although they had mostly remained indoors since arriving here, they occasionally encountered the local inhabitants. It reassured them that the locals harbored no contempt. Their demeanor was remarkably cheerful and generous. Perhaps they were simply unaware of the hardships these girls had endured. Regardless, they now wished to survive. Living meant finding a man for support. Qin Wanwan, somewhat perplexed, asked, why must one marry? Because men are the pillars of the household, only they can manage the family's household registration, came the response. With a household registration, one could acquire property and land. The girls gently patted Qin Wanwan's small head, explaining, a woman living alone in this world is perilous. If others discover that she lives alone, she will be mocked and scorned. Even if she is unbothered by such ridicule, she remains vulnerable to harassment from ill-intentioned men. The absence of a man at home and no relatives nearby is undeniably a calamity for a woman. There are good and bad individuals everywhere. A woman, even a widow with children, remains susceptible to encountering unscrupulous characters, let alone these girls. Thus, it is not that they desire to marry, rather, they lack the means to protect themselves and must seek a man for safety in numbers. Qin Wanwan, still too young to grasp these weighty matters, listened with wide eyes. The older girls recognized her innocence and chose to divert the conversation, encouraging her to admire her hairstyle instead. Lacking mirrors, they used a basin of water for reflection. Though the image was unclear, compliments flowed, and Qin Wanwan beamed with delight, her hair styled in 2 adorable symmetrical buns. She initially intended to find her father, but upon seeing the older girls preparing for the blind date, her little feet hesitated, and she decided to accompany them to the venue. Not all the girls participated in the blind date, only 5, the eldest among them, took the lead, intending to assess the situation first and urging the others not to rush. Children are naturally curious and eager to join in. When the older girls initially resisted, the little one clung to them with a pitiful expression until they relented. Upon arriving, the lovely sisters found several men already waiting, all clad in the uniform of the border troops. Their appearances varied, some sported beards while others had more refined features, yet their gazes towards the girls were clear and devoid of disdain. Among them were a few whom the girls recognized, including those who had cared for them on the journey and those who had assisted them upon arrival. A sigh of relief escaped the girls. As the introductions commenced, both parties felt a touch of shyness. The setting was open air, and the men were encouraged to take the initiative, each seeking out a girl they found appealing to introduce themselves. Miss Qin, I am Li Daniu. My family fled here due to a disaster, and after losing my mother, I find myself alone. I joined General Xia's army by chance, and aside from my brothers in arms, I have no other kin. I have been a bachelor, and I have nearly exhausted my savings. In the future, I promise to save diligently, and if it pleases you, I will entrust all my earnings to you. Upon finishing, the rough man blushed, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as they rested on the girl before him. Qin Wan, the girl who had previously styled Wanwan's hair, felt a twinge of bashfulness, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, captivating the gaze of the rugged man. Wang Qin felt a stirring in her heart at his introduction. With no elders at home, there would be no reproach regarding her status. Although life might be challenging without familial support, she believed that with effort, there was hope for a better future. Additionally, she recalled how he had looked after them during their travels and continued to assist them with chores upon arrival. Though he spoke little, he was clearly industrious. You understand my situation. Truly, that is not your fault, Li Daniu interjected earnestly. The culprits are those bandits, it has nothing to do with you. He was intently watching Wang Qin when he suddenly felt a gentle tug at his side. Looking down, he saw Wan Wan had sidled up to him, holding a small bouquet of flowers. Flowers, for my sister, she chirped in her sweet, innocent voice, laced with a hint of disdain. Silly, if you want to win a girl's heart, you must bring flowers. Li Daniu, momentarily taken aback, quickly handed the flowers to Wang Qin, his hands trembling with nervousness. Here, for you. Wang Qin, already moved by his sincerity, found herself smiling at the flowers. Chapter 20 of the articulate banter. Li Daniu, though somewhat unremarkable in appearance, towering in stature with a beard gracing his face and a voice that boomed with a rough timbre, surprisingly garnered the admiration of Wang Qin. Her preference leaned towards his ordinary looks, anything too striking would have left her feeling intimidated. I accept your proposal, she declared. In that fleeting moment, Li Daniu was overwhelmed with joy, rendered momentarily speechless, and in an impulsive burst of exuberance, he lifted the bewildered Qin Wan Wan into his arms. Ha ha ha, she said, yes. I am to have a family, I am to have a family. Qin Wan Wan, caught off guard and cradled in his embrace, felt a mix of trepidation and a hint of amusement. The onlookers, witnessing Li Daniu's foolish glee and Wang Qin's bashful demeanor, were filled with envy. Kikek, the spirited companion, swooped in to peck at Li Daniu's head. You fool, put my child down. Quickly, Li Daniu complied, awkwardly scratching his head as he stole a glance at Li Qin. Their newfound pairing undoubtedly instilled confidence in others around them. As the newly formed couple departed, Qin Wan Wan and Kikek wandered off to pick flowers, meandering about with a sense of carefree abandon. Observing the matchmaking process, Qin Wan Wan's small, earnest gaze bore into the scene, causing the courting couple to feel a twinge of embarrassment. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson. The man began, I was previously married, but the woman I had passed away during childbirth due to a disturbance caused by bandits. Now, it is just my 2-year-old daughter and me. She longs for a mother, and I desire a wife. If you do not mind, I promise to care for you and allow you to manage our household, provided you treat my daughter kindly. The girl, undeterred by his past, considered her own unfortunate circumstances. Having narrowly escaped a fate where she was to be sold as a concubine to an elderly gentleman, she sought merely a stable home and a life of contentment. Her situation, though grim, paled in comparison to his. As long as he was not an elderly man and would take her as a legitimate wife, she saw no issue. Kikek and Qin Wan Wan remained mere spectators, refraining from any disruption. Upon the girl's acceptance of the proposal, Qin Wan Wan approached, offering a small bouquet to the man. He, displaying a certain cleverness, took the flowers with a goofy grin, presenting them to his future bride. Another couple emerged, turning to observe others. A suitor addressed Lin. Miss Lin, my parents are still living, and I have 4 siblings. I am the third in line. Kikek suddenly landed on their table. Ahem, allow me to translate. He hails from a large family, where his presence is hardly indispensable. Being the middle child, he is often overlooked, burdened with the responsibility of household chores while dutifully honoring his parents. Marrying him would mean that you, too, must cater to his parents, who may not take kindly to you. In times of conflict between them and you, he may prioritize familial loyalty over marital devotion, leaving you at their mercy, subjected to scorn from his siblings. A dismal prospect, indeed. The man's complexion turned a shade of green, while the girl recognized the truth in Kikek's words. You speak nonsense, she retorted. Kikek shot her a sidelong glance. Why not reveal how much of your military salary you send home each month? The man fell silent. Kikek continued, with a monthly income of 3 taels, you send 2 back home, yet your family has never even offered you a pair of shoes. They clearly regard you as a mere source of income. You may care, but when your mother learns of this girl's plight, do you believe she will treat her kindly? If she has little regard for her own son, what hope is there for her to be hospitable to a daughter-in-law? You, my friend, are quite the simpleton. Having chastised the man, Kikek turned to the girl. I understand your eagerness, but do not rush. Many men in the army remain unmarried. He is not the only one. Marriage is not merely a union between 2 individuals, the circumstances of both families must be considered. Look around, no one here is dismissing you. Should you marry him, yet his family holds disdain for you, would you not feel stifled and aggrieved? Qin Wan Wan nodded in agreement. Sister, take your time. There is no need to rush. The girl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, replied, all right, thank you. Kikek's voice, resonant and commanding, drew the attention of curious onlookers. That must be the general's daughter. They say she has a talking parrot. I once doubted it, but this bird speaks more eloquently than many. Indeed, the parrot's analysis is spot on. The Deng family is not as it seems. I had previously advised him to be cautious and not to send all his earnings home, yet he refused to listen. Thus, this pairing fell through. With a bouquet in Qin Wan Wan's hands remained unpresented, but there was no urgency. Those who sought companionship were genuinely in search of a partner for life, often stemming from impoverished backgrounds or lacking family to facilitate their courtship, with the latter being more common. Kikek and Qin Wanwan roamed freely, delivering flowers, which signified a man of genuine worth. The girls, curiously, placed their trust in Qin Wanwan and Kikek, often agreeing to proposals shortly thereafter. At times, Kikek would engage in confrontations. For instance, this fellow, burdened with a sickly mother, while you are kind to your own, what do your words and demeanor imply? Do you look down upon her, wishing to take her home merely to serve as a caretaker for your mother? How absurd it is for you to claim all the benefits while possessing neither beauty nor virtue. The man, flushed with embarrassment, bristled with indignation. What business is it of yours? I speak the truth. Although my family is poor, I seek a virtuous woman. I do not disdain her. I merely require assistance in caring for my ailing mother. Is that not the duty of a daughter-in-law? Furthermore, she has already been captured by bandits. Aside from me, who would accept her? Kikek, with wings akimbo, stood defiantly, while Qin Wanwan mimicked the stance, her small hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Does she need your disdain? It is laughable that you aspire to wed. Do you truly believe anyone would want you? Even widows would reject you. While honoring one's parents is commendable, your pretentiousness is for whom? If you hold her in contempt, why pursue her? Your arrogance is astounding. Do you not see the multitude of eligible bachelors? With only 5 women available, you claim none would have you. Even if this batch does not suit you, there will be others. Who do you think you are to manipulate anyone? Chapter 21 of the Black Bear. Qin Wanwan, with a fierce demeanor, stood protectively in front of the young woman, exclaiming, "Leave." The girl, shielded by Coco and Qin Wanwan, could not help but burst into tears. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, the sensation of being defended was quite comforting. Wiping her tear-streaked face, she addressed the man, "I am sorry, but I believe we are not suited for one another." Hadn't she already mentally prepared for such a possibility? Qin Wanwan gently grasped her hand, her voice soft and soothing. "Sister Xinghua, do not cry, nor feel wronged, it is he who is at fault." The man, furious and humiliated, rose to his feet, sneering, "Oh, I am curious to see if she can find someone to marry her." No sooner had he spoken than another man approached. "If he doesn't want her, I do." He forcefully shoved the man aside. This newcomer was large and robust, with one eye blind, resembling a fearsome black bear. "As long as you do not mind my blindness and are willing to share your life with me, my house will be yours, and I shall entrust you with my wealth. I have only one younger brother. As long as you treat him well, I shall earn money for you to spend." Lu Xinghua gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tears. The earlier man, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Black Bear, you truly would take anyone, wouldn't you? It's no surprise, given that with one eye gone, who would ever look your way? After all, who knows if you might be the type to abuse your wife?" The Black Bear turned and delivered a punch to the man. "I do not strike my wife, but I will strike you." He clearly possessed great strength, and the two men quickly engaged in a brawl, with the Black Bear gaining the upper hand and pinning the man to the ground. "What on earth are you doing? Stop this at once." The officer in charge of the matchmaking event entered and separated them. The young women were all taken aback. Both the Black Bear and the man were escorted away to face punishment. Unfazed, the Black Bear turned to Lu Xinghua and said, "I shall seek you out after my punishment. If you have made up your mind, please let me know." With that, he was led away. The matchmaking event could not proceed any further, yet it resulted in 2 potential couples. On the way back, the 5 young women relaxed and began discussing their experiences. "Sister Qin, was that man kind to you? I heard he is all alone in his family?" Wang Qin's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. "He is quite a decent fellow. I can sense that he genuinely does not mind me." "How wonderful," the still single girls exclaimed enviously. "By the way, it seems that man was part of General Xie's entourage when they came to Shay City. I recall he even gave Sister Qin a steamed bun. Could it be he took a liking to her back then?" "Indeed, I remember now. After we settled here, Sister Qin encountered him several times while fetching water by the riverside. It was he who helped carry the water back, wasn't it? He even assisted in chopping firewood. It appears he has been looking out for Sister Qin for quite some time. I saw it too." As soon as we approached, he walked directly to Sister Qin and began introducing himself. Wang Qin, momentarily lost in thought, realized that she had been mired in self-pity, and many details became clear as the others spoke. The mere remembrance made her heart race, and her face grew warmer. "Speaking of which, we must thank Wanwan," Wang Qin said, holding the flowers in her hand, unable to suppress a smile. Qin Wanwan wore a look of slight pride. She had indeed lent a hand. "Sister Qin's flowers are even larger than the ones I gave," Cuckoo interjected. "Of course, do not underestimate Li Daniu. Despite being a rough man, he is quite attentive and even enhanced this bouquet." Wang Qin quickly redirected the topic. "Enough about that, let us hear about your situations. Xinghua, what is troubling you?" The man who looked at Sister Xinghua was utterly disrespectful. He claims not to mind, yet his words insinuate we are not pure maidens. For him to even consider Sister Xinghua is a great honor. He went so far as to say that after marrying, she must serve and honor her mother-in-law well. While we may not be pure, we certainly do not desire such a man. The speaker was a bold young woman, one of the few who had not contemplated self-harm when the bandits were captured. She had picked up a knife from the ground and personally dispatched the scoundrels who had wronged her. It was not her fault. Why should she take her own life? The ones deserving of punishment were those men. Lu Xinghua regained her composure, stating, "I was already prepared for this. His words will not bring me down." Qin Wanwan, with a childlike innocence, chimed in, "Sister Xinghua, are you thinking about that Black Bear?" Lu Xinghua's face turned crimson. "I am not. He is a good man, indeed. Qin Wanwan, possessing a keen sensitivity to people's morals, asserted. Cuckoo added, do not be deceived by the black bear's fierce appearance, he truly does not strike his wife. His younger brother is quite sensible, far better than the first man you looked at. Both Wanwan and Cuckoo possessed extraordinary abilities. One could sense good and evil, while, with their combined insights, these young women prioritized character and potential for future happiness over mere appearances or family background, ensuring they chose men of integrity. You possess such knowledge, Cuckoo, the girls praised. This clever, articulate creature had won their affection since their initial astonishment. Wanwan is quite clever as well. Qin Wanwan and Cuckoo, both puffed up with pride, shared a moment of camaraderie. Cuckoo flapped her wings proudly, declaring, I shall safeguard you from scoundrels. Qin Wanwan nodded emphatically, yes, keep away from scoundrels. The young women queried, what does scoundrel mean? Qin Wanwan, her little face puzzled, replied, Wanwan does not know. Cuckoo, please explain. Laughter erupted among them, even as they made fervent promises to uphold their newfound wisdom. It refers to men who do not act rightly, bad men. Regardless of their understanding, Qin Wanwan nodded in agreement. The 5 girls, accompanied by Qin Wanwan and Cuckoo, returned home, their spirits high and laughter filling the air. Upon entering their dwelling, they were immediately surrounded by inquiries. They did not shy away from sharing, recounting the events that had transpired. Noticing their busy chatter, Wanwan took Cuckoo and quietly slipped away, off to find her father. However, before seeking her father, she intended to fill her little belly. The officers at the fire brigade warmly welcomed her arrival. What would you like to eat today, Wanwan? Uncle Ma will prepare it for you. He openly offered to prepare a special meal for the child. Their camp was filled with a bunch of gruff men, and it was a rare delight to have a sweet, soft little rice dumpling like her around. Instantly, the men in the camp became smitten with her presence. Qin Wanwan, cradling Cuckoo, sat obediently on a small stool, petite and endearing. Uncle Ma, Wanwan would like to eat rice balls. Uncle Ma immediately responded, no problem. I will make you some delicious, fragrant rice balls right away. With that, he busied himself in the kitchen, while another uncle approached with a small basket. These are wild fruits I brought from home. Take a look and see if there is anything you would like to eat. Qin Wanwan leaned forward to see, finding a selection of wild fruits common to this region. Chapter 22. Purchasing a slave, she pulled out a crisp jujube and began to nibble on it, expressing her gratitude in a soft, sticky voice. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Oh, how well behaved you are. If only my little rascal could be half as good as you. Who wouldn't adore such a lovely little glutinous rice dumpling? Clutching a fragrant rice ball filled with meat, Qin Wanwan set off to find her father. Kiki led the way, weaving left and right until they reached her father, who was training soldiers. Daddy of the child's soft, delicate voice was somewhat overshadowed by the gruff sounds of the soldiers. Yet, Xiechong still heard her. He turned slightly to catch sight of the charming, chubby little dumpling. With her pudgy hands cradling a rice ball larger than her face, she ambled towards him on her tiny feet. Daddy, hug! The little one clung to General Sei's leg, tilting her adorably pretty face upwards. Utterly endearing, Xiechong entrusted the matters at hand to his subordinate and lifted the little creature with one arm, departing from the scene. Daddy, eat! Who made you such a large rice ball? Qin Wanwan snuggled against his shoulder, her fluffy head rubbing affectionately against his neck. Wonderfully clingy. Uncle Ma made it for Wanwan. I'll just have a little. Daddy gets the big one. Try it. It's delicious. The little one took a bite herself, her small mouth making her cheeks round and rosy. Then she raised it towards her father's lips. Xiechong, not one to be polite, took a hearty bite, creating a stark contrast with the little gap left by her nibbled eye. In no time, the rice ball in Qin Wanwan's hands was devoured, piece by piece. Wipe your hands, such a delicate little thing, Xiechong remarked. Although he said this, he still took out a handkerchief and diligently wiped her chubby little hands clean. He had never carried a handkerchief before, but now he always had one on him. I heard you two caused a ruckus at the matchmaking event. Kiki immediately bristled in protest. What do you mean by causing a ruckus? Explain what you mean by a ruckus. We were there to help, okay? Qin Wanwan nodded in agreement, playing the supportive role, helping. With the endorsement of his little companion, Kiki puffed up with pride. Those poor girls rescued from the mountain bandits, we are preventing them from encountering scoundrels. Scoundrels, even if they are anti-scoundrels, their situations are not suitable for living with disdainful elders. I'm ensuring they have a prosperous life ahead. Prosperous life. Xiechong lifted the little one's chin. Silence. The child's chin was soft, and Qin Wanwan took the opportunity to nuzzle against it, like a little kitten, even rubbing it gently. Daddy, scratch my chin. The little one squinted her beautiful big eyes. Xiechong obliged, and Qin Wanwan cooed softly, reveling in the affection. We'll head back to the general's residence today. He refrained from mentioning the matchmaking incident again. Okay, wherever they went was of no concern to Qin Wanwan, as long as her father didn't abandon her. Xiechong rode back to the general's residence with Qin Wanwan. The once dilapidated and overgrown estate had undergone a complete renovation. Xiechong spent a considerable sum of 10 taels of silver to replace the broken walls and tiles, as well as to procure new furniture. After dismounting, Qin Wanwan dashed around the bare courtyard, her curiosity piqued by everything she encountered. Back inside. At her father's call, Qin Wanwan promptly returned to his side, exploring the interior and exterior of the house. This is your room. Qin Wanwan's little room was quite beautifully decorated, complete with a wardrobe, a small wooden bed, a vanity, a table, and chairs. Her lovely little dresses were neatly hung in the wardrobe, and the bedding was plush and soft. Xiechong provided her with the best within his means. The room was immaculate, and Qin Wanwan was not at all picky. She adored it. Where does Daddy sleep? Xiechong pointed to the adjacent room. Qin Wanwan followed him over and was taken aback compared to the elegance of her room. Xiachong's quarters were stark in their simplicity, just a bed, a wardrobe, and nothing more. The bedding was old and patched. It was a wonder how someone of his stature as a general lived in such modesty. Daddy has money now, why not get new things? Qin Wanwan looked up at him, puzzled. Xiachong replied, it's still usable, why waste it? There are other uses for that silver. Xiachong had endured the hardships of being besieged without silver or military supplies. The military funds and provisions from the court were always meager. As a grassroots individual, his connections within the court were limited to an old general who had once looked after him. Beyond that, he had no influence. The old general feared that the emperor might resent him for being too accomplished, thus he couldn't offer assistance freely. Each time the court dispensed military funds, Xiachong found himself at a disadvantage, even facing exploitation. Therefore, the gold and jewels seized from the mountain bandits were intended for exchange into food supplies for future necessities, as well as to upgrade the military's equipment. Every tael of silver had to be spent judiciously. However, there was no need to explain all this to a 3-year-old. Although Xiachong had decided to stay, he was quite busy and couldn't always accompany Wanwan. Thus, he needed to purchase a slave. He took Qin Wanwan to the merchant who dealt in slaves. The merchant warmly presented the finest slaves available, who can cook. Several slaves stepped forward. Xiachong inquired of Qin Wanwan, would you like to choose, or should I assist you? Cuddling into his embrace, Qin Wanwan responded softly, Wanwan will choose herself for following her instincts. She selected a taciturn woman. As for her caregiver, Qin Wanwan scanned the room and pointed to a boy in the corner. I want him, Daddy, his eyes are so beautiful. The merchant, following her gaze, appeared somewhat troubled. Well, that SA mixed blood. Mixed blood referred to the offspring of Tianqi citizens and nomadic tribes. Moreover, he is of wolf tribe descent, so his temperament might be a bit fierce. While mixed blood individuals were not uncommon in this region, they often lived under difficult circumstances. One reason was their appearance, which differed somewhat from that of the Tianqi people, leading many to view them as outsiders. Additionally, the relationship between the Tianqi people and various nomadic tribes had always been somewhat tense. Other more peace-loving tribes fared better, but those with blood feuds against the Tianqi people tended to shun mixed-blood individuals. Xiachong, as a general, was well aware of the wolf tribe. They were a mysterious nomadic group, self-proclaimed descendants of the wolf god, known for their ferocity and prowess in battle. However, their bravery was primarily exhibited when their territory or kin were threatened, and they had not engaged in significant conflict with the Tianqi people. 3 years ago, the wolf tribe had mysteriously vanished from the grasslands, and news of them had not surfaced since. The most notable feature of the wolf tribe was their striking blue eyes. Are you certain you want to choose him? Xiachong furrowed his brow, sensing that this little girl appeared quite easy to manipulate. He wondered whether the boy could look after her, or if, in turn, she might become a victim of his bullying. Chapter 23 Green Lotus. Little Wolf, yes. Ultimately, the emaciated youth was purchased. In addition to these two individuals, a female slave was also acquired. The female slave had been exiled alongside a wealthy family to this locale. 3 slaves were already sufficient, having cost Xiachong 5 taels of silver, with the female slave being somewhat more expensive. He felt a pang in his heart. What troubled him even more was the responsibility of providing for these 3 individual sustenance. Though they were slaves, Xiachong was not a miser. At the very least, he had to ensure they were well fed. On the way back, though Xiachong remained silent, Qin Wanwan sensed her father's concern over the expenditure. Father, in business, one must earn a fortune. Even little Qin Wanwan understood that money left idle does not generate wealth. One must engage in commerce to prosper. Xiachong replied solemnly, business is not as easy as it seems, and I am quite busy. Kiki interjected, your father wishes to engage in trade, but he has been deceived multiple times. He has fully accepted that he lacks the aptitude for business. Xiachong, how did you come to know that? He attempted to intervene, but Kiki seemed to have anticipated the reaction and retreated a bit. He was once tricked into partnering for a business venture, investing all 30 taels of silver he possessed, only for his partner to abscond with the funds, leaving him destitute. His own fierce demeanor does not endear him to others, so who would want to associate with him? He earned more from hunting, without the fear of incurring losses. Even after becoming a general, he contemplated business opportunities, but was uncertain what to sell. Ultimately, he attempted to trade in furs, lacking the skills to manage a shop, which resulted in failure, costing him an additional 300 taels of silver, leaving him restless at night and too frightened to try again. Xiacheng's expression darkened the silence. How on earth did this creature know about his sordid past? Qin Wanwan gazed at her father with pity, her small hands tenderly stroking his face. Father, do not be upset, in the future, Wanwan shall take care of you. As she declared this, the little chubby one patted her chest with conviction. Xiachong felt a twinge of emotion, yet, he did not take her words to heart. After all, how could a mere 3-year-old child support him? Xiachong cast a frosty glare at Kiki, who seemed to know too much, stirring a desire within him to silence the bird. Kiki nestled closer to Qin Wanwan. I am Wanwan's bird, losing my chick would grieve me immensely. Xiachong replied, I shall procure you another bird. Qin Wanwan shook her head, no, Kiki is just fine. Kiki puffed up proudly, casting a smug glance at Xiachong. Qin Wanwan poked Kiki, playfully admonishing, Kiki, do not bully father. Kiki ate very well, the chick protects the father. After settling the servants, as night fell and it was time to rest, Xiachong had just lain down when a knock echoed at the door. He lit an oil lamp and rose to open it, revealing a small, fluffy figure barely reaching his knee. Qin Wanwan stood at the threshold, clutching her little pillow, looking adorably innocent. Father, Wanwan cannot sleep. The little girl tilted her fair, lovely face upward, her bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears, resembling a beautiful little white cat that had suffered a slight. Xiachong glanced at his bed. My bed is hard, you won't sleep well here. Qin Wanwan's voice was soft and tinged with grievance, but Wanwan wishes to sleep with father. Who could resist such a pitiful plea? Ultimately, Xiachong, pillow in hand, went to her room. The little one kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, placing her pillow inside, then beamed brightly, beckoning him to join her, completely shedding her previous melancholic demeanor. Father, come over. You sleep here. What about me, where do I go? Kiki fluttered over, vying for a place. Qin Wanwan pointed to a spot beside her. Kiki sleeps here, both father and Kiki are next to Wanwan. Once Xiachong lay down, the child rolled over in the covers, eagerly and adeptly snuggling into her father's embrace. During the previous nights in the tent, she had developed a fondness for curling up against him. The significant temperature fluctuations in Shay County necessitated blankets for a good night's sleep. Her father's warmth was irresistible, and Qin Wanwan adored burrowing into him. Xiachong raised his hand, skillfully pulling the fragrant, soft little one into his arms. The child was remarkably well behaved, sleeping soundly without snoring, grinding her teeth, or kicking off the blankets. She radiated warmth, resembling a soft, fragrant little pillow that also facilitated restful sleep. Almost within minutes of holding the little one, Xiachong succumbed to slumber. Kiki, too, rested peacefully atop Qin Wanwan's small pillow. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiachong awoke with his biological clock, his eyes fluttering open to the sight of the obedient little one nestled in his arms. Reluctant to disturb her, he extracted his arm and covered the rosy-cheeked Qin Wanwan with the blanket before dressing and departing. He summoned the 3 servants for a briefing. I do not care what your past identities were. Upon your arrival here, your sole responsibility is to care for the young master. His words were few, yet his imposing demeanor, coupled with the sword at his side, was sufficiently intimidating. The 2 female slaves nodded submissively. The boy from the wolf clan stood expressionless, as if he had not heard a word. After assigning their tasks, Xiachong cast another glance at the mixed-blood youth before taking his leave. However, upon reaching the military camp, he arranged for a capable individual to discreetly monitor the boy. Wanwan, feeling lazy, finally stirred around noon, when the heat became too much to bear, and she groggily sat up, clutching the corner of her blanket as she searched for her father. Her eyes barely open, she traversed the bed from one end to the other. Kiki could hardly bear to watch. Wanwan, your father has left. Qin Wanwan lay atop the soft blanket, her face squished under the weight, making her look adorably comical. A female slave entered, carrying a basin of water for washing. Miss, it is time to rise, breakfast is nearly ready. Hearing about food, Qin Wanwan barely roused, opening her eyes to yawn. I am so sleepy. I want to sleep some more. It's so hot. Why is it so hot? It was so cool at night. Her voice was a soft, petulant whine, utterly charming. The female slave's heart melted. It was hard to fathom that such a fierce-looking general had such a sweet, delicate daughter. After washing her face and having her little teeth brushed by the slave, she finally felt more awake. The female slave dressed her in a lovely royal blue dress and styled her hair into beautiful braids. She appeared as if she had been sculpted from jade, a veritable little fairy. The female slave beamed with pride. What is your name? Qin Wanwan, admiring her pristine self, was utterly enchanted. She looked truly beautiful. My previous name was Green Lotus. Please bestow upon me a new name, Mississippi. Slaves lacked personal names, as they were assigned by their masters. Qin Wanwan, a blank slate in education, had no knowledge of naming conventions. I do not know how to name things. Green Lotus is a lovely name, so you shall still be called Green Lotus. Thank you, young miss. Chapter 24. Wolf Fong. Today, there was no need to dine at the military camp. Of the soft, white, and exquisitely adorned dumpling had barely stepped out of her room when a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The cuisine here leaned heavily towards wheat-based dishes, featuring steamed buns and pancakes, along with a small bowl of fragrant noodles. She instinctively took her seat at the table, where the buns were dainty and delicate, their thin skin generously filled with various fillings, some with meat, others with vegetables. The meat used was lamb, expertly prepared by the cook to eliminate any gamey taste, while the vegetable filling consisted of cabbage. The pancakes were scallion pancakes, with an egg nestled within the dough. Considering her young age, only 2 small buns, 1 pancake, and a small bowl of noodles were placed before her. She sampled everything, feeling a touch full as she noted that she had barely made a dent in the pancake. The remnants of her meal prompted an instinctive search for her father, only to find he was absent. Pouting, she set down the pancake. Green Lotus, have you eaten yet? As Green Lotus cleaned her hands, Qin Wanwan recalled the 3 servants she had recently acquired. The maidens have yet to partake in their breakfast. Well, you ought to hurry and eat. Tell the cook to prepare more, so you can fill your bellies. Thank you, Mississippi. Please, just call me Green Lotus. I cannot presume to be your sister. All right then. As she allowed the servants to attend to their meal, Qin Wanwan was reminded of the seeds she had exchanged at the marketplace. She had been keeping the grass seeds and wheat seeds by her bedside, intending to rectify the wheat's genetic deficiencies. Upon returning yesterday, she had asked her father to bring the seeds back as well. The front and backyards are all tidied up. Wanwan, find someone to help turn the soil and scatter the seeds. Qin Wanwan acknowledged with a cheerful okay and scampered back to her room. However, within 2 minutes, she emerged, looking quite dejected. The little Qilin cub lacked the strength to carry the 2 bags of seeds, which weighed a total of 30 pounds, but the clever little creature had an idea. She ran outside and spotted a young boy squatting at the entrance, expressionless, devouring a pancake. Compared to the previous day, he was much cleaner, though his head was now shaved. He had spent far too long in the filthy surroundings of the human den, resembling a beggar. His hair had become a tangled mess, infested with fleas, prompting Xiechong to take a pair of shears to it. The boy was thin, yet his frame was sturdy, and there was a fierce determination in his demeanor as he ate. The moment Qin Wanwan stepped outside, he looked up and stood to face her. "What is your name?" she inquired. The boy opened his mouth but was unable to produce any sound. Qin Wanwan regarded him with a puzzled expression. He appeared somewhat anxious, emitting a hoarse while gesturing with his hands. Kikek flew over, stating, "Wanwan, this young lad is mute. He cannot speak." The boy glanced at the talking bird, his eyes reflecting envy before dimming, and then he anxiously fixed his gaze on Qin Wanwan, resembling a forlorn puppy awaiting its fate. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan took his hand and led him toward the fifth room. "Help me carry these, they're too heavy for me." The boy, feeling the warmth of her acceptance, his blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped his hand. He followed her closely, ready to assist with whatever she required. Qin Wanwan wished to plant the seeds, but they lacked the necessary tools for tilling the soil. Unsure of what to do, she decided to seek her father's assistance. With the silent boy trailing her, she made her way toward the military camp. Shahi City was indeed desolate. There were hardly any shops to be seen. The military camp was not far from the general's residence, situated on the outskirts of the city. Yet, the adults had to walk for half an hour, which amounted to about an hour's journey. With her short legs, Qin Wanwan's pace was even slower. After walking for half an hour, she felt fatigued and the heat was making her uncomfortable, causing her to become quite sweaty. Her gaze landed on the boy beside her, who, astonishingly, showed no signs of perspiration despite their long trek. "Are you tired?" she asked, her soft, cherubic face looking up at him. Her innocent expression clearly conveyed her desire for him to carry her. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy squatted down, observing his gaunt frame. Qin Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardly leaned against him. "You chose to carry me. You know Wanwan hasn't he bullied you. I'm not a bad child." As the boy lifted her, Qin Wanwan playfully wiggled her little toes, earnestly justifying herself in a voice as soft and tender as a gentle caress. The boy nodded in agreement. Qin Wanwan retrieved a piece of candy from her snack pouch and offered it to him. "Here, have some candy if you get tired, just tell me, and I'll walk for a bit." Her gesture was genuinely considerate, enough to warm one's heart. "What is your name?" she asked again. The boy shook his head. "He had no name. Then may I call you Wolf Fong?" "Father said you belong to a wolf clan, and wolf teeth are incredibly fierce." The boy's eyes brightened at the name, and he nodded in approval that he now had a name, Wolf Fong, and he liked it. With the conversation now flowing, Qin Wanwan chattered incessantly. "I'm going to find father. We need to farm. Kikek said we need hoes for farming, but we don't have any at home, so I must find father." She was far from bored. Although the boy could not speak, she had Kikek, the parrot, to keep her company. They could engage in conversation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the military camp, Qin Wanwan confidently entered without hesitation. "Where is my father, uncle? Where is my father?" After searching for a while and failing to locate him, she grabbed a patrolling soldier and inquired. "The general is in the main tent discussing important matters." After expressing her gratitude, she hurried toward the main tent with Wolf Fong in tow. However, she did not enter. Instead, she exchanged glances with the two guards stationed at the tent entrance before squatting down, resting her chin on her little palms as she waited patiently. She was a well-behaved child, not wanting to disturb her father at work. Wolf Fong stood beside her. The two guards exchanged looks, pondering whether they should report her presence. When Xiechong and his capable subordinates finally finished their discussions and emerged, the diminutive Qin Wanwan immediately began scanning for her father with wide, sparkling eyes. "Ah, when did Wanwan arrive?" Everyone present recognized her and shared a friendly rapport. Qin Wanwan sweetly greeted each one, "Uncle Lin, Uncle Wang, Uncle Li." The group of rugged men instantly beamed with joy, seizing the opportunity to lift the little girl into their arms before the general emerged. "Let me carry her. She smells like sweat. Do you think you smell any better? Step aside." Qin Wanwan's face scrunched up at the overwhelming odor as she was hoisted up, though she did not protest. Why did they always fight to hold her? And these rough men were not particularly keen on bathing. Their combined scent was quite potent. Qin Wanwan wrinkled her little nose, clearly expressing her distaste. "Father." Upon spotting her father emerge, Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly extended her chubby arms, longing to be held. Compared to these men, her father's scent was refreshingly clean, which she adored. Xiechong cast a glance, and the man holding Qin Wanwan reluctantly returned the fragrant, soft dumpling to her father, his expression tinged with disappointment, still yearning for her warmth. Chapter 25. A planting pasture. Carry on with your duties. The ruthless general dismissed the soldiers with a wave of his hand, casting a fleeting glance at the young boy standing nearby. "From tomorrow onwards, you shall report to the camp at dawn and train alongside the other soldiers, ensuring the lady's safety henceforth." Wolf Tooth found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding in agreement, for he was more than willing. Qin Wanwan nestled against her father's embrace, her cherubic face pressing affectionately against his. "Father, I've given him a name, Wolf Tooth." Xiechong responded with a nonchalant hum. "Have you eaten?" Qin Wanwan pushed his broad hand onto her small belly. "I'm quite full." Her round tummy appeared soft and pudgy. Remembering her intentions, she promptly voiced her request. "Father, I need a hoe." "What do you need a hoe for?" Xiechong inquired. "To plant crops." Qin Wanwan replied, recalling the 2 bags of seeds she often carried. "They might as well plant them, as the front and back courtyards were barren. Let the servants handle the planting. You'll need to purchase a hoe from the blacksmith's shop." He led Qin Wanwan back to his usual tent, rummaging through a box to retrieve a handful of copper coins and a bit of silver. "This should amount to 3 taels. Take it and use it wisely." These coins were the remnants of his meager savings, with the box weighing at least 20 to 30 taels. The copper coins were rather heavy, so upon exiting the tent, Siechong handed the pouch to Wolf Tooth. "Take this and pay for the lady." Then, recalling something, he asked Qin Wanwan, "Do you need to buy anything else apart from the hoe?" "I don't know," Qin Wanwan replied. After a moment's thought, Siechong decided to add another 2 taels of silver for her. "Just be careful not to lose it." He had saved this pocket change over many days, and expenses in the military camp were minimal. Although his military pay was substantial, he had to dig into his own pockets whenever the camp required more funds. Having eliminated 2 bandit dens and with the silver mine recently, the camp's finances had significantly improved, and his little treasury had finally swelled a bit. He felt inclined to spare some of this money as pocket money for his daughter. With this newfound wealth, he could also enhance and expand the camp's equipment. Purchasing horses, upgrading weapons, and acquiring armor would all require considerable funds. And then there were provisions. As he calculated the expenses in the tent, he realized that despite everything, their silver would dwindle quickly, especially since they needed to set aside some for the soldiers' pay. Yet, at least this time, he wouldn't have to dig into his own pockets. Siechong contemplated writing a memorial to the capital to voice his grievances and request a reward, for the silver mine was partly his doing. With no time to accompany Wanwan on a shopping spree, he instructed a soldier to accompany her to purchase farming tools before sending them off from the military camp. As they were about to leave, the little white bundle clung to her father's neck, reluctant to part. "Father, you must come home tonight. Wanwan will wait for you." Her dark, bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Despite being a stern general, Siechang's heart softened immensely, though he masked it well. "Understood." Once they departed, Siechong turned to write his memorial, his expression devoid of emotion as he poured out his grievances, ensuring that His Majesty would perceive their border troops as destitute and on the brink of starvation. Now that he had a daughter to care for, he could no longer afford to remain impoverished. The young soldier assigned to accompany them was local, leading them directly to the blacksmith's shop. Upon recognizing they were from the border troops, the old blacksmith offered fair prices. However, iron was inherently costly. Qin Wanwan requested 3 large hoes, a small shovel, and a sickle, basic farming tools. The total came to 2 taels of silver. The items were promptly delivered to the general's residence by the blacksmith's son. "Miss, today happens to be market day, would you like to visit?" Qin Wanwan, glancing at the remaining coins, nodded joyfully. "Yes." Thus, the trio made their way to the marketplace. Although the shops were few, the market was bustling with vendors selling vegetables, various meats, and cooked foods, primarily buns, steamed bread, noodles, and pancakes. Qin Wanwan patted her small belly, not yet feeling hungry. She did not purchase cooked food, but, seeing a fruit stall, she unabashedly bought some fragrant pears, apples, pomegranates, and crunchy jujubes, all for 500 copper coins. She also bought some fabric, recalling what Cuckoo had mentioned. Her father's trousers were worn and hadn't been replaced. The little girl spent the remainder of her coins on fabric to make clothes for her father, choosing black for its durability. Having exhausted her funds, Wolf Tooth and the young soldier carried a large assortment of items back to the general's residence. After delivering the goods and ensuring the soldier returned to report, Qin Wanwan, with the help of 3 household servants, began tilling the land in the front yard. Though Wolf Tooth appeared frail, he possessed considerable strength and contributed the most labor. Following Cuckoo's guidance, she scattered the pasture seeds across the soil. "Is this sufficient?" Cuckoo fluffed its feathers. "It should be, I think." It had never cultivated land before. "Why not accept a portion of the inherited memories tonight for 100 merit points?" Mother said I am too young to receive such memories. Qin Wanwan slipped off her muddy shoes, her skirt stained as well. "Sister Green Lotus, I wish to take a bath." Green Lotus sighed, "I have told you not to call me sister." Yet, the young lady had forgotten this promptly and continued to address her as Sister Green Lotus. It seemed correction was futile. Green Lotus replied, "I will go fetch hot water with Aunt Zhang." Cuckoo remarked, "Accepting just a portion of the inherited memories is harmless. Your Qilin clan shares a friendly relationship with the Shinon clan, known for their agricultural prowess. The Qilin clan possesses some inherited knowledge in this regard, and you can accept a small, inconsequential portion of that knowledge." Seated on the stone steps, Qin Wanwan rested her chubby hands on her chin, her eyes filled with curiosity. "But why plant pasture? This pasture may seem inconsequential to you, but it is invaluable to your father. The wild grasses in the celestial realm are abundant, infused with a trace of spiritual energy, capable of enriching the soil. They grow robustly and quickly, making them a favorite among herbivorous creatures. Consider the horses in your father's camp, they expend a significant amount of silver annually on fodder." Her father cherished silver dearly, and the thought of his financial strain tugged at her heart. The little girl clenched her tiny fists. "Wanwan will protect father's silver." Thus, she dedicated herself to the pasture seeds. She also agreed to accept a portion of the planting inheritance that evening. That night, as Qin Wanwan prepared for bed, she skillfully clutched her small pillow and sought her father's presence. "Father, time for sleep." Already drowsy, Qin Wanwan yawned as she climbed into her father's embrace, smoothly snuggling in. Siechong, who was still reviewing documents, thought to himself that he would likely have to stay up late tonight, as many matters remained unresolved. "Return to your bed and sleep," he urged. However, Qin Wanwan refused, twisting her small body to find a comfortable position with her pillow, her eyes fluttering shut. Her expression seemed to convey, "I'm sleeping now, do not disturb my nest." Chapter 26. Finding a goose egg, father, you feel so rigid, murmured the little delicate one as she lifted her eyelids after a few moments. Xiechong, cuddled in his embrace, she still found his firmness uncomfortable for sleeping. Xiechong felt somewhat speechless, despite her complaints. The little one had drifted off to sleep against him, but he gently stroked Qin Wanwan's hair when he returned. She had just finished her bath, her hair damp, clad in a tiny belly band and pink shorts, her arms resembling tender lotus stems, with skin as white as snow. Her hair had dried by now. As the night grew cooler, once she fell into a deep slumber, Xiechong carefully placed her on the bed, tucked her in, and quietly departed. The inheritance of the Qilin clan was extensive, typically bestowed upon young Qilins only after they reached adulthood, accompanied by the great Qilin. This was because only the souls of adult Qilins could withstand the impact of the inheritance. However, unlocking a small portion posed no issue. The memory inheritance concerning agricultural practices from the Shinnon clan was optional for the Qilin clan, as they did not rely on agriculture for sustenance. Qin Wanwan exchanged 100 merit points for the Heavenly Dao to help her unlock a fragment of memory pertaining to the Shinnon clan's farming. It was only a fragment because many agricultural spells and formations were irrelevant in the mortal realm. There was nothing earth-shattering about it. After a brief slumber, a new memory had surfaced in Qin Wanwan's mind. This memory played out like a video, elaborately detailing various crop cultivation methods and fertilization techniques. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes and organized the memories for a while. So much information, she decided not to overthink it. It was too taxing. Isn't it just about scattering the seeds onto the ground? Grass seeds can indeed be scattered like that, as they are resilient and can easily take root in the soil. As for other seeds, when she gazed at wheat, information about its cultivation automatically surfaced in her mind. It required fertilization, weeding, watering, and pest control. Qin Wanwan felt a bit dizzy. Could she not just scatter the seeds and leave them be? With the help of Lvhe, she donned a clean little dress, today in a tender green hue. A red ribbon adorned her hair, adding a touch of vivacity to her appearance. Today's hairstyle differed from yesterday's, featuring playful braids. Stepping outside, she beheld the seeds she had sown just yesterday, now sprouting vigorously. The formerly barren soil now showcased vibrant, fresh green shoots, infusing the courtyard with a semblance of life. These seeds sprouted remarkably fast. Nearly one day, Qin Wanwan, nibbling on a fragrant pear, smiled with her eyes twinkling in delight at the lively greenery. She suddenly found planting quite enjoyable. However, the courtyard was a muddy mess, making it easy to step into muck. We need a little path, to avoid the mud. Lvhe nodded in agreement. Mrs. idea is splendid. Shall we gather some stones to pave a path? Having bitten into her fragrant pear halfway, she nodded vigorously. The general's residence had few people, so everyone set out to find stones for the path. 3 servants, accompanied by a tiny, snow-white child, went along. Qin Wanwan was quite particular and wanted to find beautiful stones, thus, they were led to the riverbank. Miss, do you think these stones will do? The riverbank was strewn with pebbles, some merely the size of a palm. These stones were of little use to anyone, but over time, many had accumulated by the river. Qin Wanwan dashed to the riverbank and picked up a round, smooth pebble. This one will do, it's beautiful. The fair-skinned little girl raised the stone, her eyes sparkling with delight. The group began searching for more aesthetically pleasing pebbles. Qin Wanwan joined in, her small hands struggled to carry even slightly larger stones, requiring both hands to lift them. As she rummaged, she picked up a white, oval-shaped object. Oh, this stone feels quite peculiar. It wasn't as heavy as a stone, and she sensed a hint of vitality within it. This is not a stone, it's an egg, Qin Wanwan exclaimed, realizing why the object felt so odd. It seems to be a goose egg. She circled the white egg, pondering, I wonder whose goose laid an egg here. Not only had it been laid, but the egg also exhibited remarkable vitality, as it had begun to show signs of life after basking in the sun in its grassy nest, albeit faintly. If they didn't find it soon, the life within might perish. Qin Wanwan wiped off the mud and sand from the egg's surface with her handkerchief, then carefully cradled it against her little belly. Clutching the egg, she abandoned her search for stones. Lvhe, look, I found a goose egg. She ran over to flaunt it, presenting it to Lvhe. Wow, this is truly amazing. Qin Wanwan lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. The corners of her mouth curled upwards. I want to hatch a little goose. After showing it to Lvhe, she dashed over to find the young man Wolf Tooth. Look, I found a big goose egg. Wolf Tooth merely nodded, acknowledging her discovery. Aunt Shan, look, I found a big goose egg that can hatch little geese. The cheerful, youthful voice of the little girl echoed by the riverside, drawing affectionate gazes from the 3 onlookers. As they carried the pebbles back, Qin Wanwan, clutching the goose egg, insisted on walking alongside them, her short legs scurrying to keep up. Is it heavy? Should we take a break? These stones are not heavy. Mississippi. They made their way back to the general's residence in one go, where they planned a pathway and began laying the pebbles. Qin Wanwan found a small basket, lined it with a handkerchief, and waved to Kiki. As Kiki flew over, she seized him and placed him atop the goose egg. Kiki, what are you doing, little one? Qin Wanwan replied. Kiki, be good and keep the egg warm. Kiki suddenly regretting his loose tongue. On their way back, Qin Wanwan inquired how the little goose would emerge, and while he explained, he inadvertently dropped a stone on his own foot. Kiki protested, I'm a parrot, not a goose egg incubator. Qin Wanwan looked at him with pleading eyes. Kiki could never resist her like that and ultimately relented. Qin Wanwan gave Kiki a quick kiss on the head, joyfully running out to help pave the stones. As long as there were enough pebbles, creating a small path in the courtyard would be a breeze. Lvhe and the others made 3 trips to the riverbank, finally gathering enough pebbles. After they finished laying the stones, Aunt Zhang went to prepare dinner, while Qin Wanwan found a corner of the wall, using a small shovel to dig a little hole, then produced a peach pit. Indeed, it was the pit left over from the peach she had eaten on the way. She had carried it with her all this time, hoping it would grow into a large tree that would bear countless fruits in the future. Besides the peach pit, she also had apple seeds and fragrant pear seeds. However, these seeds needed to be set aside for a while, waiting for her spiritual essence to nurture them before planting. Chapter 27 Another bounty of merit points within the system shop. The images of fruit seeds remained unlit, yet she persevered through her own efforts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, when Xiechong returned, he was momentarily taken aback by the cobblestone path that had been laid down. He found it quite appealing, particularly as the verdant grass surrounding the pebbled pathway grew increasingly lush. Qin Wanwan sat on the threshold, awaiting his return, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing her father. Her large eyes, framed by lashes that resembled delicate brushes, glimmered with liveliness as they lit up. Father, Xiechong observed the little round figure of his daughter as she trotted over, clutching something in her chubby hands. Father, look, Wanwan found a large goose egg and wants to hatch little goslings. Xiechong bent down to scoop her up. The little one nestled in his arm, presenting the goose egg before him. He wasn't one for excessive flattery, nearly reaching out to scratch her pudgy chin, a habit that was somewhat addictive. Qin Wanwan eagerly tilted her chin towards his hand, her eyes narrowing with contentment like a small kitten. Dinner was prepared for the two of them upon Xiechang's return. With the cook having set out a meal for them, the father and daughter sat face to face, placing the goose egg in a nearby basket, where it was soon cozily ensconced again. Father, I want to eat fish. It is bones. Could you please pick out the bones for Wanwan? Qin Wanwan pleaded, brandishing her little spoon and playfully wiggling her toes in a soft, endearing manner. Xiechong remained silent but selected a piece of tender fish, meticulously extracting the bones before serving it to her. Qin Wanwan relished the meal, reciprocating by offering him a large meatball with her chopsticks. She soon found herself full after just a small bowl of rice. After dining, she stood and wandered around the room to digest her meal. Once she saw that her father had finished eating, she scampered over, diving into his embrace, a truly clingy little one. Father, come here. She beckoned for Green Lotus to join them. At that moment, Green Lotus was holding a soft measuring tape, typically used for taking measurements while making clothes. Xiechong, observing the little one, wondered what she intended to do. General, the young lady has procured some fabric, claiming it is for your garments. Xiechong felt a twinge of emotion. Have we exhausted all our funds? The little one nodded fervently. He contemplated giving her a bit of pocket money, though not too much, lest she squander it recklessly, as his spare coins could hardly withstand such a fate. With the measurements taken, the task of crafting the garments was entrusted to Green Lotus and An Zhang. Xiechong washed up and then busied himself with laundry, laboriously scrubbing his clothes in a wooden basin. When Qin Wanwan found him, she noticed the tear in his trousers. Father, your pants are torn. Kakak said so. Xiechong replied, but they are still wearable. We cannot waste. He believed in frugality. A pair of wrap trousers cost over 30 copper coins, and the old ones were quite comfortable. Nonetheless, the tear was indeed rather large. He pondered mending it with a scrap of cloth once it dried, as they were worn underneath, and no one would be the wiser, save for that pesky bird. Let Green Lotus help you bathe and prepare for bed. All right. Qin Wanwan obediently went to bathe, while Xiechong, after finishing the laundry, sought out the bird. Kakak was dozing atop the goose egg, boredom weighing heavily upon it, when suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, and its neck was seized. Ka, help it out. Xiechong pinched its beak shut. Kakak, it had done nothing wrong. Surely, this father wouldn't harm it for a meal, right? Please, no. With silence, under the imposing presence of the great Qilin, Kakak complied. With a stern expression, Xiechong warned, you must not speak of my trousers' condition to anyone. Kakak. Isn't that rather trivial? With its neck caught in the man's grip, Kakak resentfully nodded. If silence was required, then so be it. Was it such a big mouth? After issuing the warning, Xiechong finally released it back to the goose egg. Continue hatching the egg, and do not mention this to Wanwan. Kakak understood how shameless of the adult. Threatening a mere bird was hardly an impressive feat. Ugh, the bird scoffed at him. At bedtime, the freshly bathed, soft little bundle expertly nestled into her father's embrace. Father smells nice too. The little one, like a kitten, burrowed and found a comfortable position against her father. Quickly succumbing to sleep, she emanated a delightful fragrance, and soon, Xiechong also drifted into slumber. A night devoid of dreams passed, and upon waking the next day, he felt invigorated. Upon seeing the grass in the courtyard, he paused. What kind of grass was this? It had grown remarkably fast. Even the tender shoots boasted lush, broad leaves. In just 2 days, the yard had transformed into a small lawn. The moment he stepped outside, he was greeted by a rich, grassy aroma that was both unique and potent. The front yard of the General's residence, though only half an acre, now exuded a scent reminiscent of vast prairies, thanks to the grass that had sprouted in merely 2 days. Xiechong hurried off to the military camp, pondering the variety of grass before departing in haste. However, the 3 servants at home were genuinely astonished by the rapid growth of the grass in the front yard. Early in the morning, Qin Wanwan was all set, clutching the large goose egg with her chubby little hands. Though she was not adept at hatching eggs, the ethereal essence of the auspicious Qilin would surely enhance the vitality within the goose egg. Holding a crispy youtiao, she sat at the entrance, savoring bites while gazing at the lawn. Is there any soy milk? Aunt Zhang asked, bewildered. Miss, what is soy milk? Qin Wanwan, unsure of how to make it herself, simply remembered having tasted it before. Therefore, she turned to Kakak. Kakak stood tall. You should first soak the beans. The 3 servants had grown accustomed to Kakak, believing their general to be impressive, not only for his prowess in battle but for his ability to capture monsters. Indeed, they regarded Kakak as a spirit creature. After all, how else could a bird converse so fluently with humans, possessing knowledge greater than theirs? Aunt Zhang went to soak the beans. After finishing her breakfast, Qin Wanwan went to check on the peach trees she had planted, but they had yet to sprout. Today, she would refresh the soil in the backyard. After breakfast, the 3 servants busied themselves once more. By the end of the day, they had finally completed the task. The backyard was significantly larger than the front, measuring a full acre and a half. Though tiring, the general's residence provided ample, hearty meals, ensuring they were well fed. The growing youth, Wolf Fong, consumed the most, as he was still in his growth phase and exerted the most effort. Little one, another substantial sum of merit points has been credited, Qin Wanwan exclaimed as she opened the shop, discovering her merit points had surged to 500, after purchasing seeds and unlocking a portion of her inheritance. She had previously had 220 points remaining. Now, with the sudden increase of 500, her total merit points stood at 720, with 2 icons lit up. Qin Wanwan's little finger prodded the newly appeared icon. Milk-flavored soybean, a new variety from a technological dimension, with an approximate yield of 500 pounds per acre. Characteristics: high yield and excellent taste, with minimal soil requirements. A drawback: possesses genetic defects and cannot be saved for seeds. Remedies for the soybean's genetic defects are identical to those for wheat. Kakak remarked. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, she purchased a portion. The seed quantity required for 1 acre was equivalent to that of wheat in terms of merit points. Chapter 28, Tofu pudding. In addition to yellow soybeans, there was another delightful item that caught Qin Wanwan's sparkling gaze, brimming with anticipation. Milk fruit. Indeed, this time it was not a crop, but rather Qin Wanwan's absolute favorite fruit. To be precise, every child adored it. Even in the heavenly realm, it was immensely popular among the young. Whether human or beast, consuming milk fruit from a young age could fortify one's physique. It costs 50 merit points for a single piece. It's exceedingly expensive. However, each milk fruit was as large as 2 adult men's fists, encased in a hard shell akin to that of a coconut, filled with pure milk fruit juice. The liquid was milky white, imbued with a creamy aroma devoid of any fishy scent, and exuded a refreshing sweetness reminiscent of nature. Yet, it came with a drawback: this exquisite fruit bore no seeds. In the heavenly realm, only 3 milk fruit trees existed, each yielding a mere 100 fruits annually. These venerable trees were quite old, and it was said that new shoots would only sprout in the spots where the elderly trees perished. Having accumulated quite a few merit points, Qin Wanwan indulged herself by purchasing 2 milk fruits, leaving her with 620 merit points. Cradling the deep green, hefty milk fruit, she struggled for a while, puffing her cheeks in defeat. The outer shell was not only coconut-like in appearance but also comparable in hardness. She was unable to pry it open. Setting one down by the bedside, she declared, "This one is for father." Then, clutching the other, she trotted off in search of Wolf Fong. Wolf Fong, where are you?" The sweet and cheerful voice of the little girl resonated, prompting the youth stationed at the door to swing it open. "Wolf Fong, look! A delicious fruit that Wanwan cannot open." She raised her chubby little hands, lifting the fruit high, her toes barely touching the ground, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. It was a sweltering day. "Wolf Fong, please help Wanwan open it. I will share a tiny bit with you, but only a little, as this is incredibly precious." Wolf Fong accepted the milk fruit, acknowledging its hardness. He could not open it with his bare hands. After pondering for a moment, he took the fruit and led her to the kitchen. Qin Wanwan followed closely like a little tailed eye. In the kitchen, they found a knife, and he managed to slice it open at the top. The enticing aroma of milk wafted through the air, causing Qin Wanwan's eyes to sparkle. "Wolf Fong, fetch a cup, I will share a little with you." The boy shook his head, declining. Wanwan pouted, "Hurry, you must listen." Her feigned sternness was utterly adorable, lacking any real intimidation. "We must also prepare some for Sister LH and Aunt Zhang, they need cups as well." She was fair-minded, ensuring everyone received a share. Keka interjected, "You need not concern yourselves with us, it is you, the little one, who should enjoy the milk fruit juice." Wolf Fong nodded in agreement, though he was unfamiliar with the milk fruit. "Just a little bit, Wanwan has plenty." Moreover, after consuming this, she could always procure more. Under Qin Wanwan's insistence, Wolf Fong finally fetched 5 small cups, the type typically used for tea. She filled each cup to the brim. The milk fruit was quite large. Despite its tough exterior, it was not excessively thick, and the interior contained a substantial amount of juice. She still had more than half left, pouring the remainder into a bowl. The thick, milky juice exuded a fragrant aroma, promising a delightful taste. Keka stood before her cup of milk fruit juice, attempting to persuade the others. "This is an exceptionally rare delicacy. My little one generously shares a portion with you. Henceforth, you must treat her with utmost kindness, as if she were your own child." LH smiled, replying, "We understand, Lady Keka, even without your words, we shall wholeheartedly cherish the young miss." After all, the young miss was indeed remarkable. The general's household was devoid of the sordid intrigues found in many prominent families. Although they were modest, their experiences of great ups and downs had fostered a preference for this simpler, albeit more laborious, lifestyle. Keka, feeling quite proud to be addressed as lady, beamed. The milk fruit was undeniably delicious. Even the 3 adults, after savoring a taste, found their eyes gleaming. "What a wondrous fruit! The juice carries a milky flavor yet lacks any fishiness." Wolf Fong's expression lit up as he gulped down the entire cup of juice in one go. Qin Wanwan sat on a small stool, her expression of bliss evident as she sipped, her eyes squinted with joy, her little feet kicking up in delight. Once she finished the juice, it was time to commence the day's work. Continuing to till the unturned soil and then sowing seeds. An acre was planted with wheat, and half an acre with soybeans. Aunt Zhang, experienced in farming, guided the others, and within half a day, they completed the task. Sowing was considerably easier and quicker than tilling. By afternoon, the beans had soaked. Qin Wanwan not only desired to drink soybean milk but also to indulge in tofu pudding. Keka directed Wolf Fong to grind the beans, transforming them into a milky paste. Then, using fine cheesecloth, they filtered out the residue to begin boiling the soybean milk. As it simmered gently, the raw bean scent gradually dissipated. A bowl of sweetened soybean milk, once cooled slightly, nearly submerged Qin Wanwan's little face in its creamy goodness. By the end, she sported a ring of milky white foam around her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. Delicious. Of course, it paled in comparison to the milk fruit. There was plenty of soybean milk, so LH and the others need not hold back. Wolfang particularly relished it, downing 3 large bowls in quick succession. And Zhang approached with the seasoned brine she had prepared under Keka's guidance, pouring it into the boiling soybean milk and stirring gently before covering it with a lid. After a while, when she lifted the lid, a silky, milky white solid resembling steamed egg custard appeared before everyone. What is this? In this era, tofu and tofu pudding had yet to be discovered. However, some had already found ways to sprout beans. Yellow soybeans were predominantly used for sprouting or cooking. No one had anticipated the creation of such a delicacy. LH and Aunt Zhang were taken aback, their expressions a mix of surprise and delight. Especially after tasting the tofu pudding drizzled with syrup, their astonishment deepened. This is exquisite. I only soaked 2 bowls of beans, yet it yielded so much. Soybean milk and tofu pudding, both drinkable and edible, and most importantly, utterly delicious. Set some aside for father. Not only the tofu pudding but also some soybean milk. After consuming a small bowl of tofu pudding, Qin Wanwan felt quite full, especially after having enjoyed the soybean milk beforehand. Aunt Zhang and the others also had their fair share of tofu pudding, yet plenty remained. Concerned that the pudding would lose its appeal by the next day, they decided to store the leftovers in a clean wooden barrel, while another barrel held the soybean milk. They pushed a small cart towards the military camp, with Qin Wanwan clutching a goose egg in her hands. Sister LH, could you sew a little pouch for Wanwan? I wish to carry the goose egg with me. LH nodded. Of course, I will make one for the young miss as soon as we return. Having served in a prominent household, LH was quite adept at needlework. Father, upon entering the military camp and spotting her father, Qin Wanwan turned, handing the goose egg to Wolfang before scampering over on her short legs. Father, I have brought you delicious treats. Aunt Zhang, come quickly. Chapter 29. The snake found. Aunt Zhang responded promptly, hurriedly pouring soy milk and tofu pudding for the general. Green Lotus first carried the soy milk over. Xiachong sniffed. What is this? Lacking the typical bean odor, he found himself momentarily unable to discern it. Try it, do have a taste. Under Qin Wanwan's expectant gaze, Xiachong took a sip of the soy milk, slightly sweet, was delightful indeed, more enjoyable than milk. Although cow's milk and goat's milk are nutritious, their strong odor can be off-putting. Not bad. General, please try this as well. Xiachong gazed at the substance before him, as smooth and white as the skin of a young child. A single bite revealed its silky texture, reminiscent of egg custard yet possessing its own unique flavor. Now can we ascertain what this is? The delicacy was undeniably delicious, something he had never encountered before. Qin Wanwan beamed, wrapping her arms around his neck. It's soy milk and tofu pudding. Xiacheng's heart stirred, made from yellow beans? Indeed, General, Aunt Zhang replied with a hint of excitement. I never imagined that grinding yellow beans could produce such a delectable treat, and 1 pound of beans can yield about 3 pounds of tofu pudding. The leftover residue need not go to waste, I can make something delicious from it when I return. Upon hearing this, Xiacheng's dark eyes brightened. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable yellow bean could yield such an abundance of delightful creations? All credit goes to Miss and Lord Kiki, Aunt Zhang remarked. Under Xiacheng's gaze, Qin Wanwan appeared somewhat bewildered, while Kiki held its head high with pride. What do you think? I'm quite impressive, RNTI. Qin Wanwan softly praised, Kiki is amazing. In good spirits, Xiachong turned to Kiki. Is this method applicable in the military? He was also seeking Kiki's opinion. With a flap of its wings, Kiki declared, feel free to use it, I shall not charge you a dime. This technique was not originally its creation. Several individuals from the modern world, endowed with considerable merit, had ascended to the heavenly realm, bringing a plethora of culinary delights. They were quite generous, often sharing their culinary knowledge with the younger denizens of heaven. Kiki had memorized numerous recipes for the sake of its Qilin offspring. Now that Aunt Zhang could prepare tofu pudding, Xiachong promptly arranged for her to head to the kitchen camp. Father, I want to ride the horse. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xiachong took Qin Wanwan for a stroll around the nearby grasslands. The little one atop the horse wore a radiant smile. Wow, father, go faster, Wanwan isn't scared. This tiny creature exhibited remarkable courage. Xiacheng's steed galloped steadily and swiftly, only stopping after a considerable distance. Father, look, there are little animals running over there. That's a mouse hare. They run quite fast. Father, Wanwan wants to get down. As soon as Qin Wanwan's feet touched the ground, she dashed across the grassland. Xiachong, observing his surroundings, caught sight of the little one crouched on the ground, her little bottom raised as she rummaged for something. Approaching her, he found her little hands and face smeared with dirt as she stood up, clutching a gray hair. Father, meat. Xiachong, once again, a hare, what trouble had it caused you? Nevertheless, hare meat was indeed delicious, and these creatures reproduced rapidly, thriving in various environments. The grassland was home not just to mouse hares but also wild hares, burrowing everywhere. There seems to be more inside. Let me handle it. Xiachong glanced at the large hare, which was obediently still as he deftly tied it up, preventing Qin Wanwan from continuing her excavation. He took charge and, within a few minutes, unearthed a nest of baby hares and a snake. A slender little snake, as thick as 2 fingers, with a glossy black body. Xiaochong instinctively tossed the snake away, uncertain if it was venomous. However, Qin Wanwan's eyes lit up as she scampered over to pick it up. Wait, he hadn't anticipated that this little one would so eagerly grasp it. With her chubby little hands, Qin Wanwan held the snake, which began to coil around her arm. Father, can I keep it? Clutching the snake, she looked up at Xiaochong with wide, expectant eyes. Xiaochong, about which family allows their daughter to keep a snake? He had never witnessed such a thing. Did this child possess no sense of fear? Father, seeing Xiaochong hesitate, Qin Wanwan began to act adorably, tugging at his finger while gazing up at him with her beautiful face and glistening eyes filled with hope. Xiaochong rubbed his forehead. Where did you learn this? Let me see the snake first. It can't be venomous if you wish to keep it. Qin Wanwan obediently handed over the snake. Fortunately, the black creature was non-venomous, a local species of python that could grow no thicker than an arm. You may keep it. Yay, thank you, father. As soon as it was released from Xiaochong's grip, the little black snake eagerly slithered up Qin Wanwan's arm, disappearing into her sleeve. Father, little black is hungry. Xiaochong. Such a straightforward name. Well then, when we return, we shall feed it hare meat. Having gathered a nest of hares and a snake, Xiaochong entrusted the large hare to the kitchen brigade to prepare a meal while the smaller ones were confined to a cage. Qin Wanwan squatted by the cage, playing with them. Shortly thereafter, a plate of minced meat was brought over. Wanwan, come here, it's time to feed your snake. Qin Wanwan immediately scampered over, nestling against his leg. Xiaochong retrieved the snake, prying open its mouth to insert the meat with chopsticks. The little snake twisted its body, appearing as though it might choke at any moment. Wanwan. Father, let me do it. Xiaochong explained, this type of minced meat won't be eaten by the snake unless it feels safe, especially in the presence of people. Qin Wanwan raised her hand, I can. Please let little black go. She felt as though she might be crushed by her father's grip. The moment Xiaochong loosened his hold, the little black snake darted back onto Qin Wanwan. It was terrifying. Nearly meeting its end, Qin Wanwan placed the minced meat on the ground and then crouched down to set the little snake beside it. She gently stroked the slippery scales of the little black snake. Be good, little black. Eat your food quickly. Under Xiaochong's watchful eye, the little black snake slowly slithered over to eat. Xiaochong, after finishing its meal, Qin Wanwan used a damp cloth to wipe the little black snake clean before placing it back on her wrist. Father, it's time to go home. It was indeed time to return. As the moonlight bathed the surroundings, Xiaochong rode back to the general's residence with the little one. Upon arrival, he gave Qin Wanwan a bath, ensuring her face, hands, and hair were immaculately clean, transforming her back into a lovely, soft bundle of white. Green Lotus dried her hair to a semi-dry state, after which she dashed to the bedroom to find her father. At that moment, Xiaochong was dressed in his inner garments, holding a pair of tattered trousers and a precisely cut piece of fabric of a similar hue, his expression as stoic as ever as he threaded a needle. Upon seeing Qin Wanwan enter, he instructed, close the door. Such matters must remain confidential from outsiders. Qin Wanwan obediently complied, climbing onto the bed while clutching a goose egg, making little grunting sounds. Chapter 30 Pomegranate. She sat cross-legged, clutching the goose egg while craning her little neck to peek at Xiaochong's sewing trousers. Despite his robust appearance, the stitches he crafted were remarkably tight. Such was the life of poverty. From a young age, he had sewn his own clothes. All done, he declared, pulling the needle free. Xiaochong shook his worn-out trousers. Even though the patchwork fabric closely matched the original, the repairs were still conspicuously evident. Father is so impressive, Qin Wanwan exclaimed, placing the egg in her lap and clapping her hands like a little seal, her praise sincere in its earnestness. Xiaochong playfully scratched her chin before gently removing the goose egg from her embrace as bedtime approached. Don't leave it on the bed, it'll get squished, let Kiki hatch it, he instructed. Kiki protested, I'm a parrot, not a goose, what kind of skill is it to bully a parrot? But Xiaochong ignored the creature. As he lay down, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Reaching beneath the pillow, he retrieved a hard, unyielding fruit. Qin Wanwan looked innocently at him. I forgot, this is for you, father, it's a milk fruit. What kind of milk fruit? He questioned, unfamiliar with the name. For you to eat, she replied, insisting, but he was not in the mood for fruit at bedtime. I'll eat it tomorrow. He set the fruit aside. As he lay down, little Qin Wanwan, her hair already dry, expertly rolled into his arms. Just as he was about to cuddle the clingy little one, he suddenly frowned. He extracted a small black snake from her. Xiaochong remarked, why do you bring everything onto the bed? Did you bring the bunnies up? She asked, having also brought a litter of tiny rabbits with her. Qin Wanwan nuzzled against his neck. No, the bunnies haven't had their bath. Even if they had, they still can't come up here. Qin Wanwan let out a soft oh, her eyes fluttering as she mumbled, sleepy, father, time to sleep. The little black snake was cast off the bed. The snake, feeling wronged, curled up on Qin Wanwan's tiny shoe. The next morning, Xiaochong almost stepped on it, startled to discover it hadn't escaped. He lifted the snake, bemused, so you didn't run away. It seemed the animals were particularly fond of his daughter, his warhorse, the wasp, the snake, and the bunnies, who, despite being caught, showed no signs of struggle. What kind of little creature was she today? Upon stepping outside, the lawn had transformed once more. It has grown taller, he observed. In just 3 days, the grass had reached finger height, and the front yard had indeed become a splendid green expanse. Xiachong led his horse out of the stable, and as they passed the front lawn, the horse began to nibble on the grass. For a moment, Xiachong struggled to restrain it. Zhanfeng, let us go. The horse, reluctant to leave, munched eagerly. So delicious. Xiachang's face hardened. This is Wanwan's lawn. The horse, still chewing on the grass, seemed to understand. Ha, explain it to her when she wakes up. Having only been planted for 3 days, Zhanfeng, feeling slightly guilty, began to walk away without needing further prodding, though its eager eyes remained fixed on the grass. It was simply too enticing. Xiachong, maintaining a stoic expression, tugged it along. All right, wait until the grass grows taller, then you can have some. Zhanfeng perked up, happily wagging its tail and trotting away with a rhythmic clatter of hooves. When Qin Wanwan emerged from her room, she surveyed the yard. Why is it bald? She exclaimed, noticing the tidy green expanse, where even a small patch of bare earth stood out starkly. Wolf Fong, aware of the situation, could not articulate it. Green Lotus approached with water to wash her little hands, which were smeared with oil from the buns. It was the General's horse, she explained. Qin Wanwan, far from upset, wore a proud expression. Animals love to eat this grass. She had planted it, surely the bald patch would fill in soon. She rushed over to inspect it, relieved to find the roots still intact. Her thoughts then drifted to the bunny she had brought back yesterday. They were so small, barely the size of her hand. Qin Wanwan plucked some taller leaves, diligently pulling them from various spots. With a handful of greens, she hurried off to feed the bunnies. There were 5 little rabbits, 3 of them a soft gray, 1 black and white, and 1 pure white. The moment she offered the leaves, the 5 bunnies rushed towards her, climbing over each other in their eagerness to eat. Everyone get some, don't push, she admonished. Meanwhile, a small black snake poked its head out from her wrist. The little snake, I'm hungry. After feeding the bunnies, she remembered to tend to the little black snake as well. Fortunately, it could eat the eggs and meat from the kitchen, though it was still too small to swallow a whole eggi in the backyard. The wheat and mung beans were growing more slowly than the pasture, and when Qin Wanwan checked today, she found no sprouts emerging. Father hasn't he had any milk fruit, she mused, cradling the large milk fruit in her arms. She sought out Wolf Fong to help her open it, ensuring to set aside a small cup for him. This would nourish him. He was rather lean and could use the sustenance. She resolved to buy him another when her father returned. With that thought, Qin Wanwan contentedly sipped the milk fruit juice, taking small, careful sips. Today, Aunt Zheng prepared a breakfast of tofu pudding, and in the afternoon, under Kiki's direction, she made tofu and bean curd. Both Qin Wanwan and Green Lotus were astonished, never realizing there were so many different ways to prepare beans. After grinding them into juice, they had previously misunderstood the yellow beans. Wolf Fong showed little interest in such matters. He only cared about food. Beyond eating, all his thoughts revolved around Qin Wanwan, and within the entire general's residence, only her commands held sway, commands that even the general himself could not override. Wolf Fong, pick me up. I want to pick the pomegranates from the tree across the way. The neighboring yard had a pomegranate tree, its fruit nearly ripe, yet no one lived in that house. To be precise, the inhabitants were familiar faces, her father's subordinates, though they often resided in military encampments. The pomegranate tree had been neglected, and its fruits were either devoured by birds or dropped to the ground. Wolf Fong squatted down, effortlessly lifting the little one onto his shoulders. Though slender, he was tall and sturdy. Qin Wanwan perched atop his shoulders, her eyes sparkling with joy as she laughed. Unafraid of falling, she confidently stretched out her chubby arms to pluck the pomegranates. 1, 2, 3, she soon found her hands full. I've picked enough, let me down now. The young man complied, setting her down gently. Here's one for you, she said, turning to hand a pomegranate to Wolf Fong while clutching the other 2, making her way back to share them with Green Lotus and Aunt Zheng. After delivering her gifts, she dashed back to harvest more, unfazed by the effort. The pomegranate seeds were not particularly plump, nor were they an intense red. Qin Wanwan settled on the doorstep, methodically prying open the fruit to pop the seeds into her mouth one by one. Wolf Fong found the process tedious and opted to simply tear off a handful and swallow them whole, crunching the seeds and pulp with abandon. Chapter 31. Abducted today, Qin Wanwan awaited her father's return, eager to share a meal of boiled tofu and scallions. However, a young soldier under her father's command arrived with news. Several villages have reported sightings of the Tartars. General Xia has gone to investigate and may not return for 5 days. Instantly, Qin Wanwan felt despondent. Oh, I understand. 5 days without seeing her father seemed an eternity. During mealtime, Green Lotus noticed her low spirits and tried to console her. 5 days will pass quickly. General Xia is formidable, he might even return sooner. Qin Wanwan furrowed her little brow. Will it be dangerous? Not at all. Those Tartars are no match for the general. The greatest adversary of the Tanchi dynasty in the north was the nomadic Tartar people. Despite General Xia's previous significant victory over them, their ambitions to dominate the central plains remained undiminished. It had only been a short while since their last sighting. That night, as she lay in bed, Qin Wanwan instinctively reached out for her father, rolling around in her sheets but finding him absent. She awoke in the middle of the night, feeling forlorn. Kikek, I miss Daddy. Sitting up, clutching her small pillow, her big eyes blinked away tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Her voice was delicate, her demeanor equally so. Kikek felt a pang of sympathy, but there was little it could do beyond offering comfort. Fortunately, after crying for a couple of minutes, she yawned and nestled back into her blankets, falling asleep once more, completely forgetting her midnight tears. Did it rain last night? She mused, observing the droplets clinging to the grass as she held a bowl of soy milk. I want a swing, I want a reclining chair. Her words were mumbled and unclear, leaving Green Lotus puzzled. However, the stoic Wolf-Tooth standing nearby heard her clearly though he could not speak. His senses of sight and hearing were far superior to those of ordinary folk. After a quiet, rain-soaked night, the pasture in the front yard had grown twice as tall as before. Even the patch of grass that had been gnawed by horses had recovered. This grass looked splendid, as fresh and tender as vegetable leaves, Aunt Jeanne remarked, plucking a blade to chew on. The taste caught her by surprise. "Miss, what kind of grass is this? It tastes even sweeter than vegetable leaves." Qin Wanwan's small face lit up with confusion. "I don't know, it's just wild grass." Intrigued by Aunt Zhang's enthusiasm, she felt compelled to give it a try. The pasture not only appeared lush but was also easily plucked between her fingers. After tasting it, she found it surprisingly sweet, albeit slightly fibrous. "I'll pick some tender grass tips to sprinkle on the tofu pudding," Aunt Zhang proposed, her creative spirit ignited. Believing this tender grass to be better than the small bok choy from yesterday, she set to work, selecting the freshest shoots, which were almost devoid of fiber. Thus, for breakfast, everyone enjoyed tofu pudding adorned with grass tips. Remarkably, the combination of sweetness and grassy aroma made for a delightful dish. With her father absent, Qin Wanwan found the most joy in the meal. 3 days of idleness passed, and boredom settled in. Where has Wolf-Tooth gone? Green Lotus had just finished washing her face. Wolf-Tooth has been going out frequently lately, no one knows what he is up to. In the mornings, it's fine since he practices martial arts at the military camp, but he disappears every afternoon. As she spoke, Qin Wanwan's hair was neatly tied into bangs, adorned with tiny bells that jingled softly. However, the bells were merely ornamental, providing no actual sound, otherwise, the noise would become quite bothersome. "Miss, the wheat and soybean sprouts in the backyard have also begun to grow, would you like to take a look?" Qin Wanwan nodded demurely. The backyard, once barren, now boasted green shoots of wheat rising 2 finger lengths high. The soybeans trembled as they pushed forth their tender leaves. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled, imagining the delicious meals that would come once the wheat was harvested. "Sister Green Lotus, I want to go out and play. Staying at home is so boring." Qin Wanwan pleaded, clutching Green Lotus's hand with a soft, sweet voice that melted hearts like cotton candy. Caught up in the moment, Green Lotus readily agreed. "No problem. Today is market day, I shall take you out, Mississippi." Elated, Qin Wanwan prepared herself, bringing along the small pocket money her father had given her and a large goose egg. The goose egg was tucked into a little pouch that Green Lotus had sewn for her to wear around her neck. The little black snake coiled around her wrist, having learned to catch mice on its own, now targeting the rodents of the general's residence. Once ready, Qin Wanwan set off with Green Lotus, her heart brimming with excitement as she planned to purchase candied hawthorn, fruits, and various delectable treats, along with a pair of shoes for her father. Yet, unbeknownst to her, before she could buy anything, she was abducted right in the territory of her great general. Qin Wanwan was taken. It all began when she spotted a street performer and, driven by curiosity, wandered closer to watch. The performer, noticing her, required her participation in the act. Sometimes, Qin Wanwan was quite bold. As long as no one was fighting her, she showed no fear. However, the performance turned into a vanishing act involving a small child. When Qin Wanwan regained consciousness, she found herself swaying in a rickety carriage, accompanied by Kikek, who was chirping away. Although Kikek was a spirit of destiny, it could not perceive the fates of others at will. It only glimpsed a person's destiny when it desired to understand them. Typically, it did not randomly inspect people. Seeing Qin Wanwan enjoying herself, Kikek foolishly joined in the merriment, oblivious to the true identity of the performers, who were actually kidnappers. To come to the border to abduct children, what on earth are these people thinking? Kikek seethed silently, fearful of speaking too loudly and attracting the attention of those outside, lest it be plucked and cooked. Embracing Kikek, Qin Wanwan found herself in a dilapidated carriage alongside 2 other children, who, unlike her, were poorly dressed and emaciated, their filthy rags more befitting beggars. The 2 children remained asleep. "I never expected to find such prime merchandise in Shea City. This trip is a windfall. What do you suppose that man wants with so many Tanchi children? He seems quite selective, only wanting those who are good-looking. Surely he can't have some peculiar fetish?" "Be quiet. We read here to make money, not meddle in others' affairs, or we might find ourselves in dire straits." All right, why so serious? I'm only sharing this with you." Qin Wanwan longed to see what lay outside, but the carriage was sealed tight, with no windows, only a small door at the front. If that door were to open, it would be face-to-face with the 2 kidnappers, a situation akin to courting death. Chapter 32. Ing Yuanli and Qin Wanwan were both quite astute. Together, they were no match for even a single individual outside, so it was wise to bide their time. Keiko, fearing he might be skinned and boiled, sought refuge within Qin Wanwan's garments. While hiding, he discovered a serpent coiled around the wrist of the child. Well, it seemed this bandit was indeed fortunate, capturing one while acquiring 2. It was 3, there should be an egg hanging from her chest. Initially, Qin Wanwan was genuinely inclined to lay low, but her carefree spirit led her to doze off inside the carriage. Fortunately, she was a quiet sleeper, otherwise, that goose egg would surely have been crushed. As the effects of the narcotic began to wane, the 2 young beggars awoke, and only then was the carriage door opened. Upon seeing the burly men outside, they instantly trembled in fear, grasping the gravity of their predicament. Old Yang is indeed accurate. They've finally awakened. You lot better behave, or anyone who dares to make a sound will suffer the whip. The man brandished the riding crop menacingly. The 2 children immediately clamped their mouths shut, fearing to utter a word. Why hasn't he, the little one, woken yet? Could something have happened? She's the prettiest among our hall. One of them hastily crawled inside to check, just as Qin Wanwan stirred slightly, lazily turning over to find a comfortable position to continue her slumber, appearing utterly oblivious. The bandits exchanged glances, dumbfounded. How can she sleep through all this? Well, it's better this way, at least she won't cause a fuss. The two could be dealt with, but this delicate little creature was expected to fetch a good price. Any injuries would diminish her value. The carriage swayed and rocked its way to a secluded village. At the entrance, guards were stationed, who promptly allowed them entry upon sight. How many did we capture this time? 3 today, one particularly striking. Lu Dahu found a good one too. It's a boy. Qin Wanwan groggily awoke, stifling a yawn, only to realize she was no longer in the carriage. This little girl looks rather attractive. She can't be a fool, can she? Having slept through to this point without a peep. As clarity returned, she seemed to remember she had been abducted by human traffickers, but feigning ignorance, she asked, "Who are you? Are you here to take me to my father?" The bandits exchanged glances, and one leaned in closer. "Indeed, we are friends of your father. He sent us to fetch you." Qin Wanwan clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, wonderful, can I see my father now? He hasn't been home for several days, and I miss him dearly." "Not just yet. Your father is occupied at the moment. Be a good girl and wait with your uncles, he will come to get you in a few days." Qin Wanwan drooped her head. "All right then." Thus, she was ushered into a room, the only occupant aside from herself. "Uncle, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" "Yes." Before long, Qin Wanwan received 2 large buns. "Uncle, I want to bathe. Is there hot water?" "Yes." "Uncle, I can't wash my hair. Could you help me? At home, my father always washes it for me. That bed is too hard. I can't sleep on it. Could it be made softer?" "Sure." The response was a bit gritted. How could this little brat be so demanding? Did we capture a little tyrant? Why is she so troublesome? One of them grumbled impatiently. If we can sell her for at least 200 taels of silver, wouldn't she be worth the trouble? This little girl is clearly accustomed to being pampered at home. Can we expect her not to be spoiled? The fact that she hasn't cried yet is a blessing. Just endure it. Those people will arrive tomorrow afternoon. After her bath, with her hair dried, Qin Wanwan lay on the soft bed, cradling Cuckoo against her. The goose egg still dangled from her chest. The bandits were also curious about the object hanging on her chest. Upon inspection, they found it to be merely a goose egg, rendering them speechless. They had anticipated it to be something of great value, yet it turned out to be this. They ultimately returned the egg to its place, bemused by the whimsical nature of children from affluent families. The room fell silent. The courtyard was enclosed by high walls, and with the main gate locked, the bandits were unconcerned about Qin Wanwan escaping, as she was far too small to scale the walls. "Cuckoo, go find my father." "No way. What if something happens to you while I'm gone?" Qin Wanwan furrowed her brow. "But I'm afraid they'll eat you." Though small, Cuckoo was still a morsel. "And if you don't go, how will your father find me?" Cuckoo gritted his teeth. In this wretched world, why was there no mobile phone? How convenient it would be, for Qin Wanwan's sake. Cuckoo took flight under the cover of night, flapping his wings desperately, hoping to alert the border guards before those men returned. Even if Xiechong didn't come back, any of the other border guards would suffice. Qin Wanwan had slept well during the day and now found herself unable to slumber. So, she quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Upon doing so, she encountered another child from the adjacent room, and their eyes met. Qin Wanwan blinked. "Little brother?" The boy across from her had a cold expression, around 5 years of age, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, handsome, indeed. Despite his tender age, he exuded an air of maturity. "Who are you?" The boy's voice was soft yet steady, his bright phoenix eyes scrutinizing the little girl before him. Qin Wanwan tiptoed closer, whispering, "Were you also abducted by the bad guys?" The boy regarded her for 2 seconds before nodding. "My name is Qin Wanwan." "What is yours?" "Yin Yuanli." The 5-year-old Yin Yuanli appeared rather stoic. Qin Wanwan paid no mind. She was unaware of where the other children had been taken and thought herself alone here. Now, having someone to converse with brought her joy. "Where are you from? How were you captured? Do you know where the other children are?" Qin Wanwan chattered incessantly. "Enough." Yin Yuanli frowned, placing his hands behind his back. "You talk too much, they might hear you." "Oh." Qin Wanwan obediently fell silent. "Are you not worried we'll be sold? Don't you miss your family?" Yin Yuanli pressed his lips together. "No." Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. Qin Wanwan stared. Yin Yuanli's ears turned slightly red, yet he maintained his aloof demeanor and remained silent. "Brother, your stomach is growling." "It says it's hungry." Yin Yuanli retorted, "You heard wrong." However, the very next moment, his stomach grumbled again, a blatant contradiction. Yin Yuanli, slightly annoyed, turned his head away, refusing to look at Qin Wanwan. "Here, brother." She produced a piece of pastry. "This is date paste cake, and I also have the bean curd cake made by my family's cook." Pastries were rather scarce at the border, and although she had been snacking on candied hawthorn before being captured, that was now lost. Fortunately, a few pieces of cake, some candy, and Aunt Zhang's bean curd cake remained in her pouch. Qin Wanwan cleverly deceived the bandits while ensuring her own belly was full. "Thank you." Yin Yuanli could endure hunger, but he was embarrassed by the growling of his stomach. Chapter 33, Do not be overbearing. After consuming 2 pieces of date paste cake and 2 bean curd cakes, Yin Yuanli was no longer hungry, though he did not feel entirely satisfied. However, he had no intention of continuing to eat. As long as his stomach did not growl and embarrass him, that was sufficient. With a serious expression, he observed his surroundings through his dark, lustrous eyes. Once he confirmed that no one was watching, he began to wander about the small courtyard. Qin Wanwan trailed behind him like a little tail. When Yin Yuanli turned to glance back, the snowy white little dumpling revealed a dazed smile, appearing somewhat foolish. Yin Yuanli chose not to admonish her, and after meandering along the wall, he regrettably concluded that there was no way to escape. The surrounding walls were rather high, and even with the addition of the little girl, they could not manage to escape. "We're leaving," he stated coldly, turning back. Qin Wanwan, taking small, hurried steps to keep up, asked, "Brother, aren't we going to run away?" Yin Yuanli replied, "We can't escape." No wonder those people felt secure leaving the 2 of them in the courtyard. Nevertheless, it mattered little, he would eventually return. "What shall we do now?" Qin Wanwan inquired. Yin Yuanli answered, "Sleep, to conserve our energy." He returned to his room. Qin Wanwan stood at his door, pouting for a moment before meandering back to her own room. Yet, even one who could sleep on a carriage found it difficult to fall asleep now, especially with her father absent. Rising from her bed, she clutched her pillow and went next door to knock. Yin Yuanli opened the door, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked at the little figure squatting at his doorstep. "What do you want?" Qin Wanwan gazed up at him, her soft, sweet voice muffled. "I can't sleep." Yin Yuanli suggested, "Go back, close your eyes, lie still and don't think too much. You will fall asleep soon." Qin Wanwan replied, "I'm scared alone." Yin Yuanli retorted, "That's not my concern." With that, he closed the door feeling wronged. Qin Wanwan leaned against the door and did not leave, quietly beginning to sob. Inside her sleeve, the little black snake on her wrist felt anxious but didn't know how to comfort her. The door opened again, and Yin Yuanli coldly stepped aside. "Come in." Qin Wanwan immediately ceased her tearful expression, her face transforming into a soft, sweet smile in an instant. "Thank you, brother." As she expressed her gratitude, her small feet crossed the threshold. Upon entering, she curiously surveyed the room. "Brother, why is there nothing here?" Though the night had fallen, the brightness of the moon illuminated the room, shining brighter than an oil lamp through the open window. Yin Yuanli's youthful voice replied languidly, "This is not my room." "Oh right, it's the kidnapper's house." Qin Wanwan blushed in realization. With a hint of pride, she lifted her chin and declared, "I have plenty of things in my room. The bedding is clean, the bed is soft, you should come sleep in my room, your bedding smells a bit." Though Yin Yuanli remained silent, he felt tempted. After all, he had the appearance of a precious young master and naturally preferred cleanliness. In his contemplation, Qin Wanwan had already grasped his hand. "Brother, come to my room." Yin Yuanli, maintaining a stern expression, lectured, "There are distinctions between boys and girls, it is inappropriate." Qin Wanwan tilted her head. "What do you mean by distinctions between boys and girls?" Observing her, he realized that the little girl, barely 3 years old, was oblivious to such concepts. "Forget it, you are still young and need not concern yourself with these matters." This rationale convinced him, and he followed Qin Wanwan to the adjacent room. Indeed, her room was furnished more elaborately, with bedding that was not only clean but also new. Yin Yuanli thought to himself, although both of them had been kidnapped, the treatment was worlds apart. In truth, he was better off, having been brought here with some gold and jade trinkets, which had been taken by the kidnapper. These factors combined granted him the privilege of a private room, while others were confined to sleeping on the floor in shared quarters. Earlier, he had heard the commotion from Qin Wanwan's side, but at the time, he was feigning unconsciousness, listening to the little one sweetly addressing the kidnappers as uncle. He had presumed she was affiliated with them. Little did he know she was also a victim, and she was quite aware of it, skillfully outsmarting her captors. This clever little girl was exceptionally astute. Having removed her shoes and clothes, Qin Wanwan lay in bed, while he rested outside. Yin Yuanli found it somewhat difficult to sleep, preoccupied with thoughts of being captured. Too many wished for his demise, and he could not ascertain who had orchestrated this scheme. Yet it mattered not. Those who plotted against him would face misfortune, and he would soon discover who that was. Suddenly, a warmth approached him. It was Qin Wanwan, who had rolled over in her sleep. Yin Yuanli shifted uncomfortably towards the edge of the bed. Qin Wanwan rolled again. Eventually, with half his body hanging off the bed, he could no longer tolerate it and sat up. "Do not be overbearing." Qin Wanwan, in a daze, called out for her father. Yin Yuanli, "Your father is truly unfortunate." He pushed her back in gently, saying, "Did you not say you couldn't sleep?" Yet here she was, falling asleep swiftly. As her fingers brushed against his wrist, he felt an eerie, chilling sensation. Yin Yuanli's pupils constricted, and he immediately withdrew his hand. What was that? Furrowing his brow, he hesitated for 3 seconds before lifting Qin Wanwan's sleeve. Then, he found himself staring into the eyes of the little black snake coiled around her wrist. Yin Yuanli's expression shifted as he grasped the snake's head and attempted to pull it away. "Little black snake, please don't come near me." Its body clung desperately to Qin Wanwan's wrist. The commotion startled her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yin Yuanli tugging at the little black snake, which was staring wide-eyed, mouth agape, as though about to lose its tail. "What are you doing, brother?" Yin Yuanli remained remarkably calm. "I found this snake and intend to throw it out." Qin Wanwan scratched her head. "It didn't come here on its own." "It's my snake." Yin Yuanli, what did you just say?" It seemed he had not heard her clearly. "My snake, my little black one." Ian Yuenli. What kind of family raises snakes, and allows them to sleep in bed? Whose child is this? He released the snake, which immediately darted up Qin Wanwan's arm. If it could speak, it would surely curse them all. Are they all out of their minds? Brother, hurry and sleep. I'm so sleepy. After mumbling this, Qin Wanwan lay back down. Ian Yuenli also reclined, staring at the ceiling. He had experienced far too much in a single day. The next morning, when the kidnapper came to check on them, he was momentarily stunned, thinking he had entered the wrong room. What are you doing here? Ian Yuenli glared coldly at him. Qin Wanwan was awakened, rubbing her eyes and yawning as she sat up. Uncle, I'm hungry, is there breakfast? The kidnapper snapped back to reality, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yes, what would you like to eat? Qin Wanwan's eyes lit up. Can we order? I want fried dough sticks, soy milk, tofu pudding, and some wontons, and don't forget the fruit. The kidnapper regretted asking the troublesome little brat what she wanted to eat the moment she uttered her first word. Chapter 34. Even the kidnappers have their moments of being bullied. Ian Yuenli cast a somewhat astonished glance at Qin Wanwan, realizing that this girl truly did not comprehend the essence of fear. The kidnapper declared, no, none of what you mentioned exists. As for soy milk and tofu pudding, he had never even heard of them. Surely, these were delicacies reserved for the affluent. A wretched thought. Only the flatbread has any appeal, whether or not it is consumed. To think that they, as kidnappers, could be outsmarted by a mere child. In the end, both Qin Wanwan and Ian Yuenli ended up with a dry, unappetizing flatbread in their hands. Ian Yuenli, feeling somewhat famished, took a bite. How dreadful it tasted, he grimaced in distaste. Suddenly, Qin Wanwan, her chubby little hands clutching the flatbread, burst into pitiful tears. Little cabbage withering in the field. Wowo at nearly 2 or 3 years of age, without a father. I am so miserable, I miss my daddy. Wowo. She did not throw a tantrum but sang her sorrowful tune, occasionally wiping her tears as her little shoulders quivered. Turning her back to them, her small figure exuded an undeniable air of desolation. Ian Yuenli thought, what is this wretched commotion? The kidnappers looked on, bewildered. You all are friends of my father, aren't you? Why then do you mistreat and bully me? Are you plotting to let me starve to inherit my father's estate? Qin Wanwan whimpered in accusation. Let me tell you, you've got the wrong person. My father is exceedingly poor. The last 3 words resonated like a thunderclap. Ian Yuenli could not help but twitch his lips. Does your father know you are tarnishing his reputation in such a manner? Yet, it must be said, this tactic proved surprisingly effective. Perhaps they were simply unable to withstand the sight of her pitiable weeping. The kidnappers hurriedly set about preparing steamed buns. But I do not wish to eat buns. I want dumplings, she insisted. You even placed an order. The kidnappers pinched their noses in exasperation. To strike her would be foolish. This child neither threw a fit nor attempted to escape, nearly displaying a touch of petulance and a tendency to cry. With her delicate skin, they found it hard to be rough, as inflicting harm would diminish her market value. After all, her appealing appearance warranted a good price, and they treated her with a measure of kindness, assigning her the best room. However, her picky eating habits tested their patience. Ian Yuenli, no longer inclined to nibble on the dry flatbread, tossed it into the hands of one of the kidnappers. I want to eat the same as her. His haughty little gaze suggested not a negotiation but a command. Otherwise, let me starve. You. Fine. They relented. Serving one ancestral figure was no different from serving 2. Thus, the kitchen bustled with activity. Qin Wanwan remarked, the skin should not be too thick, otherwise, it won't taste good. Ian Yuenli added, the meat filling must be free of any foul odor. Otherwise, it becomes inedible. The kidnapper sighed, grappling with the demands of 2 little tyrants. After much ado, they finally enjoyed steaming dumplings, only for Qin Wanwan to begin her antics anew. She raised her flushed little finger, which had been scalded, tears welling in her big eyes. Why is the bowl so hot? My hand hurts. How wrong she appeared. One kidnapper sighed deeply, little ancestor, because it was just served. Qin Wanwan insisted, you feed me. Your hands are thick and calloused, so you're not afraid of the heat. Ian Yuenli sat at the table, eating for himself. As he savored the dumplings, he cast several glances at the pampered little girl. Even kidnappers can find themselves in a position of being bullied. In Ian Yuenli's imagination, being captured by kidnappers would surely entail verbal abuse, if not physical violence, and inadequate food. His first day had indeed been like that. Perhaps to establish a sense of authority, they had tossed him into a room with nothing but a hard piece of flatbread. Fearing that it might be laced with poison, he had refrained from eating. Thus, when he encountered Qin Wanwan, his stomach had grumbled in protest. However, today had been a complete reversal. He had indeed benefited from the presence of that little girl. Satiated and refreshed, Qin Wanwan gently cradled her little belly, murmuring, the dumplings you made are not as delicious as Aunt Zhang's. You must improve. The kidnappers could barely muster a smile. Qin Wanwan tilted her head adorably, asking, when will my daddy come to pick me up? The kidnapper snickered, this afternoon. Ian Yuenli pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the buyer would arrive this afternoon. As the kidnappers prepared to leave, Qin Wanwan trotted after them. Do I have to stay here forever? It's terribly boring. Can I go out to play with you? No, you are to remain in this courtyard. You cannot leave. Qin Wanwan pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. You could just say it. Why must you be so fierce? I am so well behaved, and yet you are all harsh with me. You are wicked. The kidnappers were at a loss for words. I am not. You are. Her little eyes and nose turned red from crying. One of the kidnappers stepped forward and slapped the one who had spoken. Lower your voice. She is so small, and your booming voice has frightened her. Exactly. Xin Wanwan nodded, her tears glistening like delicate crystals on her curl eyelashes, as she grasped the hand of the kidnapper who had defended her, her voice soft and sweet. Uncle, could you let Wanwan go out to play? Please take me to ride a horse, Daddy takes Wanwan to ride horses too. The kidnapper found himself nearly overwhelmed by her charm, almost succumbing to the temptation to agree. However, a companion nearby pulled him back to reality. Here's the deal. I will ask our leader. If he agrees, then I will take you to ride a horse. Xin Wanwan nodded obediently. Thank you, uncle, you are so kind. After the courtyard door closed, faint voices drifted from outside. After all these years, it's the first time I've encountered such a child. She truly evokes a mix of love and vexation. Wake up, are you really going to discuss this with the leader? It's just riding a horse, how could a child so small not reach the stirrups? Furthermore, this might be her last day of freedom, who knows what will happen next, let us fulfill her little wish. The voices gradually faded until they could no longer be heard. Xin Wanwan wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to meet Yin Yuanli's gaze. With a soft voice, she asked, Brother, what are you doing? Do you wish to ride a horse? He glanced at the little girl as short legs. You cannot. Xin Wanwan puffed her cheeks, who says? The horses adore Wanwan. Yin Yuanli fixed his gaze upon her eyes, how do you manage to cry on command? Xin Wanwan pouted and murmured, because, truly, I feel wronged, I miss my daddy and I miss the snacks. She squatted down, picking up a twig to doodle aimlessly. Brother Yuanli, am I super amazing? I am all full now. The little girl wore a smug expression, tinged with a hint of pride. Yin Yuanli could not help but concede, Xin Wanwan was indeed formidable, her mindset was astonishingly resilient. Fully aware that her captors were kidnappers, she remained unabashedly petulant and unapologetically affectionate, displaying no fear whatsoever. Impressive, he acknowledged with unreserved praise. Xin Wanwan instantly beamed with a silly grin, eliciting an involuntary smile from him. Chapter 35. To escape. The kidnapper had returned, granting Xin Wanwan her cherished wish to ride a horse. The leader of the kidnappers was imbued with a terrifying confidence. After all, he had spent years in this trade without a single child escaping from his grasp. As for Xin Wanwan's request to ride, both the leader and the kidnapper who had spoken on her behalf were in agreement. With a pitying glance, the leader affectionately ruffled her hair, adopting a seemingly benevolent demeanor. Go on, you have only this morning. Afterward, life would descend into hell. The leader was momentarily touched by his own kindness. Can I bring brother Yuanli along? Xin Wanwan pressed further, tugging on Yin Yuanli's hand to bring him closer. At 5 years old, he was not much taller than she was. His legs were only slightly longer, making it impossible for him to ride such a tall horse. The leader scrutinized Yin Yuanli's legs and, with a gesture of reluctant approval, nodded. Let them both go, but ensure they are accompanied by 2 others to prevent any falls from the horse. After all, they were merely 2 little brats, unlikely to escape his control. Yin Yuanli's eyes flickered momentarily, but upon seeing the horse being led over, he felt a pang of regret. It was far too tall, a sturdy steed from the grasslands, he was still learning to ride a pony barely a year old. Wow, what a tall and magnificent horse. The kidnapper beamed with pride. Indeed, I dare say there are few horses in the border army as robust as mine. He had established connections with the nomadic tribes of the grasslands, sending children in exchange for high prices and several fine horses. He felt quite pleased with himself. Uncle, can we see the other horses? Xin Wanwan's eyes sparkled, perhaps feeling a bit boastful. The leader indeed led the 2 children to the stables. Inside, a dozen horses were being well cared for, leisurely grazing. Xin Wanwan dashed in, akin to a naive little bird seeing the world for the first time. Wow, there are so many beautiful horses, uncle, your horses are truly impressive. The kidnapper was instantly elated by her flattery. Choose a horse you like to ride. This child was rather adorable, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with her. However, compared to Silver, the latter was far more enticing. Hand in hand, Xin Wanwan and Yin Yuanli selected a robust and grand horse to mount. A kidnapper led them on a leisurely stroll across the grasslands, while Xin Wanwan urged him to guide them to each horse, gleefully stroking their heads. There are cows too. Uncle, look over there. 2 cows and several sheep were likely raised for consumption. Amidst Xin Wanwan's delighted laughter and exclamations, none of the kidnappers noticed that the previously scattered cows, horses, and even sheep were slowly converging towards their direction. Only Yin Yuanli sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. What was happening? Before he could fully comprehend, the horse beneath him suddenly became agitated and unruly. Xin Wanwan quickly leaned down to grasp its neck. Brother Yuanli, hold on tight. Yin Yuanli instinctively clutched her. I didn't mean to grab your hair, she exclaimed, distressed about her little braid. My apologies, he replied. Not only did their horse go wild, but all the horses, as well as the cattle and sheep, followed suit. The individual holding the reins was kicked to the ground by a horse's leg. What's happening? Quickly, rein them in. The frenzied cattle charged towards the kidnappers. The sheer weight and force could send a person flying, leaving them either dead or gravely injured. Moreover, with 2 rampaging bulls and a dozen sheep and horses, they were utterly incapable of stopping them. They could only scatter in panic, those unable to evade meeting unfortunate fates, either being trampled by a horse or gored by a bull. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. Ah! Xin Wanwan screamed, yet there was an odd undertone of excitement in her voice that Yin Yuanli could discern. I'm so scared, he mused, though he couldn't shake the feeling that she seemed rather exhilarated. The lead bull broke through the fence, with the horses following suit. Soon joined by a stampede of sheep, they surged forth, carrying Qin Wanwan and Yin Yuanli beyond the kidnappers' territory. Along the way, some kidnappers brandishing knives were too frightened to approach. It was a scene of divine retribution, with those pursuing them suffering unfortunate fates. Some fell, others collided with one another, and some were even unfortunate enough to stab themselves with their own knives. Yin Yuanli glanced back with a cold smile, thinking, you deserve this. He gripped the reins tightly, finding a semblance of security, though controlling the horse with his legs was quite challenging. Nevertheless, the horse ran steadily despite its frenzy. The leader of the kidnappers, understandably infuriated, was among those who were knocked down, slapping the face of the person who crashed into him, leaving a mark of crimson. What are you all dawdling for? Go chase them. But we have no horses left. There are donkeys in the courtyard, hurry and ride the donkeys. At this juncture, none of the kidnappers suspected Qin Wanwan, as they deemed a mere 3-year-old child incapable of such antics. They believed the cattle, sheep, and horses must have been spooked into a collective stampede. Those who were uninjured or only slightly wounded hurried to ride the donkeys in search of their horses and the children. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan and Yin Yuanli, who had already escaped, found themselves lost. Which way should we go? Yin Yuanli, managing to sit upright despite his short legs not reaching the stirrups, sought to steer the horse. I'll guide the horse towards that direction. He pointed towards a certain way, trusting his instincts. Qin Wanwan, her voice cheerfully bright, replied, you don't need to control it, brother Yuanli. She leaned forward, patting the horse's neck. Big horse, let us go that way. With her tiny finger indicating the direction Yin Yuanli had suggested, the horse, along with the other livestock, began to move decisively in that direction. Yin Yuanli was astonished, glancing between the little figure before him and the gathering herd. There appeared to be someone even more extraordinary than her. Who are you? At this moment, if he still could not deduce that the animals were reacting to Qin Wanwan's presence, he would truly be a fool. Qin Wanwan turned her head, her delicate face illuminated by the wind, her bright eyes curving into charming crescents, and her rosy lips curved into a radiant smile. I am Wanwan. Yin Yuanli intended to ask something more profound, yet he simply opened his mouth and decided to wait until they were safe. After about 2 hours of running, just as Yin Yuanli began to doubt whether they had gone the wrong way, he heard the sound of hooves approaching. The sound was even more urgent than their own, and the number was considerable. Chapter 36. Breaking through the encirclement. Yin Yuanli cautiously lifted his gaze. Qin Wanwan also stretched her little neck, and upon looking, she immediately spotted a familiar figure approaching. It was the uniform of the frontier army of Tianqi. Yin Yuanli recognized it too, and instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qin Wanwan's eyes lit up as she saw the leader. Daddy, Daddy! Her voice was barely audible amidst the clatter of hooves, yet Xie Chong noticed her. In that fleeting moment, his heart plummeted to his stomach. Wanwan! Xie Chong hastened his pace, and upon reaching her, he came to a gradual stop, quickly gathering his daughter into his embrace. Heaven knows how frantic he had been upon hearing of her abduction after his return, and the usually stoic man wore an unusually grim expression. There was no time to rest or even change his attire. He had set out to search for her, sealing off the entire Shade city in the process. Fortunately, the parrot that had been with Wanwan was found just before dawn and led him to her. At this moment, Xie Chang's eyes were red-rimmed, a result of prolonged fatigue and the overwhelming joy of having survived a calamity, yet tears did not spill forth. Are you all right? Are you hurt? He held the little girl closely, examining her carefully. Others approached as well. Which scoundrel dared to abduct the general's daughter? Does Wanwan know where those evildoers or uncles will avenge you? While not every soldier in the camp doted on Qin Wanwan, those close to Xie Chong genuinely cherished her as if she were their own daughter. The news of her capture had sent them into a frenzy, nearly turning Shade City upside down. I'm fine. Surrounded by concerned figures checking her over, Qin Wanwan even had to endure comments from the blind that she is thin, haggard, those damned human traffickers. Yin Yuanli, who had been shoved aside, found himself invisible to their big, round eyes. However, he was somewhat astonished by Qin Wanwan's identity as General Xie's daughter. Wait, wasn't he General Xie supposed to be unmarried? Daddy, I brought back a brother. Struggling out of her father's and uncle's embrace, Qin Wanwan pointed at Yin Yuanli with her small hand. And the horse, the big ox, and the sheep, they were all rescued by Wanwan. She truly was remarkable. Feeling a swell of pride, Qin Wanwan captured the attention of Xie Chong and the others, who finally turned their gaze to Yin Yuanli and the livestock. Oh my, what splendid horses! Each one must be worth a fortune. The others were captivated by the horses, for who among these soldierly men could resist the allure of strong steeds? Their faces lit up with joy. Xie Chong, however, focused his attention on the little boy. Wait a moment, why did this child seem increasingly familiar? Before he could piece it together, Yin Yuanli acted first. Sitting upon his horse, he clasped his hands together in a simple bow. Though small in stature, his noble air was undeniable. General Xie. Xie Chong suddenly recalled his identity, eyes widening in shock. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The exclamation of Your Highness the Crown Prince nearly shattered his voice. It was this declaration that abruptly stilled the previously lively atmosphere. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape, gazing up at the little boy. Why young master, the Crown Prince? This was catastrophic. The Crown Prince was not supposed to be at the border, yet here he was, seemingly having been captured by traffickers. Had it not been for this incident, their Crown Prince might have been sold. What an astonishing revelation. Most critically, the Crown Prince's maternal grandfather was none other than Xie Chang's former superior, the venerable Duke of the State. No wonder Xie Chong had failed to recognize him. He had spent most of his time at the border, and though the Duke had been his superior, he had never encountered the Empress, let alone the Crown Prince. He had merely glimpsed him during a celebratory banquet on his recent trip to the capital. What brings you here? Xie Chong's expression was about to crack. This was the Crown Prince thought if anything were to happen here at the border, it would surely cause an uproar in the capital. Moreover, if trouble arose, how could he face the Duke? Qin Wanwan, nestled in her father's embrace, looked bewildered. Her brother, whom she had rescued, seemed to possess a rather formidable identity. Yin Yuanli glanced at Qin Wanwan. General, let's not dwell on this. Those traffickers should be in pursuit. We ought to deal with them first. Xie Chang's demeanor turned serious. He handed Yin Yuanli over to a vice commander. In that instant, both Yin Yuanli and the vice commander stiffened. One was unaccustomed to contact, while the other was too intimidated to move. Vice Commander Feng, this is the Crown Prince. What if I accidentally bump into him? General Xie, I can ride on my own. You cannot. Your legs are too short. This blunt remark left Yin Yuanli feeling quite deflated. As they delayed, the traffickers approached. The traffickers, riding their donkeys, wore expressions of malice and aggression. However, upon catching sight of the frontier army from a distance, their intimidating demeanor faltered. The uniforms of the frontier army were unmistakable. Their expressions shifted from fierce to panic. Turn back, quickly. They frantically turned their donkeys around, but the donkeys seemed stubbornly resistant. Hee-ha, especially the lead trafficker's donkey, which, after receiving a whip, not only failed to turn around but instead bolted towards the frontier army at a speed akin to a 100-meter dash, with the trafficker clinging on for dear life. The other traffickers were also jostled along in disarray. Within less than a minute, the donkeys, along with their riders, had unwittingly charged into the encirclement of the frontier army. Xie Chong and the others were left speechless. It was indeed a strange sight to see the enemy voluntarily rushing into their ranks. A group of frontier soldiers loomed above, eyes fixed menacingly on the traffickers. Surrounded by the soldiers, the traffickers began to breathe with great caution. We were just passing through. Liar. You vile scoundrels, abducting children. A familiar voice rang out, and the traffickers turned to see Qin Wanwan. Upon seeing her, they realized the two children they had been pursuing were right there. Daddy, they've captured so many children. The lead trafficker, upon observing the little girl calling the man clad in resplendent silver armor daddy, felt darkness wash over him. It was over, utterly over. Xie Chong signaled, arrest them all. The lead trafficker, feeling a surge of anger, suddenly let out a roar that startled both men and beasts alike. Without hesitation, he dismounted in a flash, scrambling away on all fours. Indeed, he was crawling like an animal. Chapter 37 of The Bundle of Fortune. Do not underestimate his speed. He was about to dart outside when suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. The malicious grin on the face of the leader of the gang had yet to fade when a large, horned head loomed closer. With a resounding crash, the gang leader was sent sprawling back, stars dancing before his eyes as he fell to the ground. The onlookers were left speechless. Is this fellow truly your leader? Surely he cannot believe that those legs could outrun our horses. The other gang members were equally bewildered, unsure of their leader's thoughts. Now, not only had he failed to escape, but he had also suffered a tremendous humiliation, enduring needless hardship. These cattle and sheep are rather splendid. Where did they come from? It was a fortuitous delivery, and remarkably, the animal showed no inclination to flee. The cows and sheep had already lowered their heads to graze. The horses were particularly exquisite. A fine steed like this would fetch no less than 200 taels of silver, and acquiring one was no simple task. They were wary of the nomads, forbidding the sale of salt and iron resources from the Central Plains to them, while the nomads, in turn, were equally cautious, controlling the trade of the finest horses, preventing them from being sold to the people of the Central Plains. Qin Wanwan eagerly raised her small hand, exclaiming, Me, I found them. A few individuals dismounted to tie up the gang members, while the others laughed heartily, questioning, so it seems Wanwan is quite impressive. Where did you find them? Yin Yuanli, observing them with a teasing tone, could tell they were skeptical. However, Xie Chong believed her. Qin Wanwan proudly raised her chin, declaring, I snatched them from the gang. She felt quite accomplished. At this moment, the gang leader, whose head was clearing, wept pitifully. What, my horse, my cattle and sheep? That you lot are shameless. We treated that child with kindness, and she turned around and ran off with our horses. How despicable. His tears flowed freely, snot running down his face, making him appear quite pitiable, yet, no one felt sympathy. The soldier binding him kicked him harshly. Who are you calling shameless? Do you not have an inkling of the vile deeds you've committed? Shut your mouth. With that, they crammed a sweat cloth into his mouth. Where is Kiki? Qin Wanwan asked, clutching her father's neck, her little head spinning around as she searched for her dear friend Kiki. Xie Chong, feeling a twinge of guilt, rubbed his nose. He is behind us. Kiki flew slowly, having been in flight for an entire night. Upon receiving the news, Xie Chong mounted and galloped off, leaving the bird trailing behind. Kiki struggled to return, bursting into tears upon seeing Qin Wanwan. Your father is too much. How could he leave the bird behind and just run away? Qin Wanwan patted Kiki's feathers, casting a knowing glance at her father. Xie Chong cleared his throat. I was a bit hasty, seeing the redness still lingering in her father's eyes, and his beard unkempt. Qin Wanwan couldn't bring herself to scold him. She tenderly stroked her father's handsome face and nuzzled into his neck. Father is tired. Xie Chong felt warmth spread through him. His daughter was truly wonderful. Yin Yuanli observed Kiki with intrigue. A talking bird, how peculiar, yet, deep down, he felt there was nothing particularly surprising about it. Let us hurry back and rescue the other children. Xiachong wasted no time, leaving 2 men to escort the captured gang members along with the cattle and horses while the rest proceeded to the gang's lair. The cavalry moved with remarkable speed, nestled in her father's embrace, feeling the wind brush against her cheeks. Qin Wanwan was unafraid, her eyes sparkling as she held Kiki upon arrival. They brandished their weapons and stormed into the village, slaying those who resisted and capturing those who did not. The captives were put to work repairing the walls. General, all the native men in the village have been slain, the children sold to the nomads, and some women have been bound in their homes. The mental state of the women was already frayed. Some, upon release, frantically picked up stones to hurl at the gang members, others resorted to suicide, and they could do nothing to prevent the carnage, which was truly horrific. Xiachong's gaze turned frigid. Take these people to repair the walls, they shall receive but 1 meal a day until they perish from exhaustion. Understood. Qin Wanwan was not present during this grim scene, as Xiachong feared it would be too bloody for her, so he placed her safely within the gang's hall. The area had been cleared, leaving 2 individuals to ensure her safety. Yin Yuanli, however, remained, watching the bloody spectacle with an unchanging expression. Your Highness, General, we have located the children. Lead us there. In total, there were 16 children, the eldest no more than 6 years of age, comprising beggars, villagers' offspring, and even children from affluent families dressed in finer clothes. Yin Yuanli's youthful voice was steady as he proposed, this afternoon, buyers will come to take them away. General Xia, it would be prudent to have your men don the garb of the gang members to ensnare those buyers. Xiachong acknowledged, truly commendable for a prince of only 5 years, your mind works swiftly. I had the same thought. The border troops swiftly cleared the village, even employing a few gang members with families to course cooperation by promising to spare their kin. Those with a shred of conscience, or rather, those who cared only for their own families, recognized their impending doom and agreed to comply in hopes of saving their loved ones. Once everything was arranged, Xiachong sought out Qin Wanwan. Upon entering the hall, he found no one there, and his expression shifted. Wanwan, father, I'm right here. Xiachong furrowed his brow, following the sound until he discovered a small opening beneath the table at the far end of the hall, just large enough for a person to fit through. As he approached, Qin Wanwan's little head popped out, her once pristine face now smudged with dirt. She was being cradled by a soldier. General, there is a hidden chamber here, filled with the gang's treasures and provisions. Another soldier emerged carrying a wooden chest. This chest contained silver ingots. Although they had not seized much from the bandits, this chest alone held 3,000 taels of silver. There are also some salt and fodder. They must have intended to trade with the nomadic tribes. The nomads, being a pastoral people, lacked salt and grains despite an abundance of meat due to the high prices offered and the fact that fine horses were primarily found on the grasslands. Some profit-seeking merchants were willing to take the risk. Given that the gang leader dared to engage in the despicable trade of abducting children, it was clear he would not pass up such opportunities. Had it not been for the strict regulations hindering him, he would have even dared to sell iron to the grasslands. Father, I discovered it. Wanwan found it, and Kiki too. As Xiachong lifted Qin Wanwan from the hidden chamber, she began to take credit for the find. He wiped the dust from her little face with a handkerchief. Am I not impressive, father? You must praise me. The little girl was utterly unreserved, her bright eyes fixed on him. Xiachong's lips curled into a subtle smile, though it was hardly noticeable. Indeed, quite impressive. You are a bundle of fortune, far from being merely fortunate. Ever since this beautiful daughter had unexpectedly entered his life, his army's provisions had improved, their equipment had become better, and even his own financial situation had seen a turnaround. Qin Wanwan beamed with pride. Chapter 38. Frugality. In the dimly lit room, the grains amounted to approximately 25 stones. 1 stone equals 120 pounds, which was not an excessive quantity, especially considering they were unhulled. After all, they dared not transport an abundance of grain and salt brazenly under the watchful eyes of the border troops, so close to the city of the Apocalypse dynasty. This salt will sustain us for quite a while. Well done, Wanwan. Qin Wanwan, praised, beamed with joy. How did you discover it? Qin Wanwan revealed a small snake coiled around her wrist. I was playing with Xiao Hei, and when I bumped into that vase, a hole opened up here. Excellent. To reward her, Xiachong directly handed her 2 beautifully crafted silver ingots. Take these to play with. Occasionally, one can indulge a little. These treasures were discovered by his daughter, so what harm could it do to give her a bit more? The onlookers had no objections, and some even felt that the general had been too stingy. General, don't be so miserly, give a bit more. This straightforward remark made Xiachong scowl, almost wanting to kick the speaker. Isn't such a hefty silver ingot burdensome? He did wish to give more, but such weighty items were cumbersome to carry. Qin Wanwan cherished the 2 silver ingots, placing them in her pouch, which became significantly heavier. 1 silver ingot weighed 5 taels, making 2 a total of 10 taels, too much to be comfortable at her waist. Xiachong thought about the gold acquired from the mountain bandits and considered melting some down to forge a small safety lock for Wanwan to wear. He noticed that the noble children in the capital all wore such items around their necks. Why shouldn't his daughter have one too? Here. A small hand extended toward Qin Wanwan, offering a delicately crafted golden melon seed and a golden peanut. The color was far more appealing than silver, shining brilliantly. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled, and Xiachong couldn't help but glance at it several times. The hue was truly exquisite. Is this for me? Brother Yuanli really gave this to me? Yin Yuanli clasped her tiny hand, presenting all the little treasures he held. Yes, they are all for you. He considered himself saved by her. It was merely a small token. His pouch had been searched from the bandit leader. Thank you, Brother Yuanli. Qin Wanwan enveloped the taller boy in a bear hug. Yin Yuanli. Xiachong. It felt as if his daughter had grown distant. It turned out that Wan, too, had a fondness for these glittering objects, just as he did. It was no wonder she had taken to him so quickly. If others knew what he was thinking, they would surely find it amusing. After all, who wouldn't cherish gleaming gold? After waiting for 2 hours, the scouts returned with news. The people had arrived. General, they are dressed in the attire of the Western Chang tribe. The Western Chang, a tribe skilled in commerce, had maintained a relatively amicable relationship with the border troops, having never engaged in war with the Apocalypse dynasty. During peacetime, they even conducted trade with the Western Chang. Xie Chong commanded, continue to investigate. There had been no friction between them. Why would they come specifically to purchase children from the Apocalypse? Understood. As the group approached the village entrance, the scouts returned. General, the weapons they carry belonged to the Tartars. A cold glint flashed in Xie Chang's eyes. Have they all arrived? They have. This group has formed a merchant convoy of 20 people, accompanied by numerous horses. Xie Chong could hardly suppress a smile. Were they not delivering equipment to them? After arranging for Qin Wanwan and Yin Yuanli, he led his soldiers outside. Before long, the sounds of clashing cold weapons and battle cries echoed. Although Qin Wanwan remained inside, she craned her neck to look outside. Yin Yuanli remarked, that small band of people poses no threat to General Xie. Qin Wanwan nodded. I know, Daddy is very formidable. I merely wish to see. Yin Yuanli, sounding quite grown up, added, not a pretty sight, a lot of blood. Not only blood, but there might also be severed heads, those incomplete sorts, and dismembered arms and legs on the ground. While he was not afraid, he found it somewhat nauseating. Qin Wanwan responded with a no and stifled a yawn. Today had been rather exhausting. Approximately half an hour later, the outside fell silent, covered in blood and still brimming with fierce battle intent. Xie Chong returned. Qin Wanwan dashed over, circling him. Daddy, does it hurt? Are you injured? I'm not hurt, it's all the enemy's blood. Let me hug you. Xie Chong crouched down but did not embrace her. Not possible, I'm covered in blood. Wait until I bathe before you can hug me. This village had water, though he hadn't ordered anyone to heat it. He merely rinsed off with cold water and changed into a clean set of peasant's clothing before returning. He had not brought a change of clothes, finding this outfit in the village. Though the coarse cloth shirt was grey and patched, it looked quite presentable on him. As a general accustomed to warfare, he trained daily, standing nearly 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and long legs, making him a walking clothes hanger. Even a simple piece of cloth on him looked remarkably striking and wild. With his long, jet-black hair tied in a high ponytail, Xie Chong approached, and Qin Wanwan ran toward him. Daddy, you're super handsome. The tall man bent down to scoop up the soft, milky bundle. Let us go out and take a look. The remnants of battle outside had been cleared, although traces of blood remained. At least there would be no severed heads or limbs to behold. General, we have seized a total of 20 horses, 3,000 taels of silver, and several Tartar weapons, capturing 5 prisoners. Take them all away. Yes. Finally, they could return. Today's gains were quite satisfactory. As soon as Qin Wanwan mounted the horse, she leaned against her father's embrace and fell asleep. General Xie lowered his gaze to her, wrapping the little girl in his cloak, slowing his pace to make the ride steadier. Upon returning to Shay City, night had fallen. Xie Chong did not rush to deal with the captives from the bandits and Tartars. Instead, he took Qin Wanwan and the prince, Yin Yuanli, back to the general's residence for a proper rest. He had not slept for 2 days. Only after resting could he muster the energy to interrogate the Tartar prisoners. As they arrived at the general's residence, Lang Ge emerged eagerly, his blue eyes widened nervously upon seeing the person in Xie Chang's arms, gesturing with his hands. Xie Chong reassured him, she is fine, she's asleep. Xie Chong was somewhat surprised by this wolf hybrid he had acquired. While he had shown some rebelliousness, he possessed a natural talent for martial arts. However, what Xie Chong did not expect was the loyalty he displayed towards his daughter. After Wanwan was kidnapped, this fellow had caused quite a ruckus in Shay City, ferociously searching for those disguised as acrobats. Eventually, due to the commotion he stirred, he was captured by the border troops. The person has been found, you should return to rest. It was evident that the young man had not slept since Wanwan's disappearance. While he did not heed Xie Chang's words, he certainly listened to his daughter. Chapter 39. Sleeping without cover. As previously mentioned, the young man known as Wolf Tooth possessed a rebellious spirit, disregarding even the words of Xie Chong. Therefore, he continued to follow closely beside Xie Chong, seemingly intent on snatching Qin Wanwan for himself. For Xie Chong exclaimed, rebellious to the heavens. Yin Yuanli also trailed closely behind General Xie, casting curious glances at the young man. Subsequently, Xie Chong, cradling Qin Wanwan, led the young prince, Yin Yuanli, into a room, at which point Wolf Tooth refrained from following. Instead, he squatted at the door, appearing resolute in his vigil until Qin Wanwan awakened. Your Highness, we are rather modest here. You may sleep in my room, Qin Wanwan offered. Her room was the most beautifully arranged, while her own accommodations were as austere as anyone else's. Logically, as the prince, the finest room should have been reserved for him. However, Xie Chong was unwilling to subject his daughter to such discomfort, for she was delicate and could not endure a bed as rigid as that of the prince. Being a boy, would surely manage just fine. The thought of allowing the 2 children to share the better bed had never crossed Xie Chang's mind. I shall summon a servant to assist you, he suggested. Yin Yuanli, standing upright despite his small stature, replied, there is no need. When one is away from home, one should not be overly particular. His tone remained tranquil, yet, upon pushing open the door to Xie Chang's room, he found himself unable to enter, for the space was completely bare, the bed devoid of any bedding. Turning to Xie Chong, his expression earnest, he insisted, General Xie, you really should have someone tidy up. Though he had mentioned not being overly particular, there were limits to such leniency. Sleeping without any cover at all was simply unacceptable. Very well, Xie Chong acquiesced. He placed Qin Wanwan upon the bed and went to call for assistance. A new bedding was fetched, having previously been used by Wolf Tooth, and at last, Xie Chang's bed linens were replaced. The room received a simple cleaning as well. Then, Yin Yuanli insisted on taking a bath, but he had no change of clothes. Ultimately, An Zhang went to a neighbor with children to procure a set of clean garments for him to wear before he could sleep. Upon awakening and opening her eyes to the familiar sight of the ceiling and room, Qin Wanwan joyfully flailed about under the covers. Green Lotus, entering the room, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little girl's chubby white feet flailing about in disarray. Miss, you should wash your face first, she suggested. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled. Sister Green Lotus, her voice was sweet and childlike, causing Green Lotus's heart to soften and her eyes to well with tears of remorse. I am so sorry, miss. I lost you, she lamented, sitting up. Qin Wanwan obediently allowed Green Lotus to wash her face, even reaching out to touch her cheek. Sister Green Lotus, do not cry, let Wanwan pinch your face. It was Wanwan who ventured out. It was not your fault, she reassured. I am quite clever, after all, those foolish people deceived me, claiming to be my father's friends, but I knew all along they were kidnappers. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she proudly recounted her adventure about smarting the abductors. The logic of a 3-year-old was clear, though her expression of it was still developing. Her pride was palpable. What is that sound outside? She inquired. General Xie is practicing martial arts outside, Green Lotus replied. Qin Wanwan's eyes brightened instantly, and without a moment's thought to comb her hair, she dressed and dashed outside. Miss, your shoes, you haven't put them on. The room was neat and tidy, and Qin Wanwan's chubby feet were a lovely pale pink, with her rounded toes resembling pearls. Sister Green Lotus, please fetch them for me, she called as she continued her sprint. As she crossed the threshold, the guards standing outside sprang to attention upon seeing Qin Wanwan emerge. Wolf Tooth's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though he could not articulate his feelings, Qin Wanwan sensed his elation, akin to a large, eager dog. Good morning, Wolf Tooth, she greeted warmly. Wolf Tooth gestured animatedly with his hands. I am perfectly fine, look at me, I am as strong as ever, and I had a big bowl of tofu pudding for breakfast. Wolf Tooth scooped her up and pointed to her feet. Not cold. Green Lotus hurried outside to slip on white socks and little embroidered shoes for her. Only you can understand what Wolf Tooth is trying to convey, Mississippi. When you went missing, he searched for you all day and did not return. Green Lotus had faintly heard of Wolf Tooth's endeavors, initially concerned that this mixed-blood youth would have a negative influence on the young lady. She had now completely set aside her prejudices. Wolf Tooth showed great promise and unwavering loyalty to the miss. He would undoubtedly serve as her protector in the future. Her father, Qin Wanwan, requested to be carried by Wolf Tooth as they sought out her father, patting his arm when she spotted him. The young man, understanding her intention, gently set her down as she dashed toward the man practicing martial arts in the yard. Xie Chong had just finished a punch, his body radiating warmth. In an instant, Qin Wanwan leaped into his embrace. Father, you did not leave, Wanwan is so happy. Unfazed by his sweat, she nestled her little face against his neck. Do not cling to me. I am covered in sweat, he cautioned, worried about soiling her delicate skin. Wanwan does not mind, she replied, her affection brightening Xie Chong's mood. His heart swelled with joy, and a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, softening his fierce countenance. Let us have breakfast together, Wanwan, he said. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her little hand grasped his long, calloused fingers, leading him toward the dining hall. Her legs were short, and it took several strides to cover the distance of Xie Chang's single step. Consequently, her quick little feet appeared to skip along, creating a particularly endearing sight. To keep pace with Qin Wanwan's small strides, Xie Chong slowed his long strides, resulting in a somewhat awkward gait for a man of his height. Breakfast had been prepared by An Zhang, featuring not only tofu pudding, soy milk, and buns but also a small bowl of egg custard specially prepared for Wanwan and Yin Yuanli. Good morning, brother Yuanli. Upon seeing Yin Yuanli, Qin Wanwan's face lit up with surprise as she released her father's hand and rushed toward him. Xie Chong, suddenly finding the young prince somewhat irksome, pressed down the corners of his mouth. Brother Yuanli, you slept at my house? Yin Yuanli nodded demurely. My hair is not properly combed. Qin Wanwan shook her little head, her soft, thick hair cascading with her movements. I was busy looking for father. Father! Remembering her father, she dashed away from Yin Yuanli. Yin Yuanli followed at a leisurely pace. At the dining table, Xie Chong sat beside Qin Wanwan, while Yin Yuanli took his place across from them. Each child was provided with a small bowl of egg custard and held a tiny spoon in their hands. Qin Wanwan swung her short legs in midair, occasionally stretching her toes, while Yin Yuanli maintained a remarkably proper posture. Father, are you eating? With a mouthful of egg custard, Qin Wanwan's cherubic face was already round from the baby fat. She lifted her spoon, ensuring her father was included in her meal. I shall partake of this, Xie Chong declared, taking a large bite out of a bun, leaving a sizable gap in its side. Chapter 40. My father, the emperor, is not quite right in the head. Although the soft tofu and egg custard are delicious, their slippery and delicate texture makes them disappear into the stomach as effortlessly as drinking water, and they do not satiate hunger for long. For someone like Siechong, who relishes devouring large chunks of meat, it is somewhat unaccustomed. He prefers biting into steamed buns, which can sustain him better. The palm-sized buns can be finished in just 2 or 3 bites. At breakfast, Siechong consumed 3 hefty meat buns, 5 steamed buns, and concluded with a bowl of soy milk and tofu pudding. Indeed, he drank the tofu pudding directly watching him. The little Qin Wanwan, who was nibbling her food daintily, opened her mouth wide in imitation, only to end up choking. Siechong, freeing one hand, gently patted her back, saying, "Eat slowly." Tears welled in Qin Wanwan's eyes, her large, watery gaze reminiscent of a poached egg. "Your father, you eat so fast." Siechong replied, "I am accustomed to it. In the army, one must work swiftly." Qin Wanwan declared, "I want to learn from father." Siechong felt a sense of pride, yet he deemed such learning unnecessary. "No need." After the meal, Siechong fixed his gaze on Yin Yuanli. "Your Highness, should you not clarify why you are here?" Confronted with Siechong's fierce countenance and commanding aura, Yin Yuanli remained unperturbed, calmly wiping his mouth with a napkin. The general sent an urgent letter to father a fortnight ago, and coupled with the discovery of a silver mine by the governor of Anshue, which was not reported, there are ministers in court who advocate for me as the crown prince. The current emperor has dispatched me to the border city to convey rewards to General Xie. Siechong inquired. Did his majesty consent? This seemed rather absurd. The crown prince is nearly 5 years old, yet he is required to traverse mountains and waters for such a journey. Yin Yuanli nodded with composure. Had he not consented, I would not be here. He candidly remarked, "My father's mind is not quite right. He thinks only of how to father more children, and when deceived, he becomes even more oblivious. Once the imperial edict is issued, it cannot be retracted." Siechong, but while this may be true, as a minister, he could hardly join the crown prince in disparaging the emperor. "Is your highness being manipulated?" Yin Yuanli replied. "Is it not evident?" Siechong shifted the topic. "And what of my reward?" "I do not know," Yin Yuanli stated. "Once I was captured, I was hastily brought here. Those individuals should still be searching for me." Siechong rose. "I shall write a letter and send it back to the capital with all haste." Yin Yuanli nodded, taking a small sip from the cup containing soy milk. It was quite pleasant. While father wrote the letter, Qin Wanwan took Yin Yuanli outside to play. "Yuanli Gage, look, this is what I planted." By now, the grass in the front yard had grown to waist height on Wanwan. It flourished in a neat and dense manner. The blades of grass were lush and vividly green. The only area devoid of grass was the small pebble path. And the small circular patch outlined with pebbles at the corner of the entrance was also clear of grass. The air in the front yard was suffused with a distinctive scent of fresh grass. Qin Wanwan, wearing her embroidered shoes, stepped onto the pebble path and was overjoyed to see tender shoots emerging from the enclosed area. The peach tree is sprouted. This was her peach planting spot, and it had indeed begun to bloom. "Let us check the backyard." Grasping Yin Yuanli's hand, she dashed to the rear. The wheat and soybeans in the backyard had grown significantly, radiating vitality from every angle. "A green lotus." "Jejia, Wanwan wants to water the plants," Wanwan called out, prompting the 3 household servants to spring into action. "Aunt Chang, we need to cut the hay, crush it and mix it with water." The hay purchased from the market possessed a certain vitality that enriched the soil, while the front yard's soil was not a concern for Wanwan. The wheat and soybeans in the backyard lacked fertilizer for nourishment. However, the crushed hay mixed with water could still enhance growth, albeit not as effectively as proper fertilizer. Through their collective efforts, a bucket of green water was prepared. Qin Wanwan busily carried a small ladle back and forth, her lovely face adorned with a carefree smile. "Miss, please take it slow. Allow us to assist you." Qin Wanwan replied. "I am not tired. This is fun." The little short legs moved swiftly. Yin Yuanli observed for a while and noted that despite her petite stature, she was not causing any trouble, diligently watering the wheat field and avoiding oversaturating any one spot. However, her balance was a bit unsteady, and she soon tumbled to the ground, her ladle flying from her grasp. A wolf Fong immediately dropped his own ladle to scoop her up. Despite the fall, Qin Wanwan did not cry. She patted her clothes and little hands, giggling foolishly. "It doesn't hurt." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, some chuckling at the sight. "Miss, you're all dirty." The green water left a mark on her face and hands, her fair skin now adorned with patches of mud, her small face a kaleidoscope of colors. The stains on her skirt were even more pronounced, yet she smiled radiantly, her happiness infectious. "Oh no, more laundry to do." Qin Wanwan noticed her once white skirt now stained. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she clutched Green Lotus's hand. "Green Lotus, Jejia, I'll wash my clothes myself." The Green Lotus replied. "Miss, do not feel burdened, this is my duty." Wearing her soiled outfit, they only changed after watering the wheat and soybeans. Qin Wanwan took a bath and cleaned her face. Then, clutching her dirty clothes, she insisted on washing them herself. The Green Lotus, "Jejia, I'll do it." Wolf Fong was tasked with fetching water, while the little one tossed her clothes into the basin, removed her small shoes, and waded into the water, her bare feet splashing. It seemed she was not there to wash but to play. A Green Lotus helped her adjust her skirt to prevent another soaking. With the heat of the day, she had no fear of catching cold. Nevertheless, the attentive Green Lotus still had Aunt Zheng prepare ginger soup for later. Siechong had gone to the military camp, needing to interrogate the bandits and the Tartar stye. In the ensuing days, Siechong was busy, and whenever Qin Wanwan missed him, she would take Yin Yuanli to the military camp. Upon finding her father, Qin Wanwan transformed into a little shadow, trailing behind him. Occasionally, when military affairs were being discussed, Wanwan would arrive just in time, and Siechong would hold her as they attended together. They would set up a small stool beside him, allowing Qin Wanwan to sit quietly and play without causing a fuss. However, her choice of playthings was somewhat peculiar. For instance, at this moment, a group of generals watched in astonishment as Qin Wanwan pulled a small black snake from her arm. The little black snake, which she had rescued and adopted, belonged to the python family and would grow swiftly if well fed. When she first found it, it was small and delicate, likely just hatched now. It had grown to the thickness of 2 fingers of an adult male and had elongated significantly. Chapter 41 The little goose hatches truly, as the daughter of a general, the pets she plays with are remarkably unique. At this moment, everyone had conveniently chosen to forget that this daughter had approached them with ulterior motives. While Qin Wanwan was diligently cleaning the scales of her little black snake, a sudden crackling sound pierced the air, as if something was splitting open. She paused, grasping the serpent's tail, and listened intently. Chirp! There was indeed another creature making a sound. Kiki also heard it, peering around in search of the source. Little Black turned its head and burrowed into the small pocket on Qin Wanwan's chest. Cub, it's your goose egg, she exclaimed, her voice rising a bit too loudly. Cautiously, Qin Wanwan retrieved the goose egg she had been nurturing for over a month. The incubation period for a goose egg is about a month, and this one was already overdue. A ring of cracks had appeared on the once smooth, hefty white egg. The section where the little goose's beak was located exhibited the most fractures, with the shell being nudged from within intermittently. The sight of the hatching process intrigued not only Qin Wanwan but also the adults present. Consequently, the discussion ceased, and the burly men gradually gathered around the young girl. Put in some effort. Why has it stopped? Well, it's only natural to take a break when tired. At this pace, will it hatch today? Kiki grumbled. Could you all act a bit more like adults? You're blocking the light, and I can't see clearly. Oh, Kiki, don't be so petty. I've never seen a little goose hatch before. Xia Chong observed the childish antics of his capable subordinates with bemusement. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the little goose finally managed to break free from the confines of its shell. Hooray! Cheers erupted as a chorus of applause filled the air. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a captivating performance. Xia Chong cast a scrutinizing glance at everyone. So, you're all free of responsibilities, are you? Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone tensed, nodding in unison. Yes, I'll check on my soldiers' training. Those little rascals have been slacking. General, I'm taking a group to patrol the city. General, I'll see if the craftsmen have designed any better weapons. One by one, they excused themselves hastily. Xia Chong scooped up Qin Wanwan. At that moment, the little girl was still smiling at the fluffy little goose in her hands. The freshly hatched goose was damp but dried quickly. Once dry, its silky gray down fluffed up, exuding an air of sophistication. Daddy, the little goose is so beautiful. The little goose, regaining some strength, snuggled closely to Qin Wanwan's palm, its tiny pink beak resting against the inner side of her wrist. Chirp chirp, its calls were endearingly soft, far from the resounding honks of an adult goose, resembling the delicate chirps of a chick. Xia Chong glanced over but found little to admire, yet he nodded in agreement with her enthusiasm. Despite its relatively large size, this little goose had thrived under Qin Wanwan's care, developing far better than ordinary geese, even managing to absorb all the nutrition from the egg before breaking free. Thus, upon hatching, its down was not overly wet and dried swiftly. Who looks better, me or it? Upon hearing Qin Wanwan praise the silly goose, Kiki felt a pang of insecurity. Qin Wanwan reassured it with earnest sincerity in her voice. Kiki is the prettiest. Satisfied, Kiki basked in the affirmation, knowing it was the best in Qin Wanwan's eyes. The fascination with the hatching of the goose soon faded, and they forgot about the little creature. Yet, from that day forth, whenever Qin Wanwan sought out Xia Chong, a small, silvery gray fluffball would invariably trail at her feet. Many young animals are undeniably adorable in their infancy, and Qin Wanwan's little goose could be considered the pinnacle of goose aesthetics. Not only was it plump and round, but its fluff was also soft and fluffy. Waddling behind Qin Wanwan with an endearing sway, together, they were a charming duo, amplifying their cuteness exponentially. The rough men in the military camp, upon seeing them, instinctively lowered their voices, as if afraid of startling the duo. Of course, it was the girls who were most enamored with these soft, cuddly creatures. The young ladies rescued from mountain bandits couldn't resist pinching the little goose's cheeks and chubby paws, while the little goose basked in their affection, inviting them to cuddle its fluffy form. Though diminutive, the little goose possessed a fierce spirit. Barely a few days old, it had already taken to pecking at people. Though the pecks were gentle, however, its stubbornness in refusing to be held was quite pronounced. Despite being a chubby little goose, it carried itself with the demeanor of a raptor. Alright, I won't hold you anymore. Why are you so fierce? The girl who had been cradling the little goose set it down, only for it to scamper back toward Qin Wanwan, flapping its tiny wings like a cannonball. Qin Wanwan scooped it up, her hands sinking into its fluffy down. The sight of the porcelain-like little girl holding the fluffy goose melted the hearts of the onlooking women. Wanwan, you must come and play with us often. Yes, just bring Kiki and the little goose. Leave that snake behind. They were now aware of Qin Wanwan's black snake. The first time they saw it, most of the women in the room had screamed in fright. Little Black is very beautiful. She thought the snake was lovely, long and slender, with attractive scales and sharp little fangs. The girls, however, were not impressed. The unfortunate Little Black was currently being held by General Xia, looking quite pitiful and stiffened in his grasp. Why have you become increasingly darker? Xia Chong questioned, gripping the snake by its midsection with a hint of curiosity. Although this breed of snake is typically black, they usually lighten in color as they grow, yet, this snake had only become more coal-black over time. Little Black attempted to escape but was always caught and returned. It was utterly exasperated. Due to the girl's fears, Qin Wanwan had left Little Black with her father while she went off to play with the young ladies. She returned with a flushed face from all the pinching, adorned with a beautiful silk flower in her hair, while the little goose and Kiki sported flowers around their necks. Daddy, do I look pretty? Qin Wanwan twirled in front of him, her face alight with expectation for a compliment. The little one was quite self-absorbed. Yes, you look lovely. The girl's discerning taste remained intact, despite the multitude of flowers in her hair. They were arranged beautifully, resembling a charming little flower fairy. Chapter 42 Arrival of visitors from the capital. Father is quite busy, and Qin Wanwan, being very understanding, does not wish to disturb him too much, thus, she often plays by herself at home. Yin Yuanli has also taken residence at the Xie family's abode until the visitors from the capital arrive. One day, while Qin Wanwan is bathing a little goose in a basin of water, Yin Yuanli is seated nearby, upright and diligently engrossed in reading and writing. Previously, out of curiosity, Qin Wanwan had attempted to learn alongside him, but soon found it overwhelming and dizzying. The little goose, fond of water, easily mastered the art of swimming. Although it is fluffy, its feathers do not retain water, requiring Qin Wanwan to exert some effort to scrub it clean during bath time. Kikek, observing her struggle, remarked, "If only we could use soap, cleaning would be much easier, and it would smell delightful too." Qin Wanwan replied, "Kikek, could you make soap? I would like it to be milk-scented." At that moment, there existed a cleansing substance known as yitzi. However, it was primarily accessible to the wealthy nobility and bore a pleasant fragrance, yet its ability to remove stains was not as potent as that of soap. Ordinary folk, like those in Shay's city, were likely unfamiliar with yitzi, as they used wood ash for cleansing. I do know how to make it, but alas, we lack the materials. Merely using lard does not yield satisfactory results, Kikek said, while making scented soap isn't particularly challenging. Finding the necessary ingredients in this era proves to be a daunting task. Qin Wanwan let out a slight sigh of disappointment. She lifted her small, fair hand and declared, "Wanwan's hands are not dirty." Kikek praised her. "Of course, you are a Qilin. What filthy thing would dare linger upon you?" Qin Wanwan's skin was remarkably easy to clean, even oil stains vanished with a simple wash. Unlike ordinary individuals, who require special substances to cleanse oil, often leaving their hands perpetually greasy and unsightly. Xiechong, too, did not face this concern, being a great Qilin himself. Just as Qin Wanwan cradled the freshly washed, fluffy little goose, a figure burst in from outside. "Your Highness, my dear Your Highness." The person exclaimed, wailing dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to Yin Yuanli's side. "Your Highness, Crown Prince, are you hurt? My heart nearly ceased to beat at your absence. How could that wretched rogue be so blind? Oh, Your Highness, you have suffered." Qin Wanwan tilted her head, observing him with curiosity. Yin Yuanli, slightly exasperated, set his book aside. "I am fine, Wang Dequan, be quiet." His voice was loud, rivaling that of Kikek. "I shall be silent," Wang Dequan promptly replied, obediently tapping his mouth, though his eyes seemed to convey a sense of grievance. "Crown Prince, we have arrived late." Following Wang Dequan, several well-dressed military generals entered the room. These generals were part of the capital's guard. Yin Yuanli nodded. "Did you bring the imperial edict and rewards for General Xie?" "We have brought everything. We did not forget this matter." Wang Dequan quickly instructed someone to fetch the brocade box containing the edict. "However, Your Highness, General Xie is at home." Wang Dequan's gaze swept the room, not spotting General Xie, but instead noticing the little girl looking at him with curious eyes. Oh my, this little girl is truly a beauty. Though he had seen many noble young ladies in the capital, none had captivated his attention quite like this little celestial being. Her eyes were exceptionally pure, so much so that they evoked an overwhelming fondness. Yin Yuanli strolled over to Qin Wanwan, his brow furrowing as he observed the little goose in her arms. "Qin Wanwan, I have told you not to hold the goose while bathing it." The young prince's tender voice bore a hint of seriousness as he shot a glance at Lua. Lua immediately approached with a towel to take the little goose and dry its feathers. Qin Wanwan, however, was unafraid of Yin Yuanli. "I was going to set it down, but I forgot when they came in," she explained defiantly. "They are here to find Brother Yuanli, so it's his fault." Yin Yuanli, his tone softened. "All right, I am going to see General Xie. Will you come with me?" Without hesitation, Qin Wanwan nodded vigorously. "I want to go and find Father. On their way to the military camp, Yin Yuanli briefly introduced Qin Wanwan's identity to Wang Dequan. "She is General Xie's daughter, Wanwan. You may call him Dequan Gonggung." Though surprised, Wang Dequan, being a seasoned courtier, quickly donned a face of amiable politeness that did not seem forced. "So it is the esteemed daughter of General Xie. I am truly blind." "You are the most charming person I have ever encountered." Qin Wanwan delighted in the praise, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Dequan Gonggang is also a good person." Wang Dequan's smile grew more genuine. This little girl was so well behaved, unlike many children raised in the palace or among the nobility, who were either overly spoiled and disregarded the value of life or excessively timid and unremarkable. Such a gem as this little girl was indeed rare. Afterward, Qin Wanwan and Wang Dequan exchanged compliments and shared candied fruits, while Yin Yuanli merely pursed his lips, pondering how one could possess so much to say. Upon reaching the military camp and locating Xiechong, Wang Dequan prepared to announce the imperial edict. Xiechong, accompanied by several generals, clasped his fists and knelt on one knee. Yin Yuanli pulled him up. "General Xie, there is no need to kneel. Father cannot see it." Wang Dequan and the others feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear or see. "Xiechong, is this permissible?" Yin Yuanli whispered, "If you kneel, Wanwan must kneel as well." Xiechong's knees straightened immediately. While kneeling before the emperor was acceptable, since the crown prince had permitted him not to kneel, he would comply. Thus, Wang Dequan began to read the imperial edict, filled with praises for the Tianqi dynasty, lauding the emperor and Xiechong before finally arriving at the crux of the matter. General Xie has reported the discovery of a silver mine and apprehended corrupt officials and bandits, meriting a reward of 5,000 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold, along with a pair of vases. Upon hearing the mention of silver and gold, Xiechong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although it was somewhat modest, he understood how difficult it was to obtain even a small amount of silver from the Minister of Revenue. After receiving the imperial edict, Wang Dequan beamed as he handed it to Xiechong. "Congratulations, General Xie. Where shall we send the rewards?" Xiechong replied, "To the general's residence." The rewards consisted mainly of usable gold and silver, while the rest were imperial gifts that could not be sold, only kept at home. He had received similar rewards in the past, but those had been stored in his residence in the capital. As the Grand General, the Emperor had also bestowed upon him a residence in the capital, and he had only brought what was necessary to the border town, leaving the rest secured in the capital's treasury. Items that could neither be consumed nor utilized, and which could not be sold, were permitted to be given to friends or superiors. However, apart from the Duke of Jinghua, he had no acquaintances in the capital. Thus, if those items were brought to the border, they would only complicate transportation without serving any practical purpose. As for when those imperial gifts might see the light of day again, that would depend on when he returned to the capital. Chapter 43, Shenyang City, a combined chapter. With the addition of the escorting troops, over 300 individuals journeyed to the border this time. Initially, there were only around 100, but a traitor among the first group escorting Yin Yuanli led to his assassination, and through a series of unfortunate events, he ended up being taken to the border by kidnappers. Wang Dequan, in a state of despair, beseeched the local government to send soldiers to search for him and dispatched news to the capital. The emperor, upon receiving the news, sent additional personnel from the capital to aid in the search, which only ceased when they received letters from Yin Yuanli and Xiechong. Consequently, the number of guards at the border increased to 300, though this was merely the visible count. The imperial edict had been read, and rewards distributed. Naturally, these individuals needed sustenance. The general's residence could not accommodate such a multitude, so Xiechong decided to take his men to the military camp for their meals inside the tent. Xiechong dined with Qin Wanwan, Wang Dequan accompanying Yin Yuanli, along with 2 generals of the border troops, while the remaining soldiers set up tables outdoors to eat in the open air. The atmosphere within the tent was relatively pleasant, as the 2 generals dared not voice any dissent in the presence of the crown prince. However, those outside expressed considerable discontent. After all our toil and travel, are we to be served this military mess? I heard that General Xia, being of humble origins, is quite impoverished. He probably cannot even afford to treat us to a meal. Ha ha ha, that is indeed understandable, given his background. Such remarks were brazenly directed at the surrounding border soldiers. You. One hot-tempered individual was ready to confront them, but was restrained by those nearby. Our general may not be affluent compared to you, but who can deny his remarkable abilities? At just over 30, he has already risen to the rank of a grand general, while you rely on the shadows of your ancestors to attain your positions as guards. Our general, however, has forged his own path to success. This was a blatant mockery of their lack of merit, insinuating that their current status was merely a product of ancestral privilege. Are you implying that you wish to fight? Come on, who is afraid? You'll be the one to lose. Tensions escalated swiftly. The border troops and the noble guards from the capital had always been at odds, and encounters between them inevitably sparked conflict. What are you doing? It is time to eat, not to brawl. Dishes are being served. The cook approached with plates in hand. Today, the general is in high spirits and has procured a pig and 3 sheep. Dig in heartily. Though he proclaimed this, a single pig and 3 sheep were hardly sufficient for the vast number of border soldiers. The escort troops were provided with separate stir-fry. A pot of lamb soup was served, alongside other dishes that were nothing out of the ordinary. However, the standout items included scallion-top tofu, boiled cabbage with tofu skin, sweet tofu pudding, and even soy milk. Although all derived from beans, each dish possessed a distinct flavor. These were delicacies that none of the visiting guards had ever encountered, let alone tasted. The guards stared at the silky, egg-like tofu pudding before them, momentarily at a loss for how to approach it, unable even to name it. The cook and the border soldiers reveled in their triumph, though they did not overtly display it. Please, everyone, dig in. Oh dear, what was I thinking? Quickly, bring me a spoon. You cannot pick up this. You look as though you've never seen these dishes before. I thought these were delights from the capital. The head cook clapped his thigh. Hurry and eat. If you've never had it before, make sure to indulge. It is quite delicious. In truth, only a few among the border soldiers were aware that these dishes had originated from the general's residence, rumored to have been crafted from a recipe acquired by a certain bird in the service of the young lady, something not found in the capital. How amusing it was that these guards, who held their heads high, looked down upon the border troops and mocked their general's poverty. The guards from the capital, initially intending to maintain their bravado, found themselves at a loss for words as they savored the meal. It would be dishonest to claim that the food was unpalatable. The border soldiers felt a sense of vindication, and soon everyone resumed their meals. Within the same tent, the 2 leaders of the escort troops marveled at the array of bean-based dishes before them. Not only were they visually appealing, but they were also delectable. Is this made from yellow beans? The names of the dishes hinted at their ingredients, but they were astonished to hear Xiechong openly disclose the main component. He candidly added, yes, it's yellow beans, but something else is added in the process. I'm not sure what it is. If you wish to know, ask Aunt Zhang when you return to the capital. He genuinely did not know, and the 2 leaders of the escort could only open their mouths to request more, yet found themselves unable to voice their desires in front of the crown prince. Thank you very much, General. Yin Yuanli expressed his gratitude with a courteous demeanor. Wang Dequan's face beamed with delight, exclaiming, oh, this General Xie truly knows how to handle matters. The meal left the escort troops yearning, pondering how such a multitude of dishes could arise from mere beans. Who could have imagined that these delicacies were all bean-based? Brother Yuanli, are you leaving soon? Upon returning to the general's residence, Qin Wanwan clutched a small goose, her bright eyes filled with reluctance. Yin Yuanli too felt a pang of sadness. His mother had borne only him as her son, while he had many half-siblings, yet those individuals either sought his demise or approached him with ulterior motives. Despite his youth, Yin Yuanli possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive emotions and could easily discern their hidden schemes. In the palace, even the youngest of children were manipulated by the adults behind them, trained from an early age to be calculating. He was no exception, otherwise, he would not have secured the position of crown prince at such a tender age, unaware of the schemes that surrounded him. Thus, he had no playmates within the palace. He could only entertain himself, though he often found little time for leisure. As the crown prince, he was inundated with instructors for various subjects, his daily schedule filled to the brim. Fortunately, he was both intelligent and quick-witted, allowing him to learn swiftly. Occasionally, his mother would also instruct him in martial arts to strengthen his physique. Though he had been sent here under dubious circumstances, he had indeed seized the opportunity to relax. Qin Wanwan could be regarded as his first true companion. I can remain here for another month, but then I must return. This was the maximum time he could negotiate. Qin Wanwan took his hand. Then let us go out and play this month. I will ask my father where we can have fun. Naturally, Shay City offered little in terms of entertainment, yet there was one place that could be enjoyable, albeit perilous. However, General Xia was currently preoccupied with dealing with the kidnappers and acquiring horses, leaving him unable to accompany them. That is quite alright, General Xia. Yin Yuanli stood before Xiechong, and despite being only 5 years old, he exuded an air of maturity uncommon for his age. I am not afraid of danger. Often, it is those who intend to harm me who end up suffering first. Xiechong regarded him thoughtfully, suddenly reminded of certain rumors circulating in the capital. It was said that during the empress's labor, several concubines had conspired to harm her unborn child Yin Yuanli. However, just as they were about to act, their own palaces suffered flooding. Some claimed it was divine retribution. On that day, the reclusive national master emerged after prolonged seclusion, leaving behind a mere phrase regarding the palaces struck by heavenly fire. Those who bring calamity upon themselves shall not survive. Upon Yin Yuanli's birth, the national master paid a visit, leaving a message for the emperor to designate the still infant child as crown prince before returning to seclusion. Once chosen by the national master, Yin Yuanli's position as crown prince was secure unless death intervened. No one could usurp it. The national master's words were heeded even by the retired emperor, who had sought the national master's counsel when nearing death, ultimately selecting the current empress. Yin Yuanli's birth was shrouded in ominous portents. Those ambitious for sons who sought to gamble on their fortunes found their schemes thwarted, leading to their own misfortunes. The intrigues of the harem and the court were inextricably linked. Those with aspirations sought to elevate their kin to positions of power. A group of avaricious individuals often forgot past humiliations, and within mere days, new conspirators would emerge, undeterred by previous failures. This time, Yin Yuanli had indeed been sent here under the pretense of conspiracy. Wang Dequan had something to add, as among the escort troops were individuals from the Duke's residence. He had received more comprehensive information during the journey to the border. Your Highness, as we traveled, news reached us from the palace that shortly after your incident, concubine Li accidentally fell into the Imperial Flower Gardens pond. Many witnessed the event, and after she was rescued, her makeup was in disarray. The emperor glanced at her once and never returned to concubine Li's palace thereafter. Wang Dequan spoke animatedly. Yin Yuanli remained composed, merely responding with an O. Qin Wanwan, curious, inquired, who is concubine Li? A foolish woman whom my father currently favors, Yin Yuanli replied. His father had ascended to the throne amidst chaos, as numerous capable brothers had perished in the struggle for power, leaving him to seize the opportunity. He had never studied the ways of kings nor governance. His sole interests lay in beautiful women and procreation, justifying it as expanding the Yin family's lineage. At times, when he favored someone, he would treat her exceptionally well, leading that woman to gradually believe that the emperor could not do without her. Once her temper flared, ambition would follow, prompting her to devise schemes against other princes. Naturally, Yin Yuanli was a thorn in their side. He had encountered 3 women favored by his father like concubine Li. 2 of them had fallen from grace due to their plots against him, while the third had met her demise through her own folly. Qin Wanwan was still too young to be exposed to such convoluted matters. General Xia seems to be referring to Xiangyang City. Xiechong, taken aback, asked, Your Highness knows of it? Yin Yuanli sat upright across from Xiechong, his diminutive stature exuding a presence not easily overshadowed by the battle-hardened general. I have heard whispers. It is said to be an oasis amidst the desert, situated at the heart of several nations, a city of immense pleasure. Xiechong confirmed. Indeed, however, it is somewhat distant, approximately a 2-day journey. Does Your Highness wish to go? Yin Yuanli's eyes flickered with excitement. He possessed an innate fearlessness towards adventure, coupled with a hint of rebelliousness. Yes, I've spent too much time in the palace. I truly wish to see the city of pleasure. Qin Wanwan eagerly raised her small arm, exclaiming, Me too, I want to go. Although Xiechong was too occupied to accompany them, it was indeed safe for Yin Yuanli to be in his presence. The party from the capital included not only the escort troops but also a contingent of shadow guards, presumably dispatched by the empress to protect the crown prince. A few of the most skilled and loyal escort troops were selected, and Xiechong would send a few capable individuals along, ensuring their identities remained concealed. Xiangyang City was a melting pot of tribes from the desert and grasslands, with people from the central plains and Tatars also present, yet, even in close proximity, none dared to commit murder within the city, as it was strictly prohibited. Anyone who violated this rule would find themselves and all associated persons blacklisted from Xiangyang City, never to set foot there again. Thus, while Xiangyang City posed certain dangers, it was also a safe haven. However, the most perilous aspect lay with the city's lord, Shang Woyang. You need not concern yourselves with the Tatars when you arrive, they do not dare to kill within the city. After 10 days, once my matters are settled, I will send troops to escort you back. In Xiangyang City, your greatest concern should be Lord Shang Woyang, but if you see him, flee at once or find a place to hide. Do not linger to watch the spectacle. Qin Wanwan, with her small arms resting on the table, sat obediently like a well-behaved child in class. Why, she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Because he is surrounded by danger. No one has ever seen Shang Woyang's true face. It is rumored that he possesses wealth beyond measure, surpassing not just our dynasty but all known nations. However, he is also known for his erratic behavior, having offended many. Families of nobility and royalty harbor animosity towards him, yet he is ostentatious and lacks discretion, attracting assassins from his enemies time and again. Therefore, wherever he appears, you are likely to encounter peril. Keep your distance. Yin Yuanli found it intriguing that someone could be more despised than his own father. He genuinely wished to see what this Shang Woyang looked like. Once preparations were complete, Yin Yuanli and Qin Wanwan, accompanied by the escort troops in ordinary attire and several border soldiers, set off. The two children sat inside a carriage, Yin Yuanli gazing at the fluffy little goose with wide eyes. Quack! The plump little goose quacked, burying its head in Qin Wanwan's embrace. She produced a fresh blade of grass, freshly cut from the yard. Upon catching the scent, the little goose opened its beak wide and began to eat. Kaka, annoyed by the goose, remarked, all it knows is to eat, it's getting round as a ball. Qin Wanwan gently stroked Kaka's feathers, soothing it. I love Kaka most. Kaka isn't angry. Kaka huffed, I'm not angry at you, I'm just annoyed by that fat goose, who does nothing but eat. Yin Yuanli found their banter entertaining. They did not head towards the grasslands but rather in another direction. After traversing the desolate Gobi, they would soon enter the desert territory. Along the border between the Gobi and the desert lay a station for renting camels. Your Highness, young master, we will be riding camels for the remainder of the journey. Yin Yuanli and Qin Wanwan disembarked from the carriage. Where are the camels? I want to see them. Qin Wanwan, dressed in a beautiful red dress adorned with golden koi embroideries, appeared even more fair-skinned against the vibrant fabric. With her delicate features, she resembled a mischievous and delightful little koi fish come to life. The little girl hopped joyfully after stepping down from the carriage, but after a few steps, she lost her footing and tumbled to the ground, her silver-gray plump bundle slipping from her grasp. Wolfong quickly scooped her up. It's alright, it's just sand. Qin Wanwan skillfully dusted off her dress. Accustomed to falling by now, having sat in the carriage for too long, she felt slightly dizzy upon disembarking. Little goose. The little goose, resilient, rolled in the sand for a couple of turns before flapping its feet and standing up, flapping towards Qin Wanwan with a quack. Chapter 44, The Camel Caravan. Where to? Within the camel caravan inn, the innkeeper was busy manipulating his abacus. Qin Wanwan, cradling a plump little goose, directed her gaze towards the signboard of the inn. The prominently displayed word Xiangyang represented the identity of this establishment. Indeed, this camel caravan inn belonged to Xiangyang City, whose merchant caravans were nearly ubiquitous across the central plains and renowned far and wide in the desert. We're headed to Xiangyang City. The innkeeper glanced at them and remarked, going to broaden your horizons, I see. Just seek out our Xiangyang camel caravan inn upon your arrival. I assure you, the desert bandits won't dare lay a finger on us. His tone brimmed with pride, underpinned by ample confidence. Anyone foolish enough to attempt to rob a caravan from Xiangyang City would undoubtedly face relentless retribution. In our Xiangyang City, while one may assassinate the city lord, robbing a Xiangyang camel caravan is absolutely forbidden. He proclaimed this with a certain swagger. The others exchanged glances, bemused by such a paradoxical statement. The city lord of Xiangyang truly was a peculiar character. However, the prices here are twice that of other camel inns. If you can accept that, I shall take you to see the camels. If not, you may explore other options. The innkeeper exuded a relaxed demeanor, as if to say, you may choose to stay or go. Perhaps it was because their business did not rely heavily on clientele. Yin Yuanli, naturally prudent, chose the more secure option. He was not lacking in funds. Please take us to see the camels, Yin Yuanli stated, producing 2 10-tael silver ingots. We will require 15 camels. Each camel could accommodate 1 rider. Apart from Yin Yuanli and Qin Wanwan, who would ride throughout the journey, the others could alternate. 15, that is insufficient, it will only suffice for 5. Truly, the prices in Xiangyang City were exorbitant, even before they had arrived. Just as Yin Yuanli was about to instruct Wang Dequan to fetch more silver, a delicate, pale hand placed a beautifully crafted silver ingot upon the table. Qin Wanwan stood on her tiptoes, unable to reach the table's height. Is this enough? Wanwan also has pretty gold. Her cherubic face reflected a hint of distress as she reluctantly retrieved a golden peanut from her small pouch. For you, uncle. Although she offered the golden peanut, her expression clearly conveyed, it pains my heart to part with this. Those nearby couldn't help but chuckle. The innkeeper craned his neck to take a look, exclaiming, oh, we have a charming little one here. The young girl was indeed lovely, her large, bright eyes sparkling with innocence, and her small hands clasping the money pouch as she gazed eagerly at him. Master Ma, a burly man, mused that it would be wonderful if his wife bore a daughter as beautiful as this little girl, especially considering she was expecting again. However, the amount of gold offered was still inadequate. Ahem. Yin Yuanli cleared his throat and nodded to the innkeeper, discreetly signaling Wang Dequan to produce more funds, ensuring Qin Wanwan remained unaware. The innkeeper was instantly amused. Facing the somewhat fierce-looking Qin Wanwan, he broke into a genial smile. That will suffice. Today, I, Master Ma, shall escort you to Xiangyang City. With that, he stood up and put away his fan. Qin Wanwan, scurrying with her short legs, asked, Uncle, may I choose my camel? The little chubby goose wobbled along at her side. Master Ma chuckled, of course you may. He found the little girl quite endearing, a rarity to see such a young child, especially a girl, venturing to Xiangyang City. The Xiangyang camel occupied a vast expanse, with hundreds of camels grazing, drinking, or resting on the ground. They were all robust and well cared for. Camels were significantly larger than horses, presenting a magnificent sight. All these camels are available for selection. Would you prefer our assistance in choosing, or would you like to choose yourselves? Yin Yuanli focused intently on the camels and requested, please assist us, Master Ma. Master Ma observed Yin Yuanli with surprise. The boy seemed remarkably astute, displaying a maturity in speech and action that surpassed many pampered young masters. Very well, as long as you trust me, you will find no ill-tempered camels among those of our Xiangyang camel caravan. Any that are sickly do not make it to the selection. Master Ma proceeded to select the camels, with Qin Wanwan eagerly trailing behind, followed closely by Langya. Seeing that Wanwan had entered, Yin Yuanli followed suit. Little girl, do be cautious. These camels are quite tall, and you must be careful not to be stepped on. Qin Wanwan replied innocently, they won't step on me. They are quite tall, indeed, taller than horses, Master Ma remarked. There is a saying, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. While our camels may not match horses in speed, they far surpass them in stature. In the desert, camels reign supreme. As they spoke, Qin Wanwan approached a camel. The creature was chewing on something, lowering its head to sniff at her, and then playfully nudged her. The little girl almost toppled over from the force of the nudge, but fortunately, she quickly grasped the camel's ear to steady herself. Before her stood a white camel, standing out among the group of brown ones like a swan among ducks. Oh, this little one is quite charming. Bai Shuai has taken a liking to you, Master Ma observed, as Qin Wanwan stood tall, chest puffed out with pride. Uncle, Wanwan once. Before she could finish, another large head leaned in from the side, nudging her once again. This time, Qin Wanwan truly fell onto her bottom unfazed. She stood up, brushing off her skirt. Just as she regained her balance, another large head approached from the other side. Ah! This time, the camel lunged forward. The little girl quickly covered her face. Yin Yuanli caught her just in time. Master Ma snapped his whip with a sharp crack. Away with you, go over there. As he shooed away the camels, he regarded Qin Wanwan thoughtfully. This little girl certainly has an affinity for camels. Qin Wanwan squirmed in Yin Yuanli's arms, and once she steadied herself, she patted her little chest anxiously. I didn't call them. Her soft, plaintive voice carried a hint of grievance. Why did they all come over? They were so large, and she, being so small, had no magical powers to fend them off. Furrowing her brow, her expression was easily understood, as if everyone could read the unspoken. Little girl, choose Bai Shuai, she is the most reliable. Qin Wanwan nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Master Ma assisted in selecting the other camels as well. Chapter 45 Arrival at Xiangyang City. As they prepared to depart, Qin Wanwan instructed Wolf Fong to remove the hay from the cart. The moment the hay was brought forth, the 15 camels on their side rushed over, eager to snatch it up. They had initially brought only a small amount of hay, and after some had been consumed during their journey, only this bundle remained. The camels were fiercely competitive. What kind of grass is this? Mr. Ma, known as Ma Sanyi, struggled to restrain the camels, a hint of surprise in his voice. He picked up a stalk of grass and inhaled its rich, grassy aroma, noting the absence of any other scent. Observing the frenzied camels, he jested, this is the first time I've seen them fight so vigorously. I've never encountered this variety of grass before. Qin Wanwan, devoid of any cunning, cheerfully exclaimed, I planted it. If Uncle Ma likes it, I'll send you some seeds in the future. With that, Mr. Ma found himself increasingly fond of the child. He laughed heartily. That's splendid. I, Ma Sanyi, will hold you to your promise of delivering those grass seeds. Come here, uncle, let me lift you up. The large white camel willingly knelt down. Nevertheless, it remained too high for Qin Wanwan, requiring an adult's assistance. Ma effortlessly lifted the little girl and settled her between the two humps of the camel. Wolf Fong swiftly approached, seizing the reins of the camel that Qin Wanwan was on. His piercing blue eyes fixed on Mr. Ma, though he spoke not a word. His intention to lead the camel was unmistakable. Unlike his former frail self, Wolf Fong had undergone a transformation during his time at the general's residence. With a steady diet of milk, fruits, soy milk, and eggs provided by Qin Wanwan, he had grown robust, his physique resembling that of a balloon. Now, his face and body were well-rounded, his features bearing the distinct characteristics of a nomadic tribesman, marked by sharp angles and depth. His eyes, wild and keen like those of a wolf, exuded an untamed sharpness. Towering and broad-shouldered, he appeared older than his 15 years, almost reaching 6 feet tall, suggesting he would undoubtedly grow into a tall man. Ma scrutinized the youth and remarked, a mixed blood. His tone held no disdain for mixed heritage, rather, he expressed admiration for the wildness that Wolf Fong embodied. Having previously seen the youth without paying much attention, having encountered many mixed individuals, he mused, TSK, a mixed blood from the wolf tribe is rare. It has been many years since I last encountered someone from the wolf tribe, but why did you venture to the border? It's not easy for mixed bloods to thrive there. As he spoke, he reached out to pat Wolf Fong's shoulder, but the boy evaded him deftly. TSK, this lad is quite astute. What is your name? Qin Wanwan, with her sweet, childish voice, chimed in. Uncle Ma, Wolf Fong cannot speak. Mr. expressed his regret. Oh, he cannot speak, what a pity. So, he is named Wolf Fong. Xin Wanwan beamed with pride. I named him Mr. Ma chuckled and patted the white camel's rear. This little girl has a knack for naming, clever indeed. Now, let us get ready to move. As the camels began to walk, the sound of bells rang out, chiming from the bells around their necks. Young man, you've come to the wrong place. I imagine you faced considerable hardships at the border. Let me tell you, you should head to Shenyang City. It is the most welcoming place for mixed bloods, and there are plenty there. With the caravan of Shenyang camels leading the way, Wolf Fong merely needed to guide the camel upon which Qin Wanwan Saturday. Throughout the journey, Mr.'s booming voice filled the air, even discussing Wolf Fong at times, unfazed. Wolf Fong seemed oblivious, as if he were deaf to the chatter. Curious, Qin Wanwan asked, are there many people like Wolf Fong in Shenyang City? Mr. Ma replied, indeed, our city lord, Shang Woyang, is particularly welcoming to mixed bloods. Most of his confidants are of mixed heritage, and in Shenyang City, no one dares to look down upon them. That truly is a peculiar city, remarked a guard accompanying Yin Yuanli. The nomads and the people of the Central Plains often harbored prejudice against mixed bloods, yet Shang Woyang appeared to defy convention. Could it be that the city lord himself is of mixed blood? Mr. Ma did not find the question offensive, it was a common speculation. I cannot say, I am merely a humble manager of a camel caravan and lack the privilege of meeting the city lord. He never reveals his true face to the public. Your city lord is indeed a mysterious figure. Isn't that so? Legends about him abound, yet no one can accurately describe his appearance. Some claim he is ugly, while others assert he resembles the handsome Pan, and the journey to Shenyang City would require a full day of travel for the camels. As they entered the desert, a vast expanse of endless yellow sand stretched before them, the scorching sun rendering conditions unbearable. Mr. handed Qin Wanwan a gauzy scarf. Cover your face to shield against the wind and sand, we must not inhale it. Qin Wanwan lay atop the camel, lethargically responding in agreement, her previously vibrant demeanor now dulled. Both the little plump goose and the parrot appeared equally listless. This is how it is in the desert. During the day, the sun is intense and unbearably hot, while at night, it turns quite cold. Those unfamiliar with this terrain can easily lose their way without a guide, and sandstorms can arise, making survival uncertain. Without a stroke of luck, one may not endure. Though the camels walked slowly, they did not appear sluggish. Each step across the desert exuded a sense of ease. If it were horses, they would run swiftly but tire easily and require more water. Camels, however, are different. As long as they have enough water at one time, they can traverse the desert for several days without drinking, and they can consume some prickly desert plants, such as cacti. Feeling bored during the journey, the camel caravan began to sing, their voices resonating in a language unfamiliar to the people of the Central Plains, harmonizing beautifully with the sound of the camel bells. As the sun began to set, Mr. and his companions called out, Shenyang City is almost upon us. Qin Wanwan and the others looked up, and amidst the sea of yellow sand, the oasis emerged like a dazzling jewel. The oasis was vast, comparable in size to two cities. Upon sighting the oasis, spirits lifted instantly. As they entered the oasis of Shenyang City, the camel caravan merged onto the main road, instantly bustling with activity. Camel caravans from all directions converged, setting forth toward Shenyang City. Perched atop the tall camel, Qin Wanwan noticed many beautiful young women adorned in exotic attire. The maidens spotted her too, their smiles brightening as they beheld the delicate child. Qin Wanwan reciprocated with a radiant smile, her eyes resembling clear, luminous crescent moons, her upturned lips particularly endearing. She is truly adorable, several girls garbed in foreign clothing exclaimed, their smiles growing even wider, though their words were lost on Qin Wanwan. Meanwhile, the guards accompanying Yin Yuanli, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, turned crimson. The attire of the foreign maidens was considered rather bold and daring by the standards of the Central Plains. However, as martial men, they refrained from expressing any outrage, instead exhibiting a curious demeanor of wanting to look yet hesitating to do so. Chapter 46. The Tavern. Yuanli, with an expression as inscrutable as ever, appeared disinterested in everything around him. After crossing the city moat, the imposing walls of Shenyang City loomed above, with the name Shenyang City prominently displayed. At the entrance stood the city guards, and with a single glance, Qin Wanwan noticed that, as Ma Sang had mentioned, several of them were of mixed heritage. Mixed heritage was relatively easy to discern. Here, it referred to individuals of Central Plains and grassland descent. Those from the Central Plains typically had softer facial features, with dark hair and eyes that exuded a non-threatening demeanor, yet it was universally acknowledged that they possessed keen intellect. In contrast, the denizens of the grasslands were robust, with more aggressive appearances, most sporting brown eyes, while certain tribes like the wolf tribe exhibited even more distinct color variations, known for their combative nature and sheer physical strength. Mixed individuals embodied traits from both heritages. They were somewhat smaller than their grassland counterparts, often displaying subtle variations in eye and hair color, with features that could be more piercing than those from the Central Plains, yet occasionally softer than those of grassland dwellers. In short, they were easily identifiable as mixed blood. Among the guards, those of mixed heritage regarded the Wolf Fong with a hint of surprise. Such lineage was quite rare. Upon entering Shenyang City, the hustle and bustle was immediately apparent. Compared to the sparsely populated Shay City, this place was like a realm of affluence juxtaposed against a slum. Qin Wanwan felt a stark realization of her father's impoverishment in this vibrant atmosphere. Everywhere she looked, shops of all kinds flourished, and a diverse array of people thronged the streets, some with golden or auburn curls. So many people, exclaimed Qin Wanwan, her wide eyes taking in the sights as she dismounted from the camel. Well, this is as far as I can take you, Ma San said. If you wish to rent a camel for your return journey, just look for me at the camel station. Waving her small hand, Jin Wanwan replied, Goodbye, Uncle Ma. Farewell, little one. Now left to their own devices, the group began to admire the charms of Shenyang City. Brother Yuanli, would you like to try a pancake? This one is quite large. Jin Wanwan had already dashed off in search of food, bringing her friends along for the adventure. Though she couldn't comprehend the vendor's words, that did not hinder her animated communication with gestures. Yuanli watched as the lively little girl flailed about, ultimately managing to procure a deliciously fragrant pancake. Yuanli mused to himself, contemplating if he would have starved had he been in her position. Hey, Central Plains folks, is this your first visit to Shenyang City? Would you like a guide? I grew up here and know the city like the back of my hand. I promise not to lead you astray, and I can speak Central Plains dialect to help with translations, a boy of about 12, slim yet astute, offered. Sure. What is your name? Jin Wanwan inquired, clutching her freshly cut pancake and sharing pieces with Yuanli, Wolf Fawn, and the others. My name is Dequan, the boy beamed, his smile radiating warmth. Leave this to me, Miss Wanwan. It's crispy and fragrant, so delicious. Just a little bite for you, little goose. Xiaohong can't handle much. Both the little goose and Xiaohong gratefully munched on the pancake crumbs provided by Jin Wanwan. You can call me AMU, the boy continued. AMU, here is a piece for you. Jin Wanwan generously shared her bounty. AMU's face lit up with joy, his smile reflecting a genuine innocence. Where do you wish to go? I can take you anywhere you want to play, he offered eagerly. Yuanli replied, First, let us visit a tavern for a meal. Indeed, they required a local guide, and seeing AMU's earnest demeanor, they felt reassured. All right. We have two of the largest and most renowned taverns here. One is called Heavenly Realm, and the other is Drunken Cloud Pavilion, AMU declared, raising two fingers. Heavenly Realm tends to be a bit chaotic. Though it's called a tavern, it actually houses a gambling den and features performances. Many wealthy merchants frequent it, and once they've had a few too many drinks, things can get rowdy. But fear not, there are people to keep order. The entertainment there is genuine, unlike the establishments of ill repute. Drunken Cloud Pavilion, on the other hand, offers a variety of dishes, whether you prefer Central Plains cuisine or grassland fare. It has a more refined ambience, with private rooms available for discussions without interruptions, as well as accommodations, depending on your choice. Yuanli inquired, whom does Drunken Cloud Pavilion belong to? AMU chuckled, it also belongs to our city lord. The group exchanged glances, realizing the city lord was indeed a formidable businessman. Let us go to Drunken Cloud Pavilion. Very well, follow me, AMU replied. Yuanli requested a private room upon their arrival. As they entered, the windows opened to reveal the bustling tavern across the street, a stark contrast to the serene atmosphere of Drunken Cloud Pavilion. This merchant, Wu Woyang, was truly a master of commerce, with two grand taverns catering to different crowds. Clearly, more patrons flocked to Heavenly Realm, where vibrant red silks billowed in the breeze, and one could occasionally catch glimpses of beautiful women in exotic attire gracefully descending, sometimes pouring wine or presenting a red flower to passers-by. Those women from Heavenly Realm possess remarkable agility. Newcomers to Shenyang City gazed in awe. Their lithe figures indeed resembled ethereal beings, AMU proudly exclaimed. Impressive, right? They are the dancers of Heavenly Realm. Not only were the men outside mesmerized, but Jin Wanwan was equally enthralled. How amazing, she exclaimed, leaning against the window, clapping enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with delight at the enchanting dancers. Perhaps due to her fervent applause or her bright-eyed admiration, she caught the attention of a beautiful woman in a red dress across the way. At the woman, adorned with a pearl veil, smiled at Jin Wanwan, tossing a cluster of fiery red flowers into the air, which arched gracefully before landing in Jin Wanwan's embrace. Startled, Jin Wanwan quickly cradled the flowers, which formed a delightful bouquet in her small hands. Here, little sister, this flower is for you. The woman spoke in fluent Central Plains dialect, her pronunciation impeccable. Gasps echoed from below as Jin Wanwan beamed with a silly smile. Thank you, sister, you are so beautiful. The woman in the red dress covered her mouth, laughing, when you grow up, you'll be a remarkable beauty too. Chapter 47 The Floral Ball. AMU gazed enviously. You are truly fortunate. Linglong's Phoenix Flower Ball is not easily bestowed upon anyone. Jin Wanwan's expression was one of curiosity. In the next moment, AMU exclaimed with excitement, however, this means that tomorrow evening's dance performance at Tianshan Renjian will be absolutely splendid. You must go and see it. Yuanli displayed a lack of interest. Jin Wanwan asked, does the beautiful elder sister dance? She was genuinely intrigued. The accompanying crowd. The daughter of General Xie seems to be more interested in women's dancing than these men. AMU replied, of course it will be delightful. Tomorrow, it will be Linglong who leads the dance, the very one who gifted you the flower. She is the foremost dancer in Tianshan Renjian. However, her dancing is entirely contingent upon her mood. Each time she bestows a flower, it signifies that she will dance that evening. The recipient of the flower not only enjoys free entry but also secures the best seats for viewing and may even interact with her up close. This flower has certainly ignited envy in countless hearts. Jin Wanwan's round eyes widened in delight. Looking at the flower in her hands, her happiness grew. Brother Yuanli, let us go to Tianshan Renjian tonight to watch the dance. She joyfully clutched the flower ball and scampered to Yuanli's side, gazing up at him with eager anticipation. Yuanli affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to AMU, asking, is Tianshan Renjian safe? Amu patted his chest confidently, fear not, that is the tavern of our city lord, guarded by the patrolling city guards. No one dares to cause trouble there. They spent a night at Zuiyun Tower, choosing the finest rooms available. It must be said, the service at Zuiyun Tower was exceptional, hot water was provided for bathing, and Qin Wanwan even caught sight of the fragrant body wash. It was scented with osmanthus, and while its cleansing abilities were uncertain, the lingering fragrance was certainly pleasant. Xiechong was quite a rough character, and the city of Shay was impoverished, lacking such luxurious scented products for sale. After her bath, Qin Wanwan lay on the bed, her hair dried, and she found herself nestled beside three small creatures that had also succumbed to slumber, yet, she felt a twinge of longing for her father. Tucking herself under the covers, a portion of her lovely face remained exposed, her hair soft and silky, her large eyes half open. Kikek, I miss father so much, what is he doing right now? Kikek replied, I don't know either. It kicked the plush little goose that was pressed against Qin Wanwan's cheek, causing the goose to let out a comical squawk and roll about under the covers. Kikek took over the space previously occupied by the little goose. First come, first served, do you not understand who is the boss here? Do not presume that your plumpness intimidates me. How ferocious. Qin Wanwan chuckled softly, her eyes crinkling with delight, as she captured the equally fierce little goose, which was eager to peck at Kikek, and pulled it into the warmth of the bedding. Little goose, be good. You must go outside to relieve yourself. Cheap the little black snake lazily coiled around Qin Wanwan's wrist, seemingly uninterested in anything. Amidst the commotion between Kikek and the little goose, Qin Wanwan gradually closed her eyes, her breaths becoming shallow and even as she drifted into slumber. The little goose continued to chirp. Kikek pecked its forehead, be quiet, you will wake the child, and I shall peck you to death. Cheap. Bad bird, however, the little goose was quite considerate, ceasing its noise and curling up snugly in Qin Wanwan's embrace. The fragrant little Qilin cub was utterly adorable. The following morning, Qin Wanwan was roused from her slumber by the cacophony outside the tavern. It was bustling with noise. Yin Yuanli knocked on the door, and the small figure burrowed deeper into the warm covers, reluctant to rise with her eyes still closed. Wanwan, it's time for breakfast. Qin Wanwan mumbled an indistinct "oh," her soft and tiny voice barely audible to Yin Yuanli, prompting him to open the door. Wolf Fong peered in before resuming his vigil as the door guardian. Concerned for their safety, Wolf Fong had remained alert at the entrance throughout the night. Inside the tidy room, the air was imbued with a hint of the sweet fragrance that belonged to Qin Wanwan. A small mound was visible on the bed. Despite the ongoing ruckus outside, the sleepy little piglet had no intention of rising. Qin Wanwan, it is the hour of Chen. The little girl's soft, clingy voice emerged from beneath the covers. May I sleep a little longer? Yin Yuanli replied, breakfast must be consumed. It is good for your health. The imperial palace employed royal physicians who had established comprehensive rules regarding health. They dictated sleeping hours, waking times, and mandated that all 3 meals be consumed without fail. Yin Yuanli had lived by these standards, practicing self-discipline, and had grown accustomed to it. Breakfast includes local fruits and milk. Would you like some? A pair of soft, chubby hands pulled back a corner of the blanket, revealing her fluffy little head, along with a pair of drowsy, misty eyes. All right then. Qin Wanwan, a child fond of food and slumber, hesitated for a few seconds between the allure of sleep and unfamiliar fruits, ultimately opting for the fruits. Finally, she emerged from the cocoon of blankets. Her plump figure resembled that of a porcelain doll, a 3-year-old cherub with arms and legs resembling sections of lotus root, her skin fair and soft like a steamed bun. Qin Wanwan preferred to sleep in a small belly band and rat pants, giving her the appearance of a little fairy seated among celestial beings. Yin Yuanli, 3 years her senior, had developed an early awareness of gender propriety, beginning to avoid being held by female elders, even his mother, and insisted on dressing himself without the assistance of maidservants. However, with Qin Wanwan, being merely 3 years old, there was no need for such distinctions. She was still too young. He regarded Qin Wanwan as his little sister. If possible, Yin Yuanli would even consider snatching her from General Xie to raise her himself. Yin Yuanli approached and dressed the little chubby doll. Qin Wanwan obediently allowed him to assist her, resembling a doll that could be dressed at will. All done, sit still while I braid your hair. Previously, Yin Yuanli had not known how to braid hair, but having promised General Xie to take good care of Wanwan, he endeavored to handle everything personally. He had practiced braiding on Wang Dequan's hair during their journey to Young City. Yin Yuanli was astute, learning quickly, and the simple task of braiding hair posed no difficulty for him. Successfully styling 2 round little buns atop Qin Wanwan's head, he then led her to wash her face and brush her teeth. Wang Dequan awaited outside, and upon seeing them emerge, he approached promptly. Ah, Miss Wanwan, have you awakened from your slumber? Today, Yang City is bustling with activity. Qin Wanwan sweetly greeted him. Good morning, Uncle Dequan. Wang Dequan's eyes crinkled into a smile. Good morning to you as well, Mississippi. The breakfast at Zuiyun Tower was lavish, featuring an array of fruits, meats, as well as various pastries from the northern and southern regions. However, it was impossible to consume everything, so one could choose their preferred dishes. Chapter 48. The phoenix flower seated upon a stool, Qin Wanwan listened attentively as the waiter concluded his introduction, and in a sweet, childlike voice, she declared, I would like some small wontons, meat buns, and also apples, pomegranates, and a large coconut. As she mentioned the last fruit, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled upon her cherubic face. Yin Yuanli ordered his own desired delicacies, and the waiter promptly departed. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Look, there are coconuts here. Kiki, standing atop the table sipping tea, remarked, of course, it's an oasis. Most of the flora here is tropical. When breakfast arrived, the coconut water was poured into cups after being opened. Yin Yuanli took a sip and found the taste rather peculiar, one that he was not accustomed to. In contrast, Qin Wanwan happily drank it down in cheerful gulps. And there's milk too, Yin Yuanli noted. This milk is free of any gamey taste, you should drink more, it's good for your health. Qin Wanwan obediently responded, Brother Yuanli, you should drink some too. You re a child as well. What's all the commotion outside? The window of the private room was opened, revealing the laughter from the street beyond, which became increasingly apparent. Wang Dequan, holding a feather duster, explained, Your Highness, it is as such. I have heard that the city lord, Shang Weiyang, is returning today. Qin Wanwan perked up, her little ears attentive. When will he return? Wang Dequan replied, The time is uncertain, but it will certainly be today. Qin Wanwan leapt from her stool and, standing on her tiptoes, curiously peered outside. The entire morning, Shenyang City seemed to have come alive. The vendors on the streets wore smiles, surrounded by an array of vibrant flowers. Many were purchasing blossoms. Qin Wanwan's large eyes were alight with curiosity. Why are they buying so many flowers? Amu, who had come early to continue his duties, explained, These are gifts prepared by the people of Shenyang City for the city lord. Most residents of Shenyang City were mixed-blood individuals who had been ostracized by the nomads and the people of the Central Plains, with some being homeless due to various circumstances, even beggars. Amu and his mother had also sought refuge here, taken in by the city lord. Consequently, he and the townsfolk held deep admiration for the lord. I want to buy flowers too. Miss, do you want any? Our Shenyang City has a special flower called the Phoenix flower, just like the one Miss Linglong gifted you last night. They bloom vibrantly on the street where the city lord's mansion is located. It's a splendid sight and would be a wonderful place to visit if you wish to enjoy the scenery. The Phoenix flower, when it falls, drops in full bloom, similar to camellias. Thus, those that lay on the ground appear remarkably intact and beautiful. When picked and crafted, they transform into lovely adornments, albeit not permanent ones. Qin Wanwan stuffed the last remaining morsel of bun into her mouth, taking a large bite that her small mouth struggled to accommodate. Her fair cheeks were round and full, rendering her speech somewhat muffled. What e.g., I want to join in. The little girl relished the lively atmosphere. After a great effort, she finally swallowed, though it left her slightly choked. Her delicate, porcelain-like face wore an expression of panic as she sought water. Yin Yuanli called her name, Wanwan. She hurried over on her short legs, and he offered her a sip of milk. Slow down, he cautioned, pressing his lips together while furrowing his brow and gently patting her back. Finally, she was no longer choked and broke into a carefree grin, her little face appearing soft and entirely squeezable. Unable to resist, Yin Yuanli extended a hand, modestly pinching her chubby cheek. Qin Wanwan tilted her head in confusion. Let us go, I'll accompany you. He took her small hand, which felt as soft and boneless as a jelly, smooth to the touch. Were all children's hands this soft, he pondered, his own expressionless face resembling a finely crafted statue. Once they descended the stairs, it felt as though they had merged into the bustling world around them. The two children, both exceptionally attractive, captured the attention of passers-by even amidst the throng. Would the little ones like some beautiful flower crowns? Qin Wanwan, hand in hand with Yin Yuanli, trotted forward, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Flowers, so pretty. The flower seller, a kind-faced woman from the Central Plains, smiled warmly. Little girl, why not try this one? She retrieved a flower crown adorned primarily with vibrant red phoenix flowers, accented with delicate white blossoms. Placed upon Qin Wanwan's head, it resembled a charming floral cap. It's lovely, Yin Yuanli remarked. Upon this, Wang Dequan stepped forward to handle the payment. Young master, would you like one as well? Yin Yuanli shook his head. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Yuanli should have one too. With that, Qin Wanwan began selecting for him. I want that one. The crown she pointed to was distinct from hers, featuring a blue flower among its decorations. Yin Yuanli took a slight step back. I don't want it, real men don't fancy such frivolous things. Qin Wanwan remained silent, clutching her crown and gazing up at him with her little face tilted slightly, her big, watery eyes resembling fried eggs. Every fiber of her being seemed to express, I'm so pitiful. Yin Yuanli sighed, a hint of concession in his demeanor as he lowered his head slightly. Go ahead and wear it. The corners of Qin Wanwan's mouth slowly turned upwards, revealing a soft, pure smile. Brother Yuanli, you look good too. Being children, Yin Yuanli did not appear out of place wearing the crown. Indeed, he was already handsome. Many other young boys adorned in flower crowns filled the streets, some with bouquets in hand. Laughing and playing, they proceeded to seek out the phoenix flowers as Amu had mentioned. Shenyang City boasted several streets, with East Street serving as the main thoroughfare leading to the city lord's mansion. The widest of all of the residents here were primarily the lord's trusted confidants, lacking the vibrant bustle of the commercial districts. Yet, the scenery here was uniquely splendid. Both sides of the street were lined with the extraordinary phoenix trees, towering approximately 15 to 16 meters high, their canopies resembling large umbrellas. It was the season when the phoenix flowers bloomed, and the trees were ablaze with their fiery blossoms. As the wind blew, the brilliantly colored flowers fell to the ground, where people eagerly collected them in baskets. The sight of a vast expanse of red phoenix flowers was breathtaking, and from a distance, it truly appeared as though the sky had been painted red, reminiscent of a phoenix rising from the flames. How beautiful! Qin Wanwan exclaimed as she joined in collecting the fallen phoenix flowers. The fiery hue in her palms was particularly striking, accentuating the whiteness of her skin. She fashioned a small flower crown for her little goose, though it was not meant to rest on its tiny head, as it was far too small. Instead, it adorned its neck. Kiki received one too. Little Black, extend your tail. Qin Wanwan clapped her wrists, and a dark, slender tail slowly emerged from her wide sleeves. She gently placed a beautiful phoenix flower upon Little Black's tail. Chapter 49. The merchant Wu Yang turning her head, she spotted the little goose munching on a flower. She pinched the little goose's flat beak, admonishing, "You can't eat anything indiscriminately." "Amu, is this flower poisonous?" Amu replied, "Not at all, this phoenix flower is quite fragrant. My mother has used it to steam and eat before." Qin Wanwan's eyes lit up, and before anyone could react, she swiftly stuffed a flower into her mouth. Yin Yuanli exclaimed, "Just a moment ago, you were reprimanding the little goose." He pinched Qin Wanwan's small face and, with a finger, extracted the flower from her mouth. Qin Wanwan looked at him with innocent eyes. Yin Yuanli took a deep breath, his expression stern as he attempted to lecture her. Qin Wanwan pouted, "I just wanted to taste it." Yin Yuanli replied, "That doesn't mean you can eat everything, especially when it hasn't been washed. I caught it when it fell from the tree. That still doesn't count." Wang Dequan interjected, "My little ancestor, if you want to eat, let me have someone prepare it for you first." "All right then." After admiring the phoenix flowers, the group returned home. Qin Wanwan craved pastries made from the phoenix flowers. Wang Dequan went to arrange for the chef at Zuiyan Tower to prepare some for them. A plate of pale pink pastries was soon brought forth. The color has changed. Yet the fragrance was indeed that of the phoenix flowers. Qin Wanwan leaned over the table, poked at them, and stuffed a small pastry into her mouth. After devouring 2 pieces, a sudden blast of a horn echoed from outside. Qin Wanwan, curious, dashed to the window. Amu exclaimed excitedly, "Our city lord has returned." Qin Wanwan, momentarily dazed and slow to react, then widened her eyes. The super dangerous merchant Wu Yang mentioned by her father was back. Thud thud thud, something massive lumbered into the city, causing a slight tremor in the ground, though it was subtle due to the distance. Qin Wanwan stepped away from the window, clutching the little plump goose, and scurried under the table. Everyone looked at her in confusion. "What are you doing?" Qin Wanwan crouched under the table and tugged at Yin Yuanli's clothing. In a hushed voice, she said, "Brother Yuanli, hurry and let them hide, father said it's dangerous around that city lord." The little girl had remembered her father's words and was being obedient. In a scuffle, she was too small to be a burden to the adults, and neither was brother Yuanli. "If the adults throw a punch, we would faint, we should hide and not be a hindrance." Yin Yuanli responded. "We won't be in danger in this room." However, the city lord of Xiangyang was rather ostentatious. Making such a ruckus upon returning to the city was practically broadcasting his location to those who wished him harm. Amu was still cheering by the bed. "The city lord's elephant is coming down our street." The tremors on the ground intensified. Yin Yuanli remarked, "No wonder it feels like the ground is shaking. It's an elephant." Elephants were quite a rarity for the people of Central Plains, though Yin Yuanli had seen them before. Meanwhile, Amu was eagerly clutching a flower. Qin Wanwan's ears perked up under the table. An elephant, her little face contorted in indecision. She wanted to see the elephant, but she also had to heed her father's words. The small bundle crouched beneath the table, and she began counting on her fingers. "Go, or not go." After exhausting all 5 fingers, she decisively proclaimed, "Go." Qin Wanwan emerged from beneath the table with determination. "Where's the elephant? I want to see." In the blink of an eye, she hurried to the window, stretching her little neck to peer outside. She adored observing all kinds of animals. Yin Yuanli thought to himself. "Did you forget that you just said you wouldn't be a burden?" A resonant trumpet call drew everyone's attention. In the broad street, a crowd lined the sides, and the windows above were filled with spectators. Leading the procession was a towering male elephant, its ivory tusks elongated, with a young mixed-blood man seated upon its back. Following closely behind was an extraordinarily lavish carriage, drawn by the majestic elephant. The opulence of the carriage rivaled that of the dragon palanquin used by Emperor Tianqi. Tianqi. Such a display would be deemed illegal, and the offenders would be imprisoned. But here in Xiangyang, merchant Wu Yang did not belong to any nation. Although it was a city, it could be considered a small kingdom in its own right. The only distinction was that merchant Wu Yang did not claim the title of king or emperor. The guards from Tianqi, who had come to broaden their horizons, were left utterly dumbfounded. This merchant Wu Yang is indeed flamboyant, they thought, even more so than the emperor himself. Of course, the latter statement was one they dared not voice. To think they would use such massive beasts to pull a carriage. And not just one. At least 10 elephants followed in a line behind the carriage. The elephants ambled through the streets, and the onlookers above cheered, tossing flowers into the air. This gesture was a sign of welcome. The enormous, luxurious carriage swayed, and through the sheer pink drapery, a figure could be faintly discerned. Besides the person, it seemed a colossal creature was also sprawled nearby. At that moment, Qin Wanwan had completely forgotten her father's earlier warnings. As the elephants passed by, Amu excitedly tossed away the flowers in his hands, screaming ecstatically, "City Lord!" His voice cracked with excitement, akin to a large-scale fan event. Qin Wanwan was unconcerned with the city lord. She had latched onto the elephant's trunk. The elephant stood impressively tall, nearly reaching the height of a 2-story building. Qin Wanwan leaned out of the window, stretching her small hand towards the elephant, which happily extended its trunk towards her, remaining still. The person atop the elephant was momentarily taken aback. Qin Wanwan rummaged through her snack pouch and produced a piece of bean-curd grass cake, meant for the little goose, which particularly relished it. "Here you go." The elephant's trunk, remarkably agile, curled around the treat and effortlessly brought it to its mouth, consuming it with delight, followed by a jubilant trumpet sound. The guard managing the elephant broke into a cold sweat. Kanta, move. The elephant hesitated, reluctantly taking 2 slow steps. Qin Wanwan, still perched at the window, wore a look of eager anticipation, longing to ride the elephant. The guard glanced at her before urging the elephant to depart. Inside the carriage, a beast that had been dozing beside merchant Wu Yang stirred awake, its eyes locking onto Qin Wanwan through the drapery. It suddenly stood up but was promptly pressed back down by a slender hand. Long, articulated fingers rested gently on the massive lion's head, exerting just enough pressure to make it whimper and lie back down obediently. Dejinzi, are you plotting a rebellion? The gemstones woven into his hair appeared both extravagant and elegant, yet stunningly beautiful. The man had fair skin and a tall, slender figure, clad in a resplendent red robe. Red is a color that tests one's presence. Those who cannot carry it often appear aged and unremarkable. If one cannot command the attention of such a hue, all gazes will inevitably fall upon the garment, rendering the person ordinary and forgettable. Yet on merchant Wu Yang, this vibrant red seemed entirely natural, merely accentuating his presence. Chapter 50 of The Confidence of Shenyang City. The man reclining on the couch slightly propped himself up, his long, flowing black hair swaying gently with his movement. As he sat up, he stretched his arms above his head, his bare feet resting upon the majestic lion beneath him. Adorning his face was an exquisitely crafted golden mask, which, despite its weighty material, appeared effortlessly light. This singular mask alone showcased the pinnacle of luxurious craftsmanship. Just then, Shang Huoyang caught sight of a child perched on the wooden window. She was strikingly beautiful, her eyes clear and pure, resembling a finely crafted figurine. He felt an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheeks. Alas, that fleeting glance was all he had, as the carriage had already departed. At that moment, the sound of Kiki erupted in Qin Wanwan's ears. Cub, your father, that is your father. Qin Wanwan's wide eyes filled with confusion. A few border soldiers who had accompanied them exclaimed, "What is going on? The general has arrived." "Surely, the General wouldn't come here without speaking to them," Kiki retorted. "No, I'm not referring to your general." "Oh dear, with so many people around, how was it supposed to clarify?" Everyone was concerned, nearly assuming the bird had misidentified or miscommunicated. Slowly, Qin Wanwan began to piece it together. Kiki was referring to her other father. The Qilin was a divine beast, and her father was a living Qilin who had existed for millions of years, possessing a formidable spirit. Having descended to experience mortal trials, his divine essence was too powerful for a human body to contain. Ultimately, his soul split into 5 parts, reincarnating as 5 individuals in this world. Xie Chong was one, and the present Shang Huoyang was another. Before descending, Wanwan only knew that her father would meet a grim fate, yet she remained oblivious to his identity. Kiki, however, possessed some knowledge, but after descending, to avoid disrupting the natural order of this world, it had its powers and memories partially sealed. Only upon encountering Qin Wanwan's biological father could it recognize him. Aside from the first father, Xie Chong, who was somewhat favored by the heavens to allow Qin Wanwan to encounter a benefactor, her second father had now made an appearance. Qin Wanwan nibbled on her finger, her small face scrunched in thought. How was she to approach this new father? While she longed to meet him, the current circumstances rendered such a meeting impossible. After a moment of inner turmoil, she succumbed to sleep on her bed, muttering to herself, "It's not that I want to sleep, I merely need to replenish my energy." When she awoke from her midday nap, little Qin Wanwan felt languid. Perched by the window, she absent-mindedly stroked the downy feathers of a small goose and the glossy black scales of a little snake. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something peculiar. "Little Black, why has the color of your scales changed?" A more careful look revealed that it was not the color of the scales that had transformed, but rather, it was shedding its skin. The little black snake, caught in the throes of shedding, appeared somewhat distressed. Uncertain of how to assist, Qin Wanwan turned to Kiki for guidance. Kiki advised, "Gently wipe it with water. If the skin isn't too dry, the shedding process will be much simpler. No wonder it has been so lethargic lately, even reluctant to eat. I thought it was on the verge of death." To perish in the presence of a Qilin would indeed be a pitiful fate. Following Kiki's advice, Qin Wanwan procured a small basket from the inn, placed the little black snake inside, and delicately wiped its body with a damp handkerchief. Thus, she spent the entire afternoon in her room, watching the little black snake shed its skin. Yuli came by to observe and ended up staying. The 2 children sat side by side on a stool, gazing at the little black snake in the basket. "Will it finish shedding today?" Qin Wanwan cupped her chin in her hands, pondering aloud, "I don't know." However, the snake's shedding progressed rather swiftly. The layer of skin that had been shed glimmered white, while the new skin bore a glossy black sheen, fresh and beautiful. By the time dinner was served, only the tip of the little black snake's tail remained in its old skin. It seemed exhausted, resting for quite a while. Once they finished their meal, the little black snake, having completed its shedding, emerged anew from the basket. Qin Wanwan reached in, and the snake lazily coiled around her fingertips. The contrast of deep black against snowy white was striking, particularly as it was a snake. Several guards swallowed hard. The daughter of General Xie certainly has a taste that is quite unique. Having lived for so long, they had never seen a young lady in the capital raising a snake. Aren't most girls terrified at the mere sight of such creatures? It seems to have grown a bit. Qin Wanwan remarked, petting the snake's head as it wrapped around her plump arm. "Little Black, are you hungry?" It was undeniably hungry. The snake's beady eyes fixated intently on the plump little goose beside Qin Wanwan, which appeared quite delectable. The little goose squawked, "Cheep." Exuding an ominous aura, Wang Diquan remarked, "I'll fetch some meat." Fortunately, the little black snake lacked the strength to hunt in its famished state, narrowly escaping the fate of entangling its companion. Once the meat arrived, Qin Wanwan fed the little black snake one piece after another. After a hearty meal, it became lazily coiled around her arm, motionless. Let us head to the heavenly realm. Amu said there would be dancing. Qin Wanwan clutched the beautiful flower ball gifted to her by the lovely Linglong girl the day before. The flower ball was adorned with a jade bell. Upon reaching the entrance of the heavenly realm, a young attendant's eyes lit up upon seeing the flower ball in Qin Wanwan's hands. Esteemed guest, please follow me, you may proceed directly to the third floor. Qin Wanwan pointed to the people behind her, they are accompanying me. Not an issue. All expenses for today are waived for your party, and the private rooms on the third floor have been prepared for you. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing they were heading to the third floor, cast envious glances filled with jealousy. She is the one who received the flower ball from the lovely Linglong girl. Countless envious gazes turned toward Qin Wanwan. Yin Yuanli positioned himself beside her, shielding much of her petite figure. Why give it to a little girl? What does a child know about appreciation? I see you are simply envious. One woman rolled her eyes. Have you looked at yourselves? If Linglong were to choose you, it would be a grave error in judgment. That little girl is simply stunning. If I were Linglong, I would choose her too. The unattractive, lecherous men were hardly worthy of admiration. The visitors to Xianyang City were not solely men. Many women, unbound by societal constraints, especially those from the plains with their bold and forthright natures, also flocked to Xianyang City. This city was known for its entertainment and inclusivity. Guided by the maid, Qin Wanwan and her companions ascended to the third floor, but as they reached the staircase on the second floor, a commotion erupted below. A group of tall, burly men, seemingly intoxicated, were shouting, "Why can those pretty boys go up to the third floor? I am of the Tatar royal lineage." The guards and border soldiers turned their heads in unison to gaze at the ruckus makers. Indeed, they were clad in Tatar garb. Enemies meeting are often filled with hostility. Had it not been for the situation, they might have already acted. The Tatars were towering and robust, resembling bears, their faces rugged and fierce, appearing akin to savage bandits. Moreover, the people of the plains generally lacked a fondness for bathing, and the Tatars were no exception. They resembled uncivilized beasts, reveling in bloodshed, slaughter, and even cannibalism, with many central plains folk treated as mere prey. War between nations is inevitable, but the Tatars were particularly ruthless, being impulsive by nature. Their intoxication clouded their judgment. In mere moments, they brandished knives, intent on violence. I'll kill you all. Instantly, Qin Wanwan's guards and border soldiers drew their weapons. However, before they could act, silken ribbons flew in, ensnaring the knives held by the Tatars. Following the ribbons, Qin Wanwan spotted the beautiful dancers from the heavenly realm. Although the dancers lacked the strength of the Tatars, two of them managed to restrain one Tatar's knife and arm, nearly pulling them off balance, yet their faces bore no fear. On the third floor, the cold-faced Linglong girl, who had previously met Qin Wanwan, stood firm. Causing a ruckus in the heavenly realm, you have quite the audacity. Ah, little beauty, my courage knows no bounds. If you wish to test your strength against me, come forward. The Tatar laughed boisterously, pulling forcefully, sending two dancers tumbling away, yet, what awaited him was not the embrace of a beautiful maiden. A silver needle pierced through his forehead, leaving behind a small blood spot. His expression remained frozen as he toppled backward. The other Tatars gasped in alarm. Are you seeking war with the Tatars in Xianyang City? A squad of armed city guards arrived swiftly, expertly subduing the rowdy Tatars. Take them away and lock them in the water prison. Such occurrences seemed to be a familiar routine for them, as they efficiently cleared the area. Yin Yuanli and the guards beside Qin Wanwan sheathed their weapons. Xianyang City truly fears no repercussions. What gives this oasis such confidence? Wealth, intelligence, the enigmatic ghostly masked shadow guards of Xianyang, and their advanced mechanisms. Though young, Yin Yuanli exhibited remarkable composure and insight, observing the captured Tatars with a discerning eye. The wealth of Xianyang City is unmatched by neighboring nations. Whether in the Central Plains or the Plains, one can always find the shadow of Shang Woyang's trading fleets and intelligence networks. Those gathering intelligence range from beggars and courtesans to high-ranking officials. They solely focus on information gathering, making their movements nearly imperceptible. Such intelligence enables Shang Woyang to wield considerable influence over all nations, allowing him to choose alliances at will. Of course, it is essential to note that Shang Woyang possesses an astute mind. Most of his enemies have sought to eliminate him due to the exposure of their misdeeds and the perceived threat he poses. Moreover, Shang Woyang commands a ghostly, elusive cadre of shadow guards, unmatched in martial prowess and equipped with exquisite weaponry not found in any other nation. Should he be provoked, his ghostly masked shadow guards would stop at nothing to hunt down their enemies. Every man fears death, even the Tatar king. It is rumored that Shang Woyang is somewhat unhinged. He once declared that anyone daring to kill him would find his ghostly masked shadow guards unleashed upon them, with one condition: no innocent soul in Xianyang City should be harmed. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Yuanli is amazing, knowing so much. Her father was also formidable, possessing immense wealth. Well, one father was incredibly poor, while the other was exceedingly wealthy. Not only Qin Wanwan, but others also regarded their crown prince as rather impressive. At merely 5 years old, how could he possibly know more than they did? Wang Dequan puffed out his chest with pride. Humph, you all should take note, our crown prince is both intelligent and eager to learn. Who among the esteemed tutors does not sing his praises? As they conversed, they had already arrived on the third floor. The spacious and opulent private room on the third floor was revealed to them, and through Amu's introduction, they learned that access to the third floor of the heavenly realm was not merely a matter of wealth or power. It required luck and a combination of both to gain entry. To date, the number of individuals who had ascended to the third floor by merit could be counted on one hand. Qin Wanwan and her companions had achieved this purely by chance. The services provided here were of the highest caliber, signifying a special status. Thus, it was no wonder that so many envied them upon learning they would ascend to the third floor. As they settled in, a graceful beauty entered, carrying a lavish fruit platter. The exquisite and rare tea leaves, worthy of imperial collection, were presented to them. The imperial-grade dragoness saliva incense was lit, filling the room with a unique fragrance that eased the tension in their bodies and minds. Dragon's saliva incense. What a grand gesture. Yin Yuanli discerned the incense's name with a mere glance at the burner, leaving those nearby astonished, gasping in disbelief. Dragon's saliva incense, that was exclusively a tribute to the emperor. While Qin Wanwan was engrossed in devouring a large peach, she paid little heed to his words about the incense. Her bright, sparkling eyes were solely focused on the sumptuous array of food. The fruits were bountiful, there were also various pastries, and Qin Wanwan had a particular fondness for a milk cake that carried a delightful aroma. Luxuriously, even the serving dishes were crafted from glazed glass. It was no wonder that so many yearned to ascend to the third floor. The food and provisions offered there were reserved solely for the elite. This Shang Woyang is extravagantly lavish. Dong, 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 a grand and ornate stage occupied the center of the heavenly realm. As the time for the dance approached, a rhythmic drumbeat resonated, gradually silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. On the stage, large drums were positioned upright at various angles, with a flat drum placed in the center. Several dancers, wielding drumsticks, struck the drums in a rhythmic cadence. At the moment the drumming ceased, a cascade of light lavender gauze descended from above. As the gauze spread, elegantly adorned dancers appeared on stage. Standing atop the central drum was none other than Linglong. The expansive view from the third floor allowed Qin Wanwan and the other attendees to gaze in rapt attention. So beautiful. For everyone, this was a visual feast. The dancers possessed enchanting figures, their primary focus being beauty. As they moved, they appeared as light as ethereal birds, gracefully gliding through the air. With a flourish of their long sleeves, they echoed the drumbeats. The dancers occasionally moved in perfect unison, at times dispersing to showcase their individual grace, yet never losing their harmony. Ultimately, several dancers grasped the cascading gauze, their toes lightly touching the ground as they ascended into the air. In that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Wanwan clapped her tiny hands until they turned red, her eyes sparkling with joy. Linglong soared toward the third floor, guiding the gauze in Qin Wanwan's direction. Qin Wanwan's eyes widened in amazement, delicate fingers pinched her chubby cheeks. Little sister, be sure to grow up well. Linglong removed a flower hairpin from her head and presented it to Qin Wanwan before turning to leave. Clutching the hairpin in her small hands, Qin Wanwan danced with glee, her little feet tapping in excitement. Chapter 51. I am not human, brother Yuanli. Look, this is from Sister Linglong, she exclaimed. Kikek, look, Kikek remarked, what is there to behold? The young one has seen too little. At merely 3 years old, she has yet to attend the celestial banquet of the heavenly emperor, where true fairies perform, far more enchanting than this. The atmosphere in the celestial realm grew lively, with countless individuals cheering, eager to interact with the graceful dancers. Just as everything seemed infinitely splendid, figures cloaked in black appeared, brandishing weapons as they rushed toward a private chamber on the third floor. The atmosphere, which had been as smooth as silk, suddenly turned chaotic. Assassins! There are assassins! Qin Wanwan and Yin Yuanli found themselves encircled by the guards, who formed a protective stance around them. Fortunately, the black-clad assassins appeared intent solely on their target, heading towards a specific room without a thought for the others. It's Shang Woyang. The realization struck everyone almost simultaneously. Wang Dequan, filled with concern, said, Your Highness, we should hide to avoid being implicated. That private chamber was rather close to them. Without hesitation, Qin Wanwan crouched in a corner, obediently concealing herself. She stretched her little neck to peek outside intermittently, but given her height and hiding spot, she could see nothing. Worrying, she quietly asked, Kikek, will father be alright? Kikek reassured her, Of course, your father has survived countless assassination attempts. Almost as if in response to Kikek's words, the foremost black-clad figure was launched out, arrows raining down like a celestial shower from the private chamber, swiftly claiming several assassins' lives. Some arrows veered off elsewhere, embedding themselves in the door of their own chamber. Wang Dequan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Goodness, now I understand why General Xia advised us to keep our distance from Shang Woyang. This is truly perilous. With such indiscriminate arrows flying, one careless moment could lead to disaster. The other guests in the celestial realm, clearly seasoned in such matters, sought refuge upon noticing the assassins. Those lacking experience were ushered to safety by the more adept dancers skilled in martial arts, and guards from the celestial realm ascended to the third floor to assist in eliminating the assassins. Some of the assailants burst into the private chamber, only to be swiftly ejected. From within emerged several figures clad in white ghostly masks, their movements precise and lethal. These were Shang Woyang's ghostly shadow guards. Qin Wanwan yearned to approach and observe, yet fear held her back. The thought of rushing forward and losing her life was daunting, compelling her to remain hidden amidst the fervent battle. No one noticed a stealthy, large lion slipping out from the private chamber. The well-fed, golden lion, with its luxuriant mane, sniffed the air before honing in on its target. Suddenly, the window of the chamber where Qin Wanwan and the others were located burst open, and a massive figure leaped inside. Wang Dequan's voice rose in alarm. Quick, protect His Highness and Miss Wanwan. The guards and soldiers positioned themselves at the forefront, their eyes nearly popping out when they realized what had entered. What is this beast? Lions were unheard of in the Central Plains. They belonged to the tropical savannas, a creature they had never encountered. Only Xiang Weiyang possessed the capability to procure and rear such a lion. The lion, grand and formidable, rivaling a fierce tiger, rendered the occupants of the room momentarily paralyzed with fear. In the midst of this tense standoff, the small, exquisite figure of Qin Wanwan managed to squeeze out from between the adult's towering legs. Yin Yuanli barely caught hold of her. No fighting, no fighting. I am here to find Wanwan, she declared with utmost confidence. Big lion. Roar! The majestic lion emitted a low growl, its dark eyes reflecting the diminutive form of Qin Wanwan. Having caught a fleeting glimpse before, it found her irresistibly delightful. As Qin Wanwan attempted to approach, she was firmly restrained. Miss, you cannot go near, that is a wild beast that could eat you. Qin Wanwan responded earnestly, I am not human. The crowd fell silent, pondering the absurdity of her words. In the midst of their frantic commotion, the lion suddenly sprang into action, bounding towards Qin Wanwan. Chaos ensued as swords nearly swung down in panic. Stop! Yin Yuanli commanded. By then, Qin Wanwan had already embraced the lion's head, rubbing against it. So fluffy and soft. The lion, well-groomed and exuding a pleasant scent, lowered itself, allowing its head to rest against Qin Wanwan. The mutual affection was palpable, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. What was happening here? Yin Yuanli contemplated, realizing that not only cattle and horses, but even carnivorous beasts seemed docile in Wanwan's presence. Qin Wanwan appeared minuscule beside the adult lion, yet she climbed upon it with ease. To the astonishment of everyone present, she proceeded to climb around the lion's back without any hesitation. Miss, be careful. The group of burly men watched with bated breath, their eyes fixated on the child navigating the lion's body. Strangely, the lion regarded her with an almost doting affection. Suddenly, a subtle whistle pierced the air, causing the lion's ears to perk up before it sprang to its feet. Qin Wanwan slid off its back, and before she could steady herself, the lion seized the back of her collar and dashed away. It ran off. The lion's sudden departure left the onlookers momentarily stunned, and by the time they regained their senses, the large cub had vanished. Miss! Yin Yuanli's expression darkened. What are you shouting for? Chase after it. The lion's speed was remarkable, whisking Qin Wanwan effortlessly into another private chamber. Yin Yuanli and the others pursued, but were halted at the door by the ghostly shadow guards. The border soldiers fumed, hand over our Wanwan. The ghostly shadow guards remained unyielding. As for the assassins, they had been swiftly dealt with inside the private chamber. The lion triumphantly trotted before Xiang Weiyang, depositing the child at his feet. Roar! Look what I've brought back, a treasure. Qin Wanwan, having lost her footing, landed on the ground, instinctively clutching something. Looking down, she noticed a segment of a red garment having just fallen. Her bottom stung slightly, and her eyes brimmed with tears, appearing both pitiful and on the verge of crying. She gazed up at the man before her, who donned a flamboyant red robe paired with an opulent white fur cloak, his skin pale as snow and hair black, smooth, and lustrous. His face was concealed by a mask, rendering his features a mystery, yet enhancing his enigmatic aura. Chapter 52. The second father. As the young girl stood in a daze, a long, elegant hand, with well-trimmed nails and skin as pale as jade, gently pinched her small face. Qin Wanwan shuddered slightly, for his fingers were chilling to the touch. It was daytime, and the temperature in the desert was quite high, yet, such warmth was entirely absent from his hand. Where did this little misfortune come from? The man's voice was languid, yet carried a hint of amusement. I am Wanwan, she replied, her small, rosy lips pouting, making her words somewhat unclear as she was being pinched. Xiang Weiyang released her, and with a swift glint in her big eyes, she nearly broadcasted her intentions with an expression that screamed, I'm up to no good. Xiang raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, the little imp clumsily lunged towards him. I am in pain. Qin Wanwan began her attempt at deception. After all, her current father had no recollection of her, so if she wished to be cared for, she had to resort to this trickery. However, while others engaged in such antics for monetary gain, her motives were purely to be treated as a daughter. Crouching on the ground, she grasped a corner of Xiang Weiyang's garment, her tender voice betraying her guilt. Your lion brought me here and hurt Wanwan, you must take care of me. The lion? Xiang Weiyang, half smiling, inquired, so, you are attempting to deceive me? Qin Wanwan's guilt deepened. No, she vehemently denied, her loud rebuttal contrasting with her evident unease. The little girl managed to climb up and sneak a glance at him. Look, I'm hurt. She extended a tiny finger, which bore a minuscule cut, indeed oozing a single drop of blood, a mere scratch from an accidental encounter with a plant in the room. Xiang Weiyang reclined on the soft couch, his long legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet, no one would dare underestimate him for that demeanor. That wound will heal in mere moments. Qin Wanwan pouted, clutching his clothing. My bottom hurts too. Noticing he had neither discarded her nor rebuked her, her courage grew just a tad. I'm easy to take care of. Just feed me a little each day. She racked her brain for the benefits of keeping her around. I eat little, and am very well behaved, I can even keep your bed warm. Xiang Weiyang chuckled, genuinely amused. This little girl has quite the audacity. Qin Wanwan murmured softly, You are my father. What did you say? You are my father. She repeated her declaration, and this time, Xiang Weiyang heard her. He leaned closer to the little one, his icy fingers once more pinching her cheek. The small dumpling widened her eyes, gazing at him with innocent longing. If your real father hears this, he might be furious. He observed her timid yet obedient demeanor, capable of openly acknowledging someone else as her father. Qin Wanwan thought, aren't you my real father? You are my father. The 3-year-old's gaze was sincere and resolute, causing Shang Woyang to momentarily falter. Suddenly, he lifted the little creature into his arms. Qin Wanwan found herself nestled against him, and Shang Woyang's cold hands slipped into her embrace. However, I do indeed need someone to keep my bed warm. This little one was fragrant and soft. Even the slightest touch felt as though warmth radiated from her. She was like a portable heater, far more effective than any hand warmer he had previously used. He looked down, squeezing her chubby little hand, warmth coursing through his fingers. Shang Woyang's eyes flickered with intrigue. You might prove useful, perhaps I shall keep you. As for the identities of this little one's biological parents, Shang Woyang pondered slowly. What concern was that of his? What belonged to him, even if taken by force, remained his. If they desired it back, they could come and reclaim it. Moreover, this little one had willingly presented herself to him. Qin Wanwan cautiously nestled closer to the man. Can Wanwan call you father? Shang Woyang chuckled softly. Of course you may. With her stay assured, both he and the lion felt a sense of joy. The large, furry creature circled around them, nudging its head against Shang Woyang's leg, only to be kicked away. Do rid yourself of that ghastly expression. The look, reminiscent of a person enamored with cats, was rather unbecoming, whether on a human or a lion. The lion, it lay on the ground, grumbling and muttering. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Though no fights broke out, the tension was palpable. Qin Wanwan snapped back from her delight at meeting another father. Father, Wanwan's friends are outside. As soon as she spoke, a bird flew in through the window, albeit in a rather awkward manner, losing a few feathers in the process. Dare to disparage me, you fool? You are as blind as a bat. If you have the guts, take off your mask and let me see your face. I shall strip you of your undergarments. This was a proper display of indignation. The lion seemed captivated by this raucous bird and suddenly sprang up to pounce. The parrot, whose combat skills were as lacking as Qin Wanwan's, felt a chill run down its back, only to be swiftly captured by the lion. Half of its body was in the lion's jaws. Qin Wanwan's sad face, her small hands and expression were a flurry of panic. Don't eat Kiki. She tumbled down from Shang Woyang, falling clumsily. How utterly foolish, Shang Woyang thought, unable to suppress a sigh. Lion, you must not eat Kiki. Rising from the ground, Qin Wanwan rushed to the lion's side, tugging at Kiki's wings in a desperate attempt to rescue it. The lion, seeing her fondness for the bird, simply released it from its mouth. Then, both Qin Wanwan and Kiki toppled over in an ungainly heap. Kiki was flung against a wall with a pitiful squawk. Qin Wanwan was left dazed from the fall of the lion. It hurriedly picked up the dazed little girl. Are you okay, my precious? Qin Wanwan, still a bit dazed, replied, I am fine. Shang Woyang chuckled, as if he had witnessed something particularly entertaining, a tad mischievous. Qin Wanwan's forehead had turned red from the impact, and she quickly scooped Kiki up, walking over to Shang Woyang with a pitiful expression. Her eyes glared at him, filled with indignation, as he appeared to be enjoying her misfortune. How embarrassing, ahem, come here. Although Shang Woyang no longer laughed aloud, the corners of his lips could not suppress their upward curve. He beckoned with a finger, reminiscent of calling a kitten. Qin Wanwan dutifully scampered over. TSK, heaven help us, you almost ruined your looks. Qin Wanwan widened her eyes, touching her forehead. No, it couldn't be that serious. It was just a little bump, after all. Chapter 53. This is also father. Upon witnessing the little one's evident panic, Shang Woyang's smile widened further. Indeed, children are quite entertaining. So easily deceived. He produced a small porcelain vial, smeared a milky substance from it onto his fingers, and gently applied it to her forehead. It was cool to the touch and bore a fragrant aroma. All done. Qin Wanwan gazed at him with wide eyes. Will I be disfigured? Shang Woyang delicately pinched her chin, scrutinizing her for a moment. Such a beautiful face, it would be a pity to ruin it. Rest assured, you shall not be disfigured. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that her features bore a striking resemblance to his. Truly, those who are beautiful tend to share certain similarities. Shang Woyang, lost in self-admiration, lightly tapped Qin Wanwan's eyes with his cool fingertip. My dear, I nearly perished. Your father's shadow guards are truly devils, so heartless that they would not spare even a bird. Qin Wanwan hurriedly consoled Kiki, noticing the rather severe shedding of fur on Kiki's belly, quickly arranging the surrounding fur to cover it up. If Kiki were to discover it, she would undoubtedly burst into tears. After all, Kiki had a penchant for beauty. With one hand, he lifted Kiki. Shang Woyang rested his chin on his hand, his violet eyes fixated on Kiki. A talking bird, how amusing. Shall I have someone craft a golden cage to confine it? Kiki struggled vigorously. What manner of devil are you? Why would you imprison a bird for no reason? Those eyes. Kiki felt a bit intimidated under their gaze. Goodness, Wanwan's father has inherited the Kirin eyes. Shang Woyang's violet eyes were mesmerizing, deep as dark purple jade, imbued with an air of ancient mystery. Yet such eyes, in the land of the Central Plains, were regarded as the mark of an outsider. Kiki timidly pleaded for mercy. Please, Great One, do not imprison the bird. It is a companion to the little one and will not fly away. Qin Wanwan eagerly nodded in agreement. Father, please do not scare Kiki. Kiki chimed in. Little one, you're truly remarkable. Kiki has already acknowledged you as father. Qin Wanwan looked up with a hint of pride. I listened to Kiki. Upon meeting father, I claimed him. Kiki. This should not be said so openly in front of the principal party. Shang Guoyang smirked knowingly. So it was you who taught her. His words carried a weight of implication. Kiki felt her life was in jeopardy. Being scrutinized by those eyes was utterly terrifying. Kiki tilted her head, feigning unconsciousness. Kiki, father, please return Kiki to me. Father, the little one called out in a practiced manner. She adapted to her role as a daughter quite well. Shang Guoyang returned the seemingly lifeless bird to her. Qin Wanwan pinched Kiki's delicate little feet. Kiki promptly burrowed into Qin Wanwan's embrace to hide. Qin Wanwan recalled that she still had her little friends outside, clutching Kiki. She attempted to dash out however, after just 2 steps, the little one was yanked back by her collar. Where do you think you're going? Weren't you going to warm my bed? For now, warm my hands? Qin Wanwan did not struggle but sweetly voiced her request. I want to find brother Yuanli. Their eyes met, and in Qin Wanwan's clear, innocent gaze, Shang Guoyang's violet eyes were reflected. There was neither fear nor disgust. After a moment of mutual observation, Shang Guoyang rose to his feet. Though slender, he stood tall, comparable in height to Xie Chong, albeit with a more delicate frame. His skin bore an almost ethereal pallor. With both hands encircling Qin Wanwan, he cradled her as if she were a hand-warmer draped in a fur cloak. Shang Guoyang exited with Qin Wanwan in tow. Outside the door, a standoff was ongoing. Yin Yuanli stood at the forefront with a stern expression, his small stature radiating an undeniable aura. As the door swung open, all eyes turned towards them. The shadow guards instinctively parted, allowing Shang Guoyang to pass. Crown Prince Tianqi, your reputation precedes you. Yin Yuanli first glanced at Qin Wanwan, noting her lively eyes and cheerful smile, which reassured him that she was unharmed. He then met Shang Guoyang's gaze without flinching. I have long admired the esteemed name of the merchant lord. Shang Guoyang's voice was languid, exuding an air of nonchalance. Now that I have seen her, I shall take her with me. The first statement was directed at Qin Wanwan, while the latter addressed Yin Yuanli and his companions. Relaxed yet domineering, Yin Yuanli frowned. Before he could speak, several border soldiers interjected. What do you mean you'll take her? That is our general's daughter. Return Wanwan to us. Shang Guoyang lowered his gaze to Qin Wanwan. Her eyes darted about, clearly betraying her unease. Oh, Xie Chong, is it? He deduced the identity of the general without needing confirmation. Shang Guoyang scoffed derisively. That old bachelor has no children. Where would a daughter come from? The border soldiers. What business is it of yours where our general's daughter comes from? You have no shame in stealing someone else's child. Shang Guoyang pinched Qin Wanwan's little face. Little one, tell them whether you wish to accompany me, Qin Wanwan's head throbbed slightly. Father, if only you could split yourself into 5, this would be much easier for me, she replied. Uncle Lin, Uncle Song, I will come find you in a few days. How could she explain that he was also her father? Her biological father, no less. This is also my father. Qin Wanwan stammered. Both were indeed her biological fathers. Yin Yuanli maintained a poker face, his mind racing to comprehend the situation before him. The border soldiers stood in stunned silence. What did she mean by saying this was also her father? After all, Wanwan was found by their general. Could this possibly be her long-lost biological father? At that moment, the shadow guards behind Shang Guoyang exchanged discreet glances with Qin Wanwan. Their expressions, concealed beneath their masks, were filled with astonishment. What did that child just call their lord? Father. Though their lord favored having beautiful individuals around him, the shadow guards, who were inseparable from him, were acutely aware that he had yet to engage with any woman in such a manner. So, where did this large daughter suddenly come from? Shang Guoyang remained unfazed, openly acknowledging his role as a father. The border soldiers began to genuinely believe Shang Guoyang was Qin Wanwan's biological father, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. However, having spent time together, they were reluctant to part with Qin Wanwan, especially since they had promised the general to ensure her safe return. Miss Wanwan, the general will miss you dearly. Can you truly bear to leave him so easily? Qin Wanwan shook her head vigorously. I will return, I must return to find father. The border soldiers were instantly elated. Then Shang Guoyang pinched Qin Wanwan's little face again. She is coming back with me now. Without allowing them any time to react, he turned and departed with Qin Wanwan in his arms. The border soldiers were incensed. How can you be more unreasonable than us? Wanwan is our general's daughter. Put her down. Chapter 54. Is there no shame in snatching a child, regardless of their actions? As long as Wanwan called them general father, that meant they were indeed her true father. The ghost-faced shadow guards obstructed their path. She is the daughter of our city lord. The ghost-faced shadow guards were unreasonable. Whatever the city lord decreed was absolute. The border troops were enraged. Is there no shame in abducting a child? The ghost-faced shadow guard responded coldly. She calls the city lord father. Well, Wanwan calls us general father too. Both sides refrained from engaging in physical confrontation, yet their spittle flew in a rather childish exchange. Qin Wanwan leaned on Shang Guoyang's shoulder and whispered, Father, they won't really fight, will they? Shang Guoyang inquired, how many fathers have you acknowledged? As astute as he was, he discerned the unease in the hearts of the border troops. Xie Chong surely was not this little one's biological father. He was confident that his information was infallible. Qin Wanwan, feeling somewhat guilty, poked her fingers together. Just 2. She mused currently 2, but who could say what the future held? She even felt a tad excited at the prospect of the future, envisioning the formidable Qilin lord dealing with his own antics. Brother Yuanli, I'm going to play with father, so don't worry. Ultimately, Qin Wanwan was carried away by Shang Guoyang. The city lord's mansion was vast, far exceeding the dilapidated small general's residence of Xiecheng in both size and opulence. Shang Huoyang strolled leisurely ahead, while Qin Wanwan followed closely in his footsteps. Father, are those made of gold? Father, are those gemstones? Father, the little one was exceedingly curious about her new father's abode, her small mouth chattering incessantly. The city lord's mansion boasted a steward, guards, and maidservants, with pavilions and towers adorned with intricate carvings, many decorations lavishly crafted from genuine gold. Even the timber used for construction was of precious rosewood. All the while, as she called out father, it was likely that before the day ended, the entire city lord's mansion would know of their lord's daughter. The steward approached, visibly astonished to hear Qin Wanwan refer to the city lord as father. Take her to bathe. Qin Wanwan tugged at his clothing, but I'm hungry. Her voice was soft and sweet, every word laced with innocent charm. The steward, after his initial surprise, gazed at her affectionately. Though he was unaware of how the city lord had acquired a daughter, she was undeniably adorable. I will have the kitchen prepare some food. Qin Wanwan obediently thanked him and continued to follow Shang Huoyang, akin to a little tail trailing behind him. Why are you following me? Qin Wanwan shuffled her short legs closer, looked up at him, and cautiously extended her small hand to grasp his long, cold fingers. Because, Wanwan knows father here. When Qin Wanwan was timid, she was indeed timid, yet at times, she displayed an inexplicable boldness. Of course, she was also quite clingy to those she felt close to. Why are father's hands so cold? Let Wanwan warm them for you. Shang Huoyang sat down, and Qin Wanwan, like a curious little kitten, gingerly climbed onto him, finally managing to nestle against him with his indulgence. The 3-year-old was light, her soft and tender body radiating warmth. Her chubby little hand grasped Shang Huoyang's large one, a continuous flow of warmth coursing through his fingers into his being. This was also why Shang Huoyang chose to keep this little one close. It had been far too long since he had felt such warmth. Why are your hands so cold, father? Shang Huoyang replied nonchalantly, I've been poisoned. It cannot be cured. The word slipped from his lips as simply as one might discuss a meal. Qin Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Poisoned? Does it hurt? She softly inquired, her big eyes filled with concern as she gently grasped the tips of his fingers. We should find a doctor to treat father. Shang Huoyang lowered his gaze and pinched her finger. It's useless. Then embrace me more, and Wanwan will warn you. How obedient. Suddenly, Shang Huoyang felt that having such a daughter was quite delightful, yet this little one had a father of her own as Xiechong Ma. That posed a bit of a complication. Although Xiechong was impoverished, the military power he wielded was substantial. The steward quickly arranged a sumptuous meal. Even with just the two of them, there were at least 10 dishes, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. Qin Wanwan had a fondness for fish, but the bones were a hassle. She gazed longingly at the fish but refrained from reaching for her chopsticks. Shang Huoyang, seated across from her, raised his hand and gently waved his fingers, prompting a maidservant to approach quietly. Prepare some fish for her. Yes. Afterward, Shang Huoyang quietly ate a few bites before placing down his utensils, propping his chin on his hand as he observed the little girl enjoying her meal. Qin Wanwan exuded a charming demeanor as she ate, her cheeks puffing out like a little squirrel hoarding food, diligently stashing morsels into her mouth. She was quite tidy, leaving no traces of food or grease on the table, which was pleasing to the eye. Of course, her mouth was not without its mess. Besides fish, Qin Wanwan particularly enjoyed steamed egg custard and meatballs. She took her small spoon and filled her mouth with a generous bite of mixed vegetables and rice. Father, am I not eating anymore? Shang Huoyang responded lazily, his voice slow yet melodious. I'm full. The maidservant presented a small dish of carefully deboned fish to Qin Wanwan. The little one thanked her sweetly before devouring it like a greedy little cat, her dangling feet swinging in midair. She exerted herself to eat, ultimately overindulging to the point of discomfort, letting out a small burp. With her belly uncomfortably full, Qin Wanwan leaned over the edge of her chair, clutching her little tummy and whimpering as she nestled against Shang Huoyang. Father, my stomach hurts. The tearful, milky white little bundle looked utterly pitiful. Shang Huoyang frowned slightly. Call for the house physician. After a series of examinations, the physician concluded, she has overeaten. Shang Huoyang looked at her with a half-smile. You really have a knack for making yourself sick from eating too much. Does Xiechong not feed you well? Qin Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her face. No, it's not. She felt the need to defend Xiechong. Xiechong father does not let Wanwan go hungry. The physician administered a digestive remedy before departing. Once the room was left with only the two of them, Qin Wanwan finally muttered, there are so many dishes at father's house, it's such a waste if I can't finish them. Then you should eat more. Shang Huoyang hadn't anticipated this reasoning. He chuckled lightly while pinching Qin Wanwan's cheek. You're truly foolish. His words were rather blunt. Qin Wanwan felt displeased. She clearly appeared quite intelligent, so how could she be foolish? I'm not foolish. I am very clever. Clever enough to eat yourself into a stomachache? Qin Wanwan fell silent, unable to find a retort. Well, could they not skip over that part? Chapter 55 Androgynous. Once the stomachache subsided, Qin Wanwan, in a drowsy haze, yearned for sleep. I want to sleep, she murmured, leaning against Shang Huoyang's embrace, stifling a yawn, with tears of fatigue glistening at the corners of her eyes, appearing quite pitiful. First, let's take a bath. With that, Shang Huoyang hoisted the little creature, and due to her weariness, Qin Wanwan's body felt limp, causing her snack to tumble from her grasp, landing in a comical sprawl. Shang Huoyang cast a sidelong glance and remarked, that's such a foolish master breeds a foolish pet. The snack, feeling utterly wronged, could only seethe in silence. Drowsily, Qin Wanwan caught wind of being called a fool and, with a flash of temper, retorted, "I am clever." Yet her protest was so soft and adorable that it held no real threat. During the bath, a beautiful maid assisted her, and just as her clothes were removed, an exclamation filled the air. Shang Woyang, who was about to leave, inquired, "What happened?" "My lord, the young lady has a snake wrapped around her." A boulder maid promptly seized the black serpent by its midsection, presenting it to him. "My lord, shall I dispose of it?" In an act of desperation, the snack, held in Shang Woyang's grasp, sprang up, exclaiming, "No! That is the pet of my little one." Shang Woyang scrutinized the black snake. "Quite audacious, I see." "Give it to me." Qin Wanwan was blissfully unaware that her two companions had been taken away by her father. Relishing the warmth of the bathwater, she nearly dozed off, her head almost plunging into the water. How adorable, is she truly the daughter of our lord? Indeed, she is stunning, she will surely grow into an unparalleled beauty. Once dressed in fresh garments, Qin Wanwan fought off sleep, her head bobbing gently before being tucked into a soft bed. The bed was unoccupied, plush, and inviting, with blankets imbued with a delightful fragrance. Cocooned within the covers, she nestled her little head beneath them, drifting into a deep slumber. Shang Woyang entered the room, his damp hair framing his face, devoid of a mask, clad in a thin, pale blue robe resembling a bathrobe. He walked barefoot on the carpet, his long, dark hair cascading to his calves. His skin was pale and cool, making the dark circles under his eyes appear strikingly pronounced, yet they lent his visage an alluring, smoky quality. Just like his complexion, he exuded an air of chill, his skin tinged with an almost bluish hue, yet he appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to it. The room was warmed by charcoal fires, creating a cozy atmosphere. Unbeknownst to Qin Wanwan, who had initially burrowed into the blankets, she had somehow sprawled across the bedding, her demeanor both obedient and slightly audacious. Seating himself at the edge of the bed, Shang Woyang's icy fingers grasped her chubby little feet. The child was well cared for, her skin soft and fair, reminiscent of a perfectly steamed bun. Her feet, barely larger than his palm, boasted round toes akin to exquisite pearls, touched with a healthy blush. Her neatly trimmed nails felt wonderfully soft, devoid of any unpleasant odor, instead carrying a faint, milky fragrance, sweet yet not cloying. As his cool fingers brushed against her tiny feet, the little one stirred slightly in her sleep. Shang Woyang tucked her back into the blankets before lying down himself, fully clothed. The room, warmed by the charcoal, felt even cozier beneath the covers. Instinctively, Qin Wanwan sought something cool, wriggling unconsciously until she successfully nestled into Shang Woyang's embrace. With her eyes closed, she clung to his arm like an octopus, snuggling her small head against his neck, her pudgy cheeks pressed against his cool skin, before she resumed her peaceful slumber. Wrapped in the warmth of her little furnace, a sensation of heat radiated from him into her body. For Shang Woyang, who often struggled to fall asleep due to the cold, this moment felt remarkably warm. He sighed contentedly, surrendering to the sudden wave of drowsiness, gently closing his eyes. As he drifted off, Shang Woyang mused that he was rather reluctant to part with this little warm furnace. That night, Shang Woyang enjoyed an exceptionally deep and restful slumber. The following morning, the butler entered the room quietly, glancing at the lord still deep in sleep, and was taken aback. However, his expression soon transformed into one of delight, and he tiptoed out, closing the door behind him. Why hasn't the lord called us in yet? It was customary for him to be awake by this time. Yet, due to his restless night, his temper was not particularly pleasant. Hush, keep your voices down, the lord is still asleep. What? A hushed gasp echoed among the group, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? The lord is still asleep? The butler nodded, a broad smile adorning his face. Indeed he is, do not disturb him, our lord has finally managed a good night's sleep. The group nodded in unanimous agreement. Qin Wanwan, however, woke earlier than Shang Woyang. Rubbing her eyes, she squinted through heavy lids, still appearing half asleep. Her little hands reached for the person beside her, feeling something amiss. Her father's robust form was solid and large. As she opened her eyes, she was met with a face that could only be described as a masterpiece of beauty. Even in slumber, every feature seemed meticulously crafted, the skin was pale, and the lashes long. Qin Wanwan found herself momentarily entranced. After a pause, it dawned on her that she had found her second father. What a handsome father! Her eyes gleamed with delight as she reached out to poke his lovely nose. However, her chubby hand was swiftly caught in the act. Do you not want your hand anymore? The man, just waking, spoke with a lazy voice that was magnetic and made one's ears tingle. Qin Wanwan timidly attempted to retract her hand. I do. Father, please don't scare me all the time. Shang Woyang opened his eyes. Without the mask, his elongated purple irises appeared even more captivating. His androgynous features carried an enigmatic charm. You are quite beautiful, father, the little girl declared, her clear eyes brimming with admiration. Shang Woyang paused, his slender fingers tapping her forehead gently. A man should not be described as beautiful. Qin Wanwan puffed her cheeks defiantly. But you are beautiful, father. Wanwan is beautiful too. When I grow up, I want to be as beautiful as you. She hopped off the bed, her bare feet touching the ground as she followed him. The room was adorned with a plush carpet, soft and warm beneath her feet. Shang Woyang snapped his fingers. Everyone, come in. A procession of beautiful maidens filed in, and before Qin Wanwan could react, she was swept up and seated, her face washed and teeth brushed as if in a luxurious dream. All she had to do was follow the gentle instructions of the maids, opening her mouth, spitting, and tilting her face as directed. How indulgent, staying with Father Shang, she was bound to become a little pampered darling. The garments she donned were new, crafted from soft, breathable fabric that flowed elegantly, light as a feather, and exquisitely styled, resembling a blooming flower. Once dressed, Qin Wanwan felt utterly comfortable. Her hair was styled beautifully, adorned with rubies. At that moment, Qin Wanwan embodied the essence of a little princess from a distant land. Chapter 56. After all, it's not my name in a daze. She was adorned beautifully and then led by the hand to stand before Shang Woyang. He, too, was dressed impeccably, with exquisite rubies nestled in his hair. Qin Wanwan hazily pondered that her father seemed particularly fond of the color red. The flowers outside were red, the sheer fabric of the carriage was red, his clothing was red, and even the gemstones he cherished were red. The vibrant crimson was as striking as he was, captivating and appealing. Very nice, he remarked, clearly pleased with Qin Wanwan's appearance. After breakfast, accompany me to a place. He lifted her into his arms. Despite appearing frail due to the poison, Shang Woyang possessed considerable strength, effortlessly cradling the little one with one arm. Qin Wanwan clung to his neck, and recalling something, she gently tugged at his hair with her fingers. Father, where is my little black? Little Black, who had been coiled around her arm, was nowhere to be found. Just as she was about to inquire further, the door swung open, and her little companion flew in. Cuddle. You, dear father, are being quite excessive. You kept me from seeing you for an entire night. I nearly perished from longing. Little Black, the snake, appeared from an unknown corner. Though it could not speak, Qin Wanwan could feel its grievances. She embraced the flying Cuddle, stroking its fur soothingly, and wished to retrieve Little Black as well. Shang Woyang pinched her cheek gently. Dirty. Little Black seemed to express even more indignation. Golden treasure. At the sound of Shang Woyang's voice, a lion emerged from the adjacent room. A grand male lion, the very one that had carried Qin Wanwan to find Shang Woyang the other day. Qin Wanwan chuckled softly. Father, you are even worse at naming than I am. Golden treasure, what sort of name is that? Shang Woyang nonchalantly replied. After all, it's not my name. The lion appeared to sigh. Thus it was destined for me to bear such a casual moniker. The lion nudged Qin Wanwan's feet, eager to play with her. She bent slightly to tug at its ear. Shang Woyang, still cradling her, stepped outside and tossed Little Black onto the lion's back. Lion Snake sad face. They proceeded to breakfast, which was lavish and delectable. After Qin Wanwan had eaten her fill, she let out a small burp, still yearning for a dumpling when she felt a sharp tap on the back of her hand from the chopsticks. Do you wish for a stomachache? Today, there will be no one to treat you. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with desire. Despite being satiated, she still craved more. Yet, recalling her discomfort from the previous day, she reluctantly retracted her longing gaze. There is still so much left. If you cannot finish it, there will naturally be others to consume it. The fare he provided was indeed extravagant, but the Lord's residence would not be wasteful to the extent of discarding uneaten food. Rest assured, miss, the untouched portions will be given to the servants. The Lord's estate has a farm outside where pigs are raised. They delight in leftover food, which helps them grow. Qin Wanwan understood. She despised waste, having witnessed many hungry individuals during her time in Shay City. Seeing so many people cherish every morsel of food, she had unconsciously adopted a similar mindset. After breakfast, Shang Woyang led Qin Wanwan away from the Lord's residence. Along the way, she softly inquired, "Can we go find Brother Yuanli?" "Not possible. But what should I do if I miss them?" "Find a way yourself." Qin Wanwan. Angry expression. JPG This father was a bit too stubborn. They arrived at a grand location where Qin Wanwan spotted the magnificent carriage from yesterday. A person was leading an elephant, indeed, the same elephant that had pulled the carriage the day before, with exceptionally long tusks that curved upwards. As soon as the elephant arrived, it approached Qin Wanwan with gentle steps, greeting her with its trunk. Qin Wanwan reached out to touch its trunk, recognizing the person leading the elephant as the same guard she had encountered while riding it yesterday. Their eyes met, and Qin Wanwan beamed with delight, while the guard looked astonished. He had heard about the Lord bringing back a daughter, news that had spread like wildfire. However, he never expected that the child in question would be the same little girl he had met just the day before. The carriage was somewhat elevated, and two attendants brought over a small ladder. Shang Woyang stepped up the ladder, and Qin Wanwan intended to follow, but the elephant's trunk suddenly lifted her feet off the ground. She let out a small gasp as she found herself safely atop the carriage. Once she steadied herself, she glanced back at her father, grinning with joy. "Father, I'm faster than you." Shang Woyang. He lightly tapped her head with his finger. "You must earn its favor." Qin Wanwan chuckled. "I am quite endearing." "Father, will you take me to find Brother Yuanli? My little goose is still with them." She clung to his sleeve, her demeanor as pitiful as a kitten exposing its belly. "Depends on my mood." Qin Wanwan trailed behind him. "Then is your mood good now?" "Not good." Upon entering the carriage, Qin Wanwan was pleasantly surprised to discover it was as spacious as a small room, exuding a delightful fragrance. The centerpiece was a large couch, capable of accommodating two people side by side, adorned with the softest silk blankets and animal furs. There was even a small table, its wood gleaming with a golden hue, resembling flowing gold, and it was beautifully crafted. However, instead of cups and wine jugs, the table held a chessboard, with exquisite black and white pieces carved from the finest jade. "Come here," Shang Woyang said lazily, reclining on the couch, his crimson lips parting to utter two words. Qin Wanwan immediately set down the jade chess piece she had been holding and scampered over on her little legs. Father Shang Woyang lifted her into his arms, his cool hands resting on her belly. The day was quite warm, and Qin Wanwan had already begun to sweat. Yet, her father's hands were like a human air conditioner, pleasantly cool. Instead of feeling discomfort, she found it soothing. She wrapped her arms around his hand and nuzzled her cheek against him. Father, let me warm you up. Shang Woyang responded, and the lion, familiar with the routine, lay beside the couch, while Shang Woyang's bare feet rested on the lion's belly. He leaned against the couch, appearing drowsy. Father, is your mood any better now? Don't fuss. His pale, slender fingers pressed down on her hair as he lay sideways, cradling the soft little bundle in his arms, his eyes already drifting shut. Qin Wanwan pouted. Had he not just woken up, why was he falling asleep again? Her father was so lazy. She quietly played with Shang Woyang's long hair for a while, then realized that the little one had unknowingly drifted off to sleep as well. The carriage pulled by the elephant was remarkably steady, having been designed with shock absorption, rendering the ride almost imperceptibly smooth, gently swaying and lulling one into slumber. Chapter 57. The slightly mad father. Unbeknownst to her, she had dozed off, entirely unaware of when the vehicle had come to a halt. It was the great lion that roused her with its affectionate licks. The lion's tongue bore tiny barbs, and though its mouth was well cared for and devoid of any foul odor, the sensation was rather painful. Qin Wanwan's delicate skin was marked with red imprints from the lion's caress. She sat on the soft couch, covering her small face with her hands, still in a state of groggy confusion, yet visibly pouting. The great lion, seeking her favor, nudged its head against her hand, resembling an enormous feline. It even exposed its soft belly to her. When Qin Wanwan placed her little feet upon it, she found it delightfully plush. Perhaps due to an extended nap, she felt somewhat languid. With her father absent, she lazily sprawled across the lion's back, her tiny hands clutching its mane as she whimpered, "I want to find father." She seemed utterly boneless. The great lion, understanding her desire, securely carried Qin Wanwan down from the vehicle. The little black snake had already coiled itself around her when Shang Woyang departed. The sun in the desert was particularly blinding. As soon as they exited the carriage, Qin Wanwan buried her face in the lion's fur to shield her eyes from the harsh light. After a moment of adjustment, just as she intended to look up for her father, a chilling scream pierced the air. She shivered, glancing around in a panic, only to spot her frenzied father. Dressed in crimson, Shang Woyang stood over a man, one hand gripping the man's hair to lift his head, while the other brandished a gleaming dagger. Crimson blood sprayed forth, splattering Shang Woyang's mask and even staining the exposed, handsome contours of his chin, as well as his hands, with a vivid scarlet hue. Yet, he wore a smile, his lips curled into a distinctly sinister grin, tinged with a hint of madness, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Immediately, someone offered him a handkerchief, which he accepted, casually discarding the dagger as he methodically wiped his fingers clean. "Filthy," he remarked, clearly expressing his disdain for the blood. He then turned his gaze toward Qin Wanwan. Startled, she quickly buried her little head down, her father's earlier demeanor having been quite terrifying. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Before long, a familiar voice floated down from above. Shang Woyang had reverted to his languid self, his previous murderous frenzy seemingly a distant memory. "You will encounter such scenes often in the future. Do you still wish to follow me?" His indifferent tone carried an undercurrent of chill. He did not expect a response from the child and tossed the bloodied handkerchief aside, boring. Just as he prepared to leave, his sleeve was seized. Glancing down, he saw Qin Wanwan's tiny fingers clutching his garment. "Father, please don't hit me." Wanwan is afraid of pain. She cautiously revealed a portion of her face. After a moment of silence, Shang Woyang chuckled softly. "Why would I strike you?" Qin Wanwan murmured, "But you seemed very fierce just now. As long as he didn't strike her." She slightly straightened her small frame. "Were those the villains who wanted to harm you yesterday?" She attempted to catch another glimpse but was met with a hand covering her eyes. Her petite form shifted, landing in the familiar embrace. Her father still bore a hint of fragrance, though it was now mingled with the scent of blood. "How can you be so sure I am not the villain?" Qin Wanwan patted her little chest, declaring, "Wanwan doesn't need to reason. I believe father is a good person, simply a good person." Such unwavering conviction delighted Shang Woyang, eliciting a low chuckle from him. They returned to the carriage, and Qin Wanwan assumed they were heading home, only to discover the vehicle was taking them farther afield. "Father, where are we going?" she inquired, peering over the side to watch the elephants traversing the arid expanse. Here, the ground was not merely sand, but predominantly rocky terrain, with a smooth path wide enough for the elephants to tread. "To a place for some fun," he replied, having removed his mask to cleanse his hands and face with fragrant soap, reapplying the now pristine mask afterward. Qin Wanwan leaned in to sniff him. "Father, you have it on your clothes too," Shang Woyang acknowledged with a grunt. "We shall wash up when we return." Their destination lay a fair distance away, beyond the oasis. Growing bored during the journey, Qin Wanwan climbed onto the back of an elephant. The elephant clearly adored her, playfully curling its trunk around her as it frolicked about. It even attempted to displace its caretaker, eager for Qin Wanwan to experience the thrill of riding an elephant alone. The caretaker was quite taken aback. Nevertheless, even with the caretaker present, it posed no issue. Qin Wanwan managed to perch upon the elephant's elegantly curved tusks. Her laughter rang out like silver bells, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere amidst the desolation. Inside the carriage, Shang Woyang feasted on neatly cut apple slices, skewered with a bamboo stick, his violet eyes glimmering with mirth. After approximately 3 hours, they finally reached their destination. "Lord of the city." A voice called from outside, prompting Qin Wanwan to peek her little head out from the carriage. A middle-aged man clad in grey approached, his gaze locking onto the tiny figure. "Who is this?" he queried, causing Qin Wanwan to retreat her head back inside. Shang Woyang alighted from the carriage. The middle-aged man, visibly excited, exclaimed, "My lord, during this period, we have unearthed some remarkable treasures. Would you care to take a look?" Qin Wanwan trailed behind Shang Woyang, her little feet moving swiftly. The middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at her again, inwardly puzzled yet refraining from voicing his curiosity. Let us go take a look. As they disembarked, individuals rushed to provide them with a canopy reminiscent of an emperor's, shielding them from the sun. However, while an emperor would use a yellow canopy symbolizing status, Xiang Weiyang's was black, far more effective in casting shade. The path was strewn with pebbles, and with her shorter legs, Qin Wanwan struggled to keep pace. She resolved to find a means of transport. Indeed, it was the great lion. The middle-aged man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How could one dare to ride upon the back of the lion raised by the lord of the city? Although the lion was a pet, it was, in truth, a fierce beast. Xiang Weiyang favored the untamed nature of such creatures, hence he kept a lion without diminishing its wild instincts. This lion had fought alongside Xiang Weiyang. Beside from him and the caretaker responsible for feeding and grooming it, few dared to approach. This was the first instance of anyone riding the Lion King's back. While the lion was indeed named Gold, only the lord could call it that, others referred to it as the Lion King. What could the relationship be between this little girl and the lord? As they advanced, the crowd thickened. Qin Wanwan observed numerous individuals engaged in stone excavation, which reminded her of the silver miners she had seen with the mountain bandits. The stark contrast lay in the physique of these individuals. They were robust, their skin tanned but their muscles well-defined, all wearing cheerful expressions, unlike the gaunt, despondent faces she had previously encountered. Chapter 58 Jadeite. Although they were both engaged in the excavation of stones, the circumstances were starkly different. Qin Wanwan, filled with curiosity, gazed around with her wide, sparkling eyes. They had been led into a wooden cabin, where an array of stones of various sizes lay stacked. In another room, she could vaguely discern figures seemingly engrossed in some form of work. A middle-aged man ventured into that room briefly before emerging with a stone in hand. Qin Wanwan craned her neck to get a better look. What a beautiful stone! The middle-aged man chuckled. This is not merely a stone. It is jadeite. He held in his hand a sizable piece, about the size of 2 adult fists, which had already been cut open. The uneven surface, washed with water, revealed a strikingly deep crimson hue, reminiscent of blood from a chicken. Lord of the city, this is a premium piece of blood jade cut today. Both its texture and color are exceptional. Please take a look. He was aware of Xiang Weiyang's fondness for red, and upon seeing the jadeite cut, he had felt elated, intending to present it to the lord after polishing its surface, only to be surprised by the lord's unexpected arrival. In this batch, there is not only this blood jade but also a comparatively larger piece of blue-purple high ice jadeite. Would you like to step over and take a look? Xiang Weiyang, captivated by the vibrant red jadeite, indeed found it appealing. He then handed it to Qin Wanwan. Here, take it. The middle-aged man could not help but glance at Qin Wanwan again. With the exquisite stone cradled in her arms, her eyes sparkled with delight. She had always been enamored with shiny, beautiful stones. During her time in the heavenly realm, she often took her mother-esque glimmering jewelry to play in her little nest. The blue-purple stone was equally stunning and sizable. Following her father into the other room, Qin Wanwan finally observed the workers using ropes to rub and cut the stones, occasionally wetting the ropes and placing them in a pile of sand before continuing their task. Once the stones were sliced open, they revealed exceptionally beautiful colors. Approaching a large purple stone displayed on a rack, Qin Wanwan gasped in awe, her eyes shimmering with excitement. This color was simply magnificent. The middle-aged man remarked, many wealthy young ladies from noble families in the Central Plains adore jadeite adornments. A complete set crafted from this blue-purple jade would undoubtedly be highly sought after, fetching upwards of 100,000 taels of silver. Qin Wanwan's ears perked up, her mouth agape in astonishment. These stones are worth that much? Xiang Weiyang responded, if we craft a complete large adornment set, the blood jade can be fashioned into a bracelet to fit her wrist, and the purple jade can be shaped into a safety pendant. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Wanwan. He thought to himself that seems rather extravagant. Such a premium blood jade, to be made into a child's bracelet, would hardly last a few years. However, he dared not contradict the lord. Yes, indeed. Do you like it? Seeing the gleam in Qin Wanwan's eyes, Xiang Weiyang pinched her cheek and inquired. Qin Wanwan nodded vigorously. She adored the beautiful stones. Go ahead and select a few stones for yourself. Qin Wanwan, brimming with joy, asked as she looked at the uncut stones, are the ones I choose for Wanwan? Indeed, they are yours. Without hesitation, Qin Wanwan dashed towards the pile of stones, instinctively selecting 3 pieces. Father, I can't carry them. The stones were quite heavy, and little Qin Wanwan struggled to lift even the smallest, which was about the size of her head. With all her might, her little bottom sticking up in the air, she managed to lift the hefty stone just a short distance. Unable to suppress his amusement, Xiang Weiyang burst into laughter at the comical sight. Qin Wanwan, feeling mocked, pouted, how rude, not only do you not help, but you also laugh at me. The middle-aged man also grinned broadly, finding the child quite amusing. Suddenly, it dawned on him, when did the lord acquire such a large daughter? His heart swelled with joy. No wonder the lord was willing to part with his cherished blood jade to craft a bracelet for this little one. It turned out she was his daughter. Yet, he was puzzled. He had never heard of the lord having a wife. Miss, allow me, I shall carry it. Now aware of her identity as the lord's daughter, the middle-aged man treated her with exceptional courtesy. The jadeite you selected will be set aside here. Once it is cut, I shall deliver it to the lord's residence. The process of cutting jadeite was somewhat slow, estimated to take several days. Moreover, the quality of the stones remained uncertain. The jadeite industry involved a gamble. One's fortune depended on luck. This jadeite vein belonged to their lord, who had no need to worry about the quality of the stones. If one piece proved unsatisfactory, they could simply choose another. Such was the privilege of wealth. As they departed, Qin Wanwan also took with her an egg-shaped stone. She decided not to leave it for cutting, intending instead to play with it. Upon exiting the cabin and arriving at the mining site, they coincidentally encountered the miners' mealtime. Qin Wanwan observed that although the variety of food was limited, it was quite filling. Rough grain buns, thick porridge, and 2 side dishes, her mouth watered. It was indeed time for a meal, and her little stomach was grumbling. Shang Woyang took a few steps forward, only to turn back and find the greedy little girl staring longingly at the miners' food, nearly drooling. Shang Woyang sighed, but he playfully pinched Qin Wanwan's ear without shame. She leaned her chubby face against his hand. So cool and comfortable, father, on this sweltering day. Being near Shang Woyang felt wonderfully refreshing. Father, are you cold again? Holding my face will warm you up, mine is nice and warm. She even playfully pushed Shang Woyang's other hand against her face, completely obscuring her delicate features. Are you hungry? Qin Wanwan patted her little belly. It's flat and making noise. That was indeed a sign of hunger. It would still be a while before they returned. Qin Wanwan gazed up at him with pleading eyes. Father, if we don't go back soon, I might starve. Shang Woyang chuckled, little illiterate, is that how you use starve? Your front belly is sticking to your back? Qin Wanwan giggled foolishly. Let us go, it's time to eat. Naturally, they would not dine alongside the miners. Qin Wanwan immediately shook her little legs, and the big lion carrying her quickened his pace to keep up. They proceeded to another clean and tidy building. The dishes were served promptly, and there was even meat, lamb. Father, can we have braised pork, dompa pork, or soy sauce pork knuckles next time? While enjoying her meal, Qin Wanwan eagerly requested more dishes. Shang Woyan replied, I've never heard of those. He continued chewing, those are all made from pork. Pork? Shang Woyan's expression turned disdainful. How could something so pungent and foul-tasting be enjoyable? How could this child have such poor taste? Chapter 59. Another assassination. Cuckoo felt a sense of disdain directed towards him. He defiantly argued, of course the pork here is not palatable. The pig farmers have been castrating the pigs since they were young. Shang Woyan paused momentarily, chopsticks in hand, pondering the implications of the word castrate. Surely, it couldn't mean what he thought it did. Cuckoo continued, castrated pigs grow faster and have less gamey flavor. If raised well, they yield a substantial amount of meat, offering much better value than sheep. Shang Woyang wiped his mouth, intrigued, is that so? Perhaps I shall have someone procure a few pigs for a taste test. He found himself rather interested in the bird's assertions. On the grasslands, sheep fed on grass tend to carry a mild gamey taste, particularly the rams. However, the lambs prepared for Shang Woyan were of a more tender age, making them more delectable. The acidity of a good dip could counterbalance the mutton's strong flavor. Although vinegar was lacking at present, inventive minds had thought to use sour fruits as a substitute. The best option was lemon. Shang Woyan's chef had discovered the remarkable ability of lemons to neutralize the mutton's odor and had even taken to cultivating a few lemon trees. Thus, the meal of lamb was quite satisfying. Qin Wanwan, having had her fill, strolled alongside her father to aid digestion. The scenery here was rather unremarkable, dominated by emerald mining veins, with an abundance of stones and scant vegetation. Without lingering, Shang Woyan led Qin Wanwan away, riding in the same elephant-drawn carriage as they had arrived. Sated and drowsy from the swaying of the vehicle, Qin Wanwan soon drifted into a light slumber, her stones slipping from her hands to the ground. Shang Woyan, cradling the little one, felt her warmth and succumbed to sleep as well. After what seemed like half an hour, raucous noises erupted from outside. Qin Wanwan stirred awake, fully alert at the sound of clashing swords. What is happening? Where's father? She exclaimed, attempting to seek her father, but was swiftly held back by the lion, who clutched her clothing. Soon, the realization dawned upon her father was once again facing an assassination attempt. It was only yesterday that they had encountered such peril. Why was it happening again today? Understanding the situation, Qin Wanwan concealed herself within the carriage. Occasionally, she heard the sound of projectiles striking against the carriage's walls. Strangely, none of these projectiles penetrated the barrier. The carriage, previously open at the front, was now fully enclosed, complete with a door. Qin Wanwan felt significantly more secure. Before long, Shang Woyan returned, appearing as unscathed as before, without a trace of blood. Upon entering the carriage, he opened a window and shouted, "Get down!" His protectors promptly dropped to the ground. He then twisted a handle within the carriage, followed by a series of whistling sounds. Countless short arrows shot out in every direction, swiftly eliminating a considerable number of the assailants. Qin Wanwan watched as Shang Woyan raised his arm, revealing a delicate sleeve arrow. In an instant, he released several arrows, dispatching those who dared to peek into the carriage from above. He then launched 9 more arrows towards the visible assailants. Believing the danger had passed, however, another window was breached. Unperturbed, Shang Woyan drew a hairpin, aiming it at the window, and with a subtle twist as the assassin broke through, several fine needles shot forth, taking down yet another attacker. Qin Wanwan was left speechless. Shang Woyan cast her a glance. Hand me that fan. Qin Wanwan blinked, finally grasping the situation, and tossed the fan to him. Shang Woyan unfurled the fan, its tip transforming into a razor-sharp blade. He directed the fan towards the assailants grappling with others atop the elephant, pressing an inconspicuous button on the fan. With each press, a blade was released. Although the assailants managed to block a few, ultimately, one was struck in the neck and fell lifelessly. Having completed this, Shang Woyan tucked the fan away, discarding it carelessly. Boring, can't they send something more formidable? Qin Wanwan was left astonished. Keiko whispered to her, I feel your father has a penchant for courting danger. He has that mad, beautiful vibe. Qin Wanwan nodded, finding it hard to disagree. What are you two discussing? Shang Woyan approached them, a smile gracing his lips, though to Cuckoo, it appeared somewhat sinister. Nothing at all. Coco was just saying how impressive you are, sir. Qin Wanwan chimed in, nodding in agreement. Father is indeed remarkable. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder how her father possessed so many peculiar items. She examined the fan, noting that all the blades had been used. And this hairpin, you mustn't touch it, it's poisonous, Shang Weiyang warned as he secured the pin. However, the sleeve arrows on his wrist were deemed suitable for Qin Wanwan to handle. I shall have some made for you that fit, so when danger arises, you can act as I did today and eliminate them. To him, the act of killing seemed as casual as drinking water. But then again, who wouldn't find murder as commonplace as dining when faced with frequent assassination attempts? Lord, we have captured 3 alive, but they committed suicide. They are death warriors, with no identifiable features, reported one of his men. Shang Weiyang responded with a nonchalant, let them die then. He pressed against the wall of the carriage, causing several panels to unfold, broadening their view. The interior of the carriage expanded. It turned out that some sections of the platform could transform into walls. How astonishing, Qin Wanwan, curious, began poking around. The elephant trumpeted, a note of discomfort in its call. Dismissing the carriage, she hurried to the front. Are you hurt? An arrow had struck the elephant in its belly. During the assault, there had been guards around the elephant, but even the most meticulous plans can have a flaw. Fortunately, a physician was present within the entourage. The elephant's thick hide meant the arrow didn't penetrate deeply, but it was certainly painful. Fortunately, this elephant was of a calm disposition and easily manageable, otherwise, its panic could spell disaster for those within the carriage. As the physician tended to the elephant's wound, Qin Wanwan approached it, gently caressing its trunk. Be good, you'll heal quickly with medicine. Would you like some soybean cake? She offered it a morsel, though it was hardly sufficient for such a large creature. Nevertheless, the elephant enjoyed it, wrapping its trunk around Qin Wanwan's wrist, seeking more affection and attention. Just one last piece, okay? If I give you this, little goose will have nothing left to eat. Qin Wanwan pouted, refusing to provide any more treats. I'll ask Father Xiechon to bring you a generous supply of fodder, alright? Chapter 60. Brother Yuanli, this is my father, Shang. This magnificent elephant is named Kanta, the largest and most composed among the elephants in Shang Weiyang's elephant sanctuary. However, even the most composed can exhibit a bit of temper. After all, it is still an animal, and under injury, it can become restless and agitated. Thus, whenever the veterinarian tends to the elephant's wounds, the caretakers must spend considerable time soothing Kanta. Yet now, Kanta is not only easily calmed by the little girl but also displays an affectionate demeanor, even more so than with the caretakers. What a remarkable ability. The veterinarian, astonished, couldn't help but glance at the young girl several times. The caretakers, on the other hand, had long since become numb to the situation. Ever since Kanta encountered this little girl, its behavior had become unusual, treating her with far more fondness than it did the younger elephants at home. Once Kanta's wounds were treated, it resumed pulling the cart on their way back. Qin Wanwan occasionally cast a glance back. Father, should we switch to another elephant? Kanta must be in pain pulling the cart with its injury. Shang Weiyang replied, sure, let us leave this cart here. Due to the numerous mechanisms installed on it, the cart was quite large and heavy, which is precisely why elephants were employed for such tasks. It would take more than 8 horses to pull it. Let us ride horses instead. Shang Weiyang, having slept particularly well from yesterday to today, was in high spirits. Leaving the cart behind for someone to guard while waiting for another elephant to take over, he lifted Qin Wanwan onto a horse. Kanta, now liberated, trumpeted loudly and began to run alongside. The horses in front hastened their pace. The sheer weight of the elephant caused the ground to tremble beneath them. Not only horses, but even lions would fear being crushed underfoot. With an elephant chasing behind and a lion running beside, it felt as though their lives were in jeopardy, especially for the horse, which might have gone wild if not for Qin Wanwan soothingly stroking its neck. Don't be afraid, big gold one T bite you. The innocent words of the child, combined with the Qilin cub's innate affinity for animals, emboldened the horse further. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, both the elephant and the horse were to be led away. Reluctant to part, Kanta's caretaker struggled to maintain control. Come back, Kanta, we must return. Kanta shook its head and trumpeted, wrapping its trunk around Qin Wanwan, dragging the caretaker several meters along. It simply did not want to leave. The caretaker exclaimed in disbelief, good heavens, what sort of charm does this young lady possess? After just one day, my companion of several years has turned traitor. Shang Weiyang observed with amusement, arms crossed, intrigued by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the horse also edged closer to Qin Wanwan. With her left hand holding the elephant's trunk and her right stroking the horse's nose, she turned to Shang Weiyang, filled with eager anticipation. Father, can they come to the Lord's manor? Shang Weiyang, suddenly unable to muster a smile, replied, no. He coldly rejected her. Do you wish to dismantle my manor? Just the elephant's weight alone would cause considerable damage to the Lord's manor. Disappointed, Qin Wanwan sighed, all right then. She turned to comfort the elephant and the horse. Be good, you both return for now, I will come to see you. Under Qin Wanwan's gentle encouragement, the 2 herbivores, who longed to follow her, were finally led away, albeit with frequent glances back. Just as Qin Wanwan was about to express her own discontent, a large, furry head nudged her. Dada, so fluffy, a gigantic cat. Her expression transformed from sorrow to joy as she gleefully petted the lion's ears. Shang Weiyang clicked his tongue. This little rascal had managed to create a veritable harem of animals, evoking a sense of new joys overshadowing past sorrows. Lord, we have visitors. Upon their return to the Lord's manor, the steward promptly approached. I shall not meet them. Shang Wuyan was quite obstinate, not even inquiring who it was before firmly declining. The steward glanced at Qin Wanwan, who was perched upon the lion's back. But they claimed to be here to see the young lady. Qin Wanwan immediately perked up. Father, is it Brother Yuanli and the others? Shang Wuyan's expression behind his mask soured slightly. What was this? Had it only been a few days, and they were already trying to snatch his child away, was it the child of Xiechong that was attempting to take her? Father Qin Wanwan tugged at his sleeve, pouting. Let us go see them. Shang Wuyan relented. Alright, let us go. In the reception hall of the Lord's Manor, Yin Yuanli and his companions had already sipped several cups of tea. Many of the military generals were not known for their patience, and sitting idly was intolerable. When will your lordship arrive? How long must we wait? Where is our general's daughter? Wanwan, where have you hidden her? I must inform you, whether in Shangyang City or the Ghostface Shadow Guard, our general commands an army of 100,000. If we truly wish to take her, you ought to consider the consequences. Shangyang City, despite its wealth, was still just a city at the end of the day. Regardless of its might, their general still commanded a formidable force of 100,000 troops. What is the hurry? Didn't we mention that the lord and the young lady went out to play? Your general may be formidable, but Shangyang City is no pushover either. If we decide to reveal your general's secrets, the entire Tianqi will believe it. Hey, do you dare threaten me? Let us have a contest if you're so bold. Come then, who fears you? At this moment, the guards from the capital and the border troops united against a common foe. Their internal disputes were their own business, but when facing outsiders, they stood united. Yin Yuanli took a sip of tea. Everyone, sit down. His voice, though quiet, exuded the authority of a superior. After all, he was the crown prince, and his status was undeniable. The guards from Tianqi and the border troops fell silent, though they continued to glare angrily at those from Shangyang City. Let us wait a little longer. With Shangyang City's reputation, we cannot unjustly bully a young child. I believe the lord would not engage in such shameless behavior. The crown prince of Tianqi seems to understand me well. Shang Wuyan's voice echoed from outside. However, the first to enter was not him, but a short, plump bundle of white fluff. Brother Yuanli, Uncle Lin, Uncle Song, the little one called out merrily, running and greeting all the familiar faces. Wolf Tooth, where is my little goose? Upon seeing Qin Wanwan, Wolf Tooth's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly handed her the small, chubby goose he was holding. The little goose looked quite aggrieved. Quack, quack, quack. Its incessant quacking seemed to accuse Qin Wanwan of not bringing it alone. Feeling a bit guilty, Qin Wanwan replied, I didn't mean to, I couldn't hold on to you at that time, I'm sorry, little goose. Little goose, be good, don't be angry, alright? Qin Wanwan mumbled soothingly to the chubby goose. Seeing Qin Wanwan unharmed and even glowing with vitality, Yin Yuanli and the others felt the weight lift from their hearts. Once Qin Wanwan had calmed the quacking goose, she cheerfully greeted the others. Brother Yuanli, this is my father, Shang. Let me tell you, today I rode an elephant and saw many beautiful stones. Chapter 61. Who was better, me or Xiechong? Upon hearing Qin Wanwan's words, the rugged soldiers of the border army immediately put on a performance reminiscent of burly men in tears. Wanwan, how can you claim a father so recklessly? Do you not acknowledge our general? Qin Wanwan felt somewhat guilty, though she had not made a hasty declaration of parentage. Xiechong is indeed a father, but so is Shang Wuyan. They are both fathers. Everyone was utterly confounded by her logic. No, how can one have two fathers? I see, the city lord is your godfather, right? The people from the city lord's residence were instantly displeased. The steward, with a smile that barely concealed his irritation, spoke without any courtesy. What this brave man said is rather amusing. In my opinion, the young lady bears a closer resemblance to our city lord, and her godfather is undoubtedly your general. Nonsense, setting aside the fact that the young lady is indeed charming, merely the ability to ensure a good night's rest for the city lord makes her indubitably theirs. Nonsense. Wanwan is undoubtedly the daughter of our general, who knows what your city lord looks like. She clearly resembles our general. Let's not go there. While your general's face is handsome, it is far too rugged and masculine. Their child is clearly a delicate girl, how can they possibly be identical? Caught in the middle, Qin Wanwan swayed back and forth, her small brows knitted tightly. I heard, however, the clamor from both sides was too loud, drowning out her tender voice. Yin Yuanli had somehow approached and took her hand, leading her away from the battlefield. Let them tire themselves out first, come, have something to eat. Yin Yuanli offered her a glistening pastry. Qin Wanwan opened her mouth and took a bite. He fed her again, and she continued to munch, her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster. Ke remarked, my child looks absolutely adorable while eating. Shang Wuyan also approached. It seems quite tasty. Care to explain? He pinched the little one's cheek. Qin Wanwan looked at him earnestly and said, you are indeed my father. Cuckoo added, though it's somewhat hard to believe, you are indeed the child's father. There are some things that must remain a secret, and you wouldn't understand even if we told you. Shang Wuyan remained non-committal, whether he had fathered a child was still a mystery to him. Finally, the ruckus subsided. Come, Wanwan, we must return immediately, we cannot linger here. Damn it, they had gone out and lost the general's daughter, only for her to claim another father. Qin Wanwan protested, but I still want to play. Uncle Lin, let us play for a few more days. A border soldier immediately asked, if we play, will we go back? Qin Wanwan nodded, of course, we must return to find Father Xiechong. Upon hearing that she still recognized the general as a father, the soldiers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have truly been at a loss on how to face the general upon their return, and with this thought, they squared their shoulders and cast a glance at Shang Woyang. Did you hear that? She is still the daughter of their general. Shang Woyang sat in a chair, toying with a jade token. Come here. Qin Wanwan, clutching a small goose, scampered over eagerly. What is it, father? The people from the city lord's residence also stood tall, glaring back. Did you hear that? She called their city lord father. The two sides glared at each other, teeth gritted. Here, take this and play with it. He tossed the jade token to the child. The jade was smooth and flawless, intricately carved with a lifelike little rabbit. Qin Wanwan instantly adored it. What a beautiful stone, I'll take it back. You are so kind, father. Shang Woyang unexpectedly posed a critical question, grasping Qin Wanwan's pigtail. A playful smile danced on his lips. Then tell me, who is better, me or Xiechong? Qin Wanwan. Choking, this was a dilemma akin to choosing which parent to save first when both fell into water. Father, the little girl attempted to charm her way out of it. Shang Woyang's icy fingers pinched her neck lightly. Can't answer? Is it really that difficult? Qin Wanwan retracted her neck. At this moment, nearly all eyes were on the child. Qin Wanwan thought, Cuckoo, save me, save me. Cuckoo, my dear child, you are on your own, I truly cannot help here. Qin Wanwan whimpered and burrowed into his embrace. Father, I want to sleep. Shang Woyang lowered his gaze to her. Qin Wanwan released the little goose, clambering onto his lap, and suddenly puckered her lips to plant a kiss on his chin. Father, sleep? This took Shang Woyang by surprise for a moment, and the others were equally. Could they interact in such a manner? In this era, expressions of affection were typically subtle, people rarely spoke of love openly, let alone a kiss, even among fathers and daughters or fathers and sons, such displays were uncommon. Many men adhered to the belief of cherishing their grandchildren over their children, seldom holding their sons, and naturally, daughters were treated similarly. However, Shang Woyang found no disdain in this behavior. Seeing that he seemed to have dropped the earlier question, Qin Wanwan felt elated. So this trick worked on fathers too. Back in the celestial realm, whenever she got into trouble or wanted something, a kiss would often lead to her mother yielding. Brother Yuanli, look at my beautiful stone. No longer clamoring for sleep, Qin Wanwan jumped off Shang Woyang's lap to showcase her precious stone. This stone is super beautiful. Father said it is called jadeite. He showed me the red, purple, and green ones, jadeite. Yin Yuanli examined the stone in her hand. Jadeite jewelry suddenly became fashionable among nobles 3 years ago. It turns out to be the city lord's industry. Jadeite is quite expensive, due to its color and quality. After 3 years of cultivation, it has become a symbol of status, akin to jade. Not to mention other industries, it is likely that Shang Woyang has profited immensely from jadeite alone. Shang Woyang did not deny this. Father, can I take Brother Yuanli and the others to the city lord's residence to play? Shang Woyang rose to leave. Let the steward take you. As for him, he had matters to attend to and was uninterested in entertaining these guests. The steward, smiling, led the way. Come, this will help the young lady become familiar with the city lord's residence. After all, she is considered a little mistress here. Hey, you old man, how can you speak such nonsense? It has been established that Wanwan is our general's daughter, ours. The steward scoffed dismissively. He acknowledged that Xiechong had some capabilities, but in terms of financial resources, he was simply no match for their city lord. Raising a child, especially a little girl, necessitates generous nurturing. Chapter 62 Gathering treasures. The steward discreetly guided these individuals to witness the opulence of the lord's residence. For instance, a group of embroiderers were diligently engaged in the intricate process of weaving and garment creation. All of this fine silk has been imported from the southern regions of Tianxi, and here we are weaving the fabric. Following this, it will undergo dyeing, and over there is the already dyed fabric, which the embroiderers will cut and embellish according to specifications. Although the young lady has just arrived at our lord's residence, we must ensure she is well treated. These garments were commissioned yesterday specifically for her. One of the embroiderers approached, holding several exquisite little outfits. Steward, young lady, these garments are ready. The steward nodded, his face beaming with a smile as he inquired of Qin Wanwan, do you like these outfits, Miss Wanwan? If not, we can have them redone. Qin Wanwan nodded enthusiastically, they are beautiful. She spoke the truth. Shang Woyang possessed impeccable taste, and the embroiderers he had chosen were equally skilled in both aesthetics and technique. The steward's smile widened, and he cast a sidelong glance at the rough men. It is not my intention to sow discord, but your general has indeed raised Miss Wanwan in rather a rough manner. Such a lovely young lady deserves to be adorned with care, her attire and provisions should reflect her status. The soldiers grumbled among themselves, shut it, old man, don't think this will make us relinquish Wanwan. She is the daughter of our general. The steward huffed in response, leading them onward. Here, we plan to create a recreational space for Miss Wanwan. Does she enjoy keeping pets? We can procure lovely cats or dogs, if she desires. Of course she does, one soldier snorted. What's the big deal? Although our Shurha city may be impoverished, we are adjacent to the vast grasslands. If Wanwan wishes to play, not just the general, any of us could take her to frolic in the grasslands. With her abilities, she could acquire any pet she desires there, why confine her to a small space? The steward, visibly agitated, retorted, "You are uncouth, Miss Wan Wan is a young lady and deserves to be cherished. What if she becomes tarnished by associating with such rough company? What nonsense, we haven't led her astray, Wan Wan is flourishing, moreover, she loves the grasslands and the freedom to gallop on horseback. She should pursue what brings her joy, keeping her confined in a limited space is no different from those young ladies from the prominent families in the capital, the daughter of our general must embody the strength of her lineage. She will not be bullied any longer." The steward could no longer maintain his composure and began to exchange barbs in return. The argument reignited. Qin Wan Wan, puzzled, wondered why they were always quarreling. Yin Yuanli remarked, "Pay them no mind, they are merely idle." The lord's residence was indeed quite affluent. Shang Woyang's wealth rivaled that of nations, and this was no idle boast. That afternoon, Yin Yuanli and the others were somewhat astonished during dinner at the lord's residence. An array of seasonal fruits, lamb, even beef, an assortment of vegetables, and the finest rice were prepared, the culinary skills rivaling that of imperial chefs. The soldiers felt genuinely overwhelmed by the display. They were rough men, not overly concerned with attire or possessions. However, when it came to food, they were quite discerning. Yet in this era, soldiers were generally impoverished, and their primary concern was whether they could eat their fill. The food at the lord's residence was not only abundant and nutritious but also aromatic. Yet, faced with the sumptuous feast, they found it somewhat tasteless. Wan Wan, being so young, truly deserved more careful consideration when it came to nourishment. Most of what was offered here was beyond their means to provide. Shang Woyang observed their emotions keenly throughout the night. Yin Yuanli and his companions stayed overnight at the lord's residence. Lying on a splendid bed, the rough men tossed and turned, unable to sleep. "I say, Wolf Fong, are you not even a little concerned that Wan Wan might be left behind?" Wolf Fong merely turned over, uninterested. What was there to worry about? Wherever the master went, he would follow. Sure, his city was not his home, and he was not Xia Chang's soldier, that he was Qin Wan Wan's servant. Why bother asking him? Can this fellow even speak? Have you all been influenced? Let us not forget our own thoughts. What truly matters is Wan Wan's feelings. Surely, she holds our general in her heart, and if she wishes to return, could Shang Woyang truly force her to remain here? Has the message been sent to the general? It has, but we do not know if the general has received it yet. Meanwhile, Qin Wan Wan was lying on her bed, her little bottom raised as she gathered the treasures that Shang Woyang had given her. Beautiful jewels were tucked into her little pouch. A fine jade pendant found its way into the pouch. A vibrant emerald ring was also stored away. Little gold ingots and exquisite pearls were all carefully placed within. She resembled a little hamster, diligently hoarding her treasures. Shang Woyang was amused by the little one, tossing several trinkets her way. "I'm all done," Qin Wan Wan exclaimed, clutching her stuffed pouch, her face aglow with joy, revealing her neat, white teeth. Shang Woyang raised an eyebrow at her and beckoned with a finger. "Come here." Qin Wan Wan set her bulging pouch aside and scrambled over, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Daddy, you smell nice." Shang Woyang pinched her little neck. His cool fingers made Qin Wan Wan shrink her neck slightly, yet she obediently placed his hand on her little belly. "Blow on daddy, and I won't be cold anymore." This bedroom was consistently furnished with several braziers, so Qin Wan Wan was not worried about feeling cold. Nestling in her father's embrace was quite comfortable. Another night of sweet dreams ensued. On the second night, the dark circles under Shang Woyang's eyes had completely faded. He appeared more spirited, yet also more reluctant to rise. Perhaps due to previously having insufficient sleep, he now cherished the opportunity to slumber. The steward and maidservants refrained from disturbing him, even feeling pleased at his prolonged rest. As long as he could sleep, they were content. The affairs of Shangyang City were well managed, and there was no fear of mishaps. Qin Wan Wan, however, awoke early with her large eyes wide open. She continued to ensure her father's comfort. Feeling somewhat bored, she decided to lie down, taking out her treasures from her little pouch to count them again. 1 little gold ingot, 2 little gold ingots, 1 little pearl, 2 little pearls. She counted softly, covering her mouth to stifle her giggles. Her collection had grown significantly. She busied herself contentedly, playing without running around. It was not until Shang Woyang opened his eyes that she, like a little sticky rice cake, leaned over. "Daddy, Daddy, are you awake?" Her father's long and curled eyelashes caught her attention. She poked at him with her little finger. His nose was delightful as well. The little girl was completely akin to a curious child, poking here and there, until she was caught in the act. "Daddy, you're awake!" The little white ball of fluff exclaimed, happily shaking her head. Chapter 63. Listening to stories, it's too heavy, get down. Qin Wan Wan pouted, but instead of complying, she sprawled even more arrogantly across him. "Daddy is lying, I'm just a tiny bit, I'm not heavy at all." Shang Woyang stretched lazily, and looking well rested, he appeared even more handsome. Qin Wan Wan rolled off him without a care, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at him eagerly. "Daddy, you should shout." Shang Woyang pinched her cheek, saying, "I've told you, men cannot say they look good." Qin Wan Wan grumbled, "Then what should I say?" Shang Woyang called for the maidservants to come in and help her dress. Today, Qin Wan Wan was different from yesterday. She adorned a delicate pink skirt that exuded an ethereal charm, with hair accessories shaped like peach blossoms. Her small bangs were pinned up, revealing a fair forehead adorned with peach blossom makeup. The maidservant beamed. "Today, our young miss is a little peach fairy." Qin Wan Wan held her small face, admiring herself in the polished mirror that reflected her image clearly. "Wan Wan looks beautiful." The self-admiring little girl was so endearing it softened hearts. The maidservant was utterly smitten, wanting to hug her, but alas, she was the daughter of the city lord, and one mustn't overstep their bounds. This attire was chosen for you by the city lord, she added. Qin Wanwan beamed even brighter and promptly scampered off to find her father. Daddy, 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 her chorus created a lively atmosphere akin to several people as chatter. Shang Woyan looked at his little peach fairy and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Qin Wanwan twirled in front of him. It's the outfit you picked, daddy. Wanwan is beautiful. Shang Woyan chuckled softly, you are quite self-absorbed. Qin Wanwan giggled, taking his hand eagerly and leading him outside. Shang Woyan replied, I have matters to attend to today, go and play on your own. Qin Wanwan was obedient and did not cling to him. She simply held his hand, puffing warm breaths on it with her small mouth. Daddy, are you cold? Not really. The butler watched the scene with a heart full of warmth. Turning, he noticed a group of rough-looking border soldiers approaching with menacing eyes. Thus, even if it cost him his life, Miss Wanwan must remain in the city lordess mansion. The border soldiers thought surprised face. Oh, what kind of madness is this old man exhibiting so early in the morning? Once Shang Woyan left and Wanwan did not follow, their expressions shifted instantly. With Shang Woyang absent, they felt free to act. Bring it on! Lin Duwei dashed forward and scooped Qin Wanwan into his arms. Let us go, Wanwan. We going out to play. With her in tow, they sprinted outside. Yin Yuanli and the guards watched in disbelief. Frowny face, running so fast, they showed no regard for their feelings. Wang Dequan stomped his foot in frustration. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and follow, carrying his highness. Yin Yuanli pursed his lips, wanting to say he could walk by himself, but his short legs were no match for their speed. I'm so sorry, your highness. The captain of the guards squatted down to apologize, then scooped up Yin Yuanli and took off running. Yin Yuanli. The butler was so furious he stomped his feet. Are you all blind? Do you lack perception? Just because I'm an old man moving slowly doesn't mean you should too. Hurry up and bring her back. The guards of the city lordess mansion hurriedly followed. Thus, the guards stationed at the city lord's gate watched as the soldiers whisked away Qin Wanwan like a gust of wind. Following closely behind were the guards from Tianqi. Wait, who will wait for me? Wang Dequan, being a eunuch, seldom exercised while accompanying the crown prince in the palace, and was rather plump. Running here, he was panting like a bellows. The people of Shangyang City had already outpaced him. Oh no, I can't keep up. The butler of Shangyang City approached, casting a disdainful glance. With your physique, you ought to get some exercise. He was in better shape than this old man. Qin Wanwan, blissfully unaware, laughed heartily, finding the situation quite amusing. The streets of Shangyang City were bustling. Qin Wanwan patted Lin Duwei's shoulder. Uncle Lin, let me down, I want to explore on my own. It seemed they couldn't take this little ancestor back all at once. Oh, General, when will you arrive? Candied Hawthorne. Wanwan wants candied Hawthorne. Brother Yuanli, you're here, do you want some? Yin Yuanli shook his head, no. You can buy something to eat, I'm going over there. He was more interested in the bookstores of Shangyang City, wondering if there were any books he had yet to read. Qin Wanwan followed his gaze, bouncing along beside him. I'll go with Brother Yuanli. Yin Yuanli made no objections upon entering the bookstore. Qin Wanwan began to regret her decision, her small face scrunched up as she trailed behind Yin Yuanli, watching him take down a book and flip through its pages. She leaned in to peek sad face? She couldn't comprehend it at all. She twisted her small body, raising her arm. Wolf Fong, let us go outside. This place was not suitable for her. Without hesitation, Wolf Fong scooped her up and departed. Finally holding his master, he felt elated. Yin Yuanli instructed a few individuals to accompany her for safety. Qin Wanwan bought a variety of snacks she liked, handing them to Wolf Fong to carry. Each time they purchased something, the butler and Uncle Lin would argue over who would pay, though they were all focused on Qin Wanwan. As long as they didn't come to blows, that was what mattered. Qin Wanwan had grown accustomed to it. Then, with her snacks in hand, they arrived at a tea house, settling into a private room to listen to a storyteller. She leaned against the window and discovered that the tale being told was about her father, Xiechong, which piqued her interest even more. Once upon a time, there was the invincible General Xiechong of Tianqi, born of humble origins yet endowed with extraordinary strength. Everyone knows that the Tartars are tall and strong, but their mightiest warrior was utterly defeated by Xiechong on the battlefield. His marksmanship was taught by the current Duke of the Kingdom, the former General Zhang, mastering the Zhang family's techniques to perfection. Moreover, this general's archery skills were exceptional. While few could draw a 10-stone bow, he effortlessly wielded one, even having a custom 15-stone bow crafted just for him. In last year's battle at Guanyu, General Xie led a light cavalry deep into the grasslands. As the storyteller recounted the tale, his emotions were vibrant, and Qin Wanwan couldn't help but exclaim wow, at intervals. Then she beamed with pride, my daddy is truly remarkable. The border soldiers shared her pride. When General Zheng defended the border, he barely managed to maintain peace and prevent the Tartars from breaching Shashi city, all while skirmishes erupted frequently. Yet their general could drive the Tartars back to the grasslands, even capturing dozens of Tartar royals. This showcased their general's formidable prowess. What did the noble families of the capital think of the general's humble beginnings? They still had to rely on him to safeguard the peace of Tianqi. Chapter 64 Breaking defenses. Initially, the tale was captivating. Qin Wanwan, engrossed in the story, was comfortably nibbling on pastries with her feet propped up. However, it seemed that the storyteller's account of Xiechang's heroic exploits had deeply offended the pride of the Tatars, shattering their composure entirely. The few patrons in the tea house who understood Central Plains dialect were suddenly incensed. Indeed, the storyteller spoke in the vernacular of the Central Plains, and most of those present were also from that region. To their astonishment, a few totters erupted in fury. Boldly spoken. That was merely Xie Chang's despicable scheme against us totters. The people of the Central Plains are nothing but a bunch of conniving, treacherous scoundrels. As he spoke, the hot-tempered Tatar attempted to assault the storyteller, causing chaos to ensue. Qin Wanwan, wide-eyed and momentarily bewildered, was swiftly whisked away from the window. Go, subdue those totters, commanded the steward, and the city lord's guards charged forth. The border troops, equally enraged, shouted, damn it. A loss is a loss, these mongrels can't even accept defeat. With the coordination of the city lord's men and the border troops, the unruly totters were quickly subdued. Clutching onto Langya's neck, Qin Wanwan caught sight of several uncles surreptitiously delivering kicks to the totters, bestowing upon them a veritable panda-eye package. Their strikes were unapologetically forceful, sending the totters reeling. Of course, the totters were also not without injury. Their brute strength and ferocity left several with dislocated arms, and some even coughed up blood from their bruised faces. Nevertheless, due to their numerical advantage, the totters were ultimately brought under control. As a result, the opportunity arose for them to retaliate fiercely. The story was no longer captivating, and Qin Wanwan felt a twinge of regret. Yet, observing her uncles, though injured, reveling in their vengeance with laughter, she found herself concerned about their pain. Even those with dislocated arms nonchalantly reset their joints. Those who had spent time on the battlefield had inevitably acquired a degree of knowledge in orthopedic techniques. Such dislocations were not uncommon during training. As long as they could reset the bones and rest for a few days, full recovery was assured among men. Camaraderie often flourished through shared battles, provided there was no pettiness about who was truly Qin Wanwan's father. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, she sought out the steward for medicinal supplies, diligently tending to wounds and staunching bleeding. Her industriousness was endearing, and the charming little bundle evoked affection. In the afternoon, when Shang Woyang returned, Qin Wanwan promptly abandoned her uncles, scampering towards her father with eager little steps. Father, Wanwan will warm your hands. Shang Woyang, unceremoniously, lifted the child into his arms. The little girl nestled against him, chattering incessantly about her day's adventures. Shang Woyang did not mind the noise, however, he had accounts to settle, and after dinner, he retreated to his study. Qin Wanwan, with her tiny legs trailing behind like a little tail, followed him closely, sticking around him like glue. Shang Woyang casually offered her a pearl the size of a pigeon egg. Take this and amuse yourself. Qin Wanwan blinked at the beautiful, round pearl, delighted by its allure. Seeing her father's desk piled high with ledgers, she, unable to comprehend them, dashed out of the study. Yet, it wasn't long before she returned like a little rabbit. She asked the steward for a small blanket and, with her delicate woven basket, diligently crafted a cozy nook for herself. She arranged the soft blanket, molding it into a comfortable shape, and placed all her treasures within. Then she dashed out again to retrieve her tiny pillow. Jinzi was quite attached to Qin Wanwan, following her in and out, even helping her carry things. After completing her little project, she felt satisfied as she dragged her nook to her father's side. The room was lit by candlelight, dimmer than the daylight but sufficiently bright. She kicked off her shoes and burrowed into her small sanctuary, playing quietly to herself. The steward, busy serving tea, and the attendant grinding ink for Shang Woyang were utterly charmed. How could the young lady be so adorable? The steward, filled with enthusiasm, found himself genuinely fond of the little girl, having initially appreciated her for helping Shang Woyang with his insomnia. Now, he truly adored her. Shang Woyang also noticed Qin Wanwan's activities. The little girl busied herself, tiptoeing around as if afraid to disturb him. Now that the atmosphere had settled into tranquility, he cast a glance her way. The child had taken out her treasures to count once more, then joyfully rolled around in her nook. After her moment of glee, she rearranged her beautiful stones according to her own preferences. Satisfied, she nodded, placing in her small goose and cuckoo, snuggling down with her pillow, becoming still. Jinzi lay beside her nook, eyes fixated on Qin Wanwan with deep affection, even more so than he felt for his own offspring, though he currently had none. In truth, Qin Wanwan was observing her merit points. Noticing they had increased once more, she tilted her head, puzzled, for she had done nothing at all. Keika murmured softly, your father Xiechom has found those abducted children and rescued some. Qin Wanwan understood. These were the Central Plains children sold by the totters. Hadn't father Xiechong clashed with the totters again? She wondered how he was faring now. She had gathered many treasures and resolved to share some with him when they met. Kuko, I feel a bit bored. Could you tell me a story, but keep your voice soft, so as not to disturb father? After glancing at her proximity to her father, she felt it was perhaps too close. Even speaking softly might disrupt him. Never mind, I will wait until father is free to hear a story. She did not wish to leave her father's side. Keiku replied, very well, darling, sleep now. With a gentle touch, Kuku affectionately patted Qin Wanwan's little head. In her snug nook, the little girl closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber. The beautiful young girl, clutching her pillow, slept soundly, her quality of rest enviable. The steward remarked, my lord, the young lady has fallen asleep. Take her to her room. Yes, sir. Qin Wanwan was carried back to her chamber in her sleep, showing no signs of waking. By the time Shang Woyang had finished his accounts and was ready for bed, the warmth of the little one had transformed the space into a cozy haven. Chapter 65 Kiki tells a story in Shenyang City. There are numerous delightful places to explore, yet most are tailored for adults. Certain areas remain inaccessible to Qin Wanwan. Therefore, the lord of the city arranged for a quaint amusement park specifically for her enjoyment. This amusement park was designed with the involvement of Kiki. It features beautiful and safe swings, slides, treehouses, and even a carousel, but although the carousel is manually operated, it does not detract from Qin Wanwan's joy. She even invited Yin Yuanli to join her in the fun. Despite his lack of interest in such activities, Yin Yuanli graciously accompanied her for quite a while. Shang Guoyang stood at a distance, observing Qin Wanwan's merriment and remarked, "Do all children have a fondness for such things?" The steward replied, "This is the first time I've seen such amusements. It seems Miss Wanwan truly enjoys them." Shang Guoyang nodded. "Let us find a more remote area in Shenyang City, devoid of inhabitants, to develop a dedicated playground for children. If it proves successful here, we shall replicate it in other locations." With just a glance, Shang Guoyang envisioned even greater possibilities. He was never one to shy away from bold ventures, even if it meant incurring losses. After all, he had wealth in abundance. The steward responded, "I will immediately send someone to scout for a suitable location." Unbeknownst to Qin Wanwan, her special playground for children would soon be established in numerous places. After tiring from play, she moved a small stool over and, with the company of Langya and Yin Yuanli, began to listen to a story. Kiki, standing on the opposite table, cleared its throat and began to narrate the tale of Journey to the West with great passion. In this era, illustrated books did exist, yet their dissemination was slow, and those who could read and write primarily pursued the imperial examination, leaving few to compose such works. Furthermore, the illustrated books available in the market were often mere fantasies of impoverished scholars, filled with tales of beautiful wives and concubines, wealthy merchants' daughters, and noble ladies, all harmoniously enamored with scholars, paving their paths. The more bizarre tales often involved encounters with benevolent spirits during examination journeys. Kiki dared not show these stories to Qin Wanwan, fearing they might corrupt her innocence. Many well-bred young ladies, confined to their homes, had fallen victim to such tales, leading them to forsake stable lives for the sake of eloping with impoverished scholars, ultimately resulting in tragic endings. Thus, when the little one desired a story, Kiki took on the role of the storyteller. Despite being a mere bird, its articulate speech and vibrant emotions captivated its audience. Most importantly, it knew an abundance of tales, with Journey to the West being a prominent classic. Qin Wanwan listened intently, and even Yin Yuanli found himself engrossed. After all, as a child, this was his first encounter with such fantastical narratives. Geek's storytelling was not only enjoyed by children but also resonated with adults. In an instant, silence enveloped the gathering, with several attendants wandering nearby, caught up in the allure of the tale. The Jade Emperor summoned the Buddha from the west for assistance, ultimately trapping the rebellious Monkey King beneath the five-fingered mountain. Ahem, to learn what happens next, please await the next installment. Everyone gasped, "Is that the end?" What happens next? Just as we were getting into it, it abruptly stops. How frustrating. Will the Monkey King be rescued? Kiki, please continue, there is still time. The abrupt interruption left the captivated audience in a state of anxious anticipation. Kiki rolled its eyes. The Lord of Birds is nearly hoarse from speaking, while you all seem quite pleased. Consider the bird's feelings, will you? As long as the story remains unfinished, no matter where it breaks off, you shan't be satisfied. The audience was left speechless by Kiki's retort, yet, the story was indeed delightful, revealing the unexpected twist of a monkey springing forth from a stone. When will you tell the rest of Journey to the West? Kiki replied, "You adults really have no shame. I am telling this for the little one." But we are not forbidden from listening, one adult interjected. The story was perfectly suitable for grown-ups. One individual even took out paper and pen. Kiki, why not recount it again? I'll jot it down to share with my comrades and broaden their horizons. In this time, entertainment options were scarce. The soldiers, a rugged bunch, spent their days training and standing guard, with little else to occupy their time. Even drinking required careful timing, as it could only be done on non-duty days. To make matters worse, due to the recent unrest in Shays City, there were no brothels available. A group of agitated men, lacking outlets for their frustrations and devoid of entertainment, often resorted to brawling, resulting in many receiving the punishment of military discipline. Journey to the West was universally appealing, guaranteed to be a hit within the military. Of course, at this moment, Ning Erru's intentions were quite simple. He merely wished to remember the tale to share with his good friends, perhaps to boast a little. Ning Erru was one of the few literate soldiers. However, after 2 years of failing the scholar's examination, coupled with his impoverished background and his father's advanced age, he chose to enlist without consulting his family, landing him in this position. Though his physical prowess was average among the border troops, his talent in archery caught the attention of a general, who took him under his wing. He was now tasked with protecting the crown prince and Miss Wanwan. Enough! The Lord of Birds has no desire to continue. Each of them, with their imposing demeanor, wished for Kiki to repeat the tale. Despite Kiki's somewhat tempestuous nature, its storytelling prowess made it quite popular. The border troops had been lingering in the city lord's residence under the pretense of safeguarding Miss Wanwan while enjoying the hospitality. The steward, witnessing this band of ruffians, felt a headache coming on. Ultimately, he assigned them a task: you shall train the new batch of guards at the city lord's residence. The ruffians protested, "Why should we are not part of the city lord's household." The steward retorted sarcastically, "Ah, so you are aware that you are not part of the city lord's household. After days of free meals, do you truly believe our residence is a charity house? Teaching a few basic combat skills to General CS men is hardly an unreasonable request, is it?" Although they recognized this as a form of provocation, they fell for it nonetheless. "Very well, we shall show you the prowess of our border troops." The steward replied, "Excellent, I shall leave it in your capable hands." After a brief period of instruction, they realized something was amiss. Where is Wanwan? Qin Wanwan had once again been taken out for play by her father. Unsurprisingly, this outing encountered an assassination attempt. Wan Wan, now somewhat experienced, remained unfazed and continued her activities. Shang Woyang, too, remained at ease, only intervening when the threats drew near. Not only was the carriage laden with defensive mechanisms, but Shang Woyang himself was also outfitted with an array of contraptions, all the way down to his very hair. Some were even laced with poison, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. The life of the city lord is truly thrilling, commented Yin Yuanli, who was also present in the carriage. Lang Ye and Yin Yuanli's escort had ventured out to combat the enemy. They had all received high-quality equipment from the city lord's residence, while Yin Yuanli and Shang Woyang engaged in a game of chess. Qin Wanwan, with her naive little mind, could not comprehend the game and instead busied herself braiding the mane of the large lion. Each little braid stood upright, creating a striking sight. Chapter 66. Old by Deng. Shang Woyang cast a disdainful glance at the transformed village flower. Did Jinzi? Yin Yuanli remarked, "You have lost." He placed a chess piece down, his childish voice calmly stating the undeniable fact. Shang Woyang retorted, "You let me have one piece. This is already the 5th piece I've conceded, and yet you still lost." Shang Woyang tossed the black piece from his hand, exclaiming, "I simply am not skilled at this." He reclined lazily against the back of the seat. Yin Yuanli regarded him for a moment in silence, such a stubborn fool, refusing to acknowledge his shortcomings. "Be quiet." The outside commotion had ceased, and Shang Woyang lifted the car's curtain to peer out with a cold smile. There hasn't been a batch capable of putting up a fight yet. At the very least, the previous group had managed to approach his vehicle. Yin Yuanli also glanced outside, commenting, "You are even more popular than my father." However, this popularity was evidently not a compliment. Shang Woyang remained indifferent, simply snapping his fingers. Instantly, a ghostly shadow guard appeared in the carriage. "Master. Who sent this batch? Have you found out?" "We have discovered that it was a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan of Tianqi. Last time, you thwarted several of his business deals and ruined his plans to befriend the son of the Anbo Marquis. His influence has significantly diminished since then, prompting him to harbor resentment and hire assassins to kill you. So it was hired mercenaries. No wonder the inquiry was swift." "Is he blaming me for his own failures in business?" He scoffed, extending his hand. "Bring me the detailed information." The shadow guard had been prepared and immediately presented a stack of papers. Qin Wanwan, curious and momentarily forgetting about the lion cub's antics, nestled into Shang Woyang's embrace, her little head peeking out. "Daddy, what have you written?" Shang Woyang lightly poked her forehead, saying, "You should learn to read." Qin Wanwan blinked innocently, as if she understood nothing. "I'll read it to the little one." Kiki flew over, puffing out his chest. Shang Woyang replied, "You are not as clever as a bird." Kiki raised his voice, "Don't come between me and the child, it's perfectly normal for a 3-year-old not to understand." Qin Wanwan gently patted Kiki's head, smoothing his feathers. "Don't be upset, Wanwan isn't upset at all." Her sweet and soft voice was utterly adorable. Kiki was instantly healed by the tender presence of the little cub. Cough. Let me take a look. Xian Deong, originally a poor scholar from Earth Village, managed to pass the preliminary examination, but failed to become a licentiate after 5 consecutive attempts. His family spent all their savings on his education, even selling his sister to support him. However, instead of studying, he squandered his money socializing with a group of disreputable friends at the academy, flaunting wealth and treating others. His stepmother fell gravely ill due to the heavy burden, ultimately passing away. Unable to continue his studies and unwilling to remain a peasant, he cunningly ingratiated himself with the only daughter of a local tycoon, masquerading as a good man to marry into the merchant family. Subsequently, he engaged in an affair with a maid from the merchant's household and secretly poisoned the merchant. After taking over the merchant's business, he demoted his wife to a concubine, brazenly acquiring more concubines and even abducting local women. He even forced himself upon his daughter-in-law, truly a shameless old by Deng. Qin Wanwan nodded emphatically, echoing, "Old by Deng." Kiki was promptly swatted away. Shang Woyang and Yin Yuanli warned, "Mind your words." Kiki, having been tossed against the wall, fought to protest, but upon meeting Qin Wanwan's pure gaze, he drooped his wings in defeat. Very well, it was his fault. Nevertheless, Xian Deong truly deserves a good scolding. Who could possibly tolerate such behavior? Shang Woyang and Yin Yuanli found themselves in agreement. "Let me see what else is there." Qin Wanwan perked up, her little head tilting in concentration. "Wow, he conducts his business with such malice, compromising quality and cheating customers by mixing sand into the rice he sells, employing underhanded tactics that have harmed many. How could he dare to target you?" Shang Woyang leisurely poured himself a cup of wine. "Perhaps he thinks he has too many pursuers, harboring a sense of luck that I would be unable to trace it back to him." Yin Yuanli, intrigued by how Shang Woyang would seek revenge, asked, "Are you going to retaliate?" Shang Woyang shook his head. "That would be far too dull." He gestured toward the stack of papers, which meticulously documented the man's every deed from childhood. His intelligence network was indeed formidable. "Disseminate this information, there is no need for me to lift a finger." Yin Yuanli understood Xian Deong, ruthless in his dealings, had offended numerous enemies. Spreading this information would not only destroy his reputation but also attract his enemies to his doorstep. Kiki eagerly proposed, "How about we write a story based on him, and have someone tell it at the tea house? It would surely tarnish his name." Shang Woyang replied, "That sounds good, the pen is yours." Kiki exclaimed, "Do you think my claws are suited for holding a pen?" Shang Woyang chuckled, pinching Qin Wanwan's little cheek. He tossed the papers to the shadow guard. Did you hear that? Find someone to turn this into a story and circulate it widely. Understood. Soon, a certain wealthy merchant from Jiangnan would achieve infamy. Kiki lamented, what a pity I can't witness it personally, otherwise, I could take Wanwan to enjoy the spectacle, she loves a bit of excitement. Qin Wanwan vigorously nodded in agreement. Yes, I like it. Indeed. Shang Woyang supported his chin with his hand. Now there is indeed some excitement to observe. However, the excitement Shang Woyang referred to was unfolding in the city. To witness the commotion, they discreetly rode their carriage to the bustling downtown area and requested the finest private room at a tavern. As they settled in, they were met with the sounds of uproar from outside. Upon closer inspection, they realized the commotion involved familiar faces, namely, the Tartars who had been captured recently. There were two groups, one captured in the Tianshan Renjian and the other apprehended at the tea house. The two factions were currently embroiled in a heated confrontation. Qin Wanwan rubbed her little ears, asking, Kiki, can I use the myriad voices to listen to what they're saying? Kiki replied, this is an innate ability of the Qilin. It is non-aggressive, so give it a try. Qin Wanwan agreed and leaned against the window, softly murmuring an obscure language that was inaudible to ordinary ears. A fleeting purple glimmer flashed in her eyes, reminiscent of Shang Woyang's, but it quickly faded. The individuals below, arguing in Tartar and other languages, were automatically translated into a tongue she could comprehend. Wow! Her surprise was evident on her face. Daddy, I can understand what they're saying. Shang Woyang and Yin Yuanli exchanged glances, intrigued. Before they could inquire further, the brawl broke out below. If we hadn't come to find you, we wouldn't have been captured, a bunch of fools from the Kunmu Wangfu. You have the gall to blame us? Not only did you fail to rescue us, but you got caught yourselves, you are the true fools. Both sides were quick-tempered, fighting fiercely, treating each other not as kin but as bitter enemies. Shang Woyang fanned himself slowly, commenting, the Tartar situation is rather unstable at the moment. Chapter 67 Purchasing a fox. Shang Woyang pointed to the first few captured individuals, stating, those are from the Kunmu Wangfu. He then gestured towards the group apprehended at the tea house, remarking, those belong to the Tatar third prince. The Tatar king has grown old, and his brothers and sons have all become restless. The followers of the third prince publicly claim to be there to redeem captives, but in truth, they sought to exploit the situation further and perhaps eliminate these individuals on their way back, intending to embellish their tale to the Tatar king. However, they did not anticipate that they would end up being caught themselves while merely listening to a storyteller at the tea house. The ensuing conflict left both sides battered, yet fortunately, no one lost their life, and ultimately, all were expelled by the guards of Shenyang City. With the excitement dissipated, they decided to stay behind for a meal. After satisfying her hunger, Qin Wanwan expressed her desire to go shopping. Shang Woyang replied, I shall refrain from accompanying you, to avoid encountering any assassination attempts that might endanger the citizens of this city. The guards of the capital murmured softly, who would have thought the rumors about the Lord being a madman would reveal him to be quite benevolent towards the people? Yet, their words were overheard. Shang Woyang paid no heed to the label of madness, for it was a title he had acknowledged himself. Anyone who frequently suffers from sleepless nights would appear unhinged. He now considered himself far more emotionally stable. The populace of Shenyang City is limited. If I do not treat them well, this city shall become a desolate wasteland. Nonetheless, Qin Wanwan ventured out to enjoy herself. Today seemed to be a market day, and Shenyang City was bustling with activity. Shang Woyang discreetly dispatched a few shadowy figures to follow her. Naturally, Langya accompanied her, while Yin Yuanli was also dragged along to explore the streets. Today, numerous vendors offered an array of snacks, leaving Qin Wanwan, with her full belly, to merely gaze longingly at the delicacies. Upon reaching the entrance of heaven and earth, she found herself the object of affection from several beautiful young ladies who playfully pinched her cheeks. So adorable, she will undoubtedly grow into an extraordinary beauty. Like a little fairy. If I had such a lovely daughter, I would give her the world. Little sister, what is your name? Last time, Linglong's flower ball was given to you, wasn't it? The petite, soft bundle was strikingly distinctive, as exquisite as a snow-white porcelain doll. Beautiful and charming, yet regrettably not her own. As Qin Wanwan's cheeks were pinched, she politely responded, I am Qin Wanwan. Your brother is also quite charming, though he appears to be rather shy. A handsome little boy, with a serious expression, was also well liked by the ladies. Alas, he was not easily intimidated. After enduring for a while, Yin Yuanli could no longer contain himself and pulled Qin Wanwan away from the crowd of women. Your face is flushed. The young girl had tender skin, and a few gentle pinches left faint pink fingerprints upon her cheeks. It was not painful, yet she bore two lip prints as well. Yin Yuanli coldly wiped her face clean with a handkerchief. From now on, do not allow anyone to kiss your face so casually, not even women. He spoke with the seriousness of a father imparting wisdom. This only elicited laughter from the nearby young ladies. Oh, how possessive, is this young lord the brother of the little girl or her betrothed? Yin Yuanli's face turned crimson. Do not speak nonsense. It would tarnish Wanwan's reputation. His earnest demeanor was both adorable and amusing. Ignoring the laughter of the women, Yin Yuanli quickly took Wanwan's hand and led her away. Qin Wanwan turned to wave goodbye to the sisters, saying, Goodbye, sisters. Little girl, remember to visit us at heaven and earth. The dancers of heaven and earth were stunningly beautiful. Though their profession might be looked down upon by many, they lived with a sense of freedom and confidence in Xiangyang City. Yuanli, your ears are turning red, remarked Qin Wanwan. Yuanli covered his ears, stating, it's merely the heat. Hee, your face is also flushed. She teased, you are stubborn, yet you are clearly embarrassed. Yuanli replied, be silent. Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at a marketplace. This area lacked shops, filled instead with temporary stalls selling living creatures. Qin Wanwan was captivated by the cacophony of animal sounds. Creatures flew through the air, scurried along the ground, and even swam in water. Among them were various beautiful fish, symbolizing good fortune. Many affluent merchants and nobles visited Xiangyang City, where some young ladies and masters enjoyed keeping exotic and charming pets. Miss, come take a look. This is a pure white snow fox from the snowy mountains, which we have managed to capture with great difficulty. He spoke in the prairie tongue, while a guard from Xiangyang City translated. Qin Wanwan observed, it's injured. The pristine white fox, confined in a cage, bore a bandaged leg, yet fresh blood still seeped through, and it appeared on the brink of death. The seller quickly explained, this little creature is swift and difficult to capture, it was shot with an arrow before being caught, and it has been treated. Qin Wanwan crouched in front of the fox's cage, and the white fox, sensing her presence, weakly raised its head and let out a pitiful cry. The seller's eyes brightened, miss, this fox seems to favor you, it indicates a bond between you, why not purchase it? Qin Wanwan inquired, how much is it? Not much, merely 100 taels of silver. Yuanli immediately scoffed, do you take us for fools? It's on the verge of death. Even if it were alive, such a fox would not command such a high price. Young lord, you mustn't speak so harshly, we tracked this fox for several days in the greater snow mountain to find it. Capturing a snow fox is no easy feat. Yuanli remained expressionless, 30 taels, it's dying. The seller protested, your price is too harsh, 80. Yuanli countered, we shall look elsewhere. How about 50 taels, and the fox is yours. If they waited any longer, the fox would indeed perish, reducing it to nothing more than a pelt. The snow fox's hide was precious, yet this particular fox was too small, its fur would hardly fetch 30 taels. Ultimately, the snow fox was purchased for 40 taels. Qin Wanwan understood the negotiations on both sides. The 40 taels were not her own but were provided by Shang Wuyang's associates. Yuanli, you are quite skilled at bargaining, she remarked. Yuanli replied, one must not be taken advantage of. A responsible general often lived in modesty. His maternal grandfather's family, the Duke of Jinghua, was among the poorer nobility in the capital. Many of the emperor's rewards went unused. Thus, despite being a prince, Yuanli was not particularly affluent, as he had numerous dependents to support. To exploit him was out of the question. Holding the injured fox, Qin Wanwan handed the little goose to Langia, while Kiki perched on her shoulder, asserting its status. Though it did not speak, its expression and gaze seemed to convey, with me around, you are all mere trifles. Unfortunately, the injured fox could neither see nor comprehend this sentiment. Chapter 68 Potatoes. After purchasing the fox, Qin Wanwan perused other offerings. To her astonishment, there were also wolf cubs for sale, particularly those of the snow wolf variety. 3 Pure white snow wolf pups glared fiercely at anyone who passed by. Although their teeth were not yet capable of breaking through human skin, they remained obstinately defiant. When a potential buyer approached, he nearly got bitten. While the bites might not break the skin, they would certainly be painful. How can one tame such ferocity? Wolves cannot be domesticated, the man remarked before dismissively shaking his sleeves and departing. The seller, too, felt some vexation. These wolf cubs had not eaten or drunk anything since their arrival 2 days prior. Their current weakness did not diminish their fierce demeanor, proving yet again that wolves possess a notoriously savage temperament. How am I supposed to sell these? A young girl crouched before the snow wolves. The vendor hastily replied, 20 taels of silver each. He dared not raise the price for fear that these wolf cubs might remain unsold. Strangely, the 3 wolf cubs seemed to have lost their ferocity. The vendor guessed they were too weak from hunger to maintain their bravado. Yuanli commented, that is too expensive. The vendor countered, the price for snow wolves is not excessive. Yuanli, with a calm demeanor, stated, you speak of the adult snow wolves. Their high price is due to the value of their pelts. As for the young snow wolves, some nobles had attempted to rear them, but snow wolves are both fierce and delicate. Even as cubs, they would resist captivity through starvation, refusing to be kept as pets. His father had once acquired 2 snow wolf pups, but they had succumbed to hunger within days. The pelts of snow wolves are highly coveted, leading some nobles to spend exorbitant sums to acquire them. However, such creatures are rare, and wolves bear grudges. When a hunter kills a wolf, countless others will track down the hunter for revenge. Only by exterminating an entire wolf pack can one ensure safety from their wrath. Yuanli had only read about wolves in ancient texts that suggested they could be raised. Where did these wolves come from? Will they be hunted down for revenge by other wolves? The vendor, merely a hunter, was taken aback by the child's knowledge. Rest assured, these wolves were not captured from a snow wolf hunt. I would not dare to pursue such a creature. Many hunters have perished in the pursuit of snow wolves for profit. He continued, these 3 snow wolves are the result of fortunate circumstances. I stumbled upon a dying mother snow wolf that had been injured by some beast. By the time I found her, she had already passed, and I brought these 3 cubs back with me. Yuanli gazed into the... Ultimately, he purchased each snow wolf cub for 10 taels of silver. Qin Wanwan cradled the fox in her arms as she carefully retrieved each snow wolf cub from its cage. The vendor, witnessing her boldly reach into the cage, broke into a cold sweat. Don't! Yet, contrary to his expectations, the once ferocious snow wolf cubs became exceptionally docile in Qin Wanwan's embrace. Not only did they cease their growling, but they also emitted pitiful whimpers. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. How had the wolves changed their demeanor so drastically? Qin Wanwan gently stroked the head of the snow wolf. Good boy, I'll feed you milk when we return. She then handed the little snow wolf to Wolf Fong, who placed the cub on his shoulder, cradling it tenderly. His blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. The snow wolves shared the same blue hue in their eyes, mirroring his own. The little snow wolf squirmed for a moment but settled into slumber as he held the second and third cubs. The vendor remarked, how peculiar, they have become so obedient. After acquiring the snow wolves, Qin Wanwan also purchased a nest of 2 eggs. She had heard these were eagle eggs and could be hatched. Confident in her ability to incubate the eggs, she felt assured that she could successfully bring forth 2 little eagles. I need to buy a ewe to nurse the little wolves. The cubs appeared to be around 2 months old and likely still required milk. The market extended further, offering various livestock, including cattle and horses. Although it was termed a cattle market, mules, sheep, and camels were also for sale. Qin Wanwan intended to purchase a ewe still in its nursing phase, but she realized that the lamb would also need to be nursed. Consequently, she acquired 2 lambs, one black and one white. As she was about to leave, she spotted a frail little red horse. The vendor mentioned it was purchased cheaply from a herdsman. The horse had been used for hauling goods but had been sold due to a limp. The horse was quite thin, and the vendor planned to sell it to a meat trader. Qin Wanwan spent 30 taels of silver to buy it. On her way back to the Lord's manor, she felt a twinge of guilt as she glanced at the animal she was carrying and leading. It seemed she might have unintentionally overindulged in her purchases. Counting on her fingers, she realized her meager arithmetic skills could hardly compute how much she had spent. The young girl, clutching the little goose, sidled up beside Yin Yuanli. Brother Yuanli, do you think father will be angry with me for spending so much money? She was afraid of being punished. Her small face scrunched up in worry. Can I come to your side until father calms down? Yin Yuanli reassured her, I highly doubt the city lord will be so petty. In his perspective, the young scions of the capital frivolously squandered fortunes on courtesans, spending hundreds of taels on a single meal. How much had Wanwan truly spent? With Shang Woyang's wealth rivaling a nation's, this sum was trivial in his eyes. Qin Wanwan felt a flicker of confidence from his comfort. Upon returning to the lord's manor, she first ensured the little wolf cubs were fed, then took a bath to freshen up before seeking out her father. The steward informed her that he was in the study, engrossed in accounts and other business matters. Qin Wanwan peered through the doorway cautiously. What are you doing? Come in, her father called out, having spotted her. She quickly withdrew her head but, after a few moments, gathered her courage and entered, cradling several items. Father. She approached Shang Woyang, leaning against his knee with a charming smile. Father, Wanwan spent a great deal of money today. Please don't be upset. Shang Woyang lowered his gaze to her. He had already been informed of her purchases and expenditure. How could this little one presume that he would be angered by such a trifling amount? Wanwan bought a few small animals. She presented 2 fist-sized, yellowish-brown objects. This is for you, father. What is this? Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. This is a potato, and it's absolutely delicious. The potatoes were purchased from the market, and this time, she had illuminated the image of the potato. Craving potato-based dishes, she had bought 10 pounds for just 25 merit points. Although it was food, Shang Woyang had never encountered such a thing before. Qin Wanwan excitedly elaborated, potatoes can be stir-fried into strips, made into French fries, stewed with meat, or baked into chips. As she spoke, her own mouth began to water. Shang Woyang, then let the kitchen prepare it. Observing the little one's enthusiasm, he suspected she had indeed tasted it before. However, despite his extensive travels, he had never come across anything called a potato. Are you certain it is edible? Qin Wanwan nodded vigorously, absolutely. It's incredibly delicious. Chapter 69:5000 Jin Shang Woyang, feeling uneasy, inquired once more with Kiki. Although it was merely a bird, one had to concede that this creature possessed considerable knowledge, proving to be more reliable than the 3-year-old Wanwan. After receiving a reassuring answer, Shang Woyang permitted Qin Wanwan to carry the potatoes to the kitchen for preparation. Qin Wanwan instructed Wolf Fong to bring all 10 jin of potatoes to the kitchen. There, according to her specifications, the chefs prepared shredded potatoes, stewing them with chicken, as well as fried potatoes and mashed potatoes. The potatoes were quite large, 10 jin amounted to only a handful, yet the variety of dishes that could be created was abundant, each offering a distinct flavor. When the dishes were served, it was a rare occasion to have an entire table filled with food, and Shang Woyang, casting aside formality, invited Yin Yuanli and the others to join in the meal. What is this? I've never seen it before, queried one of the soldiers as they savored the potato chunks stewed with chicken, the broth absorbed by the potatoes, making each bite particularly fragrant and tender. Surprisingly, it was just as delightful as the chicken. Delicious. Qin Wanwan exclaimed, swinging her little feet with glee while introducing the dishes. This one, and this one too, are all made from potatoes, and they are all scrumptious. The potatoes purchased from the market were not only sizable but also possessed a robust aroma. What kind of potatoes are these? We've never heard of such a thing, remarked Shang Woyang. I don't know, Wanwan brought them, he added, quite fond of the flavor himself. Wanwan, with her innocent voice, replied, they're just potatoes. However, when asked where they originated, she mentioned the marketplace, but to those present, the term seemed to vanish from comprehension. These are quite filling. I wonder where they come from and what their yield is like, Lin Due mused, gnawing on a piece of potato. Qin Wanwan, her tone naive, replied, I know, it yields 5,000 jin per mu. The marketplace had informed her of this. Unbeknownst to Wanwan, the concept of 5,000 jin per mu was staggering, and all present suddenly fell silent. Some, mid-bite, thought they had misheard. What did you just say, Wanwan? Qin Wanwan blinked innocently. I said, 5,000 jin per mu, what's wrong with that? Clatter, someone's chopsticks fell to the ground. Gasps filled the room as eyes widened in disbelief. Shang Woyang and Yin Yuanli set down their chopsticks, fixated on Qin Wanwan. In this era, agricultural productivity was exceedingly low, predominantly controlled by the nobility and affluent merchants. A mere fraction, less than 10%, wielded the majority of resources, leaving the lower classes barely able to fill their stomachs, or worse, facing starvation. The average yield per mu was only around 200 jin. Thus, the notion of 5,000 jin per mu was nothing short of earth-shattering to them. Wanwan, you surely must be mistaken, they reasoned, trying to remain calm. How could a child possibly know such figures? Qin Wanwan, pouting in displeasure, retorted, I am not mistaken, it's 5,000 jin. If you don't believe me, ask Kiki. Now, the meal became a source of unrest, and they hurriedly summoned Kiki, who was currently in another room, reprimanding its subordinates in a boss-like manner. What's going on? Are we inviting a bird to dinner? The bird is already full. Kiki. A glance from Shang Woyang silenced the parrot immediately. Where did these potatoes come from, and what is their yield? Potatoes, huh? It sighed in relief, thinking it had committed some grave error. These come from a place called South America, quite far from here. You would need to sail across the ocean to reach it. Originally, the yield of potatoes was very low, roughly around 800 jin. With good cultivation, it could reach around 1,000 jin. Though not as exaggerated as Qin Wanwan's claims, this was still a miraculous figure to them. Before they could process the information, Kiki dropped another bombshell. However, the potatoes Wanwan brought are from a selectively improved variety, yielding between 3,000 to 5,000 jin per mu. Many could no longer contain themselves, some even rising in shock. Yin Yuanli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it true? Is there really 5,000? Their minds were blown. 5,000 jin, this was not only filling but also extraordinary. 5,000 jin, 5,000 jin. Am I hearing things? It's really 5,000 jin, not 500. Kiki looked on disdainfully. Such ignorance, and you get so excited over this? 5,000 jin was indeed astounding. At this moment, everyone's minds echoed the phrase 5,000 jin. 5,000 jin, and we just consumed all of it? Lin Due, after the initial excitement, gazed at the multitude of potato dishes on the table, his voice trembling. He felt a pang in his heart. His words prompted others to react similarly, clutching their chests as if about to faint from the realization what a dreadful sin they had committed. Shang Woyang exclaimed, Wan, do you have any more? Yin Yuanli attempted to keep his voice steady. Qin Wanwan replied, we've used all 10 jin to make dishes. Ugh, not even a little left? They felt as though they might spit blood, recalling how joyfully they had eaten, now filled with regret. Qin Wanwan tilted her head. You all like potatoes, Wanwan can buy more. Phew, they felt revived. Everyone looked at Qin Wanwan with bright eyes. You can buy more, where can we buy them? Such a remarkable item, yet they were unaware of its existence. Wait, what was South America? Kiki had mentioned needing to sail across the ocean. Just the remainder of Qin Wanwan's words was abruptly muted. They were left in confusion. She had clearly said something, yet it was incomprehensible. Kiki interjected, oh dear, don't ask. Even if you do, you won't understand. Just wait until you buy them, and you can take them home. How peculiar, yet these were 5,000 jin of potatoes. 5,000 jin was already bewildering. A little more oddity seemed acceptable. They ceased to inquire about the source and only asked Qin Wanwan if she had enough money. At that moment, everyone wished to offer their silver to Wanwan, urging her to buy as much as possible. Qin Wanwan nibbled on a chicken leg. You can't buy them with silver. As for when to buy, she had intended to do so as soon as she returned to her room, but Kiki had intervened. Isn't it obvious that you'd be revealing your secret? We must be cautious. Qin Wanwan asked, what should we do then? Have your father take you out? Shang Woyan was Qin Wanwan's father. Even if he had lost his memory, Kiki believed that no matter how he changed, he would never harm her. Chapter 70 of Flexibility and Adaptability. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the potatoes. However, as the hour grew late, it was clear that the discussion would have to wait until the morrow. After dinner, while others wandered about in a daze, preoccupied with thoughts of potatoes, Qin Wanwan hurried off to tend to her little animals. The injured little fox had regained its strength after a hearty meal, while 3 mischievous snow wolf pups were busy gnawing at the door. 2 eggs had been carefully stowed away in Qin Wanwan's small bag, reminiscent of the time she had hatched the little geese. The horse and sheep were not in this vicinity, having been taken to the stable. The trio of wolf pups had already made a dent in the door of their room. As Qin Wanwan pushed the door open, the 3 little creatures were knocked over, rolling onto their backs and howling adorably. They appeared quite fierce at first, but upon noticing Qin Wanwan, they immediately became docile. You little rascals, you've damaged the door at Daddy's house, she scolded, observing the wood shavings on the floor. She crouched down, her youthful voice taking on a stern tone as she poked one of the little wolves with her finger. The wolf pup wagged its tiny tail, snuggling up to Qin Wanwan's feet. She made an effort to maintain a serious expression and pushed them away slightly. Be serious now, Wanwan is teaching you a lesson. No more acting cute. Oh well, her stern demeanor crumbled within seconds. As she stroked the soft little face of the wolf pup, a smile crept onto her lips, her eyes curving into charming crescent moons. You mustn't chew on the door anymore, understand? Although her seriousness had faded, she still felt the need to impart a lesson. After playfully scolding the 3 naughty wolf pups, Qin Wanwan turned her attention to the whimpering little white fox. The little fox was also in the room, albeit in a separate partition, where it was recuperating. The injured creature lay in its specially prepared nest, whimpering softly, its voice delicate and pitiful. As Qin Wanwan approached, the 3 little wolf pups followed closely behind her, their little paws pattering along. She picked up the little white fox for a closer look. It appeared much improved since she last saw it. According to the maid, it had been fed some meat paste. Whimpered the little white fox pawed at Qin Wanwan, its large ears slightly drooping, its orange-yellow eyes looking both pitiful and innocent. Such a good little fox, but you're a bit dirty. Once you're healed, Wanwan will give you a bath. Oh, the 3 little wolf pups, seemingly displeased that Qin Wanwan's attention was diverted to the fox, began to bark fiercely. No growling, Qin Wanwan replied sternly. The wolf pups settled down obediently, their earlier exuberance subdued. Indeed, today, Wanwan was quite the animal tamer. After checking on the wolves and the fox, Qin Wanwan dashed off to see the horse. The horse's injured leg had been bandaged by the veterinarian from the Lord's Manor, and it was currently munching on grass in the clean stable. Upon spotting Qin Wanwan, it perked up, flicking its tail and whinnying joyfully. Doctor, will little Hong's leg recover? She inquired earnestly, observing the horse's leg. The veterinarian reassured her, do not worry, young lady, I have realigned the bones in this horse's leg, and once it heals, it will be fine. However, this horse is somewhat malnourished and needs to be fed more. Qin Wanwan responded in her sweet, innocent voice, thank you, doctor. Wanwan understands. She then turned to the horse, little Hong, you must take good care of yourself and recover quickly. Qin Wanwan, often lacking in naming creativity, typically chose names based on the animal's colors. Busy as a bee, little Wanwan offered her comforting words to all her new animal companions. After returning home, she took a fragrant bath, and once her maid had dried her hair, she climbed onto the bed, her little bottom sticking up adorably. Shang Woyang, busy managing the accounts, had not stayed up too late, for the cold was unbearable. He had once tolerated the chill, but after experiencing the warmth of his own body, he refused to deprive himself any longer. The bedding was infused with the faint scent of milk and the refreshing aroma of grass and wood from Qin Wanwan. As Shang Woyang settled into the warm covers, Qin Wanwan rolled over into his embrace. Daddy, Wanwan will warm you up. She rubbed her cheek against his chin, her voice soft and endearing. How utterly adorable, Shang Woyang stroked the little one's silky hair. Which scoundrel poisoned your father? They deserve a harsh reprimand. Qin Wanwan's small hand touched her father's cold hand, filled with concern, her expression turning indignant. Shang Woyang lowered his gaze, the scoundrel is already dead. This poison has been with me since birth. Qin Wanwan blinked her eyes innocently. Is Daddy's mother Wanwan's grandmother? She referred to her grandma. Wanwan didn't know, please don't be sad. The little girl offered her simple yet heartfelt consolation. I'm not sad, it happened long ago. So long ago that he had forgotten what his mother looked like. The next day, before dawn, Kiki came looking for Wanwan but was stopped at the door. Shang Woyang was quite particular about his sleep. Aside from Wanwan, all her animals were sent to the adjacent room. The lion, Big Gold, was also there. Today, Big Gold had risen particularly early, looking rather irritable. Behind it trailed 3 yapping wolf pups. The newborn pups, unafraid of the lion, continued to yap with abandon. Big Gold was thoroughly exasperated by these 3 oblivious wolves and turned to roar in frustration. The wolf pups were momentarily stunned by the lion's roar but soon resumed their spirited howling, each more enthusiastic than the last. Big Gold lamented sad face, would someone please take these 3 away? Meanwhile, Kiki was engaged in a heated discussion with the steward. Do you still want potatoes or not? How dare you keep me, the illustrious bird, outside? I must see my cub, do you know how close we are? Kiki had long harbored a grudge against Shang Woyang for not allowing it to share a room with its cub. It was utterly unacceptable. Let me tell you, birds have tempers too, when you push us too far. The rest of the statement was cut short as the door swung open. Shang Woyang's unmasked face appeared at the threshold, his deep violet eyes fixed on Kiki. Kiki, with a nervous chuckle, replied, there is no big deal in waiting a little longer, hee. The steward shot a disapproving look. You truly are adaptable. What's all the noise about? The morning was filled not only with the chirping of birds but also the roaring of lions. Qin Wanwan peeked out from behind Shang Woyang, her lovely little head emerging. Good morning, Kiki, good morning, Big Gold. As soon as she appeared, it was as if she were a magical charm. Big Gold's irritation faded, and it patted over eagerly. The 3 little wolf pups, too, were ecstatic, as if they had seen their mother. Shang Woyang, with an air of indifference, ordered someone to take the 3 wolf pups away. Give them a bath, deworm them, and if they aren't clean, don't let them stay in the Lord's Manor. His disdain was evident. Qin Wanwan was pulled back by Shang Woyang to get dressed. Today, she sported 2 beautiful, fluffy braids, intricately woven and adorned with lovely little flowers. The maid had even crafted a lifelike floral crown for her as decoration. Chapter 71, Purchasing potatoes. Today, Qin Wanwan donned a lovely azure dress, resembling a delicate woodland sprite. The dress was once again chosen by Shang Woyang in the presence of her grandfather Shang. Little Wanwan was adorned differently each day, much like a collectible figurine. The maid had even painted intricate peach blossom petals upon her forehead and at the corners of her eyes, enhancing her beauty. The young girl gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, feeling radiant for yet another day. Father, look, today Wanwan looks particularly lovely, she exclaimed. Shang Woyang cast a satisfied glance her way. Summon the painter, capture her current appearance. The little creature, Kiki, perched on Wanwan's shoulder, mused internally that this was akin to ancient photography. It began to understand why modern individuals were so enamored with photographing their children and showcasing them on social media. Who wouldn't want to boast about such an adorable and beautiful child? If the charming little Qilin cub existed in the present day, it would surely be the dream child of countless admirers. Kiki turned to Shang Woyang, saying, to procure potatoes, Wanwan must venture outside. Please escort us. Shang Woyang, equally preoccupied with thoughts of potatoes, said nothing further and led them to the elephant cart. Let us take an additional cart. Potatoes are heavy and require transport. Kiki casually pointed in a direction, and thus 3 elephant carts departed from Shenyang City. When a group of border soldiers, bearing dark circles under their eyes, came to seek Wanwan, they were informed that she had already left. The elephant carts traveled for several hours and had exited the oasis. After traversing the desert for a while, they arrived at the Gobi Desert. Kiki turned to Shang Woyang and said, Wanwan and I will go to purchase the potatoes. You all wait here and do not follow us. Shang Woyang raised an eyebrow. Are we buying things here? Both Kiki and Qin Wanwan exchanged guilty glances. Do not concern yourself with how Wanwan buys potatoes. Just ensure you do not disclose it. Qin Wanwan fidgeted with her little feet and accompanied Kiki to a location hidden from view. Previously, her merit points had accumulated to about 1,000, but after purchasing some milk, fruits and potatoes, she now had 763 remaining. The price for potatoes was 25 merit points for 10 pounds. After rounding down, even if she spent 700 merit points, she could purchase a maximum of 280 pounds of potatoes. How many will you buy, Wanwan? She declared boldly. Father likes them, so I shall buy them all. Kiki interjected, you should save some for yourself. Spending 700 merit points is enough. Besides, most of your merit points came from Xiechong, so when we return, find a way for your father to do more good deeds to replenish them. Qin Wanwan nodded. I will heed Kiki's advice. Kiki cherished her dearly. After procuring 280 pounds of potatoes, they gazed at the sizable collection before rushing back to summon Shang Woyang. Upon arrival, Shang Woyang and his accompanying subordinates widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this? How could such a thing be found here? Not everyone in the entourage was familiar with potatoes. Shang Woyang's expression remained unchanged. He merely ruffled the little girl's hair, sensing her slight anxiety, and refrained from further inquiries. Load everything into the carts. With the extra carts, one could easily accommodate the load. On the return journey, Shang Woyang inquired about how to cultivate potatoes. He accepted all the potatoes, indifferent to Xiechong's involvement. I know how to do it. Qin Wanwan raised her little hand. To plant potatoes, one must let them sprout, cut them into pieces, bury them in the soil, and remember to fertilize, water, and weed. Little Wanwan counted on her fingers, recalling the steps for potato cultivation that surfaced in her mind. Wow, there is so much to do. They must be planted in loose soil to grow large and delicious. Fertilizing, that means feeding the soil well. If the soil is well fed, the potatoes will grow big. Qin Wanwan interpreted it through her childlike logic. What should we use for fertilizing? Manure, ash, and compost. She scrunched her little face. It's stinky. Furthermore, she had no understanding of what fermentation meant. Shang Woyang found the notion unappealing, yet he responded, you explain, and I'll remember to have someone else do it. As long as it wasn't he who had to do it, that was acceptable. Qin Wanwan sat obediently, her little hands resting on her knees. We need sheep manure, cow manure, horse manure, and pig manure, along with soil and burned grass ash. The best ash comes from pasture grass, but currently, only Xiechong's family has that. Shang Woyang asked, which pasture grass does Xiechong have? At the pasture grass that Wanwan planted, the little geese and Xiechong's big horse absolutely adore it, and even camels enjoy it. Do you still have seeds for that pasture grass? I do, but I don't have enough money to. In Wanwan's perspective, merit points were akin to currency. How much do you need? I can provide it for you. Shang Woyang generously stated that money was no object. It's not about that, father. We do good deeds to earn money. Shang Woyang pondered. So, were the potatoes also purchased with the money from good deeds? His intelligence led him to connect the dots. Qin Wanwan nodded her little head. Yes. Shang Woyang pinched her cheek. I understand now. He refrained from pressing further. After all, wasn't he the reward for good deeds merit? Thus, this little one must not be an ordinary child. Yet, he was perplexed about why she referred to both him and Xiechong as her fathers. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion of Shenyang City, the group of border soldiers had been waiting eagerly. As soon as they spotted them, they swarmed forward, each pair of eyes glimmering with anticipation. Shang Woyang instinctively knew what they were hoping for. Do not get your hopes up. I have already sent the potatoes to the farm, and there are only about 200 pounds, which is insufficient for even one farm's needs. The soldiers were instantly incensed. Why should it all be yours? Wanwan is still the general's daughter. Our general deserves a share too. The guards chimed in, though Wanwan seemed unrelated to them. However, General Xia was from Tianqi, and his farms yielded 5,000 pounds of potatoes per acre. It was only natural to prioritize family over outsiders. Tension escalated quickly. Shang Woyang scoffed. If you have the audacity, let Xiechong come personally to claim them. Qin Wanwan looked left and right, raising her voice to shout, stop arguing, please. The little girl, caught in the middle, raised her voice. Wanwan, don't worry, this Shang fellow is too unreasonable. It is truly treacherous for merchants to take all the potatoes just because Wanwan calls him father. The soldiers were adamant about not relinquishing their claims, for the topic concerned their sustenance. The steward intervened. Calm down, we still don't know the specifics regarding these potatoes. You may not even know how to cultivate them when you return. It would be wiser to experiment with them on the Shenyang City farm first. If they truly yield such high production, we can ensure that the next batch of seeds will certainly include a share for General Seth. Chapter 72. Stop them quickly. Enough of the noise, enough of the noise. Wan can still buy it, she can still buy it. Upon hearing her words, the border guards immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Wanwan said, let's go back to thank Father Xia, and then we shall buy it. Shang Woyang chuckled softly, this little one has only acknowledged her father for a few days and is already thinking of leaving. Feeling somewhat displeased, he directly picked her up and tucked her under his arm. Qin Wanwan, hanging upside down, was not uncomfortable at all. Father, you must do good deeds. Shang Wuyan remained silent. Lord Merchant, why are you carrying the child like that? Why not hand her over to us? The guards of the Lord's mansion immediately rushed over to intervene. Miss Wanwan hasn't voiced any objections, so why are you worrying unnecessarily? Such disputes unfolded almost daily. The potatoes purchased from the market had yet to sprout, and Shang Wuyan instructed his men to place them in a moist environment to encourage germination. He also sent word to gather livestock for identification. As for the lack of pasture as mentioned by Qin Wanwan, they would temporarily substitute it with other grasses. Qin Wanwan possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the production of various fertilizers. When describing the processes, her explanations were rather simplistic, as a child's vocabulary is inherently limited, resulting in her speech being somewhat halting. Nonetheless, Kiki stood by to clarify some terms that Shang Wuyan found perplexing, such as fermentation. After recording everything with a brush, Shang Wuyan had someone take Qin Wanwan to wash up. He then entrusted the recipe for the fertilizer to the steward. Have them follow this to create it. Leaning back in his chair, Shang Wuyan held a fan, rhythmically tapping it against his palm as he pondered the matter. A 3-year-old child knows far too much. Yet, observing Qin Wanwan's demeanor, she did not seem to possess a deep understanding. Rather, it appeared as though someone had conveyed the information to her. However, a child of her age should not be able to remember such details so clearly. The entirety of Qin Wanwan and Kiki remained an enigma. Yet, Shang Wuyan had no intention of delving deeper. Instead, he would provide cover for the little one. After all, she did call him father. Wen Shu. The steward approached. My lord. Notify the people in various regions, particularly those affected by today's disaster, to distribute porridge and offer assistance. The steward, though surprised by Shang Wuyan's sudden decision to provide aid, did not inquire further. Whatever the lord commanded, it was their duty to execute. Understood. That night, while Qin Wanwan was sound asleep, countless carrier pigeons flew from the lord's mansion. Before long, the citizens of Shangyang City would receive the news and begin their charitable acts, significantly increasing Qin Wanwan's merit points. In the following days, Shang Wuyan became quite busy, and Qin Wanwan would not see him until the evening. However, news of her father being attacked began to reach her ears from time to time. Initially filled with anxiety and concern, Qin Wanwan eventually grew numb to the reports. Yuanli lamented, the merchant lord's life is more thrilling than my father's. It was common knowledge that being an emperor came with the constant threat of poisoning and assassination, yet the merchant lord's profession appeared even more perilous. Days in Shangyang City flew by as Qin Wanwan spent her time searching for her father, enjoying the company of her fluffy friends. It was time for them to depart. Yuanli also faced the day of returning to the capital. On this day, the border guards received word from the carrier pigeons. At noon upon seeing this message, Lieutenant Lin and his companions were instantly filled with delight. They feared that if the general did not arrive soon, they might not be able to take Miss Wanwan with them. Now, with Miss Wanwan calling the merchant lord father and being pampered every day with fine food and attire, how could they possibly take her away? The only solution was to have the general come and try. After all, he was also Miss Wanwan's father. Unbeknownst to Qin Wanwan, who was currently playing with a multitude of animals near the stable, her beloved father Xia was on his way. The little red horse she had purchased was in much better spirits. It was now well fed and gaining weight. The stableman, who specialized in horse care, had observed that this little red horse had yet to reach maturity but possessed a large frame, nearly comparable to that of an adult horse, making it a prized steed. Alas, its fortune had been poor, having encountered someone unappreciative who had mistreated it, so it would require proper care moving forward. Qin Wanwan made a mental note to purchase some pasture to have her father plant it, as the horse would surely thrive better on it. However, her merit points were insufficient, and she had already spent them on milk fruit. Little Red, make sure not to walk on your injured leg. It takes 100 days for a sprained bone to heal, and the little red horse's leg had been misaligned. Had Qin Wanwan not brought it back, that injury would have left it permanently incapacitated. After mixing some feed for the little red horse, Qin Wanwan strolled back with a gaggle of fluffy creatures in tow. The large lion followed closely at her side, having spent more time with her than with Shang Wuyan. On its large head perched a fluffy little goose, while 3 small wolf cubs scampered about. The fox, though more subdued, was particularly adept at being affectionate, limping delicately while whimpering, causing Qin Wanwan to feel pity and pick it up. This invariably drew the ire of the other animals. Kiki scolded, you green tea vixen. The little fox remained unfazed. After all, it was a fox. Being called a vixen was merely a compliment. As Qin Wanwan made her way back, she encountered a group of people frantically searching for her. Just as her soft smile appeared, and she raised a tiny hand to greet them, she was suddenly scooped up by the rushing Lieutenant Lin. Miss Wanwan, the general has arrived, we must hurry. Father Xia is coming. Qin Wanwan's face lit up with joy. However, wait a moment. Just as she realized that Uncle Lin and the others were carrying her towards the Lord's mansion, she began to squirm anxiously. The border guards felt a jolt of concern. Could it be that Miss Wanwan truly did not want to leave? There are still things, my things are not taken. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. No worries, we have the goose, the wolf, and the fox with us. Qin Wanwan panicked, the treasures father gave me. If it was given by Shang Wuyang, it must be something of value. They certainly couldn't leave that behind. The group of earnest men turned back once more. Qin Wanwan returned to her room, struggling to carry out a small chest filled with her treasures. Indeed, her small pouch was overflowing, and Shang Wuyang had procured a little wooden box for her. Upon exiting her room, she was met with the sight of the border guards engaged in a brawl with the guards of the Lord's mansion. Though they were unarmed, the sound of fists striking flesh was enough to induce pain just by hearing it. Qin Wanwan's mouth fell open in shock. What on earth was happening? Miss Wanwan, quickly come here. Lieutenant Lin shouted, breaking through the chaos to reach her side, cradling her as they dashed for safety under the protection of his comrades. Quickly, stop him. The steward was in a state of utter anxiety, frantically patting his thighs. They could not let Miss Wanwan escape. Meanwhile, Yin Yuanli and Wang Dequan were leisurely waiting at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, unperturbed, as no one attempted to stop them. Chapter 73 Xiechong arrives. Wang Dequan hastily pulled Yin Yuanli away. Your Highness, we cannot interfere with this matter. Miss Wanwan is truly quite popular. Yin Yuanli pursed her lips and remained silent. Wang Dequan. Yes, Your Highness, what is it? Yin Yuanli inquired, do you think I could take Wanwan to the capital for her upbringing? The more time they spent together, the more reluctant he felt to part with this little sunbeam. Being by her side brought him immense joy, allowing him to forget his worries for a while. Wang Dequan turned pale with fright. Sad face, that is absolutely out of the question, Your Highness. General Xie and the city lord would flay me alive. The mere thought of two people competing for her was already overwhelming. He dared not imagine the chaos if his own prince were to join the fray. Yin Yuanli responded with a soft I was merely expressing a thought. The palace is not a suitable place for her. Seeing the dejected look on his prince's face, Wang Dequan felt a pang of sympathy. Their prince was such a wonderful person, yet there were so many envious eyes wishing him ill. How infuriating. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion, Lin Duwei cradled Qin Wanwan in one arm while holding onto her little treasure with the other, making a swift escape. The guards of the city lord's residence were no match for the seasoned border troops who had seen their fair share of battle. Throughout the ordeal, Qin Wanwan felt dazed. Eventually, Lin Duwei brought her to the city gate they had passed through upon arriving at Shangyang City. Make way, everyone, make way. The butler and guards of the city lord were in hot pursuit behind them. Stop them. Quickly, stop them. Qin Wanwan thought to herself, I feel so dizzy. Kikek, panting heavily behind them, shouted at the top of his lungs, stop fighting, you're all family, we're all family. Unfortunately, no one paid heed. Kikek cried out, if you must fight, then put my cub down. It was infuriating. While the Kirin father battled, his cub was the one suffering. The guards at the city gate, of course, obeyed the butler's orders and attempted to intercept them. The border troops surged forward, engaging in a brawl. Do not use weapons, everyone, no weapons. The butler insisted fighting was acceptable, but if weapons were drawn and someone died, then enmity would ensue. They still held some trepidation regarding Xiechong, and besides, this was hardly a matter of life and death. Lin Duwei, holding Qin Wanwan, found himself shielded in the center of the fray. They could fight, but they were outnumbered. Damn it, Wanwan must return with our general today. The butler retorted, our city lord has not yet returned, and you are already running off with her. This is exceedingly rude. After all, Miss Wanwan calls our city lord father. Shouldn't they at least be allowed to bid farewell? I scoff. Once she meets Shang Wuyang, how could she possibly leave? Just then, amidst the tense standoff, the sound of orderly hoofbeats echoed from outside Shangyang City, and the number was substantial. The guards atop the city wall spotted a massive, dark horde approaching and immediately sounded the alarm. This horn was typically blown only in times of danger. The butler's expression shifted. Investigate immediately. Whose troops are these? All personnel, stand guard. Close the city gates. The inhabitants of Shangyang City reacted swiftly. Within moments, every local, including women and children, armed themselves and gathered at the city gate. Shangyang City was a veritable fortress, with even street vendors carrying knives or daggers at all times. Wen Shu, it appears to be the border troops led by Xiechong from Tianqi. The butler was taken aback. What was this grand display about? Xiechong arrived at the city gate, a formidable general, flanked by at least 1,000 armored cavalry. The ominous presence of the dark-clad riders exuded an aura of intimidation that dissuaded anyone from approaching. General, we are here. Lin Duwei and his companions were ultimately confined within the city. They stood atop the wall, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiechong raised his gaze, his eagle-like eyes piercing through the crowd of Shangyang City. What is the meaning of imprisoning this general within Shangyang City? His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. The butler forced a smile. General Xie has brought such a formidable number of troops from afar, quite an impressive display indeed. Father, Uncle Xiechong. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Qin Wanwan had somehow managed to precariously peek over the city wall, her fluffy little head barely visible. Her innocent voice was entirely out of place in that moment, yet, all eyes turned to her. Miss Wanwan, please be careful not to fall. The butler quickly scooped her up. Father, Wanwan wants Uncle Xiechong. The butler felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips. City lord, if you do not arrive soon, this little tyrant may very well take off. Regardless of your intentions, return my people to me at once. Boom, 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 the familiar sound of vibrations echoed, causing the butler and the inhabitants of Shangyang City to look towards the bustling streets in astonishment. A grand elephant cart slowly advanced. It's the city lord has arrived. Cheers erupted. Shang Woyang commanded, open the city gates. Bring Wan Wan to me. Yes. The gates swung open, and Shang Woyang embraced Qin Wan Wan, drawing her towards the city gate. In stark contrast to Xie Chang's forces, the numbers on Shang Woyang's side were visibly inferior, yet, the imposing size of the elephant provided a significant sense of pressure. The elephant and warhorses stood face to face, creating an atmosphere of mutual defiance. Shang Woyang lifted the curtain of the palanquin, his face concealed behind an ornate and mysterious mask, obscuring his true visage. He was not as robust as Xie Chong, yet he possessed a tall and slender physique, his pallid skin giving off an air of fragility. Father, both Shang Woyang and Xie Chong turned their attention to her. Qin Wan Wan blinked, slowly sensing the tension in the air. Shang Woyang chuckled lightly. Which father are you calling out to, The oblivious Qin Wan Wan felt a hint of danger. She glanced between Shang Woyang and Xie Chong, her little face scrunching in confusion. Wan Wan, come here. It's time for us to go home. Qin Wan Wan shifted slightly, but being held by Shang Woyang, she found it impossible to move. Shang Woyang and Xie Chong locked eyes, an unspoken rivalry simmering between them. Where do you intend to take her? To that impoverished shade city of yours? Xia Chang's face hardened, radiating an intimidating presence. This general is taking his daughter home. The city lord is overstepping his bounds. Oh, your daughter? Shang Woyang scoffed. Then why does she call me father? And as far as I know, General Xie, your daughter hails from Yuanyang. Is she a product of spontaneous conception? The sarcasm was unmistakably sharp. Everyone present was left speechless. Did he truly dare to say such things? Yet, how could it be, a man in his 30s, and still a bachelor? Xie Chong tightened his grip on the red tassel spear, his eagle-like gaze coldly fixated on Shang Woyang. Chapter 74. Did I enter the wrong door? As the two elderly gentlemen appeared poised to engage in a confrontation, Qin Wan Wan took a small breath and resolutely feigned unconsciousness. She tilted her little head, kicked her feet, rolled her eyes, and stuck out her tongue. The crucial factor was her ally, Kiki, who understood the little one exceedingly well. During their time in the celestial realm, the little creature ranked the lowest in combat prowess among the divine beast offspring. While the other younglings frolicked and bickered without a care, each time Qin Wan Wan was caught in the fray, she resorted to playing dead. When overpowered, the other younglings would instantly cease their tussles. Even when mischief ensued during their outdoor escapades, she would similarly feign death or hide when faced with her mother. Her strategy was to evade the resolution of any dilemma she could not confront. Though avoidance does not remedy problems, it proved remarkably effective for Qin Wan Wan. Little one, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me. If something has happened to you, how shall I endure? The melodramatic tone echoed as if performed in a grand play. Wan Wan, despite their mutual disdain, the two men were now both attentive to Qin Wan Wan. Upon witnessing her state, they disregarded everything else and hastily summoned a physician. As soon as the doctor arrived, Qin Wan Wan cautiously opened one eye. I'm fine, she murmured, a hint of guilt evident as she burrowed into Shang Woyang's embrace, trying to hide her hand that was about to be examined. I am just hungry, she fibbed lightly. Shang Woyang replied, you've only just eaten less than an hour ago. Astute as he was, he recognized the look of guilt on the little one's face and grasped the situation. So, does that mean you wish to leave with him? Shang Woyang's tone suddenly turned somber, his expression and gaze reminiscent of a forlorn elder facing abandonment. Then go. Indeed, following General Xie is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, he is robust, while I am in frail health and may not endure for long. He can care for you well, he coughed, adopting a demeanor of one on the brink of mortality. Xie Chong, taken aback, felt something amiss despite the apparent self-praise in the man's words. Before he could process it, Shang Woyang had already thrust Qin Wan Wan into his arms. Xie Chong instinctively embraced her. Go on, he observed, feeling a profound sense of fragility emanating from Shang Woyang. Qin Wan Wan's heart ached with guilt and urgency. Uncle Shang, I like you, I'm not leaving. Xie Chong, that very well. He realized he had been outmaneuvered. Shang Woyang sighed wearily. How could you not return after Uncle Xie has traveled such a distance to fetch you? Qin Wan Wan turned to Xie Chong, who frowned, pressing his lips together, sensing an ominous premonition. Father, I think I'll stay with Uncle Shang for a few more days. Uncle Shang is cold and poisoned. As she spoke, she grasped his warm hand with one of hers, while the other unexpectedly placed Shang Woyang's hand against Xie Chong's. You can see for yourself. Shang Woyang and Xie Chong, they quickly withdrew their hands, exchanging glances filled with disdain. Shang Woyang even wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Qin Wan Wan's sad face? Are fathers really so averse to one another? Xie Chong inquired. Aren't you going back? He held the child tightly, though his face revealed little. Qin Wan Wan sensed a dimming in his gaze, akin to a crestfallen puppy. Her little heart sank. Oh no, she felt like a naughty child. She drooped her little face. There's only one Wan Wan, but two fathers. Perhaps you could split me in two, Qin Wan Wan suggested, her small shoulders slumping in a defeated manner, resembling a despondent. Shang Woyang and Xie Chong exchanged glances, each harboring unspoken animosity. Shang Woyang declared, if Wan Wan wishes to accompany you, that is acceptable. Xie Chong retorted, conditions. Clearly, neither was willing to part with Qin Wan Wan, and they began to negotiate calmly. Shang Woyang proposed, General Xie, your troops are obstructing the gate of Yangcheng. If it's not too much trouble, let us discuss matters at my lordship. Xie Chong replied, agreed, General. Xie Chong raised a hand to halt the words that were about to follow. I trust that Lord Shan will not be foolish enough to undertake actions detrimental to Yangcheng. Shang Woyang understood the implication, nearly chuckling without retort. On their way to the lordship, several border soldiers followed. Oblivious to the potential altercation between her two fathers, Qin Wanwan shed all worries and commenced playing with an elephant perched atop its head and nose. She was lifted high by its trunk. Xiachong watched closely, fearful that the elephant might falter, yet the elephant consistently caught the little girl with precision. Qin Wanwan's joyous laughter was infectious, causing both Xiachong and Shang Woyang to unwittingly relax. "Father, catch me!" she called gleefully, just as the elephant tossed her towards Xiachong and he extended an arm, catching the flying girl effortlessly. "Stop fooling around, it's dangerous. No, Uncle Xia, toss me again. Kanto will catch me, hurry." Her trust in her fathers and Kanto was unwavering. Under her urging, Xiachong signaled to Lin Duwei to position himself near the elephant before tossing her once more. "Ha ha ha, this is so much fun, father." Again, throughout the journey, Qin Wanwan flitted about joyfully, her exuberance drawing out those who had previously hidden away. Many children gazed enviously at her play. Upon arriving at the lordship, the two fathers retreated to the study, with Qin Wanwan nestled between them. "You are both fathers, please do not quarrel or fight. Uncle Xia is good, and Uncle Shang is good too." She played the role of a little peacemaker, her cherubic face alternating between the two as she spoke. Finally, she concluded, "We are all one family, Shang Woyang and Xiachong." "Who said we are family?" Shang Woyang instructed. "You should go play with the three wolves." Qin Wanwan nodded and scampered to the door, turning back momentarily. "Fathers, please do not fight." They both nodded expressionlessly. Only then did Qin Wanwan leave with assurance, believing her fathers would not renege on their word. Yet, as she stepped outside, a thought struck her, and she executed a swift about-face. Upon re-entering, she found her Uncle Xia grasping Uncle Shang's collar with one hand while the other was raised in a threatening fist. Shang Woyang, on the other hand, held a shimmering arrow poised against Xiachong's neck. Qin Wanwan sat face. Did I enter the wrong door? Surely, her entry method was flawed. She must have led with her left foot. Exiting, she retraced her steps, this time cautiously extending her right foot first. Peering into the room, she was met with the sight of her two fathers, both impeccably dressed, each holding a cup of tea. It seemed as though what she had witnessed previously had been but a mirage. Qin Wanwan, and now, this is more like it. Chapter 75 of the Pact of a Pinky Promise. Father, no fighting. A pinky promise binds us for 100 years without change. Indeed, the childish Qin Wanwan executed a cunning reversal, all to uphold the sanctity of the pinky promise. She began with her grandfather, Xiachong. "Whoever breaks this promise shall be forever destitute." Xiachong felt as though he had been struck by an arrow. The cold mask of indifference on his face nearly faltered. Such cruelty was astonishing. He attempted to retract his finger, but it was firmly held by Qin Wanwan's small handy. "Father, please do not move." Xiachong's normally impassive countenance was overtaken by an expression of despair, as he was compelled to complete the promise with a thumbprint. Shang Woyang, sipping tea, struggled to suppress his laughter. "He is so impoverished that his clothes are patched. How much poorer can he become? Shall he resort to begging?" This was indeed a merciless jab at his expense. Qin Wanwan patted her chest with bravado. "Fear not, for Wanwan is here. I can take care of father." She then dashed in front of Shang Woyang. "Grandfather Shang must also make a pinky promise. Whoever breaks it shall be sleepless at night." Now it was Shang Woyang's turn to feel as though he had been pierced by an arrow. "Has your little mouth been smeared with poison?" How could she conceive such a malevolent oath? Qin Wanwan, her chubby hands on her hips, huffed. "Grandfather Shang is most afraid of sleepless nights." "Shang Woyang, you are indeed formidable." Kiki admired Qin Wanwan, exclaiming, "Child, you are astonishing. You have perfectly maneuvered both your fathers." After this admiration, Kiki quickly garnered two piercing glares. "All right, esteemed sirs, I shall keep silent." Having dealt with her two fathers, Qin Wanwan took Kiki and departed. She did not return, yet the two men did not resume their quarrel. An eerie silence enveloped them for nearly a minute before Shang Woyang broke the stillness. "Speak up, how much do you desire?" He adopted an air of ostentation. "Wanwan is not your daughter, is she? I shall offer you a sum substantial enough to equip 100,000 new weapons. How about allowing Wanwan to follow me from now on?" He lounged lazily in his chair, adjusting his cloak. Xiachong sat upright, akin to a treasured sword, radiating righteousness and sharpness. "What do you take her for?" Although Shang Woyang's proposition was enticing, Xiachong did not waver for a second. A gentleman may appreciate wealth, but only through rightful means. He cherished money, yet only claimed what he was entitled to. As Shang Woyang scoffed, "You speak as if you are the epitome of justice." He even portrayed him as the villain. "I and my care. Wanwan would receive superior living and educational conditions. What can you offer her?" Xiachong's gaze was resolute. "I shall teach her martial arts for self-defense. I will strive to provide her with what you mentioned. In Shenyang City, where danger lurks, she would be at risk, especially given the frequent assassination attempts against you, and your surroundings are safe." Their discourse devolved into a quarrel. Shang Woyang took a sip of tea to quell his underlying irritation. "It is not out of the question for her to return with you," Xiachong replied. "Conditions?" He was acutely aware that Shang Woyang was a merchant, unlikely to engage in unprofitable ventures. "I require you to establish a commercial market in Shay City, along with the rights to 3,000 acres of land." Given that Shenyang City was merely an oasis, surrounded by either barren land or desert, he intended to cultivate potatoes on a large scale, necessitating land. Shay City, with its vast expanse and sparse population, fell under Xiachong's complete control. Acquiring such land would require his consent. Xiachong scrutinized him, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. "What do you intend to do with so much land?" "Oh, you may inquire with your subordinates," he replied cryptically. "Establishing a market in Shay City would benefit both you and its citizens. This is a mutual advantage. I, too, shall visit Shay City." This was also the reason for his concession. Shay City was in a phase of recovery, devoid of merchants, presenting an opportunity for him. The operational rules in Shenyang City were already well established, thus requiring less oversight from him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiachong stated, "I can grant you the land, but you must purchase it at Shay City's land prices." Purchasing is acceptable, but at half the price, Siechong responded. Do you take me for a fool? The two debated the land price for considerable time, ultimately settling on a price of 70%. Additional conditions regarding the establishment of the market required further discussion. Siechong also intended to open a market, yet this matter could not be decided unilaterally, it needed to be reported to the court. Regarding this, Shang Huoyang suggested approaching Prince Yin Yuanli directly. Siechong frowned. That is unwise. Should the court officials become aware, it would jeopardize the prince. Shang Huoyang laughed, a derisive mirth. You so naively submit your memorials for approval. Let me tell you, this market will never open. General Xia, you are truly pitifully naive. Do you not realize how many in the capital wish to see you fall? Siechong was a quintessential warrior, possessing both brute strength and keen insight on the battlefield. However, in the court, he appeared somewhat out of depth. The officials there were cunning, each with nefarious intentions. He sensed that there were individuals within the court targeting him, yet he could not ascertain who they were. You hail from humble beginnings, lacking connections or wealth, closely associated with the Duke of the State, who is evidently aligned with the prince. Even if you remain passive, those with ulterior motives in the court will categorize you as part of the princess faction, especially since you recently rescued him. Without waiting for Siechong to respond, Shang Huoyang continued, in this current court, while the emperor is not entirely incompetent, he is nonetheless muddled. The crown prince has numerous siblings. Although the crown prince has been acknowledged by the national master, his ambitions are insatiable. The crown prince has a fixed base of support. Those seeking greater benefits find the allocations from the prince insufficient, and many daughters of noble families have entered the palace to bear princes, naturally opting to align with those closer to them. As you, a commoner, continue to achieve merit, commanding such a significant military force, those in power scorn your former status as a hunter and fear your authority. They will naturally seek to eliminate you as a threat to their favored prince. Now, with the court rife with factions, the cabinet responsible for reviewing memorials also has families with daughters who have borne princes. Once the market is established, your influence will undoubtedly expand. Do you believe they will grant their approval? Siechong clenched his fists. But this is beneficial for Sheikh City. Indeed, it is advantageous for Sheikh City, and for you as well, but it is detrimental to them. He scoffed. Those in power are often scions of noble families, born into luxury, accustomed to the best of everything, completely oblivious to the sufferings of the common folk. Do you think they care about the lives of the citizens of Sheikh City? They do not. Siechong silently answered himself. Although your crown prince is young, he is astute, and the emperor, while not foolish, is ineffectual. Simply present the memorial to Yin Yuanli, he will persuade the emperor to approve the market. Siechong was not truly stubborn or inflexible. As Shang Huoyang elucidated the situation, he began to grasp many nuances, ultimately agreeing to the proposal. Chapter 76, Settling Scores. After autumn. Within the confines of the room, Shang Huoyang and Siechong were engrossed in a deliberation regarding various details, while outside, Qin Wanwan had fallen asleep atop the large golden creature. A multitude of small animals, undeterred by the presence of the mighty lion, snuggled closely together, encircling the little one. Among them, a particularly domineering creature had claimed the spot on Qin Wanwan's chest, tugging fiercely at a segment of black tail that dangled from her wrist. You shameless creature! How big have you grown, still coiling around Wanwan's arm as if you were the size of a finger? The little black one, a python, had begun to grow exponentially since its first shedding beside Qin Wanwan, now nearing 3 fingers in width and over a meter in length. I thought you were still a baby. Now, get off me. The little black one relished coiling around Qin Wanwan's arm, refusing to budge. Eventually, exasperated, it pecked at its own tail in frustration, yet the action inflicted no harm upon the little black one. Its scales were remarkably tough. That day, Siechong did not return home. After exiting from Shang Huoyang's presence, he inquired of Lin Duwei about the purpose of his land acquisition. Lin Duwei, visibly enraged, recounted the ordeal concerning the potatoes. Siechong, with a stoic expression, resolved to confront Shang Huoyang regarding the matter. Shang Huoyang chuckled coldly. General Xia, how imposing you are, seeking to engage a frail being like myself in a quarrel. Go ahead, fight with a lifelong pauper. Siechong sad face. Ultimately, Siechong was unable to engage in combat but insisted on clarifying the ownership of the potato seeds. These were crops capable of yielding 5,000 pounds per moo. Even if this batch failed, the border troops must secure at least half of the next batch of potato seeds. This was non-negotiable. Qin Wanwan awoke from her slumber, clutching a small goose and accompanied by a parade of animals, to seek out her father, only to discover that the house was anything but peaceful. It seemed that a brawl had broken out. Qin Wanwan's sad face. Wait, weren't we supposed to avoid fighting? She hurriedly pushed the door open with her little legs. Father, be careful. As Qin Wanwan observed an object hurtling toward her, her reflexes outpaced her thoughts, and she dove to the ground, cradling the small goose. Roar! Her speed was commendable, yet the taller lion behind her bore the brunt of the impact, receiving a boot squarely to the face. Kikek, still shaken, remarked, thank goodness, child, that was quite a move. Her evasion skills were impeccable. Qin Wanwan's little face beamed with pride. However, whose boot was that? Confused, Qin Wanwan looked up to see a room full of people. Shang Huoyang and Siechong had approached her side. Siechong swiftly lifted her into his arms. Shang Huoyang let out a soft huff, retracting his outstretched hand. Are you all right? Qin Wanwan shook her head, her small voice brimming with pride. I dodged so quickly. The golden creature. It was the one injured. Father, what happened? We did not engage in combat. The two spoke in unison. It was them who fought. Qin Wanwan nestled against her father's shoulder, her large eyes fixated on the scene. A group of shadowy figures clad in ghostly masks, along with border troops, looked skyward and groundward, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, several shadowy figures bore crooked masks, their hair disheveled. One border troop member was revealed, his foot bare, having lost a shoe. The owner of the shoe had been located. Ugh, it reeks. Most men were not particularly fond of bathing, and with shoes that lacked breathability and frequent movement, the odor of sweat-soaked feet was hardly pleasant. Shang Wuyan's expression darkened as he strode outside. The embarrassed border troop member sheepishly scratched his head. Hee, this is just the scent of manliness. Qin Wanwan rolled her eyes, urging her father to hurry outside. The others dashed out as well. The man, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "What's wrong? Aren't your stinky feet the same? We are all from the same military camp, why put on airs?" He hopped in an attempt to retrieve his shoe but met the fierce gaze of the lion. "Wait for me, will you?" QAQ that evening, the question of whom Qin Wanwan would sleep with arose once more. The two fathers sat before her, silently urging her to make a choice. Timidly, Qin Wanwan suggested, "How about, I sleep between the two of you?" In the next moment, both fathers' faces darkened simultaneously. "Think carefully and speak clearly." Seeing their gritted teeth, Qin Wanwan shrank her neck, hesitant to voice her thoughts. She believed her proposal was quite splendid. With one father on her left and the other on her right, there would be no need for a decision. The little girl's big eyes twinkled. "Then, let us draw lots." When faced with indecision, she relied on luck. They procured 2 pieces of paper, inscribing each father's name. Qin Wanwan closed her eyes, tossing the folded papers together casually. "Choose." Shang Wuyan leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. However, his posture exuded a languid charm. So pleasing to the eye. A handsome individual is always a delight to behold. Without hesitation, Qin Wanwan reached out, grasping a paper. Upon unfolding it, she exclaimed, "It's Xia, father." Xia Chang's expression remained unchanged, though the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Shang Wuyang's gaze darkened. The butler lamented, "My lord, it seems you may once again face a sleepless night. After much difficulty in holding Miss Wanwan, how can your fate be so cruel?" The turn of events left both Qin Wanwan and Xia Chong momentarily astounded. Shang Wuyang's thin lips pressed tightly together, his countenance pale, exuding an air of fragmentation. "Enough, let the dice fall as they may. Cough cough cough, Xia Chong, I swear I see no concession in your demeanor. Let us go again." Qin Wanwan felt a pang of sorrow and guilt. She took a deep breath and clasped Shang Wuyang's hand. "Father Shang, I shall give you Father Xia, he is much warmer." Shang Wuyan's expression transformed from this to this sad face. He pointed toward the door with his slender finger, gritting his teeth as he uttered a single word. "Scram." Qin Wanwan shrank her neck, realizing that Father Shang was angry. She promptly grasped Xia Chang's hand and scurried away with swift little legs. "What's wrong?" Her suggestion was quite reasonable. Xia father was indeed warm, akin to a blazing furnace, far cozier than Wanwan. It had been ages since she last shared a bed with Xia father. After a fragrant bath, Qin Wanwan nestled into the blankets, burrowing into her father's embrace. "Xia father, I missed you Oh no, the reckoning had begun. Qin Wanwan froze, her head shrinking deeper into the blankets, her entire being disappearing from view. "Father, I'm going to sleep now." And then she feigned unconsciousness. Xia Chong reached in, grabbing the little coward who pretended to be asleep with her eyes tightly shut. "Clarify yourself." He had received a message via pigeon, learning that this little one had ventured to Shenyang City and inexplicably acquired another father. In that instant, he was so enraged that he nearly snapped the neck of a Tatar. Chapter 77. A sudden wind. Qin Wanwan cautiously opened one eye. "It's just Daddy. You and he are both Wanwan's daddies." This matter was too complex to elucidate. In truth, many words would be censored, and Xia Chong could hardly comprehend. He frowned. "All right, let's sleep." Ultimately, he could not bear to let Qin Wanwan become too entangled in her worries. With that, Qin Wanwan nestled against him and fell into a peaceful slumber. The following day, upon visiting Grandpa Shang, she noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Qin Wanwan grasped his hand. "Did Grandpa Shang not sleep last night?" Shang Wuyang appeared considerably more somber. He gazed at Qin Wanwan with a wistful look. "Accompany me for a brief nap. Let the housekeeper take Xia Chong and his entourage to the farm. It would be best if they did not return tonight." Xia Chong was indeed quite intrigued by the potatoes. Observing that Qin Wanwan remained silent, he followed them to the farm. However, as they approached, a foul stench suddenly assaulted their senses. "Ugh, what is that?" In the heat, the odor became even more pungent. The expression on the housekeeper's face tightened. "They are currently producing a type of fertilizer on the farm, utilizing various livestock manure and grass, which naturally generates a strong odor." "Fertilizer?" "This is a formula provided by Miss Wanwan, which is said to enrich the soil and increase crop yields." "Manure, huh?" At this time, the farmers at the estate had also recognized the benefits of manure for crops. However, they lacked a standardized fermentation method, typically just tossing the livestock waste onto the ground. This method was rather inefficient, and unfermented manure could easily scorch the roots of the crops. Despite the overwhelming smell, the farmers were fairly tolerant. Holding their noses, they took a glance at the fertilizer. The mixture of ash and soil appeared less repulsive than expected, being predominantly black, though the odor was quite strong. The farmers, unbothered by the stench, were eager to learn that this substance could boost their grain production. After inspecting the fertilizer, they moved on to the potatoes. The environment where the potatoes were stored was damp and cool, and within a few days, small shoots began to emerge from them. Xia Chong gazed at the potatoes with fervent interest. A treasure with a yield of 5,000 pounds per acre. They lingered at the farm for quite some time before returning. Xia Chong could not remain in Shenyang City for long. He had to return that day. There were numerous matters to attend to in Shay City, including bringing in Yuan Li back, drafting memorials, and preparing for the opening of the merchant market. You return to prepare, while Wan Wan stays with me. Shang Weiyang was in a foul mood, having slept poorly, and naturally glared at Xiechong, the one responsible for taking Wan Wan away. No, Wan Wan has been in Xiangyang City for quite a while. She should return. You have business to attend to, do you not? No time to accompany this little one back for what? Xiechong found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, Qin Wan Wan remained behind. Shang Weiyang promised that once the potatoes were planted, he would take her to Shay City. The matter of the potatoes was of utmost importance, and although Xiechong felt a growing frustration, he had no choice but to concede. As they departed, Qin Wan Wan accompanied him to the gates of Xiangyang City, her large eyes filled with reluctance. Goodbye, Daddy. Wan Wan and Grandpa Shan will come to find you soon. She hugged Xiechang's neck and planted a kiss on his cold, hard cheek. Wan Wan really likes Uncle Xie. He is a great hero. Xiechong was momentarily taken aback. Before he could regain his composure, the little one was whisked away. Shang Weiyang wiped Qin Wan Wan's mouth, kissing everyone. Do you want to lose your lips? Xiechong shot a fiery gaze at him. What do you mean by that? Shang Weiyang chuckled lightly. Nothing, General Xie, do not overthink it. With that, he turned and walked into the city with Qin Wan Wan. Daddy, Wan Wan will write you a letter. Qin Wan Wan chirped from Shang Weiyang's shoulder. After watching Qin Wan Wan disappear into Xiangyang City, Xiechong finally tugged on the reins. Go! A throng of people departed with great fanfare, while many eyes secretly observed, hastily reporting back. This was alarming. It seemed that Xiechong had some undisclosed dealings with Xiangyang City and Tianqi. When Qin Wan Wan mentioned writing a letter, she was indeed determined. Xiechong left behind 2 carrier pigeons. However, little Wan Wan was illiterate, knowing only a few characters, let alone being able to write, but this did not deter her clever spirit. In Grandpa Shang's study, the 3-year-old sat on a small stool. Before her was a petite table crafted just for her. With tiny hands, she grasped a brush and began to scribble on a piece of paper. A large and small stick figure held hands, accompanied by a circle of particularly abstract animals. Grandpa Shang, I'm done. Come see. Having finished her letter, Qin Wan Wan ran over to Shang Weiyang, the inky smudge on her fair little face quite evident. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Shang Weiyang glanced at the paper, his brows knitting together. What is this? Qin Wan Wan beamed. Daddy, it's me, and Cuckoo, and Big Gold. The child's doodles depicted people with arms and legs and heads, while the large and small figures looked rather comical. Cuckoo and the little goose were represented as frizzy chickens. Even calling them chickens felt like a stretch. Big Gold appeared as a dark, amorphous blob, utterly unrecognizable. Other drawings, best left unmentioned. If Xiechong could comprehend this, Shang Weiyang would change his surname. Is this me? Shang Weiyang pointed at the larger stick figure. Though he disliked having others stare at his face, Shang Weiyang was inherently rather narcissistic, taking great care of his appearance. Thus, gazing at the oddly grotesque stick figure that bore no resemblance to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear the paper apart. Forget it, I'll teach you how to write. Promise me, never pursue painting. You lack the talent. Qin Wan Wan's sad face, the little one was filled with confusion. Writing was not something one could master in an instant, so the abstract letter was indeed sent off with the carrier pigeons. Moreover, Qin Wan Wan was not a particularly diligent student. Shang Weiyang could not fathom why, when she first began studying, the little one had so many distractions. Before her sat a book. As Shang Weiyang read a line, she echoed him. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Shang Weiyang fixed his gaze on Qin Wan Wan. Though her lips moved, her eyes wandered to the table, the beams, the floor, even spacing out, but she did not look at the words on the page. What did I just read? Repeat it back to me. Shang Weiyang, setting down the book, stared at her expressionlessly. He had already read the first 4 lines of the 3-character classic to her 5 times. In a fit of inspiration, the doting father endeavored to personally educate his child. Yet, at this moment, Shang Weiyang clearly underestimated the challenges of teaching a child. Run, Renjiji, Xing San San, Guji Guji. The subsequent attempts became increasingly absurd. Shang Weiyang's sad face. Chapter 78. Planting potatoes. Shang Weiyang was no longer willing to entertain any doubts. How could such an astute individual like himself possibly have a daughter so remarkably dim-witted? He refused to believe he could not teach her well. Shang Weiyang was quite persistent and, rather than seeking the guidance of a tutor, dedicated time each day to personally instruct his child in her studies. However, the steward observed the lord of the city storm out of the study, howling in frustration. Ah! He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the lord. When not in a frenzy, he maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, yet now he seemed utterly overwhelmed, repeatedly crumbling under the pressure of tutoring Miss Wan Wan. He could not even afford to shout in her presence. Father, Qin Wan Wan timidly appeared from behind the door, her fair little face smudged with ink. I'm still young. I need to be taught slowly. She earnestly defended herself. Shang Weiyang's sad face. Go play. He wished to spare himself further mental strain. Such foolishness could only be attributed to the influence of that brutish Xiechong. Qin Wan Wan beamed with delight. Father, don't be sad. I will become cleverer in the future. The Qilin had a long lifespan, and she would receive plenty of inheritances in due time. Being a bit slow now was of no consequence. Mother said that as long as she was happy and carefree, she could do as she pleased. The fertilizer required time to ferment, at least a month. By then, the potatoes had already begun to sprout. Shang Woyang took Qin Wanwan to the farmstead, where a group awaited their arrival. My lord, how should we proceed with the back? Shang Woyang, uncertain, naturally inquired of Qin Wanwan and Kiki. Qin Wanwan was busy munching on a peach. We need to cut them into pieces, leaving the sprouted parts intact. Will they survive if we cut them? This was the first time they had heard of cutting seeds before planting. Just do as she says. Yes, and so, a flurry of activity commenced. The potatoes were sizable, with numerous sprouts. After cutting them, they transported the pieces to the already cultivated land. The soil was rich and loose, ideal for planting. Planting potatoes was quite simple. One merely had to dig a small trench, placing the sprouted side of the potato facing upwards, spaced a palm's width apart, and then cover them with soil. Ideally, fertilizer would be added during planting, but as the fertilizer had yet to ferment, they could only apply it after the potato shoots broke through the soil. Fortunately, the earth was fertile, so the outcome should be promising. In total, there were just over 200 pounds, and with many hands on deck, they completed the planting by midday. Qin Wanwan even took a small hoe to dig holes for the potatoes herself. Upon their return, she was a mess and was denied a ride in the carriage by her father. The little one sat atop the elephant's head, humming to herself, "I'm not dirty. I smell delightful." Shang Woyang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little creature sulking with her back turned to him. "Uncle Wen, please fetch her a cup of milk." Uncle Wen nodded, beaming. "Miss will only be sulky for a brief moment. Once we arrive at the Lord's residence, she will surely be clamoring for your embrace again." Having spent time with Qin Wanwan, everyone had come to understand her temperament. The little one would quickly forget her anger and seek out her father once more. The Lord, too, delighted in teasing her, enjoying the vivid expression she displayed when upset. The steward handed the milk to Qin Wanwan, and in an instant, the previously pouting little cherub had forgotten her ire, beaming with joy. "Thank you, Uncle Steward." She cradled the cup, her little feet dangling as she savored the milk. Once finished, she completely forgot her earlier annoyance and began playing joyfully with the elephant and Kiki. What a carefree little creature. Shang Woyang shook his fan, observing her that he possessed quite an array of beautiful folding fans, though they served more for show than for cooling, as he was sensitive to the cold. Miss Wanwan is indeed delightful. A carefree heart leads to a joyful life, Shang Woyang mused, reclining against the couch, his deep purple eyes admiring the exuberant Qin Wanwan. Indeed, a lack of worries brings happiness. He had experienced an unhappy childhood, and naturally, he wished for his daughter to be cheerful every day. The potatoes Qin Wanwan had chosen were of especially improved variety, not only delicious and high-yielding but also fast-growing. Within just a few days, news arrived from the farmstead that the potato shoots had emerged. Shang Woyang took this batch of potatoes very seriously, assigning skilled farmers to cultivate and manage them while also keeping meticulous records of their growth. Thus, as soon as the potato shoots broke through the soil, a swift rider was dispatched to the Lord's residence to report the news. Understood, Shang Woyang commanded. Uncle Wen, arrange for a carriage to the farmstead. This time, they did not prepare the elephant carriage. Although it was quite comfortable and spacious, it was not particularly fast. A horse-drawn carriage would be swifter and more discreet. He did not wish to draw attention to the potatoes at the farm. "Father, I want to go too." Qin Wanwan clung tightly to his leg, resembling a charming and adorable ornament, albeit a rather large one. Shang Woyang lifted her up, deftly removing the black snake that coiled around her waist and tossing it aside. "Do not let the little black snake wrap around you. It's heavy enough." Qin Wanwan's small arms could no longer accommodate such a large serpent, and the little black snake could only coil around her waist. "Oh, I understand." She always said the same thing, obediently promising, yet she would inevitably repeat her mischief next time. When Qin Wanwan decided to visit the farmstead, a whole entourage of animals insisted on accompanying her. The carriage was not large enough to accommodate them all, so the large golden creature was denied entry. Moreover, the horses were particularly frightened of the large golden beast, which wailed and cursed outside. Shang Woyang accurately tossed a cup, striking it on the head. At silence. Immediately, the large golden creature became docile. However, the wolf cubs beside it continued to howl and yelp. Qin Wanwan sat in the carriage with a pristine little fox. The little fox was quiet and well-behaved. The only other animal besides Kiki permitted in the carriage by Shang Woyang, the little goose, was not allowed, as it would not be able to fly away if it needed to relieve itself like Kiki could. Instead, the little goose was placed atop the great lion. This little creature had been nurtured from hatching by Qin Wanwan. Not only was it larger than the average goose, but it also possessed remarkable courage, showing no fear of ferocious beasts like the large golden creature. Upon arriving at the farmstead, the animals ran amok, reveling in their newfound freedom. Qin Wanwan tugged on Shang Woyang's finger, her little legs moving swiftly. My lord, look, many have already sprouted. Shang Woyang stood on the ridge, surveying the field with satisfaction and nodding. "How is the fertilizer coming along? There is no longer a strong odor. It should be fine. Let us take a look." When Shang Woyang ordered the collection of livestock manure for fertilizer, the workers had gathered quite a bit, even using the elephant's dung for composting. The fermented fertilizer appeared quite impressive, heaped like a small mountain, weighing at least several tons. "Kiki, go check if it's ready." Kiki grumbled. "Why must I go check?" Though it protested, it flew over anyway. "Humph, always giving orders instead of letting your daughter go." Yet, it was also reluctant to let Wanwan go. Chapter 79 of Fishing. All right, that's enough. After examining the fertilizer, Coco flew back, saying, "We can apply more fertilizer once the potatoes grow a bit larger." "Daddy, I'm off to find some food." Having finished her inspection of the potatoes and fertilizer, Qin Wanwan picked up a small basket, eager to venture out. She was determined to seek out delicious wild fruits and mushrooms. "Let the steward accompany you. I have some matters to attend to." "Okay then, Wanwan will find something tasty for Daddy." With her little straw hat perched atop her head, Qin Wanwan bounced joyfully outside with 3 playful wolf cubs. The great lion stood guard, while Coco scouted ahead, exclaiming, "There's a plum tree over there." And over here is a peach tree. Most of the fruit trees in this area had been transplanted by Shang Woyang. The indigenous fruit trees were scarce, after all, it was an oasis with limited terrain compared to other regions, resulting in fewer resources. Though small in stature, Qin Wanwan was determined to climb the trees to pick the fruits. With the lion's assistance, she managed to ascend a little, but the steward effortlessly brought her down. Miss Wanwan, children should not climb trees. I once had a neighbor whose child, even older than you, fell from a tree while climbing and broke his leg. He grew up limping, and many found him unappealing, even struggling to find a wife. Qin Wanwan, full of confidence, declared, I definitely won't fall. With a determined pout, she attempted to climb once more. The steward could only watch, accompanied by the wolf cubs and 2 guards below, letting the little one learn a lesson on her own. Soon enough, Qin Wanwan faced a reality check. After struggling to reach a branch, she lost her balance and fell. Qin Wanwan sad face, she quickly covered her bottom. Steward sad face, wait, why did she instinctively cover her bottom? Wolfong was quick to catch her. Qin Wanwan patted her little heart, exclaiming, that scared me to death. When she saw the steward approaching, she hurriedly bowed her head in apology. Steward uncle, Wanwan was wrong. As long as you are fine, Miss Wanwan, but why did you cover your bottom right away? His curiosity was piqued. Qin Wanwan replied cheerfully, I didn't want my bottom to break into 8 pieces. Steward, quite absurd, yet a strangely sensible reason for a child. In the end, the fruits were picked by the adults. The small basket was filled, but Qin Wanwan regrettably did not find any mushrooms. She could no longer be the mushroom-picking girl. Fish, fish, I want to catch fish. There was a pond nearby, home to lotus flowers and fish. Although it wasn't the season for lotus blooms, the fish had grown quite large. The pond was fed by underground water, ensuring it remained clear, allowing the fish swimming near the edge to be seen clearly. As Qin Wanwan expressed her desire to catch fish, the steward promptly provided a fishing rod. We won't venture into the deeper waters, Miss Wanwan, I'll accompany you while you fish. All right. The 2 of them, one large and one small, settled on little stools by the pond and began fishing. I am quite the fishing expert. Shall we have a competition to see who catches more fish today? The steward was brimming with confidence, as he often fished during his leisure time, believing himself to be quite skilled. Qin Wanwan, with a serious expression, replied, Good, Wanwan will catch many fish. Fishing requires patience, and the steward waited calmly. However, barely had Qin Wanwan set her line when it began to tug. The little girl, lacking strength, was pulled forward by the fish, nearly tumbling into the water. Wolfong was quick to catch her. Fish, fish, a big fish. Her eyes sparkled as she exerted all her might to keep the rod steady. The steward, taken aback, marveled at the rapid success. She just cast her line moments ago, with one arm holding Qin Wanwan. Wolfong used the other to pull up the rod, and a large fish was reeled in. What a colossal fish! The onlookers cheered. It must weigh around 2 pounds. Miss Wanwan is truly impressive. Qin Wanwan's little tail nearly shot up to the sky, and her enthusiasm for fishing intensified. In the afternoon, Shang Woyang arrived and found the steward with a look of incredulity. Next to him lay a wooden tub containing 2 small fish, while Qin Wanwan's tub was brimming with fish. Some were sorting through another tub to separate the catch. Here she comes again. Qin Wanwan's voice rang out, bright and cheerful. Wolfong helped her haul up another fish, and this one was indeed massive, appearing to weigh 5 pounds, longer than Qin Wanwan's arm. However, the fishing rod had broken. Miss Wanwan, you are extraordinary, you truly have a knack for fishing. At that moment, the steward, a fishing enthusiast, felt utterly defeated. How come, despite being so close, those large fish refuse to bite my line? Will you be able to eat all these fish? Shang Woyang's voice chimed in, causing Qin Wanwan to turn with delight. Daddy, she called out, ready to leap into his arms, but he caught her instead. Daddy, what are you doing? You smell of fish. Shang Woyang clearly expressed his disdain, saying, go take a bath. He carried the little girl off for a fragrant wash. Within the bath, Qin Wanwan played with flower petals, though she longed for bubbles, which the soap couldn't produce in abundance. By the time she finished bathing, the fish she had caught were already in the pot. With so many people, they surely wouldn't finish it all, and the leftovers were given to the servants at the estate by Shang Woyang. A fish caught by oneself always tastes exceptionally delicious. After such a long day of fun, when they finally returned to the Lord's residence, Qin Wanwan was utterly exhausted and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, she awoke to find a carrier pigeon perched by the window. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Daddy, wake up, a letter from Uncle Xia has arrived. Shang Woyang, still half asleep, pressed her back into the blankets. Daddy. Qin Wanwan peeked out, her little hand poking at Shang Woyang's cheek, then prodding his eyelashes. Shang Woyang held her tiny paw down, saying, stop it, Daddy needs to sleep a bit longer. Very well, Qin Wanwan ceased her poking, but her big eyes twinkled mischievously as she boldly reached for his hair. Shang Woyang's hair was well cared for, long, black, and smooth. Qin Wanwan began to braid little plaits in his hair. When Shang Woyang finally awoke, he was greeted by the sight of his hair adorned with colorful green braids, causing him discomfort. Where did this grass come from? Qin Wanwan pointed with her finger, I picked it up. Taking a deep breath, Shang Woyang reassured himself that he would eventually grow accustomed to this. Did Kuka send it to you through the window? Has it left? Not yet, Qin Wanwan replied, covering her mouth. Shang Woyang chuckled in amusement, very good. If he couldn't discipline his daughter, how could he manage a single bird? Chapter 80. Wanwan seeks revenge. During breakfast, Qin Wanwan spotted her beloved pet, Kiki, who had been plucked bare. A tuft of feathers atop its head had been removed, rendering it reminiscent of a balding Mediterranean man, lending it an air of profound age and weariness. The meatball in Qin Wanwan's mouth nearly tumbled to the floor. What on earth had happened to her Kiki? Woo woo woo, Wanwan, you cannot fathom the cruelty of your father. My beautiful feathers, how am I to face the world now? Kiki lamented from her shoulder, wailing as it attempted to bury its bald patch in her hair with its beak. Fuming, Qin Wanwan exclaimed, how could father do this? Come on, I shall avenge you. Oblivious to the consequences, the young girl cradled Kiki and marched off bravely in search of her father. Ultimately, this resulted in 2 additional cushions and 2 creatures kneeling upon them. Father, when may I rise? She implored, gazing longingly at her dapper father. Kiki, kneeling with commendable posture, hung its head in silence. It had long since realized that they could never best the great Qilin. Shang Woyang chuckled lightly, holding a brush in his hand. What is this? Not here to seek vengeance, speak, I am listening. With her tiny fingers fidgeting, Qin Wanwan pleaded, Father, could you please refrain from plucking Kiki's feathers in the future? Kiki vigorously nodded in agreement. Very well, Shang Woyang replied. The eyes of both little ones lit up instantly. In that case, perhaps you could pluck the feathers from its behind instead. Kiki sad face, what manner of tyrant is this? Qin Wanwan woo woo woo. Kiki, I am truly sorry, I promise to try my best to avoid causing trouble in the future. QAQ. Shang Woyang glanced at Qin Wanwan, no need to kneel any longer, rise. As soon as her little knees straightened, she heard her father continue, come here and learn your characters. With a thud, Qin Wanwan dropped back to her knees, her expression earnest as she looked at her father. Father, Wanwan has yet to reflect properly. Learning characters is truly arduous. The strokes are exceedingly numerous. Despite her reluctance, Qin Wanwan's little face fell as she was led to study. After a while, this character is pronounced Chu, and the other Hua, how can they be the same? Qin Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she protested, they are clearly the same character. Shang Woyang took a deep breath, pointing to the bottom of the 2 characters. Observe closely, there is a distinct difference here, includes the word for day, while denotes drawing. The distinction is significant. Qin Wanwan's innocent eyes gazed up at him. But Wanwan writes them the same. And how is that? I can't write them at all. Shang Woyang. Am I punishing her or myself? The steward outside shook his head. Here we go again. The father and daughter were engaged in this mutual torment until they were both utterly exhausted. Kiki also shook its head, realizing why Wanwan despised learning. Compared to simplified characters, traditional ones were a true mental ordeal, and eventually a physical one as well, given the need to write. Despite the difficulties, Shang Woyang never gave up. Qin Wanwan too did not throw tantrums to escape learning, though she occasionally displayed a hint of mischief. As the days passed, the potato sprouts continued to grow. Xiachong sent several letters to Shangyang City daily, not only via homing pigeons but also through camel caravans. Grasping a pigeon's foot, Shang Woyang unfolded a letter. Safe travels, do not forget. The homing pigeons were all for Qin Wanwan. The letters from the caravan were intended for him. What is it? Let Wanwan have a look. Shang Woyang shot her a sidelong glance. Illiterate child, can you even read? Qin Wanwan's cheeks puffed up in indignation. Who are you looking down upon? She placed her I thought you were growing up. Here you go. He shoved the papers into her hands, refusing to read them aloud himself. To his surprise, Xiachang's notes, penned with his thick brows and large eyes, proved rather sentimental. Boil this pigeon for me. Who sends letters like Xiachong, making at least 5 pigeons fly over each day? Were their homing pigeons so idle? Qin Wanwan hurried over to embrace the pigeon, her small hand affectionately stroking Shang Woyang's hair. Pet the feathers, father, do not be angry. Shang Woyang pinched her little face. I am your father, not one of those pets. Qin Wanwan, oh. The steward watched the playful banter between the father and daughter, shaking his head and chuckling. It seemed even the Lord himself was unaware, as his countenance grew increasingly animated. After fertilizing the potatoes, Xiachong had already begun sending reminders. If Shang Woyang did not return Qin Wanwan to Shay City soon, he would come personally to fetch her. Shang Woyang scoffed, as if I fear him. Just then, Qin Wanwan burst from the room, her little bundle in tow, surrounded by several animals ready for adventure. Father, where is Xiao Hong? When shall we set off? Shang Woyang replied, what is the hurry? Though he was not anxious, Wanwan was tugging at his hand, she urged him onward. Uncle Xia wrote many notes saying he misses Wanwan. Recalling those notes, Shang Woyang decided he ought to have those pigeons for dinner. Days prior, he had begun arranging everything in Shangyang City. By now, all preparations were complete. As they prepared to leave, the stewardess' eyes brimmed with tears. My lord, young lady, do take care of yourselves out there. My lord, do not reveal yourself too quickly, or those assassins may come looking for you while we are not by your side. That would be perilous. Lady Wanwan, Sheikh City has limited resources. If you find yourself in need, be sure to send word back. I will ensure help is on the way. The steward's words came in rapid succession, leaving Qin Wanwan and Shang Woyang no chance to interject. The little one could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Finally, when the caravan of camels arrived, they mounted their steeds and departed from Shangyang City, the atmosphere settling into a peaceful silence. The steward remained on the city wall, waving goodbye. Qin Wanwan turned back, waving at the steward. Goodbye, Uncle Steward, Wan Wan will return. The caravan leaving Shangyang City was quite large, several small animals were aboard, while the grand golden camel trotted alongside Qin Wanwan's steed. Only under her gentle reassurance did the camel not fear the imposing golden creature. Little Red, the horse, also kept pace on the other side. Under careful nurturing and the influence of Qin Wanwan's spirit, Little Red had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its fiery red coat glimmered under the sunlight like blazing flames, eyes bright and full of life. Though still a year shy of adulthood, Little Red boasted the frame of a fully grown horse. Previously a mere skeleton, it now possessed a robust and firm physique, galloping like the wind. Even Shang Huoyan could not help but praise the horse. Xiaohong, Uncle Xia is near the vast grasslands. Soon you shall run alongside many horses on the prairie. Chapter 81. The handoff. The red horse galloped to the forefront of the camel caravan, resembling a vibrant and melodious banner that evoked joy in the hearts of onlookers. What a magnificent horse! The members of the caravan gazed enviously, yet they dared not covet it, for it belonged to the lord of the city. As the caravan ambled along, Qin Wanwan occasionally cast a glance at the small pouch hanging from her chest, which contained an egg. Father, when will the eagle come out? Shang Huoyan replied, I do not know. It will emerge when the time is right. Kikek remarked, what a banal statement. The man shot a sidelong glance at the bird. Are you not concerned about the feathers on your rear? Kikek retorted, I shall remain silent. Journeying through the desert, having company kept the tedium at bay. Children are often whimsical, bursting into song at the most unexpected moments. I have a little donkey that I never ride, Shang Huoyan exclaimed, what is this song about? Or they might embark on a treasure hunt amidst the sands. The little one, with her short legs, dashed about searching for anything but sand in the desert. Daddy, look at this beautiful stone. Qin Wanwan had discovered a lovely stone, roughly the size of an adult's fist, and she clutched it tightly as she ran back. Shang Huoyan glanced over, you truly found something remarkable. The stone was clustered together in a scale-like formation. This particular piece was quite exquisite, and many enthusiasts would pay handsomely for such a gem, which they referred to as scale stone. Rose stone. Kikek exclaimed upon seeing it. Shang Huoyan accepted the stone from the little one, who was holding it with both hands. Oh, this is a scale stone. Excellent, you can keep it. Qin Wanwan giggled, yay. Children's boundless energy often leaves adults in awe. After retrieving the stone, Qin Wanwan dashed off again in search of treasure, soon returning with a desert lizard in hand. Daddy, look at this big lizard. Shang Huoyan warned. Keep it at a distance. Disappointed by her father's disdain, Qin Wanwan released the lizard. What about this snake, Daddy, do you like it? The little one returned, this time clutching a snake. Upon seeing it, the eyes of the entire caravan nearly popped out of their sockets. Ah! That's a venomous snake, highly toxic. In the ensuing chaos, Qin Wanwan discarded the snake, causing others to break out in a cold sweat. Shang Huoyan clutched his chest. You, sit obediently on the camel. Qin Wanwan responded, but that fat snake isn't frightening at all. Shang Huoyan tossed her the small black snake. If you wish to play with snakes, don't you already have one? Indeed, if she were allowed to roam free, she might just gather all the venomous creatures in the desert. When she finally sat down, exhaustion overtook her. She yawned, insisting that Shang Huoyan hold her as she drifted off to sleep. As he cradled her, he marveled at how quickly she succumbed to slumber. Being a father is truly not an easy task. His daughter displayed more audacity than any boy when she was in high spirits. At last, upon exiting the desert, Shang Huoyan thought she might finally settle down. Little did he know that as soon as she mounted the horse, she vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Go find her. He decided to rest for a moment. Shang Huoyan's frail body, weakened by illness, had been thoroughly exhausted by his spirited daughter. When they first met, Qin Wanwan had struck him as timid and obedient. Now, she was a veritable whirlwind. Approaching the grasslands, Qin Wanwan sat atop the little red horse, joyously galloping across the prairie. De Jinzi was also present, though a few slower horses had been left behind. De Jinzi, look over there. A gigantic rat. Qin Wanwan exclaimed, spotting the creature. De Jinzi dashed forward like an arrow, swiftly catching the unsuspecting rat in its jaws. Kikek, perched atop the horse's head, instructed the little one, Wanwan, that creature is called a marmot. While De Jinzi can eat it, you must not, for it carries many viruses. Do you understand? Qin Wanwan nodded earnestly, I understand. De Jinzi savored the marmot, licking the blood from its mouth before ambling back leisurely. In the desert, De Jinzi had primarily feasted on prepared jerky, but now it had finally indulged in fresh meat. Yet, one plump rat was hardly sufficient, so it bid farewell to Qin Wanwan and set off in search of more food. When Shang Huoyan and the others eventually found them, De Jinzi was sated, while Qin Wanwan and the red horse had run off with a horse belonging to the local herders. The herder was leading his horse while chattering away. Qin Wanwan could understand his words. Your red horse is truly magnificent, so beautiful. Might I purchase it as a breeding stallion? If it were to mate with my mare, they would surely produce splendid offspring. The little red horse kicked at the mare that was inching closer. Scram, scram, scram. Who wants to breed? Qin Wanwan chimed in, Little Red doesn't want to. Her Little Red was not only beautiful but robust, a truly handsome creature. However, it had yet to reach maturity. When Shang Huoyan and the others approached and learned of the situation, they were left both amused and exasperated. Ultimately, the transaction fell through, and Qin Wanwan rode away on Little Red, leaving the herder and his mare gazing after them with wistful expressions. Unbeknownst to Qin Wanwan, a delightful surprise awaited her upon her return. Daddy! At the call of Daddy, both their heads turned in unison. Indeed, Xiechong had also arrived. Daddy, Wanwan has missed you so much. Qin Wanwan leaped from her horse and dove into the man's embrace, her voice brimming with joy. Xiang Woyang quipped sarcastically, "Oh, I see I have successfully delivered you to the intended party. I should take my leave now." Qin Wanwan gazed at him. "Shang Daddy, you must stay, you need to be with Wanwan." The reunion between Xiechong and his daughter captured the attention of the soldiers accompanying him, who had initially focused on Qin Wanwan but were soon captivated by the striking red horse. My goodness, what a magnificent horse! Is this a sweat blood horse? The beads of sweat glistening on the coat of Little Red, which had been galloping for quite some time, appeared vividly red against its bright coat, resembling blood. Sweat blood horses come in various colors, yet this brilliant red hue is exceptionally rare even in the Central Plains. During the Tianqi dynasty, only one sweat blood horse existed, and it was black. Among the most powerful Tatar royal families on the grasslands, there were scarcely any to be counted on one hand. These horses were cherished as treasures by the nomadic people. They never anticipated encountering such a legendary steed today. It is a robust young stallion. Where did it come from? Did the merchant lord purchase it? Qin Wanwan raised her hand. Me, I bought Little Red for 30 taels. 30 taels. Such a horse could command a fortune, and many would vie for it. Shang Wuyan lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. The little rascal has an eye for good fortune. This horse was bought when it was emaciated and dull, having been used by ignorant villagers for hauling goods, and it had even broken a leg, allowing this little one to get it at a bargain. Chapter 82. Contentment. The once unassuming Little Red horse, now transformed into a remarkable creature, garnered considerable attention. Everyone was utterly captivated by its elegant form. The Little Red horse trotted over to Qin Wanwan, its hooves clicking rhythmically. It was the sole steed of the little Qilin cub. Upon arriving at the general's residence in Shay City, Shang Woyang stood at the entrance, arms crossed, clearly disdainful. This is the general's residence? His sarcasm was palpable. However, Qin Wanwan cheerfully dashed inside. Father, have the forage been harvested? At the mention of forage, a gleam of joy lit up Xie Chang's eyes. Yes, the forage is excellent. Indeed. The border soldiers beside him were equally elated, engaging in lively banter. The horses in the barracks fought over this forage. Though it's a bit scarce, once we discovered its nutritional value and how much the horses adored it, we turned it into feed for the pregnant mares. Recently, several mares have successfully given birth to healthy foals, and one mare even had twins. Miss, where did you get these forage seeds? Do you have more? While they conversed, the Little Red horse wandered into the courtyard, stretching its neck and joyfully nibbling on a mouthful of forage. Little Red munch, delicious. It flicked its tail, eyes sparkling, eager to leap into the forage. No, you mustn't. The soldiers reacted swiftly, promptly grasping the reins of Little Red. What if you trample it? They cherished this patch of forage dearly. Little Red huffed in dissatisfaction. One of the border soldiers quickly produced some forage mash from his pocket for Little Red to enjoy. If you're going to eat, do it outside, alright? We can't afford to let you trample the forage. Oh, dear one, if you trample it, what will you eat later? We'll have to cut more forage for you. Surrounded by comforting voices, Little Red refrained from stubbornly charging into the forage, but it still required its share of treats. Having endured abuse in its early years, Little Red was particularly fixated on food, especially delightful morsels. Qin Wanwan patted Little Red's large head, proclaiming, I'll plant a patch of forage just for you. Such a small creature, yet so grand in ambition. The other's eyes lit up. Wanwan, do you have more of those forage seeds? They all planned to wait until autumn to gather the seeds, intending to plant them the following year. I do, she replied. Shang Woyang and Xiechong regarded her with curiosity. Where did this little one acquire such an abundance of peculiar seeds? Although Shang Woyang expressed disdain for the general's residence, he too intended to stay for a while, as his own estate was yet to be completed. Xiechong interjected, you all should return first, there's no rush regarding the forage seeds. How can there be no rush, General? We are quite anxious. My warhorse refuses to eat unless given a block of forage daily. It sulks otherwise. Mine does the same, and even spits at me. Xiechong replied, find a plot of land first. How can you plant without land? Oh, right, the general has a point. They had plenty of land to spare. Once the unrelated personnel departed, Qin Wanwan merrily led a group of small animals back home. Green Lotus, did you miss me? Aunt Zhang, the two servants' eyes glistened with tears upon seeing Qin Wanwan. Miss Wanwan, why have you returned only now? Green Lotus replied, I have missed you dearly, Miss Wanwan. Let us see, you all haven't lost weight. Originally intending to say they had grown thinner, Qin Wanwan's cherubic face now radiated a rosy glow, her eyes sparkling with vitality. If anything, she seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Her little face was adorably plump, making her even more endearing. Qin Wanwan chuckled foolishly. Shang Woyang remarked, the illustrious general, residing in such a small and dilapidated general's residence? He surveyed the place, finding nothing commendable. Siachong, unperturbed by the jibe, replied stoically, "A true man stands tall, content to rest upon the earth as his bed and the sky as his canopy. It is merely a shelter from wind and rain, and I, Xia, am not one to indulge in extravagance." Kikek, the mischievous one, flitted between the two, stoking the flames of their banter. "Lord Xia is mocking your poverty. Lord Shang is deriding your sensitivity. Isn't he a true man?" Shang Weiyang scoffed, "Ha, all mere excuses, spoken with such pompous grandeur." Siachong countered, "Truth can be hard to hear." The tension between them was palpable, making others shrink into the background. Kikek whispered, "Let us see a fight." At that moment, both Siachong and Shang Weiyang simultaneously struck, sending Kikek flying. Gah! Qin Wanwan covered her eyes, her fingers peeking through the gaps. "Kikek, please stop talking." Shang Weiyang, who relished luxury, had the modest room prepared for him by Siachong transformed. Countless exquisite wooden furnishings, costly furs, and various ornaments were brought in mere moments. The room's door had been upgraded to a level of opulence beyond comparison. The interior decor was equally astounding. The floor was lined with soft animal hides, the bed replaced with a grand, beautiful one, an exceptionally comfortable soft bed. The wardrobe was lavish, filled with garments that exuded an air of extravagance, alongside an array of porcelain ornaments. Siachong, he was acutely aware of the efficiency of the wealthy. "My estate will take about half a month to complete. I shall reside in your home during this time. Wanwan, come keep me company at night." Siachong, retorted, "Why should I?" He had no objections to the room's refurbishment. After such a long separation from Wanwan, he anticipated cuddling with the little bundle of joy at night. "I am poisoned, my body is cold, and holding Wanwan is comforting. Are you also cold? If you're so big and cold, that's not just being cold, that's a sign of kidney deficiency." Shang Weiyang's words made Siachong wish to silence him. "Is that Wanwan's room over there?" Siachong frowned, disinterested in conversing with this man, as his tongue was not as quick-witted. Though he felt a simmering frustration within, he did not show it outwardly. TSK, far too crude. Siachong's expression darkened. "If you wish to stay, do so, if not, be gone." Shang Weiyang protested, "Why are you upset over a simple statement? Am I not allowed to speak the truth?" TSK. This man had remarkable patience. Even with such words, Siachong showed no signs of anger or inferiority. Truly, he was a magnanimous general. Siachong had little reason to feel inferior. His life had always revolved around the principle of contentment. Before enlisting, he had been a hunter, with no land to his name, residing in a dilapidated hut deep in the mountains, with little silver to spare. Hunting was a perilous occupation, although it yielded more income than farming. Taxes were higher, and one had to keep medical supplies on hand. Coupled with Siachong's hearty appetite, savings were scant. At the onset of his military career, he lived in a tent shared with several others, and now, as a general, what was there to be dissatisfied with in having such a spacious residence? The only source of discontent lay in the insufficient pay for his brothers, along with the meager provisions and equipment provided. Chapter 83, Selecting the land. Siachong's daily routine remained unchanged. Qin Wanwan was once again spirited away by Shang Weiyang at night. He cradled the little one like a warm furnace, and whenever Siachong attempted to reclaim her, he would protest vehemently. At the break of dawn, Siachong rose to practice with his spear in the courtyard, the sound of the long spear slicing through the air resonating sharply. Meanwhile, Shang Weiyang indulged in a leisurely slumber. Qin Wanwan wriggled out from his embrace, and just as she climbed to the edge of the bed, she was seized by her little feet and pulled back. Shang Weiyang, still in a deep sleep, dragged the little warm furnace back, oblivious to her struggle. With determined effort, Qin Wanwan managed to crawl past his feet. This time, Shang Weiyang slightly opened his eyes but did not intervene, as the warmth of the bedding still enveloped him, allowing him to continue his rest. Qin Wanwan dashed outside, where he had already dressed her in a beautiful outfit, transforming her into a lovely little fairy. "Daddy Xia," she chirped, panting as she carried 2 bags of pasture seeds. Her merits had been steadily increasing lately, and she now boasted over 2,000. This bounty was derived from Shang Daddy, who had arranged for charitable acts in various places, either in her name or his own. How wonderful Shang Daddy was. Wanwan now had quite a bit of pocket money. "Daddy, this is for you." Shang Weiyang opened the bag to find seeds. "Pasture seeds?" Qin Wanwan nodded her little head enthusiastically. Siachong didn't inquire about their origin, but he was delighted to scoop the child into his arms and toss her into the air rather than fear. Qin Wanwan erupted in joyous laughter. "Daddy, do you want more seeds? Wanwan has potato seeds, pasture seeds, soybean seeds, and even watermelon seeds." The watermelon seeds were a recent acquisition. "Can we buy them?" Siachong was taken aback by the surprise the little one presented. Qin Wanwan nodded vigorously. "Then let us buy more potato and pasture seeds. I'll take 3 acres of soybeans, please." "How much silver will that cost?" "I'll provide the funds." As for the watermelon, it could wait. It was a fruit after all. It was good enough that they could acquire the seeds. The military camp now housed an increasing number of horses, and with the silver dwindling, they still needed to purchase fodder. The war horses in the camp were treated more lavishly than humans, requiring wheat bran, pasture, and beans in significant quantities, even needing to be fed eggs twice a month. With 8,000 horses, they would need at least 16,000 eggs each month, and the silver required was staggering. Yet, the seeds Wanwan brought were simply too enticing. Not to mention, the potatoes yielded 5,000 pounds per acre, while the pasture grew rapidly and abundantly, akin to leeks that could be harvested repeatedly. The soybeans had yet to be harvested, so their yield remained uncertain, but those in the backyard were flourishing impressively. Wanwan was truly a little blessing sent by the heavens. Qin Wanwan shook her head. No need for silver, we should do good deeds. Although Xiechong did not react as swiftly as Shang Woyang, he was not entirely surprised. Do you mean to say that doing good deeds can buy those seeds? Qin Wanwan nodded. Just then, Aunt Zhang approached, carrying a plate of fragrant pancakes. Would Miss Wanwan like to have some? She asked kindly. Qin Wanwan nodded eagerly. She took a pancake and sat on a small stool, nibbling at it, her cheeks round and full. General, would you like to eat? Yes. After Qin Wanwan devoured one pancake, despite her best efforts, her small mouth could only manage one. The rest was claimed by Xiechong. Go drink some soybean milk. Don't eat too many dry foods. Qin Wanwan nodded. Daddy, are you leaving? Yes, I'm going to inspect the land. Immediately, Qin Wanwan skillfully clung to his leg. Daddy, please take me with you. Xiechong. After ensuring the child had some soybean milk and held onto a bun, he carried her away from the general's residence. Upon awakening, Shang Woyang found the child had vanished. Shang Woyang's sad face, had the little rascal forgotten to inform him of her departure? Indeed, Qin Wanwan forgot and only remembered halfway there. I forgot to tell Shang Daddy that I'm out. Xiechong reassured her, it's all right. Aunt Zhang will inform him. In Shay City, land was abundant, and the military camp also possessed public land designated for grain cultivation. Otherwise, they would have to wait indefinitely for military provisions, which would not suffice for their needs. Currently, the fields were already sown with wheat, millet, and beans, staples of this era. What about using that area for planting pasture? Does pasture have high soil requirements? Qin Wanwan lifted Kiki into her arms. Kiki says. Kiki is Wanwan's mouthpiece. Although Xiechong was somewhat puzzled, he found those two words quite understandable. Kiki chimed in, pasture does not require high-quality soil, it can grow anywhere and even enrich the land. You could try rotating the crops, plant grains in the pasture fields tomorrow, and they will definitely thrive. This was yet another delightful surprise. Xiechong gazed at the pasture seeds as if they were treasures of great value. Does this pasture have a name? Kiki replied, no. In the celestial realm, such pasture was considered the most lowly, possessing a tenacious vitality, thriving in any location, treated similarly to weeds on earth, or perhaps even worse. While earthly weeds could sustain livestock, in the heavenly realm, these pastures were ignored by grass-eating spirit beasts, who preferred more potent and delectable grasses, not to mention spirit rice and spirit fruits. Very well, I have an idea for where we could plant this pasture. Xiechong rode with Qin Wanwan towards the outskirts, traveling for about an hour. What about over there? He pointed to a patch of sandy soil, which was not particularly good for farming. The sandy ground was poorly suited for crops, and even grass grew sparsely. However, the area was vast and desolate, stretching as far as the eye could see. That's fine, give the seeds to Daddy. A smile crept across Xiechong's face. Let us not rush. We need to have someone clear this land first. To ensure the pasture thrived, the land would need to be cultivated. The military camp was abundant in manpower. Xiechong returned with Qin Wanwan and immediately set about organizing the effort. Captain Kong, Captain Sun, arrange for 1,000 men today to go to the sandy area on the west side of the city and clear 30 acres of wasteland. Each of you take 500 men, and tomorrow let Captain Lin and Captain Meng's men take their turn, rotating so as not to neglect training. Though they were unsure of the general's intentions for the barren sandy land, they nonetheless clasped their fists in acknowledgement and departed. Once they had left, Xiechong turned to Qin Wanwan. Does planting potatoes require any kind of fertilizer? Qin Wanwan nodded. Yes, it does. She proceeded to list the various types of manure needed, leaving Xiechong somewhat bewildered. No need to elaborate. I'll borrow some manpower from Shang Woyang. Since Shang Woyang had already procured the fertilizer, he must have experience. After all, they had plenty of livestock manure in the military camp. The only question remained, how could he perform good deeds to enable Wanwan to acquire even more seeds? Chapter 84. A free renovation of the general's mansion. Xiechong repeatedly confirmed with Qin Wanwan that purchasing seeds would have no adverse effects on her, and after verifying with Cuckoo, he finally felt at ease. However, the question of how to engage in charitable acts under his daughter's name posed a dilemma. After all, benevolence is not merely a matter of words. Xiechong's current predicament was one of poverty, lacking both funds and provisions. The grain belonged to the military and could not be appropriated to assist the common folk. After 2 days of fruitless contemplation, he resolved to seek out Shang Woyang. This was a matter he was likely adept at handling, and he was also well aware of Wanwan's situation. Upon returning to the general's mansion on horseback after attending to affairs at the military camp, Xiechong was taken aback. The mansion was bustling with activity, with numerous individuals coming and going, and even some were demolishing walls. What on earth are you doing? He inquired. Oh, you're back, Shang Woyang replied casually, reclining in a deck chair in the courtyard. Strangely, a large ginkgo tree had appeared in their yard, towering above the house and providing shade like a parasol. Xiechong approached. Did you dig up this pasture? Shang Woyang remained reclined, squinting as he cracked sunflower seeds. Rest assured, the pasture has merely been relocated. It will thrive elsewhere. Qin Wanwan emerged from the house, cradling a cup of soybean milk, and immediately climbed into Shang Woyang's embrace. Father Xiechong's expression remained stern. So, what exactly is happening here? Shang Woyang shot him a glance. Can't you see? We're offering a complimentary renovation of the general's mansion. You ought to express your gratitude. Xia Chong thought to himself, I truly appreciate it, but shouldn't you have consulted the owner before undertaking such renovations? He had long heard of Shang Woyang's capricious nature and disregard for consequences, and today he witnessed it firsthand. A quick survey of the premises revealed that nearly half the house was being dismantled, with numerous artisans busily reconstructing and expanding the structure. The backyard wall was also being torn down, and laborers were using hoes to cultivate the land beyond. Choosing to ignore the chaos for the moment, Xia Chong seated himself on a stool, exuding the rigid demeanor of a military officer. The duo lying in the deck chair, one large and one small, simultaneously turned to regard him, their heads tilting in perfect unison, resembling a father-daughter duo. Do share, Shang Woyang encouraged. Xia Chong began, you are aware that Wan intends to purchase seeds as part of her charitable efforts, correct? Indeed. I wish to acquire a larger quantity of seeds, yet I cannot conceive how she might conduct her charitable acts. Ha, Shang Woyang chuckled lightly, isn't this a simple matter? Xia Chong straightened in his seat, I would be eager to hear your insights. Shang Woyang toyed with a fan in his hands, your tofu is an excellent resource. The method of making tofu is spread, hasn't it? Xia Chong nodded, acknowledging that tofu was simple to produce and utilized the most economical yellow soybeans. Given the impoverished state of the citizens of Shay City, the knowledge had naturally disseminated. Isn't this a charitable act in itself? However, it seems you haven't managed it well. You'll need to find someone to promote that this tofu was conceived by Wan. Qin Wan, appearing bewildered, interjected, but it wasn't me. This was an age-old product, as Coco had mentioned. Shang Woyang gently tapped her forehead, then let it be known that it was Wan who introduced it. Coco, besides the current methods, can this tofu be transformed into something with a longer shelf life? Coco perched upon the ginkgo tree's trunk, adjusting its wings, certainly. For extended preservation, we could make fermented tofu or stinky tofu. We could also prepare braised tofu, dried tofu, tofu skins. Coco listed several tofu products in rapid succession. Xia Chang's eyes gleamed with interest, you can make all of these? Coco replied, what do you think, do my bird's claws look like they can cook? What I mean is, do you know how to make them? Coco puffed up proudly, of course. Though its head was still bald, this display of pride appeared somewhat comical. Shang Woyang sat up slightly. Do not divulge these recipes, they must remain under your control. Then, under Wan's name, establish a workshop. The workshop should have military partnership to prevent any disturbances. Even those who know how to make it would hesitate to compete with military personnel, ensuring that the workshop becomes unique to Shay City. Once established, you should employ those in dire straits, homeless individuals or the veterans you support. Your only obligation will be to pay them monthly wages. As for the sales channels for the products, you can entrust that to my associates. If the products sell well, we will require a substantial amount of yellow soybeans, at which point you can announce a call for soybeans, thus providing income to many families. Acts of charity, after all, are merely about helping those on the brink of poverty to survive. How can that not be considered a virtuous deed? However, I do have one request. I wish to be a partner as well, with Wan receiving 50% of the profits while I take a share from your military's portion. Xia Chong had not anticipated that he would find the right person, who within such a short time had devised an excellent plan that not only allowed Wan to engage in charitable acts but also enabled them to profit. Agreed, I will grant you 10% of the profits. Shang Woyang clicked his tongue, General Xia is rather stingy. I am both providing ideas and purchasing goods, yet you offer me only 10%? That feels like a pittance. Xia Chong rose, I will have someone else discuss this matter with you. He lacked business acumen, and Shang Woyang was shrewd. He feared being outsmarted and thus sought professional guidance. Xia Chong departed on horseback. Upon his return, he brought along a companion, Deputy General Mang, who managed logistics, and Xin Shu. Since Xin Shu had been a scholar before enlisting, he was considered a valuable asset and had been assigned to the logistics department, primarily responsible for bookkeeping. Before their arrival, they had heard the general's explanation and were excitedly expressing their approval. How had they not thought of these things? It was indeed the mind of a businessman at work. Arriving with a mental preparation to engage in this hard-fought negotiation and secure their interests, they were surprised to find that the negotiations were not being conducted with Shang Woyang. Shang Woyang quipped, what are you staring at? Is it only permissible for you to bring people? He was not inclined to engage in idle chatter, preferring to let his subordinates handle business discussions. Thus, in the courtyard of Xia Chang's mansion, both parties engaged in a spirited verbal duel. Meanwhile, Qin Wan and Shang Woyang were seated nearby, enjoying sunflower seeds. Father Xia, you should eat too. Xia Chong acknowledged with a hum, not actually consuming any seeds himself but deftly shelling them. In no time, a small pile of fragrant seed kernels had accumulated before him. Here, have some. Noticing the gluttonous glint in Qin Wan's eyes, he pushed the small dish toward her. Then I shall not hold back, came the brazen response from Shang Woyang. Xia Chong sighed inwardly, after all, he had indeed rendered a significant service. Chapter 85 of the Imperial Decree. After much deliberation, it was decided that Shang Woyang would take a profit of 1.5%, while the location, construction, and procurement of materials for the workshop would be handled independently by the border troops. All finished products from the workshop would be wholesale sold to the merchants of Shangyang City at the lowest possible prices. Once the arrangements were finalized, Xia Chong immediately set out with his men to address the matters concerning the workshop. He swiftly issued a notice in Shay City. What does this announcement say? The notice was affixed to the main gate of the city wall, and as more people gathered to observe, Xin Shu patiently explained. Shade City is ripe for revitalization. Effective immediately, the agricultural output of the citizens will have a 20% tax reduction to in the future. Only a 20% tax will be collected. General Xie encourages everyone to cultivate wasteland, which will be tax exempt for 3 years. The more you can grow, the better. However, it is important to note that no cultivation is permitted in the forests. Additionally, this year, our border troops will be purchasing soybeans at market prices, so everyone should consider planting more soybeans, which can be sold directly to us upon harvest. These announcements brought forth waves of excitement throughout Shay City. The current tax rate imposed by Tanchi was 50%, but given the hardships at the border, Xiechong had previously submitted a memorial to the capital, requesting a reduction to 40%. Now, as Shay City stood at the brink of renewal, Xiechong boldly decided to decrease the tax for the citizens to a mere 20%. Once commerce flourished at the border, the tax revenue could be supplemented from various other sources. In this strategic region, the tax collected was primarily intended to sustain the military, and Xiechong had full authority over its management. Thus, lowering the tax by 20% was well within his jurisdiction. However, he needed to write a memorial to inform the capital of this decision. Otherwise, if ill-intentioned individuals were to catch wind of it, he could easily be accused of rebellion. During this time, Shay City was bustling with activity, as citizens eagerly spread the news. Some of the elder clansmen, who seldom ventured out, leaned on their canes, assisted by the younger generation, to tremble their way to Shay City, inquiring about the veracity of the announcement. Upon confirmation, many were overwhelmed with joy. Wonderful, we trust General Xie, we shall plant more soybeans upon our return. General Xie is a commendable leader, truly a benefactor. The citizens were grateful for General Xie's protection of the border, safeguarding their homes, and thus, they were more than willing to place their faith in him. Consequently, the people from various counties along the border began to roll up their sleeves and toil diligently, day after day, digging and cultivating the land, planting soybeans, their faces brightening with hopeful smiles. The aspirations of the impoverished populace in a society under slavery were remarkably simple: to have enough to eat and wear, to continue their lineage. This was their lifelong desire. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they could endure with resilience. Xiechong became utterly engrossed in his work, often not returning home for several days. During this period, only old Shang remained at home. Qin Wanwan, on the other hand, had refrained from wandering about and was diligently tending to her fruit plants. Mutant strawberry seeds. Originating from a post-apocalyptic world, these mutated strawberries are enormous, each the size of an apple. A drawback: poor taste. The seeds carry a certain viral radiation, which has been eliminated, but the seeds possess genetic defects. Improvement method remains unchanged. Qin Wanwan had exchanged for a packet of strawberry seeds, which she had kept by her side for nearly half a month. Now, the time had finally come for planting. With great enthusiasm, Qin Wanwan and old Shang prepared a plot of land to cultivate the strawberry seedlings. The fertilizer you requested has been dispatched and should arrive in a couple of days. The fermentation of fertilizer on Xiechang's end had only just begun and would take at least a month. Grandpa, you're the best. Shang Weiyang snorted dismissively. I've heard you say that about Xiechong before. Always the best, everyone seems to be in your good graces. Qin Wanwan, undaunted by the revelation, replied, it was Kiki who said it, and I must treat both grandpas equally. The little rascal was learning to be diplomatic. If neither of the grandpas could stay balanced, her future negotiations would be all the more difficult. Shang Weiyang, that you are quite honest. Kiki, my merit points have increased significantly. Kiki landed on the little red horse's head. That's your grandpa's merit points you've been riding on. The recent decrees issued by Xiechong were all benevolent measures, naturally yielding merit points, and a substantial amount at that. After all, these policies benefited the entire populace at the border in a lasting manner. However, such decrees could not be issued under Qin Wanwan's name. She could only benefit from Xiechang's merit points. This resulted in a remarkable increase in her own merit points. From Xiechong alone, she directly accumulated 5,000 merit points. Ding dong! An unusual sound emanated from the marketplace. Qin Wanwan opened her eyes to see frowny face. Congratulations, little Qilin, your total merit points have reached 10,000. The marketplace is now upgrading. The upgrade will take 1 hour, please be patient. That's quite a wait. Qin Wanwan paid it no mind, casting aside the marketplace as she rode out to play. Children cannot sit still at home, especially with their own steeds. Qin Wanwan, with her petite frame, could ride both the majestic lion and the spirited little red horse. Just yesterday, she had taken the golden lion for an outing, and today she opted for the little red horse. After feeding the little red horse some fodder, the beautiful red stallion knelt down on its own. Yet, with her short legs, Qin Wanwan still struggled to mount. Ultimately, it was Wolf Fong who lifted her onto the horse. The saddle on the red stallion was specially tailored for Qin Wanwan, differing from the adult saddles. The stirrups were perfectly positioned for her short legs to reach. The saddle was soft, wrapped in pristine white animal hide, ensuring she wouldn't be jolted uncomfortably once seated. Qin Wanwan swung her short legs over the saddle, resembling a split. Put. Shang Weiyang couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Can't you choose a smaller horse? Qin Wanwan pouted. I wanted to, but the little red horse would be upset. The little red horse was temperamental and possessive. When Qin Wanwan had previously taken it to the military camp and petted the other horses, it had fiercely defended its territory, battling against a dozen horses before returning valiantly, albeit wounded. It wouldn't allow Qin Wanwan to ride any other horse, while she could have other small animals. Having such a beautiful horse and seeking out others simply wouldn't do. Qin Wanwan didn't mind. Although her posture was somewhat comical, the little red horse galloped steadily, ensuring she wouldn't feel excessive jolting or risk falling off. Go play, but return early, Xiang Guoyang said lazily, unwilling to join in the running about. Only Wolf Fong and a few guards accompanied her for safety. Kiki perched atop the little red horse's head, with the golden lion trailing behind, followed by 3 snow-white wolves. The 3 snow wolves had grown stronger and faster, though they lagged slightly behind. The little fox and the little goose were cradled by Wolf Fong and another guard. A whole entourage of animals was out to enjoy the fresh air. The grasslands were lush and vibrant at this time of year. They ran across the meadow, witnessing herds of cattle, sheep, and horses, along with vigilant dogs, assets of the border troops, with horses being the most abundant. Chapter 86. The prairie hunt. Amidst the multitude of horses, Little Red remained the most striking of them all. The herdsman, who was tending to the grazing animals, cast a glance in this direction, his eyes brimming with admiration. Miss Wan Wan, he called out, waving his whip from a distance. Qin Wan Wan, with a high-pitched, youthful voice, called back, though she herself was uncertain of what she had shouted. She refrained from approaching the herdsman, as the presence of wolves and lions might disturb the flock of sheep and herd of horses. Instead, Little Red took Qin Wan Wan further afield. Over there! Xiao Feng, Xiao Hua, Xiao Shui, hurry and chase! Beneath the azure sky, bare and expansive, the landscape was a tapestry of verdant green. The grass on the prairie was low, occasionally interrupted by the emergence of small creatures. Little Red nearly tripped into a burrow dug by a pika, but fortunately, her feet remained unscathed. However, a startled pika darted away in a flash, prompting the 3 little wolves to instinctively pursue it. This was their first hunting experience. Despite lacking guidance from adult wolves, they began to learn the art of cooperation as they ran. Alas, their inexperience and small stature ultimately allowed the pika to escape. The 3 little ones returned, dejected. Qin Wan Wan comforted them with a gentle pat on their heads. It's all right, there are many more on the prairie. The trio renewed their determination to seek out prey. The little fox joined them as well. All of them had been purchased by Qin Wan Wan and had not been instructed by adult animals, yet, having spent considerable time by her side, they were notably more intelligent than their counterparts. The 3 little wolves and the fox sought to collaborate with Xiao Hei now. Xiao Hei had grown quite large and was less inclined to coil around Qin Wan Wan, as it had become rather heavy. It had been brought along coiled around the wolf's fang, as snakes are not particularly swift and could not keep up otherwise. Somehow, they managed to coordinate, and soon, the group of animals acted in unison. Upon locating a pika's burrow, Xiao Hei dove inside, while the 4 little ones stood guard at the entrances. There were numerous burrows, so each little creature stationed itself at a different hole. After about a minute, a petite figure darted swiftly past Wolf Xiao Shui. The wolf was a moment too slow to react, and the pika slipped past its jaws. Ow! It yelped in frustration and quickly gave chase, prompting the other wolves and the fox to follow suit. Gah! The little goose, filled with excitement, flapped its wings and attempted to join the pursuit. At 3 months old, it was already sizable, undergoing a molting phase where its silvery gray down mingled with freshly grown snow-white feathers, lending it an adorably awkward appearance. While other geese its age had completed their molting, this one remained caught between 2 stages. The little goose had grown so large that Qin Wan Wan could no longer carry it. Extending its neck, it flapped its wings and joined the chase. Come back, you're a vegetarian. Qin Wan Wan called out. Geese are known for their fierceness and dominance, and this one was no exception. Fearless and undaunted, it often engaged in tussles with the 3 little wolves and the fox at home, even daring to nip at the tail of the great lion. With the addition of the little goose, the hunt for the pika descended into chaos. Ultimately, the pika eluded capture, leading to internal conflicts among the group as they began to squabble. The little goose, growing faster and larger than the others, possessed a notably powerful, flat red beak that could deliver a sharp peck. Of course, the wolves and foxes were no slouches either. In that area, feathers flew in all directions, accompanied by a cacophony of animal squabbles. Qin Wan Wan rushed over, grabbing them by the necks and tugging at their ears to restore order. Stand still, and do not move. Caught between mediation and intervention, Qin Wan Wan chose to join the fray. With small fists, she delivered a punch to one head and a slap to another. The 5 soon quieted down. If you cannot cooperate, then disperse. If you continue to fight, you shall taste my fists. The instigator of the conflict remarked, this is hilarious. I've never seen such a disjointed team before. Xiao Hei managed to flush out the pika for you, and yet you still can't catch it, useless bunch, just a bunch of rookies. The 5 glowered at him with fierce expressions. The instigator remained unfazed. Xiao Hei emerged from the burrow, proudly clutching a pika in its mouth, and trotted over to Qin Wan Wan, dropping the pika at her feet and gazing up at her with wide, eager eyes, as if to say, praise me. Qin Wan Wan exclaimed in delight, Xiao Hei can hunt on its own now. Hiss hiss, how impressive. Xiao Hei is truly remarkable. The emotional value was off the charts. The black snake twisted its body in elation, while the other little ones looked on with envy and jealousy. Thus, they redoubled their efforts to catch a pika of their own, seeking their own rewards. Meanwhile, the milk dumplings and the little creatures were huddled together, chattering animatedly, while the guards watching the horses grazing nearby exchanged whispers. Miss, it really seems like you can communicate with those animals. Indeed, and to have so many creatures, a mix of wolves and snakes, truly a child of the borderlands, fierce and formidable. That goose is so ferocious. It's enormous, and it hasn't even fully grown yet. It's much larger than any goose I've seen before. It looks so plump. The speaker gazed at the little goose with an expression akin to that of an enamored lover, saliva nearly pooling at the corner of his mouth. With a hint of menace, the little goose, flapping its wings and nearly taking flight, suddenly turned its head, glaring with fierce little eyes. The man promptly averted his gaze. Goodness, I never expected to see the shadow of a bully in a goose. I suggest you be cautious. That goose is quite cunning. There was once a man who remarked on its plumpness, suggesting it was suitable for roasting, only to be chased from one end of Shay City to the other, with his screams echoing throughout the city. Is it truly that severe? Indeed, despite still being in the midst of its molting phase, the little goose was a fierce combatant. Although geese cannot truly fly, those that can only glide at low altitudes remarkably, this not yet fully feathered little goose managed to glide. Consequently, its speed increased significantly, though it created quite a ruckus in the process. Ultimately, the little goose successfully seized its quarry with a powerful peck. It stunned the fleeing Pika, which collapsed in a twitching heap, motionless. Gah! The little goose spread its wings, elongating its neck and tilting its head back with a resounding cry of triumph. It, Qin Xiaogu, had succeeded. Qin, as in the surname of Qin Wanwan, clutching the Pika in its beak, Qin Xiaogu strutted proudly over to Qin Wanwan, embodying the demeanor of a victorious general. Guard A. It truly eats meat. Guard B is such an arrogant attitude. Guard C, why do I see such a vivid expression of dominance in this goose? Wolfang envious JPG. He too wished to be praised by Wanwan. Meanwhile, the other small animals, still unsuccessful in their hunting endeavors, were infuriated, squawking in outrage how infuriating that they, the true carnivores, were outdone by a mere goose. Chapter 87 In fried locusts. On their first venture into the grasslands for hunting, everyone ultimately succeeded in capturing prey. However, they all scampered over to present their catches to Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan remarked, I cannot accept this. Subsequently, they indulged in their own spoils. Little Black swallowed his catch whole, and astonishingly, Qin Xiao also partook. Although Wolftooth had skinned and sliced the meat into strips for her, she genuinely consumed it. She even expressed discontent over the amount and ventured back into the grasslands in search of more food. However, she no longer pursued mice or rabbits, instead opting for crickets and earthworms among other insects. Well, it's all meat, so perhaps the distinction is negligible, or perhaps not. Upon returning from the grasslands to the general's residence, it was evident that the estate had undergone a significant transformation. With adequate funding, the craftsmen worked with remarkable speed. Not only had the land area of the general's residence been expanded, but the buildings themselves had also been considerably enlarged. The previous structures had been thoroughly renovated, and the interior decor now exuded opulence. Nevertheless, the pasture in the courtyard and the fields in the backyard had been preserved. My house is nearly complete as well. When the time comes, Wanwan can live with me, declared Shang Wudong nonchalantly, as he poured himself a cup of tea, asserting his decision regarding with whom Qin Wanwan would reside in the future. That is unacceptable, countered Xiechong, refusing to engage in a conciliatory tone. She must live with me. The two men faced off, their tension palpable. General Xia, this seems rather ungrateful. Not only did I devise the idea for the tofu workshop, but I also did not require you to contribute a single coin toward this house. Allowing Wanwan to stay with me does not preclude her from seeing you. Is such possessiveness truly necessary? Xiachong sat upright, emanating an air of determination. The workshop benefits you, yet you have not permitted me to renovate the house. Qin Wanwan, seated between the two, watched with wide, curious eyes. The two men glanced at her, suppressing their urge to utter harsh words for fear of corrupting her innocence. Wanwan, take Qin Xiao to the courtyard and search for locusts. There have been quite a few flying over this way recently. Qin Wanwan replied with an "Oh," adding, but please don't fight. Shang Wuyang smiled reassuringly, fear not, we shall not quarrel. Xiachong nodded in agreement. Qin Wanwan then took Qin Xiao and dashed to the front yard. Indeed, as her father had mentioned, whether due to the allure of their pasture or otherwise, locusts began to arrive in droves. Locusts had become increasingly common, especially during the harvest season when they could swarm and create devastating plagues for farmers, presenting a significant threat to their crops. Qin Xiao expertly caught locusts, swiftly gathering a dozen exceptionally plump specimens from the grass. Instead of consuming them, she presented them to Qin Wanwan, exclaiming, for the precious treasure to eat. The animals cared for by Qin Wanwan were wholly devoted to hunting for her sustenance. The fat locust seemed a fitting treat for the esteemed treasure. Squatting on the ground, Qin Wanwan poked at the large insects, exclaiming, how enormous they are. Such large locusts, exclaimed Green Lotus in astonishment. One of those locusts was nearly the size of an infant's palm and quite corpulent. Aunt Zhang approached, her brow furrowed with concern. If these enormous locusts gather here come autumn, our crops will surely suffer. Farmers bore the brunt of their disdain for these pests. Aunt Zhang had once farmed herself and harbored a deep-seated hatred for locusts. Miss, you must dispose of this locust or let Xiao eat it. It cannot be allowed to remain. We cannot let it lay eggs in our pasture, or else it will be ruined. Ying Fox Xiaoye emerged from the grass, also clutching a locust in her mouth, her fluffy tail swishing as she sat gracefully beside Qin Wanwan, nibbling on the plump insect. It was delicious. Qin Wanwan looked on, her mouth watering. Can Wanwan eat this? Green Lotus and An Zhang exchanged glances, speechless. You cannot eat this, miss, locusts are toxic. Kikek flew over, insisting, no poison, only swarming locusts are toxic. Ordinary locusts are harmless, and when fried, they are delightful. Kikek seemed tempted. Quick, catch the locusts, fry them. Green Lotus and An Zhang glanced at each other in disbelief. Kikek, these locusts truly should not be eaten. Historically, they had never heard of anyone consuming locusts. Qin Wanwan tugged at their clothing, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if on the verge of crying. Fry them. In a moment of inexplicable compliance, Green Lotus and An Zhang acquiesced. The locusts in the pasture were not abundant, but the hunting duo of Qin Xiao and Fox Xiaoya managed to gather around 100. These locusts were indeed large and fat, accumulating to fill a small basin. And Zhang and Green Lotus took them to clean, removing their heads and wings before heating oil in a pan. By this point, they were beginning to regret their decision. Miss, perhaps we should inform the general and the merchant leader first? Qin Wanwan nodded, all right. Green Lotus promptly rushed to find Xie Chong and Shang Woyang. By the time they were summoned, the oil in the pan had reached the perfect temperature for frying locusts. Fried locusts, I cannot believe you thought of this, Aunt Zhang remarked nervously, aware that people often feared being blamed for any misfortune. Qin Wanwan looked up with her lovely face beaming in a smile. Delicious, let us give it to father. Fry them, I am eager to see how delectable they truly are. Shang Woyan was well aware that non-swarming locusts were harmless, having tasted them in his youth out of sheer hunger. Having secured the approval of the two gentlemen, Aunt Zhang began her culinary endeavor. As the locusts were plunged into the hot oil, a tantalizing aroma soon enveloped the kitchen. Xie Chong's eyes widened in surprise. Wolftooth peered curiously, enticed by the delightful scent. Qin Wanwan, too, felt her appetite surge. Father, it smells so good, Kikek chimed in, a pinch of salt is needed. Once the locusts reached a lovely golden brown hue, crispy and inviting, they were retrieved from the oil. Remarkably, they required minimal seasoning. Unable to contain her excitement, Qin Wanwan eagerly reached for them, only to be gently restrained by Shang Woyang. Patience, little one, we must first sample them to ensure they are safe before allowing you to indulge. With that, he picked up a fried locust with chopsticks, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. The crunch was undeniable, and the flavor was beyond description. Merely listening to it was enough to evoke a sense of deliciousness. Qin Wanwan exclaimed, Father, I want to eat. Wanwan wants to eat. She was nearly climbing onto him in her eagerness. Shang Woyang chuckled heartily, finding the little one's impatience amusing. What is the rush? Go ahead, eat. He blew on one and handed it to Qin Wanwan. The little one opened her mouth wide and devoured nearly half of the locust, its crispiness reminiscent of potato chips. Qin Wanwan's expression was one of sheer delight, bubbling with joy, so delicious. Chapter 88 of the Oil Workshop. Not only is it delectable, but the locusts are also quite substantial, offering a delightful crunch and a rich, savory flavor that is truly satisfying. Perhaps it is due to their diet of pasture, but the fried locust meat carries a hint of sweetness. Xia Chang's eyes brightened upon tasting one, pleasantly surprised. Not bad. Unfortunately, the preparation of such delicacies is excessively oil-intensive, and roasting does not yield favorable results. Currently, there is soybean oil and sesame oil available, but the knowledge of oil extraction is held by the aristocracy, making these oils rather expensive. The military supply of soybean oil is limited, and more often than not, they resort to lard. Though lard has a distinct odor, it is more readily available and cost-effective. What do you think about me establishing a soybean oil workshop in Shurha City? Shurha City is indeed lacking in many essentials, with no place to procure soybean oil. The soybean oil from the general's residence is sourced from Xie Chong's military salary. Xie Chong regarded him. Do you know how to extract oil? Of course, I have some knowledge on the subject. Conditions. It would be ideal to open a soybean oil workshop in Shurha City. Shang Woyang waved his fan slightly. Simple, during autumn, winter, and spring, I will take care of Wanwan. He is sensitive to the cold, and only in the scorching summer does he not feel discomfort. It would be perfect to cuddle with Wanwan, his little source of warmth. During the other seasons, Xie Chang's expression darkened. Do not overreach, as previously agreed, one person cares for Wanwan for a month. Shang Woyang smiled, so, am I not discussing this with you? I can sell the soybean oil workshop directly to you. Xie Chong felt a cursed sense of yearning. He lowered his gaze to Qin Wanwan. However, he was reluctant to use his daughter as a bargaining chip. Wanwan, what do you think? Qin Wanwan's innocent little eyes were wide with confusion. Huh? Shang Woyang picked her up. I will ensure that your father Xia and his army can enjoy soybean oil in the future, and you will stay with me during autumn, winter, and spring. Qin Wanwan wrapped her arms around his neck. That sounds great. Can Uncle Xia join us? Uncle Shang wants Wanwan to keep the bed warm. She knew that Uncle Shang was unwell, and it would be delightful to keep him company at night. Yet, Uncle Xia also cherished her, leaving the little one torn. Why can't Uncle Shang and Uncle Xia sleep with Wanwan? Shang Woyang replied, that's not possible. Xia Chong added, absolutely not. Although he had shared a bed with men before, particularly Xie Chong, it was always in special circumstances, such as during battles in cold weather when tents were scarce, and several individuals huddled together for warmth to avoid freezing to death. But under normal circumstances, who would share a bed with someone of the same sex unless they were particularly close? Naturally, in the capital of Tianqi, it was not uncommon for scholars and friends to sleep in close quarters, viewing it as an expression of camaraderie. During the day, Wanwan is welcome to visit me without obstruction. Since Qin Wanwan herself was not concerned, Xie Chong, despite feeling a tinge of sorrow as a father, ultimately agreed after some contemplation. The conditions were simply too tempting. If they could master the method of producing soybean oil, they would save a significant amount of military funds. After all, soybean oil is indeed costly, but for optimal combat readiness on the battlefield, both oil and salt are indispensable. Shang Woyan remarked, understood, why would I prevent her? A bowl of fried locusts was quickly devoured. Langya consumed quite a bit, growing taller and stronger by the day. Although he could not speak, he was a natural martial arts talent. Xia Chong trained him daily, partly because he was tasked with protecting Qin Wanwan and was loyal solely to her. Xia Chong intended to groom him as his daughter's personal guard. Additionally, he saw potential in Langya and was pleased by his rapid progress in martial arts training, which brought Xia Chong a sense of accomplishment. As long as he did not encounter martial arts experts, Langya was more than capable of safeguarding Qin Wanwan in her daily life. Moreover, he was continuously growing. After finishing the fried locusts, Qin Wanwan felt a sense of forgetfulness wash over her. Wanwan, when will you purchase those seeds? That piece of land has already been cleared. Qin Wanwan patted her little head. I remember now. Xia Chong. I can buy them tomorrow. She needed to see how the marketplace had upgraded. Leaning her head against his shoulder, the two of them conspiratorially pointed at the air, speaking in a language Xia Chong could not comprehend. Xia Chong, got so, she was no longer even pretending in front of him? Let me see what the upgrade entails. Oh, there are snacks now, it's candy. Since arriving here, Qin Wanwan had not indulged in any proper sweets. In this era, the most common sweets were maltose and brown sugar, while other sweet treats consisted of dried fruits and honey. The variety of candies was exceedingly limited. Now, seeing candy, especially in assorted packages, filled her with delight. Inside were milk candies, various fruit-flavored candies, and gummies, among others, all appearing plentiful. She could acquire them for just 10 merit points. Besides the candy, there were also wheat seeds, and not just ordinary wheat. Mutated wheat. Wheat from a world of revived spiritual energy, with large, plump grains, yielding 3,000 pounds per acre. Drawback, particularly susceptible to swarms of locusts when nearing maturity. Rice with a trace of spiritual energy. A product from the realm of cultivation, delicious and beneficial for health improvement. Drawback, delicate and difficult to cultivate, with high environmental requirements. Purple grapes, sweet tasting, large and plump, suitable for winemaking. In addition to these plants, there was also a book. The complete guide to winemaking. This single book required 3,000 merit points. Suddenly, so many items appeared, causing Qin Wanwan to stomp her feet in joy, especially upon seeing the candy. Upon noticing the considerable merit points required for the book, she covered her ears and shut her eyes. As long as she closed them quickly, she could pretend she hadn't seen it. This time, there were so many items. First, let us have some candy. The 3-year-old child did not hesitate to purchase the candies. Soon, a woven box appeared in her hands. Opening it revealed a 9-grid compartment crafted from vines, each section filled with a different flavor of candy. The candies were wrapped in biodegradable paper. Qin Wanwan eagerly popped a milk candy into her mouth. So fragrant, so sweet, the rich milky flavor easily captivated the child. Ahem, Xia Chong felt that if he remained silent any longer, this little one might forget he existed. Qin Wanwan turned. Daddy, you're still here. Xia Chong replied, but what else would I be doing? Qin Wanwan offered him a mint candy. Here, Daddy, have some candy, it's super delicious. Xia Chong did not inquire further about the box, as such occurrences had happened multiple times before. He had witnessed it when Qin Wanwan purchased milk fruit. However, his curiosity rendered him speechless. In the future, do not buy things outside, it would not be good if others see you. Qin Wanwan nodded, her voice soft in response, got it. With milk candy in her mouth, her words carried a hint of milky sweetness. Lemon candy, orange candy, grape gummies. She handed Xia Chong one of each flavor from the 9-grid box. I'll give Uncle Xia 9 pieces of candy. After giving the candies to Xia Chong, she happily skipped away to find Shang Woyang. One must serve water properly. If Uncle Xia has it, Uncle Shang should have it too. Chapter 89. To the countryside. This candy is rather delightful, Shang Woyang remarked, pinching a lemon candy and tossing it into her mouth. It has the flavor of lemon. She pondered how it might have been made, contemplating whether she could find someone to experiment with it. Such confections would undoubtedly be well received. Father, how many seeds should we purchase? She muttered about the newly acquired seeds. Now we also have seeds for wheat, rice, and grapes. Xia Chang's eyes lit up. What is the yield of the wheat? It claims an output of 3,000 jin per mu. Qin Wanwan's memory remained remarkably sharp. Upon hearing this, Xia Chang's breath grew heavier, and his excitement was palpable. Wheat is a staple food, and currently, even the finest fields yield just over 2 shur. The 3,000 jin per mu that Qin Wanwan mentioned translates to a staggering 25 shur. Shang Woyan was equally astonished. They gazed at Qin Wanwan, marveling at this treasure, which had fortuitously come to them. However, it mentioned that the taste is poor and that it attracts pests. The seeds need to be kept near Wanwan for some time before they become palatable. What kind of pests? Locusts. At this, Xia Chang's expression shifted. Locusts could easily lead to a plague, yet, the allure of 3,000 jin per mu was too tempting to ignore. No matter, we can take our time. This wheat will have to wait until the right season to be sown. Regardless, it was worth attempting, and finding a way to mitigate the locust threat would be even better. With the spring planting season for wheat past, they would have to wait for the winter wheat. Will the wheat survive the winter? Qin Wanwan was uncertain, so she looked to Kiki for reassurance. It can. It has mutated, so what environment could it not thrive in? Mutated plants are resilient, capable of surviving both droughts and severe cold in most cases, though their taste may not be particularly pleasant. Plant growth adheres to natural laws, one must sacrifice something to gain something. It is unrealistic to expect everything to go perfectly. As for rice, both Xia Chong and Shang Woyan recognized that the rice Qin Wanwan spoke of was indeed valuable but too delicate to cultivate successfully at present. Thus, they opted to postpone purchasing it for now. Siechong decided to focus on nurturing the seeds of potatoes, forage, and soybeans first. In truth, planting potatoes and soybeans at this time was somewhat late, but as long as they avoided disasters, a delay of about a month would not hinder the harvest. The next day, Qin Wanwan nearly exhausted all her merit points, redeeming 30 mu of potatoes, 20 mu of forage, and using the remainder for 3 mu of soybeans. The utility of soybeans was significant, so it was advantageous to plant more. However, this batch of soybeans would likely be reserved for seed. Recently, Qin Wanwan had depleted most of her accrued merit points. Glancing at her meager collection of a dozen or so points, she exchanged them for 3 grape seedlings. 10 merit points for 3 seedlings. Armed with a small hoe, she hurried to the courtyard to plant them. Kiki, look, the snacks have changed. On the marketplace interface, what had been images of candy yesterday transformed into pictures of egg tarts and coconut milk tofu today. Kiki leaned in for a closer inspection, discovering a small line of text beneath the snack image. Snacks update randomly every day. Qin Wanwan was overjoyed, her spirits soaring. Both egg tarts and coconut milk tofu were delicious, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to exchange for them. However, she was out of merit points. The corners of her mouth, which had been turned upwards, immediately fell. In pursuit of her beloved snacks, Qin Wanwan resolved to perform good deeds to earn merit. She bid farewell to her father and set off with a group of animals in tow. Shang Woyang permitted only the shadow guard to accompany them. Qin Wanwan was flanked by a large lion and 3 wolves. Although the wolves were not fully grown, they exuded a certain formidable presence. In Shurha City, there were few people around, not even a beggar. After all, beggars found little to eat here. With arms and legs intact, anyone seen begging was typically sent off to work the fields. What about the children? Are there any child beggars? Qin Wanwan inquired at the city gate. The guard shook his head. There are many tasks needing manpower in the military camp, such as repairing the city walls or gathering stones. Now they are also cultivating wasteland for planting. The general has ordered the homeless children to help as well. As long as they do not engage in dishonest behavior, they can at least earn enough to fill their stomachs for the day. So, it seemed that her father had already done good deeds. Then let us wander to the villages outside the city. With nothing to do in town, they decided to explore the rural villages. The closest village was 2 hours away from Shurha City, assuming one traveled on foot. Of course, Qin Wanwan rode a large horse, accompanied by the wolf Fang and a man clad in military attire for protection. Upon arriving at the village, the villagers initially mistook them for high officials, and each one appeared anxious. You need not concern yourselves with us, she reassured them. The presence of a soldier was essential, as the customs in these remote areas could be rather fierce, and those with ill intentions could easily target them. However, the common folk feared authority. The mere presence of a soldier dissuaded any thoughts of wrongdoing. Naturally, 3-year-old Qin Wanwan was oblivious to these nuances. It was the captain of the city gate guard who had arranged for a soldier to accompany her. Dismounting from her horse, Qin Wanwan observed the laborers toiling in the fields. What crops are you planting now that you are clearing the land? She asked. Though merely a child of 3, her impressive entrance on a large horse, accompanied by a soldier and fierce beasts, commanded respect from the village chief, who dared not underestimate her. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the village chief replied hastily, "It is too late to plant wheat now. We are first preparing the land to nourish it. We will plant wheat next year. Why not use oxen? Digging soil by hand is so slow and laborious." Due to her partial inheritance of knowledge, Qin Wanwan was somewhat informed about farming. The village chief chuckled wryly. Where could we afford to buy oxen? Not every ox is suitable for plowing. Their temperament can be quite fierce. A goring or a stomp could cost someone half their life. The oxen used for plowing must be a domesticated and gentle breed. While the nomadic people of the grasslands are adept at raising livestock, they primarily raise cattle for meat. They do possess oxen in this region, but a single ox is quite expensive, and the average person cannot afford one. Qin Wanwan scanned the area and found that aside from giving a few dark-skinned children some candy, there seemed to be little else she could assist with. That was until she spotted a donkey. The donkey was tethered to a tree and appeared lethargic. Nearby sat an elderly man, sighing in despair. The village chief, not daring to neglect the esteemed guest, followed along, providing introductions. Seeing such a beautiful girl, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, sharing candy with the dark, scraggly children of the village, the villagers began to feel less apprehensive. What seems to be the matter, old sir? The sudden appearance of the youthful voice startled the elderly man. Upon seeing Qin Wanwan and her entourage, he quickly knelt down. Noble one. Qin Wanwan waved her hand. I am not a noble, I am just a little child, please rise. Deshan, rise, the noble one is not angry. Hearing the village chief's voice, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. The village chief hastily explained, this is Lu Dasan from our village. He has been sighing here because his donkey fell ill a few days ago and has yet to recover. It cannot eat, and it is becoming alarmingly thin. Such a situation is troubling for anyone. After all, that donkey represents a crucial source of labor for their household. Chapter 90. The rescue of the donkey. In this day and age, the absence of veterinarians leaves the villagers to rely solely on their rudimentary knowledge and experience when their donkeys fall ill. In most cases, they can only fret and feel helpless. Lu Dashuan's donkey appeared gravely ill, causing the entire family to wear expressions of deep concern. Qin Wanwan approached the donkey, murmuring softly. After a while, she informed the village chief, there is something lodged in its mouth, which is causing it pain and preventing it from eating. Upon hearing this, the village chief and Lu Dasan, disregarding the fact that these words came from a mere child, hurriedly inquired, where is it? On the left side, near the teeth, Qin Wanwan replied. Come on, you foolish donkey, open your mouth so we can take a look. Without needing to pry the donkey's mouth open, it willingly revealed its jaws. Remarkable. The village chief, already convinced of the little girl's resemblance to a mythical fairy, felt even more certain that she was indeed a celestial being. Indeed, it's there. We found it. Lu Dasan, undeterred by the stench, boldly thrust his hand into the donkey's mouth and began to explore. Upon touching the foreign object lodged within, he was filled with astonishment, though the donkey yelped in pain and bit down on his hand. Lu Dasan, however, was not dissuaded. "Uncle, hold the donkey steady while I extract that wretched thing." The donkey thrashed in agony, making it difficult for the two of them to restrain it. Eventually, Wolf Fong and a few soldiers came to assist, managing to hold the donkey still long enough to remove the object, a sharp wooden splinter. Goodness, how deeply embedded it was. No wonder it was in pain. Toothaches can be excruciating, and if it affects a human, one can only imagine the suffering of a donkey. The flesh around its teeth has rotted away. What are we to do? Qin Wanwan, thinking quickly, recalled a remedy from her inherited memories. Let us wash it with salt water. Now, the village chief and Lu Dasan had no doubts about the words of a 3-year-old child. They immediately set about preparing a saline solution. The donkey was reluctant to drink, as the salt water stung its wounds. However, refusing to drink was not an option. Lu Dasan, this time not daring to trouble the officials for assistance, enlisted his family to hold the donkey down while he administered the salt water. Upon hearing that the wooden splinter had been removed from the donkey's mouth, the family was overjoyed, believing that the donkey might recover. Once the saline solution was administered, they all knelt before Qin Wanwan, expressing their gratitude profusely. "There's no need for thanks," she said, slightly embarrassed by the attention. This was her first experience with such a display of gratitude, and she felt rather shy. With the foreign object removed and the salt water cleansing its wounds, the donkey soon felt a ravenous hunger and began searching for food. Witnessing the donkey eat, Lu Dashuan's family was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. They warmly invited her to their home for a meal. Qin Wanwan politely declined, explaining that her father was waiting for her to return for dinner. After resolving the matter with the donkey, she made her way back to Sheikh City. As she rode on horseback, she noticed her merit points had increased by 30. Generally, her own good deeds accrued more merit points, and completing good acts often yielded rewards. The points she received from her father and others, who performed good deeds in her name, were merely a fraction, and they would only refresh at midnight. Though she had not performed an abundance of good deeds, she had earned enough merit points to buy snacks. Upon returning to the general's residence, Qin Wanwan immediately retrieved the egg tarts and coconut milk tofu to share with her fathers. There were 10 egg tarts and 1 box of coconut milk tofu. Both snacks were sweet and widely appealing, even to burly men like Xiechong, who enjoyed a touch of sweetness. In this era, sweet treats were rare, making them especially cherished by many. Delicious. I adore this coconut milk tofu. Is this made from coconut? Shang Woyang skewered another piece of coconut milk tofu with a bamboo stick and popped it into his mouth. The white fluff on the surface of the tofu did indeed resemble coconut flesh. The oasis climate over in Xiangyang City was unique, allowing for the growth of coconut trees. However, most people there only consumed coconut water, and many found its taste peculiar. Coconut flesh was often dry and bland, leading most to avoid it. I'm from Phuket, the little girl chimed in, innocently asking questions. Kikek, filled with pride, puffed up his tail and declared, now you know of my importance, don't you? I'll tell you, this family will fall apart without me. Stop talking nonsense, Shang Woyan retorted, causing Kikek to lower his tail under his intense gaze. That is coconut pulp. It's what you get when you crush and dehydrate coconut flesh. I tell you, coconuts are marvelous. You can drink the water, and the flesh can be pressed for oil. Oh? The two adults suddenly expressed interest. Oil can be extracted? Xiechong was astounded that such a heavy object could yield oil. Indeed, you can try it yourselves. Shang Wuyan was genuinely inclined to have someone test this claim. He immediately sent a message to Xiangyang City, instructing the steward to begin arrangements. That night, Qin Wanwan shared a bed with Grandpa Xia. Lying on the bed, her snowy white feet swung back and forth as she excitedly recounted her adventures in the countryside that day. Father, they said they need to fertilize the land. Does that mean they require fertilizer? Xiechong replied, they may not know how to make fertilizer, but we could simplify the current fertilizer recipe and share it, ensuring a good harvest next year. Xiechong was somewhat troubled by the drawbacks of the wheat Qin Wanwan procured, with its impressive yield of 3,000 jin per mu being quite tempting. However, its propensity to attract locusts was a serious concern. If vast fields were planted, wouldn't that inevitably lead to a locust disaster? Suddenly, he thought of Qin Xiao. The little goose was quite fond of catching locusts among the grasses, diligently hunting a few each day for her meals. He pondered whether large-scale farming of chickens, ducks, and geese could help control the locust population. The more he considered it, the more feasible this solution appeared. If the pasture at home attracted locusts, then the grasses they were currently cultivating might draw even more in the future. Raising chickens, ducks, and geese on a large scale within the military could not only consume locusts but also provide meat. That night, the more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, eventually falling asleep rather late. The next morning, he rose early to head to the barracks, eager to discuss the feasibility of this plan with others. The grasses grew quickly, and if this were to succeed, it needed to be implemented promptly. When Qin Wanwan woke up, she found that her Grandpa Xia was missing. At the breakfast table, only Grandpa Shang was present. Hurry and eat. Once you finish your breakfast, I'll take you to see my place, Shang Woyang urged. Qin Wanwan focused on her sweet tofu pudding, asking, is your house finished? Yes. Shang Woyang, with his wealth, had constructed not merely a house but a grand estate due to land requirements. It was not built within Shay City, but rather in a rural area near the mountains, where the feng shui was favorable. While there were few mountain forests in this area, they were not entirely absent. Shang Woyang's estate was surrounded by mountains and water, situated a short distance from the local village, providing a tranquil atmosphere. The roads were somewhat poor, but for someone as affluent as Shang Woyang, this was hardly a concern. As the house neared completion, he had already arranged for workers to repair the roads. Chapter 91. Peony through the window of the carriage, Qin Wanwan observed as the villagers, who had been repairing the road, scattered to the sides as their luxurious carriage passed. They gazed at the opulent vehicle with a mixture of reverence and admiration as it rolled away. Behind them, the villagers' expressions were filled with envy. "So this is the noble benefactor who funded our road repairs," they murmured, referring to the residents of Dezeo village ahead. The completion of this road would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits to their community. Moreover, they were not receiving this assistance for free, the benefactor was paying them for their labor. "What a magnificent carriage," exclaimed one villager. "Come on, everyone, stop gawking and get back to work. The sooner we finish the road, the more convenient our travels will be. Let us put in some effort, it's almost mealtime." At the mention of food, their spirits lifted immensely. Their current endeavor was envied by many, as they received 31 in wages each day, along with meals provided, 2 hearty servings daily, featuring fluffy steamed buns and sweet mung bean soup. The sounds of the villagers' cheerful banter reached Qin Wanwan's ears, prompting her to curiously turn her head. The villagers, clad in drab, patched narrow-sleeved garments, toiled diligently, yet their faces radiated joy, seemingly undeterred by fatigue. The carriage soon arrived at the picturesque foot of the mountain, revealing a charming courtyard that stood in stark contrast to the somber surroundings of the border area. "Wow, is this the residence of Father Shang? It's so grand and beautiful." Qin Wanwan exclaimed. Shang Woyang slowly disembarked from the carriage, remarking, "It's quite small, hardly grand." Of course, it paled in comparison to his lordly mansion. "Do you see that expanse of fields over there?" Shang Woyang pointed to the vast lands surrounding the courtyard, where laborers were engaged in cultivation. Qin Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement. "I have prepared the land, just waiting for you to bring the seeds to plant. I'll set aside a plot for you, you can cultivate whatever you desire." Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "For me?" Shang Woyang nodded affirmatively. "Yes." She thought of the rice seeds available in the market. "Does father have any paddy fields?" "Rice must be sown in waterlogged fields." "Indeed, but first, let us inspect the house." Grasping his hand, Qin Wanwan eagerly followed him across the threshold. The swift construction of such a 3-section courtyard within a short span of time was a testament to Shang Woyang's impressive financial prowess. Inside, there were pavilions, rockeries, and pools, creating an enchanting environment where every step felt like walking through a beautiful landscape. Colorful koi fish swam gracefully in the artificial pond, captivating her senses. Qin Wanwan felt her eyes overwhelmed by the abundance of beauty. So many exquisite sights. Would they truly reside here henceforth? Father Shang is truly remarkable. Upon entering their sleeping quarters, Qin Wanwan felt an even greater fondness for the place. The bed appeared incredibly soft and inviting. "Father," she began. "No," he interjected firmly. Seeing her eager gaze fixed on the splendid bed, Shang Woyang preemptively denied her unspoken wish. "You haven't bathed or changed your clothes yet, so no jumping on the bed." "But I truly want to roll around on it," she protested. Shang Woyang scooped her up under her arms and swiftly carried her out of the room, shutting the door behind them in one fluid motion. He gently patted her head, saying, "Be good. After your bath and getting dressed, you can lie down." "Okay," she complied. If she couldn't roll, then so be it. With her hands on her hips and a glint in her eyes, she felt an urge to explore. Acting on her impulse, she tugged at her father's hand and darted outside. "Father, let us go see other places." "Father, let us go over there, that tree is so big it could hold several Wanwans." Shang Woyang remarked, "What makes you think of hanging several Wanwans?" With utmost seriousness, Qin Wanwan replied, "Because I want to climb it." "Absolutely not. You might fall and break your leg." "What about the rockery, can I climb that? It looks easy to scale." "No, you might fall and injure your face." "What about the wall, can Wanwan climb the wall?" Shang Woyang's tone remained steady. "No, you can't climb it. Your legs are too short." Qin Wanwan felt slightly offended by his dismissal. "Then will you carry me, father, since you're tall, you could help me see outside." "Not a chance. If you fall, it could result in serious injury." Despite being repeatedly denied, Qin Wanwan remained undeterred. "Can I catch the pretty fish?" she asked, pointing to the koi in the pond. Shang Woyang glanced at the fish before responding, "No. Why not this time? These creatures are meant to be admired from a distance, they have a foul fishy odor that I dislike." Qin Wanwan pouted, "What can I play with, then?" After a moment's thought, Shang Woyang replied, "The amusement park isn't ready yet, but once it is, you can have all the fun you want." Ultimately, Qin Wanwan plucked a vibrant peony flower blooming in the garden. Of course, before doing so, she politely inquired if she could pick it. She was, after all, quite courteous. Shang Woyang, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Go ahead." It was as if he were dismissing a mere wildflower. The flower farmer tending to the blooms nearby felt a pang of distress at the sight, but seeing that the master showed no sign of concern, he chose to remain silent. Out of sight, out of mind, this particular peony was none other than the esteemed Yao Huang variety, highly coveted throughout history. The ancient culture revered the color yellow, and the Yao Huang boasted a stunning hue, with large, full blossoms that exuded an air of nobility. A genuine and well-cultivated Yao Huang was a rare treasure indeed. Coincidentally, Shang Woyang's garden housed such a specimen, along with other exquisite peony varieties. In the Tanchi era, peonies were regarded as the queen of flowers, admired equally by nobles and scholars. It was said that no other flower could rival the beauty of the peony in that time, yet, the small garden was home to countless coveted blooms, and the most splendid one had been plucked by a child who knew nothing of its worth. Qin Wanwan, blissfully unaware of the peony's value, simply found it beautiful through the innocent eyes of a child. Children are naturally drawn to vivid colors, and she adored the entire garden of peonies. Father Shang, look! What a large and beautiful flower! The bloom was considerably larger than her two hands combined, and she held it up next to her cherubic face. Father, which is bigger, my face or the flower? Your face is larger, Shang Woyang replied. Qin Wanwan blinked in disbelief. Really? Kikek, which is bigger, my face or the flower? She asked again, this time to a different audience. Kikek, ever the flatterer, chimed in, of course, the flower is bigger. Our little one's face is small, with baby fat, big eyes, and delightful, curled eyelashes that many envy, and look at that tiny nose and rosy, plump lips. Her teeth are neat and lovely, making her the most beautiful child in existence. No one could ever surpass our darling. Chapter 92 Ice Cream and Milk Tea. The delightful praises flowed like a gentle breeze, elevating the ambience to a state of perfection. Qin Wanwan's cherubic face radiated joy, her hair seemingly dancing with happiness. The other creatures, albeit mute, could only lament their inability to express admiration for the world's most enchanting and adorable little darling, adorned with an oversized flower that almost overshadowed her face. Qin Wanwan set out with Shang Woyang, her vanity evident. This outing was to inspect the rice paddies, which thrived best when adjacent to the river, and the splendid fields belonging to Shang Woyang were abundant. He inquired how much she desired. Is all of this for me? Qin Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She yearned to cultivate spiritually infused rice to nourish her father, the little geese, and herself, for such rice was extraordinarily delectable. Indeed, Shang Woyang replied, however, you need not take so much, one person cannot tend to such a vast amount of spiritual rice. Typically, spiritual rice could only flourish in fields infused with spiritual energy, as their growth depended on such sustenance. Yet, without spiritual fields, only Qin Wanwan could care for them, utilizing her Qilin essence to influence their growth. Still, as a young Qilin herself, her capacity to affect the land was limited. I shall plant just 1 acre, she decided cheerfully. Shang Woyang had no objections and facilitated the preparation of that acre. Qin Wanwan joyfully exchanged for a variety of spiritual rice seeds. How expensive! She remarked, for at that moment, spiritual rice was the most costly item she had encountered, requiring 100 merit points for an acre's worth. She set the seeds aside for nurturing. Father, could you make me a small backpack? She asked, her hands gesturing as she described it. Occasionally, she would fumble her words only to be gently corrected by Kiki. After her request, she licked her lips and her eyes sparkled at the sight of the newly updated snacks. Today's delights included ice cream and milk tea. During her time in the heavenly realm, she had adored an array of milk teas, cakes, and ice cream chips. Oh, the list of favorites was endless. Without hesitation, Qin Wanwan clicked to redeem them. Though she intended to save merit points for her father as seeds, the temptation of delightful snacks was too great for a child to resist, especially when they were so scrumptious and varied each day. 5 ice creams and 5 cups of milk tea appeared before her, each with different flavors. Father, which flavor of ice cream would you like? She inquired as she laid out her treasures on the small table within the carriage returning to Shurha City. Shang Woyang, taken aback by the sudden bounty, mused, This child is indeed refreshingly unreserved, a truly forthright darling. What flavors do we have? He asked. This one is strawberry, this one is mango, this one is chocolate, this is vanilla, and this is grape. This is taro bubble milk tea, and this is mango pudding. The little one expertly introduced each treat without needing Kiki's assistance. They're all chilled, and absolutely delicious, she declared, her excitement palpable. Indeed, they were refreshing, especially in such sweltering weather. Except for him, I dislike cold food, Shang Woyang remarked. Oh right, father is afraid of the cold, she recalled, her little brow furrowing as she touched each cup. All the milk teas were ice cold, with one even being a slushy. Father wouldn't tea enjoy it. She then opened the marketplace again. Kiki, could you make a warm milk tea for me? Why not try asking the marketplace again? Kiki suggested, sitting upright, her small hands resting on her lap. She looked adorably earnest. Father, what flavor of hot milk tea do you desire? Shang Woyang pointed at one cup, this one, referring to the mango pudding. Immediately, Qin Wanwan clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and began to wish. Most benevolent heaven, please ensure the milk tea is warm. The ice cream could remain frozen. Warming it would cause it to melt away. Thus, she clicked to purchase once more. To her delight, an equal number of ice creams and milk teas reappeared, but with different flavors this time. The milk tea was hot, and aside from the mango pudding, the other flavors were different. Success, it seemed that even heaven enjoyed a bit of flattery. The lovely milk foam smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling with joy, resembling a little sunflower. She promptly handed the mango pudding to her father, demonstrating how to insert a straw and drink the milk tea. Sipping her icy taro bubble tea, her cheeks puffed adorably as she savored it. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, and she didn't forget her father, gazing up at Shang Woyang with eager anticipation, her expression almost begging for his approval of the flavor. After tasting, Shang Woyang's violet eyes glimmered slightly. It was indeed delicious. Not bad, he said, before continuing to sip from the straw. Qin Wanwan, clutching her cup of icy milk tea, leaned out of the carriage, calling, Wolf Fong, Wolf Fong. Wolf Fang rode up beside the carriage. Here you go, insert the pointed end of the straw like this. Then she demonstrated how to sip the milk tea. Wolf Fang nodded, understanding her instructions. However, as he pressed the straw into the cup, he applied too much force, causing the drink to spray out. Wolf Fang looked at Qin Wanwan, flustered. He felt foolish for failing at such a simple task, fearing his master might be displeased. Qin Wanwan handed him a handkerchief. You were too forceful, you need to be gentle, she reassured him, her concern brightening his spirits. He mimicked her and took a sip of the milk tea, his blue eyes lighting up. It was delicious, sweet and icy. His master was so kind to share such a precious treat with him. The sounds of sipping echoed both inside and outside the carriage. Shang Woyang finished his mango pudding and eyed the other flavors of milk tea. The warm ones were all his, and he assertively gathered them to himself, inserting straws into each one. Qin Wanwan turned to see her father sampling each flavor, hoarding the ones he liked while dismissing the less favored ones with a wave to his subordinates. Take these, you may divide them among yourselves. In truth, he simply couldn't consume them all. Father, when you go to the military camp, please give these to Uncle Xia, Qin Wanwan suggested, placing her beloved milk tea on one side and ice cream on the other, happily scooping and savoring each bite. Shang Woyang observed her several times, curious about her delight. Is it truly that good? He wondered, wanting to try for himself. Let me have a taste, he requested. Without hesitation, Qin Wanwan offered him a spoonful. Aside from the chill, it was utterly delightful, delicious, he affirmed. Chapter 93 The serpent. Qin Wanwan, with her head adorned by a large peony, made her entrance into the military camp, undoubtedly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Where's father? Where is my father? The general is over at the training grounds. In this camp, who does not recognize Qin Wanwan, today, a contest was being held, drawing several formidable subordinates of the generals to compete. Qin Wanwan grasped Shang Woyang's hand. Uncle Shang, let us hasten our pace. Clad in vibrant red and donning a mask, Shang Woyang appeared somewhat out of place in the military setting, exuding an air of sophistication. The sun hung high in the sky, and while Qin Wanwan felt the heat, Shang Woyang found it just right. Relishing the coolness radiating from her father, Qin Wanwan decided to come to a halt. I want to be held by Uncle Shang. He obliged her request. As she gazed upward, the delightful fragrance emanating from her father enveloped her, providing immense comfort. The raucous cheers from the training grounds reverberated in the air. As they approached, they chanced upon two shirtless men grappling on the arena, their fists, akin to sandbags, striking with a resounding thud. The slender contender was ultimately seized and thrown off the platform by his opponent. Bravo! A chorus of boisterous cheers erupted. The vanquished fighter regretfully exited the stage. Next up, Ma Er vs Hong Wu. Upon the announcer's call, two men shed their shirts and stepped forward. I concede. After exchanging respectful gestures, they swiftly engaged in combat, relying solely on their physical prowess without any weapons. Shang Woyang, with his striking red attire, drew immediate attention as they entered the training grounds. General Xia Wanwan has arrived. The man standing atop a high platform, hands clasped behind his back, turned at the sound, and Shang Woyang ascended the stone steps, holding Qin Wanwan in his arms. The lively little one in his embrace radiated joy. Father Xia, a subtle warmth softened Xia Chang's stern countenance, the corners of his expressionless mouth lifting slightly. Father, I have brought you some treats. You must eat quickly, or they will melt away. She hopped about, raising her small hand to beckon. Hurry, hurry, bring them over. Wolf Fang and several others soon approached with milk tea and ice cream. Shang Woyang inquired, are there any chairs? Xia Chong replied, none. Then I shall take her away. Xia Chong. Ultimately, someone was dispatched to bring over a chair. Observing the simple, backless seat, Shang Woyang clicked his tongue in disdain but still sat down. Qin Wanwan bounced around Xia Chong. Father, are you hot? Have some of this, it's a slushy filled with ice, and it's mango flavored. Ice. Xia Chong examined it, discovering it was indeed icy, albeit finely crushed. In this weather, a single bite would be extraordinarily refreshing. The onlookers gazed enviously. General, can I have a taste too? Although Xia Chong often presented a cold demeanor, those close to him understood that while his expression might be stern, he was not easily angered. He was, in fact, a remarkably generous and fair general. The individuals surrounding Xia Chong were all those he had personally promoted, and they often joked with him. Xia Chong nodded, certainly. Hence, a lively crowd surged forth to seize the treats. Wanwan, the uncles won't mind if they have some of these. Qin Wanwan shook her head. Father cannot finish them. Laughter erupted among the group. Hey, what material is this cup made of? Is it transparent or soft? It could be used as a cup, but too bad it's not sturdy. Slurp. What is this? It's sweet, and there's even fruit pulp inside. It's delicious. Mine has a milky taste, not at all fishy, and it's icy and sweet, simply delightful. The group was soon captivated by the snacks of the day, milk tea and ice cream. Smiles spread across their darkened faces. Observing their joy, Qin Wanwan felt a surge of happiness as she watched the ongoing arena matches with her father. Father, it's so hot, on such a scorching day, do they really have to train? Xia Chong held her, allowing her a better view. Indeed. One cannot be negligent in matters of war. Everyone must continuously strive to improve themselves to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. Those individuals, today they may be laughing and sharing tales of home, yet tomorrow they might forever close their eyes. When he was but a young soldier, he had witnessed far too many such scenarios, having seen vibrant friends perish in battle just a day before. Those haunting images remained etched in his memory. Had he not possessed considerable strength and skill, he too could have become a wisp of a soul on the battlefield, like those fallen comrades. Qin Wanwan clung to his neck, sensing her father's sorrow. The ongoing arena matches at the military camp had persisted for several days, featuring not only hand-to-hand combat but also contests of horsemanship, archery, and team events. During the day, Qin Wanwan would visit her father Xia, bringing delicious little snacks each time. In the evenings, she would be busy at Uncle Xiang's side. It was during this period that the eagle egg she had purchased in Xiangyang City finally hatched. 2 months had passed, and had she not felt the vitality within the eggs, she might have thought they would never emerge. Xiang Huoyang had suggested they were dead eggs and should be discarded, for the incubation period of eagles typically lasts around a month. The animals at home had grown significantly, especially the 3 wolves, whose transformation was most pronounced. They no longer appeared as plump, but rather sleek and elongated, and their faces, now matured, were strikingly handsome. Handsomeness is a sensation, not merely a trait of individuals. The 3 snow wolves in Qin Wanwan's household had grown to the size of adult dogs, their pristine white fur and striking blue eyes rendering them exceptionally beautiful. They had become adept hunters. In the grasslands, the trio worked in perfect harmony, effortlessly capturing a good number of prey, not only sustaining themselves but also bringing back hares and other small game. However, their range of activity remained too limited, allowing them only to catch smaller quarry. Yet, the most remarkable transformation belonged to the snake that Qin Wanwan had been nurturing. General, indeed, the pasture has attracted a multitude of locusts, large and plump. The brothers have caught quite a few. Oh my goodness. The exuberant individual who had rushed in suddenly yelped in terror and retreated, for there, hanging from the tree before the general's residence, was a black snake as thick as the general's arm, its head dangling ominously. The unexpected sight of such a large serpent was genuinely alarming. Following its length revealed a nearly 2-meter body coiled around the trunk. Qin Wanwan emerged from the general's residence, accompanied by Wolf Fong, who was carrying a wooden basin. Uncle Lin, you have come. Lieutenant Lin inhaled deeply. Yes, I came to see the general. Wanwan, your little black has grown, quite large, hasn't he it? Chapter 94 of the Bully Goose. Xiaohei observed Qin Wanwan as it descended slowly from the tree trunk. It did not even bother to coil around the trunk. Instead, it hung its head down, suspended in midair. Indeed, Xiaohei is shedding its skin again. This marked the 3rd time this year that Xiaohei, despite being a python, had surprised everyone with its astonishing growth rate. Perhaps this shedding will allow it to grow a bit more. As Xiaohei swam into the water basin, Lieutenant Lin felt a mix of curiosity and unease, sensing that Xiaohei appeared rather abnormal. However, Kuka thought there was nothing extraordinary about it. All the animals around Wanwan were influenced by her Qilin power, and some might revert or enhance their ancestral traits. Yet, even though Xiaohei seemed intimidating, it possessed the gentlest temperament among the household's animals. One would hardly expect that among the 6 carnivorous animals raised by Qin Wanwan, only one was omnivorous. That singular creature was Qin Xiaogu, who not only grazed on grass but also indulged in the occasional meat treat. It devoured grasshoppers from the pasture daily. However, this seemingly mild-mannered goose was, in fact, the most irritable of all the household animals. A true battle goose, it patrolled and claimed territory more fiercely than a lion, having bullied every cat, dog, chicken, duck, and goose in the entire Shay County. For instance, today, Qin Xiaogu was once again off to battle the field somewhere. The process of Xiaohei shedding its skin was rather slow, and it particularly enjoyed the water during this time. After a swim, it would scurry back up the branches, using the rough bark to rub off its old skin. Qin Wanwan instructed Langya to place the water basin at the base of the tree. Xiaohei, if you're uncomfortable, come down and take a bath. His Lieutenant Lin couldn't help but steal glances at the giant snake. It truly looked fearsome. When Lieutenant Lin went to find Xiechong, Qin Wanwan hopped along with him. Upon hearing that the pasture on the outskirts had grown lush and attracted numerous locusts, they realized that it spanned over 30 acres, far larger than the modest patch of grass in front of the general's estate. Not only did it attract locusts, but also a significant number of herbivores. The war horses in their camp especially favored galloping toward the pasture during their free time, seizing any opportunity to nibble on the grass. During collective grazing, the shepherds did not dare to drive the flock toward the pasture, they had to steer them in the opposite direction. Father, are you going to the pasture? I want to go too. She raised her little hand. I want to be carried, and I want to bring Xiao Hong and the others along. All right. Xia Cheng picked Qin Wanwan up. Go call Qin Xiaogu and have it assist me with something. When they found Qin Xiaogu, it was busy chasing a dog. The feathers on Qin Xiaogu were not purely white, its back and wings bore a silver-gray hue, giving it an exceptionally refined and beautiful appearance. It had a vibrant red bump atop its head and was larger than the adult dog it was pursuing, particularly when it spread its wings, which were so grand they created a sense of intimidation. Most remarkably, despite weighing around 20 pounds, its large wings could lift it into the air, albeit not very high. Qin Xiaogu. Qin Wanwan called out in her sweet voice. The goose, which had been chasing the dog, abruptly turned and flapped its wings toward her, honking excitedly. What are you up to now? Qin Wanwan grasped the goose's neck firmly. This goose, so imposing outside, was remarkably obedient in front of the little girl. Quack, you can't blame the goose, that big dog was the one who bullied it first. Qin Xiaoji's feathers were impeccably groomed, and despite its large size, they gleamed with a slick sheen under the sunlight. Anyone who laid eyes on Qin Xiaogu would undoubtedly be impressed, as it truly embodied the term majestic. Father has a task for you, Qin Wanwan said. Qin Xiaogu looked up at Xiechong with its beady eyes. Quack? Its expression seemed to question him about the task. Lieutenant Lin remarked. All the animals raised by Wanwan seem a bit peculiar. The army camp has purchased a batch of poultry, including about 2,000 chickens, ducks, and geese. I need you to lead them to the pasture and let them feast on the locusts there, but they must not eat the grass. If they must eat, they should not consume too much. Xia Chong knew that Qin Wanwan's animals were exceptionally intelligent, almost as if they could comprehend human speech. Quack. Qin Wanwan acted as a translator. Father, Xiaogu says it can do it, but it has conditions. Xia Chong raised an eyebrow. What conditions? Quack, quack. As Qin Wanwan listened, her little brows furrowed together, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. You have quite the imagination. Father, it wants you to catch 10 female swans for it. It desires 10 female swans as wives. Put. Lieutenant Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Chong's lips twitched uncontrollably. Qin Wanwan, with a small fist, playfully tapped the red bump on Qin Shaoji's head. Lieutenant Lin was taken aback by the fierce look in Qin Shaoji's eyes. Indeed, it possessed quite the intimidating glare. Qin Shaogu thought, what's wrong with a strong and majestic goose wanting more beautiful wives? In time, it would produce a multitude of outstanding goslings for Wanwan to take pride in wherever she went. Lieutenant Lin, intrigued, asked, but there are people in Shay City who raise geese. Why not find some female geese there? The thought of seeking out swans was truly imaginative. Quack, Qin Wanwan replied, it says you don't understand a thing. Those female geese are filthy and can't even fly. It wants to find beautiful swans that can soar, so that their offspring will be both strong and able to fly. Xia Chong pinched her nose lightly. Don't repeat everything you hear. Qin Wanwan responded with an O. I agree to your request. Capturing swans was a simple task, and with their numbers, they could easily catch 10 female swans. Quack. Deal. This time, there was no need for Qin Wanwan to translate. Everyone could comprehend from its tone and expression. Qin Shaogu followed them to a vacant area outside the military camp. There, the newly purchased chickens, ducks, and geese were gathered together, their chattering resembling the clamor of a bustling market. Quack. Qin Shaogu made a dashing entrance from the sky. It landed gracefully on a large stone, arching its long, snow-white neck and spreading its wings to let out a resounding call. Instantly, the previously noisy chicks fell silent, their beady eyes fixated on the magnificent white goose that had descended from above. Everyone present was struck by this extraordinary sight. Well, that truly works wonders. Qin Shaogu, standing atop the stone, honked several times, exuding an air of authority as if delivering a commanding speech. Only Qin Wanwan understood its message. All you little ones, behave yourselves, or I shall devour you whole, without a hint of a cough. The fierce and tyrannical goose, indeed, was none other than Qin Shaogu. Chapter 95 of the Fluffy Army Captures Grasshoppers. Qin Shaohui led the way, followed by a gaggle of fluffy chicks, ducks, and goslings, with Xie Chong and others trailing behind. Upon spotting a straggler, they hurriedly rounded it up to rejoin the main group. Incredible! General, how did you conceive such a brilliant idea? To their astonishment, the large goose truly managed to lead the little ones. It was quite impressive. This method was far more efficient than transporting them piece by piece. Quack! Qin Shaohui occasionally let out a resounding call to encourage everyone to keep up. Upon reaching the meadow, the big goose's eyes lit up as it flapped its wings and dove in. The vast expanse of pasture held countless delectable treats. The grass was fragrant, but to them, the grasshoppers feasting on it were even more enticing and nutritious. As soon as the fluffy little ones saw Qin Shaohui disappear into the thicket, they flapped their tiny wings and chirped excitedly as they followed suit. The grass leaves were tasty, but the bugs upon them were even more delicious. In no time, the 2,000 chickens, ducks, and geese vanished into the greenery. Everyone, except for Xie Chong and Qin Wanwan, was filled with anxiety. Had they truly gone in there? Would they be able to find them again? The little fox that Qin Wanwan was holding also whimpered as it nuzzled against her neck, its big tail sweeping back and forth. Do you want to go too? The little fox nodded. Then go ahead. In the afternoon, you and the big goose must bring back those little ones. Once they grow up, I will ask father to give you chicken to eat. Upon hearing this, the little fox's fluffy ears perked up, its tail wagging joyfully, and its eyes sparkled with excitement. Yip yip, the fox adored chicken more than anything, and the grasshoppers in the thicket were like little snacks for it. After a brief acknowledgement, the little fox dashed into the underbrush. However, it quickly emerged again among the household animals. This little fox seemed to show the least growth. It appeared almost stunted, its small body overshadowed by its oversized tail. It fit perfectly in Qin Wanwan's embrace and loved to curl around her neck like a cozy scarf, adding an extra touch of charm to the little girl. That if it were winter, Qin Wanwan would surely cherish this, but alas, it was summer. With the clingy little fox beside her, all Qin Wanwan could feel was heat. At that moment, the little fox held a still wriggling grasshopper in its mouth, having returned from its hunt to present it to its precious companion. Wow, this grasshopper is quite large. Such a big one must have consumed a great deal of our pasture. They were currently quite fond of this pasture, as it was essential for feeding their warhorses, far more valuable than mere chicken feed. When made into horse feed, the steeds devoured it eagerly, practically clamoring for more. Quack! The large goose also emerged, and as it landed, its powerful wings sent the little fox tumbling. This shameless little fox continued to flaunt itself, didn't it, you little green tea? Hu Xiaodia rolled on the ground in frustration, bristling with anger and baring its tiny teeth as it prepared to pounce on Qin Shaohui. Qin Wanwan quickly held it back. No need to, you can't win against it. In terms of sheer physicality, Hu Xiaoye was no match for Qin Shaoyi. The three wolves in this fox were named after the four characters of wind, flower, snow, and moon. The wolf's surname was Wolf, while the fox's was Hu. Qin Wanwan gave Qin Shaoyi a token reprimand, don't bully Hu Xiaoye all the time. Apologize. Qin Shaoyi blinked its round eyes, feigning ignorance. Qin Wanwan tapped its head. It was perplexing how Qin Shaoye's character could be so domineering. Not only was it combative, but it was also incredibly stubborn. Ultimately, under Qin Wanwan's exasperated gaze, Qin Shaoyi reluctantly apologized to Hu Xiaoye. Quack. I'm sorry. The declaration was so loud it hardly sounded like an apology, more like a declaration of war. Yip Yip, the little fox turned its back to it, burying its head in Qin Wanwan's arms, as if carrying an immense grievance. If it were permissible, Qin Shaoyi would have liked to roll its eyes dramatically. It tossed the grasshopper it had captured toward Qin Wanwan. Quack. Darling, eat up. I don't eat it raw. The flavor of fried grasshoppers was quite tempting. She felt a pang of desire. You all catch more, I want to take some home to fry. Quack. Yip Yip, since the darling wanted to eat, they were obliged. Instantly, they were filled with vigor. The other animals, too, were eager to join in, but the grasshoppers were too small for them. One bite from their large mouths devoured them entirely. Qin Shaoyi and the little fox seemed to be in a competition, darting into the thicket and quickly re-emerging, each time with a grasshopper in their mouths. Their antics did not go unnoticed by the younger chicks, goslings, and ducklings, who were equally enamored with the delectable offerings. Soon, one after another, they began to mimic their actions, each carrying oversized grasshoppers, scurrying toward Qin Wanwan and dropping their catches at her feet. Chirp chirp, with the first catch came the second in quick succession. Qin Wanwan sat cross-legged on the grass, a bamboo basket beside her, tossing the grasshoppers inside. The fluffy little ones delivering their catches approached her, and she patted each one. Thank you, Chirp. They were even happier now. They scampered back to continue their work. More fluffy little ones arrived, each dropping off grasshoppers, eager for Qin Wanwan's affectionate touch. What a blissful scene it was. In an instant, the spectacle appeared quite grand. Xia Chong and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of precious daughter had their general brought back? Even these little chicks, ducks, and goslings were offering her tributes, 2,000 fluffy little ones, along with the large goose and the fox. With over 2,000 grasshoppers in the 30-odd acres of pasture, they had nearly cleared it all. What a bounty! There are so many grasshoppers in this pasture, yet we haven't entirely depleted it. Thanks to the pasture's robust reproductive capabilities and rapid growth, the fluffy creatures had also emerged with other finds. Large earthworms, green caterpillars, and ants. Qin Wanwan sad face, she had no desire for such things, thus, she shoved them back into their mouths. You eat, you eat. Time to head back. After all the commotion, Qin Wanwan had gathered a considerable amount of edible grasshoppers. Such sizable grasshoppers meant that the fluffy little ones could fill their bellies with just 3 or 4. Moreover, there were other edible goodies too. Qin Wanwan blew the whistle hanging around her neck, a gift from Grandpa said. As the shrill sound echoed, the scattered animals hurriedly returned. The big lion and the 3 wolves had ventured off to hunt, and their whereabouts were currently unknown. Qin Shaoyi and Hu Xiaoye were the first to return. Little goose, call the little ones back. Quack quack quack. Little ones, come home now. The pasture rustled occasionally, and after what felt like a few minutes, the chirping sounds gradually began to echo. Chapter 96. Qin Shaoyi, here is a position for you. The chirping sounds gradually intensified. One by one, the fluffy little chicks, adorned in soft yellow down, emerged from the thicket of grass, each appearing sprightly and much healthier than when they first arrived at the military camp. Simply observing them was a delightful sight. After waiting for about half an hour, no more fluffballs appeared. Is that all that came out? This is truly remarkable. Their general was indeed impressive. How did he conceive of having that goose lead this flock of fluffballs? If it were a person, it would likely take an entire day to gather these little creatures, yet, with a single call, the large goose summoned them forth. In an instant, everyone's faces blossomed with joy. Managing this was exceedingly convenient. As they returned, the throng of fluffy chicks was as eye-catching as when they first set out. Upon reaching the military camp, Xia Chong immediately ordered a count, herding these creatures into the poultry shed. General, not a single one is missing. After some effort in counting, their excitement was palpable. Given the size of these chicks and ducklings, they had braced themselves for some losses. Who would have thought that not a single one was lost? They all returned safe and sound, well fed to boot. Xia Chong gazed at Qin Shaoyi, who had actually come up with this brilliant idea herself, its effectiveness exceeding all expectations. Qin Shaoyi, I hereby appoint you an official position. Such a useful tool naturally warranted some coaxing to help oversee those little creatures. Qin Shaoyi, not interested, with a proud strut, the goose turned to leave. From now on, you can freely come and go between the military camp and the grasslands, and you shall hold an official title. The soldiers in the camp will treat you with utmost respect. After spending considerable time with Qin Shaoyi, Xia Chong was well aware of her temperament, combative and vain, reveling in showcasing her status. Moreover, we have quite a few dogs in the camp. You can engage in sparring with them. Qin Shaoyi hesitated, retracting her foot that had been poised to leave. Quack. Really, that was not an entirely unappealing prospect, the chance to fight, alongside the freedom to feast on grass and plump grubs, and an official title to boot. How enviable that would be. Thus, Qin Shaoyi was persuaded to take on the role of a goose official, primarily tasked with leading the little chicks to forage for food in the grasslands each day and bringing them back in the afternoon. How effortless that sounded, and she would gain so many little followers. Quack. Deal. Quack quack quack, Qin Wanwan remarked, "Father, the little goose reminds you not to forget about her 10 beautiful swan wives." Xia Chong. Whimper whimper, the little fox, restless, hopped about, its pair of glistening eyes fixed on Xia Chong. Qin Wanwan continued, "Father, the little fox says it can also help watch the chickens, but it demands 2 of its paws worth of chicken as payment." When Xia Chong turned to look at the little fox, it spread its dainty paws, as if to say, "Look, this is how much I want." Xia Chong replied, "2." Whimper whimper, the little fox became anxious, imploring not to be deceived. It was clever, and 2 would hardly suffice. Qin Wanwan raised her chubby paw, "I want this much." "One must advocate for their own little fox's welfare." Xia Chong, with a smile in his eyes, replied, "Very well. With an additional worker, they could procure more chicks." The little fox seemed particularly fond of chickens. As the hour grew late, Qin Wanwan returned home with only a basket of locusts, leaving the rest for the military camp. Xia Chong had the kitchen fry them up to treat the various generals. There were not enough locusts to share with every soldier in the camp, but allocating a platter for the generals was certainly feasible. Shang Woyang's oil mill in Shay City had opened, and with the soybean harvest season approaching, Xia Chong was generous with the soybean oil. That afternoon, the tantalizing aroma of fried locusts wafted from the kitchen, stirring the appetites of many, who drifted toward the kitchen to investigate. When they learned it was fried locusts, astonishment filled the air. Locusts were merely a different name for grasshoppers, yet could they be edible? "Aren't locusts poisonous?" a soldier questioned. "The general said only those locusts gathered during a plague are toxic. The everyday ones are harmless," replied the cook. "Can locusts really be this fragrant? Are we sure we're not eating donkey meat instead?" The cook shot them an incredulous look and presented a platter of golden, crispy fried locusts. The enticing aroma emanating from them was undeniable, making it hard for onlookers to resist salivating. They smelled utterly divine. Such large locusts. Fried, they must be quite a treat. "You've seen enough, hurry along, this batch is reserved for the generals." The soldiers dared not voice any complaints. Xia Chong's men had risen through the ranks by merit, and occupying a general's position was no small feat. They had undoubtedly vanquished countless foes to achieve their current stature. It was only fitting that the generals enjoyed the best. As for today, the oil is particularly generous, no wonder it smells so delightful. Heh, it seems we won't be facing a shortage of soybean oil in the future. What's the latest gossip? Didn't you notice? Shake City has gained a new workshop. They say it's an oil mill established by that fabulously wealthy merchant lord. We won't lack for soybean oil anymore. And how does that concern us? I heard our general is involved in it as well. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan and her entourage had returned home. Thinking of the 2 hungry little eaglets waiting at home, she took a few locusts into the house. The lord's residence, under Shang Woyang's renovations, had expanded, adding several rooms. One spacious room was designated for the family's animals, complete with their own nests. These formidable beasts, who would claim vast territories outside, found themselves squeezed into a single room at Qin Wanwan's home. Of course, if they were displeased, they could venture outside, as long as no harm befell anyone. On pleasant days, the great lion and the 3 wolves preferred the outdoors. The lion favored the backyard, as its larger space suited its regal demeanor. The 3 snow wolves enjoyed the front yard, relishing the scent of the grass. During inclement weather, such as rain or scorching sun, they would retreat indoors to rest. The smaller creatures favored snuggling in their cozy nests inside. The 2 little eaglets were nestled in their room. Qin Wanwan had Wolf Fawn construct a tree-like climbing frame, complete with a bird's nest. Adjacent to the nest was a sturdy wooden ladder, safe and convenient for Qin Wanwan to check on the little eagles. Chirp chirp in the nest on the climbing frame. The 2 fluffy, plump little birds seemed to sense Qin Wanwan's return, puffing up in excitement. Although they had all been purchased from the same merchant and incubated simultaneously by Qin Wanwan, it was evident that these 2 were of distinctly different breeds. Chapter 97. The villains targeting Grandpa Shang. Though all were fluffy white balls of fur, one of them was notably larger and grew at a rapid pace, emerging later than the others. Most birds are rather domineering. From the moment they are born, they engage in fierce struggles. The firstborn often pushes its still embryonic siblings out of the nest, sending them crashing to their demise before their feathers have even fully developed. Even within a nest where several chicks have hatched, the stronger one will cast its siblings out to their deaths. This harsh reality is an inherent law of nature, seemingly inscribed in their very genes. The larger fluffball that Qin Wanwan hatched exhibited this tendency. However, the smaller one proved to be no weakling. Despite its diminutive size, it possessed a fierce temperament. This resulted in frequent skirmishes between the 2, with tufts of down being torn away in the process. Another nest is ready. Soon, I'll separate you 2. Have you been fighting again? Both fluffballs were quite attached to Qin Wanwan, eagerly vying for the food she held in her hands, almost coming to blows once more in their eagerness. Qin Wanwan quickly fed one a grasshopper and then the other, for their home was plentiful with such delectable treats. At their young age, their diet consisted of a mix of grasshoppers and small meat strips. The grasshoppers from their home were raised on pasture, making them not only meaty but also fragrant. Indeed, these 2 fluffballs relished their meals. I'm full now, Wolf Fawn. Please secure the other nest and place little 2 there. Qin Wanwan had given the 2 simple names. Eagle 1 and Eagle 2. The smaller one, Eagle 1, was named so because it was the first to hatch. It was still unclear what breed these 2 were, as they had yet to develop their distinctive feathers, making them indistinguishable at this stage. After separating the 2 fluffballs, each claiming a nest, Qin Wanwan gently caressed the clingy duo before departing. Miss, I have come to escort you home. After finishing the delightful fried grasshoppers, a luxurious carriage arrived at the gate of the general's residence, naturally belonging to Shang Woyang. Is father home yet? Shang Weiyang often became busy, returning late in the evenings. Yes, the city lord mentioned he would check on your studies. Qin Wanwan felt a sudden reluctance to return. Clutching her little fox, she reluctantly climbed aboard the carriage, while Little Red flapped its wings and flew up onto it. The great lion and 3 wolves flanked the carriage, with the horses trembling nervously at the front. Yet, upon Little Red's arrival, they strode forth with newfound courage, as if they had found their backbone. Arriving at Shang Weiyang's estate, the animals dispersed, with the 3 wolves darting into the forest. The great lion lounged lazily beneath the eaves. Little Red wandered through the fields with the little fox, often drawing astonished and fervent gazes from the villagers laboring in the fields. They were local farmers hired to assist with the planting, most of whom had never seen a horse, let alone one so majestic and beautiful. Only 2 individuals stared at the horse, momentarily lost in thought. In their youth, they too had traveled in horse-drawn carriages, accompanied by servants, but now, "Father, I'm tired, may I go to sleep?" Upon entering the study and catching sight of Shang Weiyang, she began to whine. Shang Weiyang glanced at her. "Recite what you learned yesterday first." Qin Wanwan pouted, realizing she could not escape her responsibilities. Her stern father remained unwavering, furrowing her little brow. She struggled to recite the material haltingly. "Not yet familiar enough. You must continue. Don't take so long next time. You shouldn't need prompts from others." He cast a sidelong glance at the maid standing nearby. The maid stood straight, her eyes lowered obediently, yet she discreetly winked at Qin Wanwan. The attendants and guards around Shang Weiyang were quite fond of Qin Wanwan, particularly the maids, who treated her like a doll, styling her hair in various beautiful ways, adorning her with different floral patterns, and designing lovely little dresses just for her. Each day, Qin Wanwan was a picture of beauty. "I intend to travel to the capital." Skipping over the topic of her studies, Shang Weiyang shared a matter of importance with Qin Wanwan. She blinked in surprise. "What?" Shang Weiyang continued, "It is rumored that there exists a miraculous physician who specializes in treating difficult ailments, yet this person remains enigmatic. After much inquiry, I have discovered that this physician has been spotted in the capital, so I have decided to seek them out personally. If you find this physician, will father's illness be cured?" "Indeed, I plan to depart shortly. Until I return, you shall stay with Xiechong." Qin Wanwan clung to him, reluctant to let go. "All right." Shang Weiyang stroked her hair, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart. This farewell would stretch for many days. The next day, while riding Little Red and discussing the matter with Kiki, she suddenly shrieked. "No, no, your father is heading into danger." With only Wolf Fang by her side, they spoke without regard for his presence. Wolf Fang was utterly devoted to Wanwan and couldn't speak her. Upon hearing Kiki's words, Qin Wanwan felt a chill run down her spine. "What? When Shang Weiyang goes to the capital seeking that physician, he will be targeted. Initially, your father planned to go secretly, unknown to others, but the female protagonist is aware. She colludes with the male protagonist to exploit the physician's information, laying traps for Shang Weiyang's many enemies to ambush and assassinate him. In the end, although he escapes, he suffers heavy losses and triggers a severe outbreak of the cold poison within him, nearly freezing to death. Even after regaining control, he remains in a weakened state and, within 2 years, passes away. His assets are then devoured by those shameless protagonists." Those 2 unscrupulous individuals had set their sights on Shang Weiyang's wealth. Fuming with indignation, Qin Wanwan's face flushed with anger as she clenched her tiny fists. Evil, truly evil villains. The thought of her wonderful father being harmed by those 2 fiends made her eyes brim with tears, threatening to spill over. "I must find father. He cannot go to the capital." She urged Little Red to turn back. "Kiki, but isn't your father busy dealing with other matters? Returning now would be futile, and how do you plan to explain it to him?" Qin Wanwan replied, "I'll just tell him there are bad people." "Isn't that enough?" The little girl's eyes glistened with tears, as if at the slightest disapproval from Kiki, she would burst into tears. Kiki reassured her, "It's all right, but will he believe you?" Regardless of whether he believed her or not, Wanwan felt compelled to speak up. For now, they would continue to Xiechong's side. Seeing Qin Wanwan with her red-rimmed eyes and her little mouth pouting in a pitiful manner, Xiechong's expression darkened. "Who bullied you?" As he spoke, he had already lifted the child into his arms. Qin Wanwan clung to his neck, mumbling, "There are bad people who want to bully Grandpa Shang." Upon hearing this, Xiechong understood. So it was Shang Weiyang who was in trouble, not Wanwan herself. "Isn't he quite formidable? Who could possibly bully him?" Qin Wanwan replied, "The bad people are super bad. They not only want to bully Grandpa Shang but also want to bully Uncle Xia." She had not forgotten what Kiki had told her before descending. All her fathers had been bullied to death by villains. Chapter 98 of The Hunt for the Yellow Goat. Xiechong inquired about the identity of the villain. Qin Wanwan replied, "The male and female leads." Xiechong pondered, who allowed this little one to read such stories? It seems entirely caught up in the narrative. Kikek, this is troubling. It only remembers the male and female leads before seeing anyone. It can't even recall their names. The heavens truly perplex me. Why seal away so many memories and abilities? Do not be disheartened. Shang Weiyang is not so easily troubled. Qin Shaoyi and Xiao Huli, come here. What for? Xiechong hung a wooden plaque around their necks. "From now on, you 2 shall hold a rank and should go graze. Hu Xiaoye pod at the plaque. It was not large, shaped like a paw, with a small fox intricately carved upon it. Quite charming, Xiechong explained. This is a creation of Xinshu. He enjoys whittling away his time carving such items, yours is included. 2 Noticing Qin Wanwan's fixation on the little plaque, Xiechong produced a wooden doll. The chubby wooden figure was exceedingly adorable, reminiscent of Qin Wanwan herself. Beautiful. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily forgetting the villainous male and female leads. This plaque bears the insignia of our border forces and represents a certain identity. Qin Shaoyi and Huli Xiaoye stood taller, filled with pride. They were now creatures of legitimate status, just like yesterday. Qin Shaoyi led the way while Huli Xiaoye followed, swishing its fluffy tail to herd the stragglers. If any fell behind, it would dash over and gently tug them back to the group. Entirely self-sufficient, Xie Chong and several other generals looked on with immense satisfaction. It seems this task can be entrusted entirely to General Goose and General Fox. Everyone chuckled, playfully addressing the newly appointed Fox and Goose as generals. The title of general is not to be tossed around lightly among humans, reserved only for those truly elevated to such ranks, yet, with these two animals, there was no such reservation. Their own General Xia playfully referred to them in this manner. After all, he commanded over 2,000 subordinates himself. Qin Wanwan accompanied them to the pasture. Little Hong was the most joyful, munching on grass here and there, filling its belly. Qin Wanwan noticed it had swallowed 2 grasshoppers whole. She poked her father's arm. Father, can horses eat grasshoppers too? Xie Chong replied, it's fine if they do. Can other horses eat grasshoppers as well? Little Goose became quite plump after eating some. Little Hong seems to enjoy grasshoppers too, though it must be mixed with grass. Xie Chong, he had never raised such creatures before, but these grasshoppers appeared quite nutritious. Once Little Hong was satiated, Qin Wanwan mounted it, calling upon the lion and wolves to hunt on the grassland this time. Xie Chong accompanied them, venturing further afield. The vast plains were teeming with wildlife. After running a distance, they spotted a herd of yellow goats. Xie Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He instructed Qin Wanwan, let Little Hong follow from behind, watch as I bring you some goats. Dejinzi, the 3 wolves, approach from the side and lie in wait. Qin Wanwan relayed her father's command. Dejinzi stealthily moved to the left while the 3 wolves headed right. They were no longer entirely the Na'vi little wolves. They had learned to approach prey quietly without being detected. Once the timing felt right, Xie Chong kicked his horse's flanks. Jingfeng, pursue. Jingfeng was a warhorse, trained for speed. The duo had honed their synergy over many years. Xie Chong released the reins and readied his bow and arrows. In the throes of the hunt, Xie Chong was serious and spirited. The young general resembled a sword unsheathed, wielding a heavy bow as 3 arrows flew forth in unison. Though the yellow goats were at least 500 meters away, the arrows reached the herd with an imperceptible swiftness. The goats scattered in fright. The hidden lion and 3 wolves seized the moment, springing forth. Dejinzi, with a hearty appetite, targeted a robust yellow goat, swiftly biting down on its spine. The 3 wolves, smaller in stature, lacked the advantage of solitary hunting, yet they coordinated effectively. They also focused on a sturdy yellow goat, each grabbing onto its neck, spine, and head. Xie Chong continued to chase and shoot arrows as the goats fled in all directions, only halting once they vanished completely. Xie Chong's lips curled into a slight smile as he surveyed the day's bounty. Qin Wanwan galloped over on Little Hong. Father, you caught 5 goats, the lion captured 1, and the 3 wolves secured another. Today, they had seized 7 goats, all were plump and healthy. Dejinzi dragged the goat it had slain over and dropped it beside Wanwan. Roar, here's a treat for you. Qin Wanwan was lifted down from the horse by her father, standing on tiptoe to pat the lioness' head. Thank you, Dejinzi Yuawo, this one is for you too. Qin Wanwan, ever generous, patted each of their heads. So good, Xie Chong remarked, you should share one among yourselves. The yellow goat was substantial, even the 3 wolves and the lion might struggle to finish one. They could save another for later. In this warm weather, leaving meat out too long would spoil it, leading to waste. As for the 5 he had taken down, he planned to send them back to the barracks to share with everyone. However, the question remained how to transport the prey back. They had no carrier pigeons on hand. At Jingfeng, go fetch some help. Xie Chong gave his horse a pat, saying, Wanwan and I will wait here. Jingfeng neighed and nuzzled against Qin Wanwan before departing. The 3 wolves and the lion eating together could easily lead to conflict, as they were different species with strong territorial instincts, inherently aggressive, especially when food was involved. As they dined, tensions flared, they exchanged threatening growls and bared teeth at one another. The scene of their meal was somewhat gruesome, but Xie Chong did not prevent Wanwan from watching. In this era, parents did not harbor notions of shielding their children from the brutality of nature, particularly on the frontier. Even children in secure regions would observe the slaughter of pigs or chickens, if not participating, at least watching closely. Xie Chong withdrew a dagger from his boot. Step aside, I shall carve it for you. Even during a meal, conflict arose. The 3 wolves and the lion shifted back slightly but remained watchful of the prey. Xie Chong sliced off a sizable chunk of meat and tossed it towards the wolves, then swiftly carved another piece for the lion. With the portions divided, the fighting finally ceased. Certain entrails were the most favored by animals, such as the heart, lungs, and liver. They were less fond of intestines. Xie Chong discarded the intestines, continuing to cut the meat above. Scavenging birds circled, their eyes fixed on the carcasses below. There were also smaller carnivores drawn by the scent of blood, yet they dared not approach with humans, a lion, and wolves present. Chapter 99 The Making of Soap. By the time the sudden wind brought its companions, the 4 ferocious beasts had already gorged themselves and were lazily resting on the side. The 3 wolves had taken to licking the blood from their muzzles. Oh my goodness, General, why doesn't your luck rub off on us? We come out and encounter such a herd of yellow sheep. It must be a stroke of fortune. They all lamented, wishing they had accompanied the general from the start. Surely, there were more yellow sheep in the herd, and together they could have captured even more, ensuring a feast of fine meat for everyone today. It has been ages since we came across yellow sheep. Those creatures are quite wary, and upon sensing our presence, they dared not approach. The prospect of free meat made their eyes sparkle with excitement. Xie Chong pointed at the yellow sheep, saying, let us take them all. Wolf Fong, you carry Wanwan. Observing the blood on his attire, he decided against holding his daughter, fearing he might soil her. Without hesitation, Wolf Fong carefully lifted Qin Wanwan into his arms. Little Red snorted in discontent. What, wasn't it possible for the precious little one to ride back with him? Qin Wanwan gently patted the red horse, saying, Little Red, be good, let us take Wanwan out to play next time. She, too, did not wish to ride back after running for so long. Her little legs were quite weary. The scene was left with a gnawed and pockmarked skeleton of a yellow sheep and some discarded entrails. As they departed, the birds circling above swiftly descended to the ground. The remnants of meat left on the bones were a delicacy for these birds. More small carnivores emerged from their hiding places, vying for the leftover entrails, bones, and flesh. The geese and small foxes, having indulged in a feast of fluffy morsels, had already returned. They made their way directly to the military camp with the yellow sheep in tow. The guards stationed at the watchtower spotted them from afar and erupted in cheers. The general and his party have returned. Xia Chong and his comrades unloaded the yellow sheep in the small square in front of the fire camp. Except for this one, the rest of the yellow sheep have been processed for everyone's meal. The personnel at the fire camp instantly brightened, and the head cook laughed heartily, patting his chest. Rest assured, General. Your subordinates will ensure everyone enjoys a hearty meal. Xia Chong nodded, taking one yellow sheep with him as he left the military camp for the general's residence. Daddy, are we going to have lamb for dinner today? Uncle Xia should invite Uncle Sean to join us. The little one twirled around like a tail, following Xia Chong. Daddy, you stink. Hurry up and take a bath. Xia Chong replied, I thought something was wrong with your nose, yet you still choose to follow me despite knowing I smell. The scent of blood was hard to wash off. He needed to boil water and first use plant ash for cleansing. As he boiled the water and mixed in the plant ash, Qin Wanwan's little face was filled with confusion, her mouth babbling 100 questions. Xia Chong offered a brief explanation. Qin Wanwan patted her little head, declaring, Wanwan wants to make soap for Daddy. Although Xia Chong was unfamiliar with the concept of soap, the thought of his little one making it for him warmed his heart. Once he went to take a bath, Qin Wanwan inquired about how to make the soap. It's simple, let's keep it straightforward. First, we need to gather some grass and crush it to extract juice. I believe our grass smells quite fragrant. Qin Wanwan obediently nodded. Thus, the pair, one child and one bird, began their preparations. They already had coconut oil, as Shang Woyang had procured it. However, he found the coconut oil scent somewhat peculiar, preferring the aroma of soybean oil instead. The materials required included coconut oil, grass juice, ash from dried grass treated with boiling water, and molds. Unfortunately, they had no molds at home. In truth, bamboo serves as a natural mold. When the soap is ready to be removed, one can simply split the bamboo. Alas, they had no bamboo in their vicinity, so they had to fashion a rectangular mold from wood. Wolf Fong gestured with his hand, indicating his ability to assist. When dinner was served that evening, Shang Woyang arrived. Xia Chong had already bathed, and the two men nodded at each other in greeting. Where's Wanwan? Xia Chong replied, I don't know. He had just emerged from his bath. The two men set off in search of Qin Wanwan, only to find the little one busily working with Kiki and Wolf Fong to carve wood. A gathering of animals either stood, played, or lounged around, observing them. What are you doing? Qin Wanwan turned, her eyes lighting up. Daddy. She rushed over to the two fathers, still adorned with wood shavings, but then came the dilemma of whom to embrace first. Shang Woyang crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Xia Chong, too, watched her closely though neither spoke. The tension in the air was palpable. Qin Wanwan paused, the adorable little child blinked her big eyes, glancing between her two fathers. Then, she wobbled her little feet, moving to stand between the two, her chubby hands grasping a finger from each. Meeting the gaze of both men, Qin Wanwan beamed a charming and innocent smile, her bright eyes sparkling. Hee, she was so clever, fortunate to have two daddies. Shang Woyang squeezed her little hand, but refrained from saying anything further. Daddy, Wolf Fong and I are making a woodworking project. We're recrafting a mold for soap. What kind of soap? Shang Woyang inquired. Xia Chang's eyes flickered. Is it for me? Qin Wanwan nodded her head vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Xia Chong shot a glance at Shang Woyang. Though no words were spoken, his expression conveyed a sense of pride. Shang Woyang was both amused and exasperated. What, does he have it all to himself? Qin Wanwan quickly shook her head, assuring, Wanwan wants to make a big piece, there will be enough for everyone. Xia Chong smirked, not denying her claim. Now it was Shang Woyang's turn to feel triumphant. Come on, it's time for dinner. As he spoke, Xia Chong bent down and scooped up the little one, heading inside before Shang Woyang could react. Shang Woyang's expression turned frosty. With those thick brows and big eyes, he was still a crafty one. Kiki shook its head in the background, landing on Wolf Fong's shoulder. Ah, with just two daddies, how will my little unicorn cope in the future? Wolf Fong responded with a bewildered expression. A whole yellow sheep, the inhabitants of the general's residence could probably feast for 2 or 3 days on it. However, after 3 days, the meat would lose its appeal. It was best to finish it by tomorrow. Hence, they indulged heartily. Qin Wanwan, with her little belly full, let out a burp, concerned about her overeating. Xia Chong took her out for a stroll, though they merely walked from the front yard to the back. They caught a few grasshoppers to feed the 2 eagles and then checked on the yellow beans in the backyard. They were nearing maturity and would be ready for harvest in a few days. Xia Chong, after his daily training, enjoyed visiting the backyard to admire the thriving patch of yellow beans. They grew remarkably well, with pods that were not only double the usual size but also exceedingly plump. Almost every pod was lined with neat rows of round bulges, making it easy to imagine that the yellow beans inside would be plump and round like pearls. Harvesting always brought joy, and Xiechong relished the delight that comes with abundance. It signified that everyone would have enough to eat. These beans are excellent. Reflecting on the few acres he had planted, he felt he had sown too few. However, they would suffice for seed, and next year he could distribute them to the nearby counties. Chapter 100. Harvesting soybeans. After meandering through the soybean fields for a while, Qin Wanwan hurried off to check on her strawberries. The strawberries had grown considerably, yet they had yet to bloom. True to their nature as mutant strawberries, the plants reached the height of her small knees and exhibited remarkable adaptability to their environment. Under the blazing sun, they thrived with vitality. However, they required daily watering with a mixture of hay juice, and she had also fertilized them once more. Once the sun had set, she made her way to Grandpa Shang's place. As she lay in bed, Qin Wanwan was on the brink of slumber when a thought suddenly jolted her awake, prompting her to sit up. Shang Woyang, slightly startled, inquired, "Is this why you abruptly sat up?" Qin Wanwan nestled her fluffy head against him. Yes. Bad guys want to harm you, Daddy, can you please not go to the capital?" Her voice was muffled with concern. "There are always those who wish to harm me, worry not, this time I will travel to the capital incognito, changing my appearance to avoid detection." But they could still find you. That bad person knows where you are." Shang Woyang chuckled softly. Can he truly foresee everything? That bad person is. Shang Woyang furrowed his brow slightly. What did you just say? Qin Wanwan repeated herself, but he could not comprehend those two words. It dawned on him that it was a matter too delicate to discuss openly. Previously, when Qin Wanwan conversed with Kiki, she had also mentioned things he could not grasp. Shang Woyang's gaze lowered thoughtfully. Could this trip to the capital indeed bring trouble? Yet, he had never been one to shy away from danger, nor was he one to fear death. However, with the addition of a little one in his life, he found himself reluctant to part with it. I will be careful. But he had to go to the capital. After a prolonged search, he had finally unearthed a clue, and he could not let the fear of the unknown deter him. Qin Wanwan pouted in frustration. Shang Woyang, amused, pinched her chubby cheek. Do not fret over me. I will make ample preparations. The little one turned her back to him, sighing heavily, clearly troubled. Why wouldn't Daddy heed her advice? But then again, her father's health was of utmost importance. How vexing. As she fretted, she soon drifted off to sleep, rolling onto her father without a trace of resentment. Shang Woyang poked her soft, chubby face, finding it quite amusing. The following day, Qin Wanwan had completely let go of her anger. She had decided that she would accompany her father to the capital. She was a little Qilin, a mythical creature known for its auspiciousness, capable of warding off evil and attracting good fortune. With this newfound clarity, Qin Wanwan was once again full of joy, bouncing around with an unburdened heart, greeting the farmers working in the fields with a radiant smile, a stark contrast to her furrowed brow from the previous night. Shang Woyang admired her ability to comfort herself, marveling at how she could always cheer herself up after a bout of anger. Wolf Fong, have you finished the molds? Today, Qin Wanwan did not visit the military camp but headed straight to the general's residence. Even before her arrival, her little voice rang out in the air. Wolf Fong, who had stayed behind at the general's residence to craft molds, perked up at the sound of her voice. Upon her arrival, he presented 3 molds, all of identical rectangular shape, meticulously joined with a mortise and tenon structure, fitting together seamlessly. Qin Wanwan exclaimed in delight, applauding him for his impressive work. Wolf Fong, you are amazing. This is exactly the mold I wanted. Wolf Fong smiled, pleased with the praise. Let's get started on the soap. The materials had been prepared the previous night. She had also enlisted the help of Green Lotus. They began by melting a large block of creamy coconut oil. Unlike other oils, coconut oil solidified into a creamy white substance akin to lard, yet it boasted a delightful coconut fragrance. Once melted and slightly cooled, they added the prepared lye water and green hay juice, stirring continuously. This process required both patience and strength. The primary purpose of adding hay juice was not only to enhance the fragrance but also to ensure the final product had an appealing color. They prepared 2 batches, one without hay juice and one with. As they stirred, the coconut oil began to undergo saponification. Watching the oil thicken to a glue-like consistency, Green Lotus's eyes widened in astonishment. Miss, it really is transforming. It was indeed a marvel. Merely adding water from the ash had caused such a remarkable change. That's enough, let's pour it into the molds. They filled all 3 molds, one with hay juice, one without, and the last with a combination of both. Finally, they covered the surface with a cloth to smooth it out, awaiting the solidification. During this waiting period, the day for harvesting their soybeans arrived. Early that morning, Xiechong arrived with several of his subordinates to harvest the soybeans. Qin Wanwan joined in the excitement, but the dust kicked up was quite substantial, causing the little girl to sneeze several times, leaving her nose slightly reddened. Xiechong, lifting her as though she were a chick, carried her inside. General, these soybeans are truly remarkable. I have never seen such fine soybeans in my life. The sight of the plump soybeans brought smiles to everyone's faces. With soybeans like these, I would gladly harvest as many as you need. They were not afraid of hard work. Their greatest fear was a lack of food. The harvested soybeans were spread out to dry on the road outside the general's residence. Once the pods cracked open from the sun, they gently tapped the soybeans with sticks to release them. In just one morning, a few people managed to finish harvesting an acre of soybeans and even turned the soil in the backyard. What else does Daddy want to plant? Xie Chong replied, let's sow some hay seeds. In the future, the soybeans will be planted elsewhere, there is no shortage of land. Qin Wanwan immediately exchanged her merit points for hay seeds. She also obtained grape seedlings and transplanted the peach tree from the front yard to the backyard. When will the flowers bloom? I want to plant beautiful flowers all along the wall. The little girl had a great fondness for flowers, ding dong, but just as she finished speaking, Qin Wanwan's shopping page updated. She hurriedly opened it to find a newly illuminated image. Her merit points had accumulated to 1,000 once again. Kiki had informed her that roughly 1,000 merit points would illuminate one image. This time, it seemed she had made a wish, as the illuminated image depicted a type of flower. It's a rose. Rainbow rose blooms in 7 colors, vigorous in vitality, flowers twice a year, each flowering period lasting 3 months. Drawback: overbearing, unsuitable for planting alongside other climbing plants, requires abundant nutrients. If nutrient levels are insufficient, it will drain nutrients from other plants. Chapter 101. To finish soap. Qin Wanwan was not the least bit perturbed by the flower's imperfections. Without hesitation, she replaced it with another rosebush, planting it in the corner. This particular rosebush was rather expensive, costing 50 merit points each. Roses require abundant nutrients, so Qin Wanwan sought out her grandfather to procure some fertilizer to enrich the soil surrounding the rosebush. She then used the juice extracted from crushed grass for irrigation. Interestingly, while the grass held little value in the heavenly realm, it proved to be quite useful in the mortal world. Fortunately, the grass grew rapidly and thrived, akin to leeks that could be harvested time and again, otherwise, it would have been insufficient. Once the rosebush was planted, Qin Wanwan took a moment to inspect the strawberries. They had already begun to bloom, and it wouldn't be long before they bore fruit. Her spirits lifted with delight. At that moment, Louis reminded her, Miss, your soap should be solidified by now. The little girl, rather forgetful, had nearly overlooked the soap-making endeavor. It was essential for servants like Lu He to possess a sharp memory to remind their mistresses of every little detail. Prompted by Louis's reminder, Qin Wanwan recalled, Come, Sister Louis, let us quickly check on the soap. The soap had indeed solidified. Lifting the cloth that covered the mold revealed a fresh green and elegant milky white, both exquisite and perfectly set. The vibrant green soap exuded a fragrant blend of grass and coconut, creating a subtly refined and noble aroma. The milky white piece was purely coconut-scented, resembling a delicately crafted pastry. The two-tone soap was equally appealing. Once sliced with the specially crafted soap-cutting tool, its cross-section resembled a beautiful painting. Miss, this smells delightful and is quite pleasing to the eye. As a woman, Louis was particularly fond of the soap's appearance. Each of the 3 soaps possessed its own unique charm, and all had been successfully crafted. Qin Wanwan felt an immense sense of pride. Achieving success on her first attempt at soap-making was truly impressive. Sister Louis, please cut them into equally sized blocks. The 3 large pieces of soap were not overly abundant. Dividing each into small blocks about 2 fingers wide yielded a total of 12 portions, resulting in 36 pieces, along with some trimmings. These soaps could not yet be used. They required at least a month to air dry for complete hardening before they could be utilized. He covered the soap with a white cloth to shield it from direct sunlight. Since she was preparing to accompany Merchant Father to the capital, she needed to make some arrangements. She first approached Merchant Father to express her desires, only to be met with an unequivocal refusal. Qin Wanwan huffed in frustration, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish as she pounded her fists on the quilt. Why can't Wanwan go to the capital with Father? Merchant Woyang poked her cheek, causing her little mouth to deflate with a comical sound. How amusing, make yourself angry again, he teased. Qin Wanwan's sad face, she shifted her little body, turning her back to him. Even from behind, one could sense her indignation. Merchant Woyang's smile only widened as he watched the little one's adorable wrath. It was particularly entertaining and lively. Didn't you say that going to the capital was dangerous? Wouldn't bringing you along make it even riskier? Qin Wanwan retorted, is it that Father dislikes Wanwan being a burden? Merchant Woyang replied, what do you think? Qin Wanwan, now as furious as a little rabbit, leaped onto him, biting his hair while she couldn't bear to nibble his flesh. Surely his hair was fair game. Merchant Woyang, somewhat speechless, extracted his hair from her little mouth. Foolish girl, Qin Wanwan responded, you're foolish too, Father, the little one is truly becoming quite eloquent. I'm going to the capital to find a divine doctor. If I find one, splendid, if not, I'll return promptly, as there are still many matters awaiting my attention. Xie Chong's petition to the crown prince had already been approved. Since the merchant market was to be established, he naturally had a plethora of tasks to attend to. Qin Wanwan covered herself with the quilt. If I'm not going, then I won't. She resolved to secretly follow him. With that thought, she patted her little chest, comforting herself before drifting off to sleep. Merchant Woyang watched in disbelief as the little one, who had been fuming just moments ago, quickly soothed herself and fell soundly asleep. Merchant Woyang, this is rather easy to manage. After delegating some of his responsibilities, he prepared to depart soon. His attendants had already begun packing his belongings. The following day, when Qin Wanwan was delivered to the general's residence, she noticed Xie Chong and others laboriously processing soybeans at the entrance. With the recent sunny weather, the soybeans had been sufficiently dried. A group of men wielding wooden sticks struck the plump, pearl-like soybeans, causing them to easily drop to the ground. Despite the clouds of dust that left them looking disheveled, none of them complained. Moreover, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, drawn by the allure of the soybeans. Mother, these soybeans are truly enormous. They were significantly larger than the ones they had grown. Moreover, they were exceptionally plump, their quality apparent at first glance, captivating the spectators. Ever since learning that they had established an oil mill in Shea City, the local populace had no concerns about selling their soybeans this year, as the oil was extracted from soybeans. The native people of the borderlands had no inkling that soybeans could be pressed for oil, as this knowledge was monopolized by the aristocratic families. Those families would never venture to such a harsh and desolate area. Merchants were also reluctant to come, as the region was both impoverished and remote, with the risks far outweighing the rewards. Not to mention, the proximity to the grasslands made conflicts likely, and the bandits along the way were enough to deter them. Consequently, the inhabitants of the borderlands were quite isolated, largely unaware of events in the Central Plains, and now, not only were they aware that soybeans could be pressed for oil, but they had also heard of a workshop dedicated to collecting soybeans to produce goods for sale far afield. If only my soybeans were as large. General Xie is not only formidable in battle but also cultivates such excellent beans. He truly is remarkable. The farmers in the borderlands were gradually beginning to harvest their soybeans. Xiechong had already sent people to promote this endeavor, and many were now representing their villages, hauling carts filled with beans toward Shay City. Thus, Shay City had become quite lively. Qin Wanwan wished to join in the excitement and help with the soybean processing but was promptly pulled back by merchant Wu Yan, who lifted her as one would a small chick. With your delicate skin, you'd be itching in no time if you went over. Qin Wanwan struggled for a moment to I Wun Ti. Xiechong glanced over. Don't come closer, go home and rest. Qin Wanwan was undeterred. If she couldn't join in, then watching from afar would suffice. The little one squatted among the crowd, resting her chin on her hands, feeling a swell of pride as she overheard them discussing her father's prowess. Her little Kirin father was undeniably impressive. Chapter 102 Excitement. The beans had been harvested, and they collected the scattered yellow soybeans from the ground, removing any debris before weighing them. General, the total is 10 sure. The moment this figure was announced, the man's voice soared in excitement. 10 sure, it truly is 10 sure. Ha ha, they were beside themselves with joy. Even Xiechong, usually stoic, wore a faint smile on his face. Some individuals were so overwhelmed that they wept while cradling the beans. 10 sure of soybeans per moo. This was sustenance that could fill stomachs and yield oil. The onlookers were bewildered, but upon hearing that this was the yield from a single moo of land, the crowd erupted in excitement. Many farmers, who had spent their lives toiling in the fields, pushed through the throng, disregarding the soldiers they had once feared, trembling as they approached. Might I, esteemed sirs, take a look at these soybeans? Xiechong nodded. Come and see, but do not touch. Very well. The elderly men, their skin weathered and bent from years of labor, eagerly approached, their rough hands carefully wiping on their garments before gently lifting the plump yellow beans. Is this truly the yield from a single moo? Would I deceive you? It was sown right in the general's backyard, precisely 1 moo. The farmers immediately knelt on the ground. Ha ha! The heavens have opened their eyes. It truly is an incredible yield from just 1 moo. They were overwhelmed, laughing, and crying in equal measure. Qin Wanwan observed the scene. It should have been a moment of pure joy, yet for some reason, her heart felt a twinge of sadness. Xiechong and the others did not reprimand the farmers for their lack of decorum. They understood the emotions at play. Most of the soldiers had been conscripted from the very farming class that struggled for survival. They inherently grasped the significance of grain to the farmers. Aside from enslaved individuals who lacked personal freedom, farmers were arguably the lowest tier of society, making up the largest demographic yet receiving the least resources. Though agriculture appeared to hold second place in the societal hierarchy, it was the most arduous existence. Their lives revolved around the earth, driven by the singular desire to ensure their families would not go hungry. However, the seeds available now were subpar, yielding low returns, and farmers faced heavy taxation each year. Many labored tirelessly only to barely scrape by, and they risked facing natural disasters that could further diminish their meager harvests or result in total loss, leaving them to starve. Thus, the importance of a high-yield grain seed was self-evident. At Xiechong's signal, an articulate deputy stepped forward to seize the moment for promotion. These seeds were discovered and procured by the general's daughter, Qin Wanwan, from an overseas merchant. Not only here, but several moo have been planted elsewhere as well. This batch of soybeans will be reserved for seed, and we shall distribute them to the villages in the border counties next year. Most counties should plant this variety. His voice resonated, and the surrounding crowd absorbed his words eagerly. The atmosphere grew fervent. Thank you, esteemed sirs, and gratitude to the general and his daughter. As the beans were gathered, Xiechong instructed the onlookers to disperse. Some farmers rubbed their hands together, pointing at the pile of soybean stalks. Might we take some of those stalks, esteemed sirs? I wish to bring one back to show my ancestors. A few soldiers regarded him. Hey, old man, you're quite clever. Go ahead and take one. The mood was jubilant. After all, it was merely a stalk. With the old man leading the way, many others expressed their desire to take some stalks home. Those fortunate enough might even find unharvested beans still clinging to the pods compared to their own soybeans. These would be an extraordinary treasure. As the excitement at the general's residence began to wane, the thrill in the hearts of the people remained undiminished. From this day forth, countless individuals began to anticipate the arrival of the next year. Subsequently, they would discover that this high-yield grain was not the only variety available. Xiechong carefully stored the precious beans in the warehouse and entrusted Qin Wanwan with a task. Wanwan, please fetch 2 capable cats. Warehouses were notorious for attracting thieving mice, and the soldiers held a deep disdain for those pilfering their grain. The military's granary had several trained cats specifically for patrolling and catching rodents. Though referred to as cat officials, they were, in fact, purchased felines, costing around 50 copper coins each. He asked his daughter to procure them, believing her affinity for animals would increase her chances of finding effective hunters. Qin Wanwan patted her chest, assuring him, "Father, you can count on me." As if entrusted with a monumental mission, she finished her lunch and prepared to depart with a sense of purpose. Father, I'm off to get the cat officials. Xiachong replied, take a couple of people with you. Got it. Xiachong did not accompany Qin Wanwan, as he was preoccupied with matters related to the bean processing workshop. He hoped to produce a batch of bean products swiftly to take with him to the capital, aiming to seize the opportunity to enhance their reputation. He had no concerns for Qin Wanwan's safety. Within the confines of Shay City, she was quite secure, since the previous incident involving abduction, entry and exit from the city had become strictly monitored, yet, Xiachong could never have anticipated that his daughter, intending merely to wander the city in search of a couple of cats, would instead dash off toward the grasslands. Those who followed Qin Wanwan were left bewildered. Miss, weren't we supposed to fetch the cat officials? Why have we come here? Qin Wanwan boldly declared, because I want to find some truly extraordinary cats.